Small honeybees work every day, but lazy queen bees want to chase it away. Just because he smelled the fragrance on a small honeybee, and his body was getting bigger. This is all a sign that is about to lay eggs. Selfish queen bees are afraid of being replaced, immediately chasing small honeybees out. After going out, small honeybees decided to be independent. So he went to the farm of the man. The man showed him fresh flowers. Small honeybees every day use hard work to repay. Even gave him a lot of bees, but its true identity was a meat-eating bee. Not only using poisonous nibs, but also eating them. But it will not take action with this man, just because he is his only friend. The man named Sejun. Before meeting them, he was a new graduate student. But when he came back from the market to buy vegetables, he accidentally lost in this black tower. No one knows the origin of these black towers, but they appear globally, unless invited. No one can force in. Of course there is another way. That is the adventurous reward that the customs clearance is received. This is this golden ticket. Because of that, its price is pushed up to 600,000 won a ticket, a newly graduated person. Naturally, there was no money to buy, so Sejun saw the gate shifted in and rushed in. He still thought his luck came. No doubt this movement gate was a hole of the black tower. But the appearance of Sejun, the manager also realized, so he needed to quickly repair the gap. On the other hand, Sejun was still very happy at this time, but the next second he suddenly froze, because where he was not in the square that the adventurers said, but to one place. The monkey coughed the stork. The only hole was as tall as 3 or 4 floors. No matter how he screamed, no one responded, enduring a day, without any progress. In contrast, the abdomen started to ruin. Fortunately the food bought at the supermarket before. Also brought here. Looking at the meager food, he carefully displayed them neatly. After lining, Sejun did not know how long it had to be locked. His food did not maintain a few days, had to find a way out before eating. If not sure to starve to death, at this moment, he pays attention to the remaining apple seed after eating. Jo Sejun has a bold idea, which is to make himself. After that, he buried the apple on the ground, then broke the leaves in a few parts. After finishing all this, it was dark. At this moment, a scary sound rang out. When he raised his head to look, discovered a flying dragon. Jo Sejun was so threatened to faint. When he regained consciousness, he was discovered that it was 2 days later. Then he instinctively relied on a tree trunk. But when he was complete, why was there a tree here? Unexpectedly, the scallions he planted 2 days ago was over 2 meters taller. Even the apples and tomatoes next to them have germinated. Normal plants cannot grow so fast. It seems that the strength of the tower has affected them. In order not to affect the growth of seedlings, Sejun intends to harvest onion first. But he was also very curious about the taste of this scallion, and tasted a piece the next second, making him directly feel how alert, unexpectedly spicy scallions to a new level. It turns out that the change is not only the growth rate, the spicy gene is also greatly enhanced. Waiting for Sejun to complete his soul, he was also very curious about the floor that this cave was staying, maybe. As the height that the top player cannot reach, at this moment, a few drops of water falls on his face. This made him feel very strange. When he raised his head to look, unexpectedly a rabbit. Shortly after, the rabbit jumped, directly took Sejun as a fulcrum. A series of smooth operations surprised him. It seemed that it was not a normal rabbit. But the rabbit is also very interested in scallions on the ground, only randomly on the green onions. Just chewing and signaling for Sejun. Looking at the movements of the rabbit, Sejun also knew. Rabbit is asking if he can eat a little bit. Unexpectedly, the rabbit also likes to eat scallions. After that, a rabbit sat together, and Sejun told him to eat a little more. Anyway, its growth rate is too fast. In the blink of an eye, it has been so high. At this moment, the rabbit next to call bye-bye. This makes Sejun feel very strange. Then there was another rabbit jumping from the top down, looking at their intimate appearance. Sejun immediately understood them as a couple. Rabbits also affirmed this. But the two rabbits seem to have the purpose to come. They want to live with Sejun here. Looking at the small and weak face of the baby rabbit, in the eyes filled with expectation. It really makes it difficult for people to refuse, but Sejun also agrees with their request. But he could not eat no, and had not yet been waiting for him to finish his request. The rabbit rushed into him, expressing gratitude to Sejun's reception. Then they started to work hard. One is in charge of watering the seedlings, one is in charge of clearing the scallions, but Sejun did not expect. Rabbits can bring agricultural and tools itself. The water bottle of the first rabbit can constantly spray water. Thai rabbit skirts seem to have spatial magic, can be removed, shovel and other tools. With their help, farm work was completed for a moment, which he also noticed. Small tomatoes grow much faster than before. It seems that the rabbit has provided the help of the growth of plants and rabbits next to them. Looking at Sejun with a tense face, it turned out that they misunderstood. Sejun was not satisfied with their work, because he said he couldn't eat it earlier. Then, Sejun has evaluated achieved for their labor results, after being confirmed. Rabbit and her husband are very happy. At this moment, they started discussing. Then run towards the empty land next to, after choosing a good feng shui land. The first rabbit started to work, a while later brought Tai rabbits. A warm house was born, which made the rabbit tired want to die. Sejun also recognized his ability, but at this moment, Tai rabbits had a new home. The embarrassing face looked at the fairy rabbit, then signaled him to the room to talk. This startled the first rabbit. Now it is not very good daytime. But Tai ignored it all, one shot and pulled him away, and Sejun could only bless him. Does anyone understand the suffering of single people? But this is also a lucky thing. If not alone in the cave is also very boring, right now. Behind him suddenly rising up a black smoke, Sejun, so he jumped in pain. So hot that he rolled on the ground. When he turned his head to look, discovered that the plastic bottle emitted. The refraction of plastic bottles focused on sunlight into one point, just or falling into him. Waiting for Sejun to complete his soul, startled again, in such a harsh environment. But we do not give up hope. Yes, this is the first lesson of survival in the wild. The way to survive in the wild, but after several trials, Sejun did not succeed. It seems not as easy as he imagined. At this moment the door of the rabbit couple was pushed away. The fairy rabbit was tired and walked out, seeing Sejun lying on his stomach on the ground blowing air into the leaves. He immediately went to signal to help. You came at the right time. After that, the rabbit was in charge of blowing air, and Sejun stood up to gather the sunlight in the blink of an eye. The fire bursts, seeing that Sejun is very excited, because he could eat cooked food. Then next, let the couple taste the true beauty of humanity. After a period of baking, onions are finally completed, waiting until the burning part is outside. At this time, the scallions become very sweet and crispy, undergoing charcoal. Fragrant scallions like candy. The feeling in the mouth. There is a wild horse running on the ground. Then the rabbit and the rabbit also learned in a methodical way. Simply 2 pieces, causing them to be conquered by the food of humanity, which also the first cooked meal Sejun ate in the Black Tower. Early the next morning he woke up. Eating well, Sejun took advantage of the fire to make torches. He wanted to use these torches to light the entire cave, but on the way he discovered big fish in the country. Looking at the fish falling on the ground, Sejun seemed very surprised. Previously he did not see the fish here, probably because it was too dark. If there is fish, the first thing Sejun is to grill the fish immediately. After a while, he bit a large piece of grilled fish. The flavor of meat was not tasted for a long time, making Sejun repeatedly praised. But unexpectedly, the rabbit couple also wanted to eat, even though they were surprised. But he still gave the rabbit to taste. In later life, he also grasped some rules. Here every 30 days we'll have a solar eclipse. Then the sky will appear a blue moon, accompanied by one. The number of monsters is unknown. Wandering background at the cave gate, because phones and computers do not have enough electricity. So Sejun immediately used the traditional method to calculate the time. Now it was the 61st day he was locked here. Not long after, the rabbit and her husband gave birth to a lot of baby rabbits. These rabbits love Sejun, so that he succeeds as a rabbit's adoptive father. But the naughty rabbit made the couple want to die. So Sejun took the initiative to help them take care of their children. After being agreed, he took a bunch of rabbits to see his vegetable garden. Now the small tomato grown successfully flowering. Luckily he came to artificial pollination every day. But gradually, Sejun was also a bit tired and unbearable. If there is a bee flying here, it is good. Now the rabbit also studied according to Sejun, shaking tomato flowers, but only a little pollen fell. Also made the baby rabbit sneeze once, soothed the naughty rabbit. Sejun was surprised to discover, on the tomato strings appeared the fruit again. This made him happy to sing and dance. The last 2 months of effort also had results. Early the next morning, the first thing Sejun made was, even though he was, a set of anti-frozen clothes with scallions, because the new eclipse is about to start. After preparing, he said goodbye to the couple, waiting until the evening. Outside the cave there are many wandering monsters, but Sejun, 2 atheist eyes sitting in the cave. Outside is really noisy, making it difficult for him to sleep, so as not to let the outside monster discover himself. Sejun also hid things that could emit the smell first. But the process of waiting for Lam Noyet ended was really tormented, which thought that persevering was a little more can overcome. He heard a loud noise from outside the cave. As soon as Sejun raised his head to look outside the cave, a giant red bear is also staring at the cave door. looking at the monster Kin Tian in front of him. Sejun's heart rate has not increased several times. Fortunately, the red bear seems to have not yet discovered the small people in the cave. Seeing that, Sejun wanted to hide deeper in the cave, but did not expect the next second. Tomatoes and water in the bag were not careful to fall to the ground. He thought that the sound was very small and could not attract the red bear. But unexpectedly, the opponent was lying on the cave. This scene also threatened to fly away. But the red bear also roared frantically outside the cave. The appearance wanted to eat him. This is a small green tomato. It is not only for their parents, but also makes people lose 2.5 kilograms of fat. But small tomatoes are easy to use. Also thanks to the absorption of the light of Lam Noyet in the Black Tower. But Lam Noyet II descended. Sejun again encountered a giant red bear. Panicked, he fainted. Waiting until the day, the baby rabbit was about to call Sejun, seeing him still sleeping very soundly. The first rabbit was forced to start the Sejun, and was beaten by a rabbit. He also woke up from the dream. At this time, Sejun also had a bit of an unknown spirit. Seeing that, the first rabbit gave him a signaling that Lam Noyet had ended, recalling the experience last night. Sejun almost thought he was dead. His garlic shirt was no longer at this time. Cold trembling, one side of Tai Tai Rabbit found the fire was hidden yesterday. Waiting for the rabbit and the rabbits to finish the fire, Sejun now warmed up a bit. Soon, Tai Tai Rabbits immediately brought grilled fish that had been done. Hungry for a long time, he ate grilled fish in a delicious way. Last night, Sejun did not understand why he was still alive, but he thought so much. Now the only thing he can do is eat well, then survive. At this moment, rabbits were excited to run. He called I with Sejun. Seeing this scene, he was very suspicious, then followed the fairy rabbit to the vegetable garden. At this time, the small tomato was grown and ripe. The whole body radiates the glittering light. Healthy Sejun really do not dare to believe in his eyes, because in just a short day, small tomatoes have grown up so much. Although small tomatoes are very beautiful and fresh, what surprises him is that tomatoes are blue. As soon as Sejun was considering whether it was ripe, before his eyes appeared the question of the system. It turned out, as he achieved the achievement of harvesting fruits with Lam Noyet, shortly after that the display system. The manager of the Black Tower is watching Sejun, which clearly shows Sejun came here due to the negligence of the Black Tower manager. A healthy Sejun immediately shouted into the system, preserving the staff to take him out. But if the opponent is suffering, should he kill him, to hide the mistake? This immediately encountered the strong opposition of Sejun, probably because of his anxiety with him. The next second, the manager of the tower has completed awakening for Sejun, which means he was about to officially become an awakened person in the Black Tower. Sejun was looking forward to what career he received. Ideally, the magician he likes, but when the manager of the Black Tower decides, Sejun froze. It turned out that he awakened into a farmer of the Black Tower F level, though. These professional characteristics look very useful, but this farmer's career is really unacceptable. In his uncomfortable heart, he was about to throw small tomatoes to the ground, but saw the babies below. Sejun stopped, because this was the result of the labor that they worked together. Looking at the fearful appearance of the rabbit family, Sejun now calmed down. Looking back at the small green tomato in his hand, he understood that he should not vent his anger on it, because this is what they have tried for a long time to plant. Perhaps making a farmer not bad, then. Sejun immediately called the rabbit together to work together. At this time, the small tomato in his hand was born a ring of light. Looking at the introduction above, Sejun now understands this small tomato fruit is not simple. It is not only very delicious, but also effective for permanent magic and slimming. The current Sejun has also reacted. Small tomatoes are a props, although it can only increase by 0.05 points of magic power. This was enough to surprise him. At the same time, the manager of the Black Tower, staring at Sejun's vegetable garden again, looking at the fresh tomatoes in the vegetable garden. His stomach was constantly rising, but Sejun in the vegetable garden was thanking the rabbits. Without their help, the vegetable garden is also very difficult to develop until now. But their cheerful laughter has not ended. The system's notice rang again. Above assigned a mission to Sejun. The requirement of the task is submit green tomatoes to the manager of the tower. The reward is a career skill. The price of refusal is death. Looking at Sejun will not pay. While temporarily was also scared to tremble, although it was a task. But according to him, it was basically a threat. But thinking about the price of refusal, Sejun still offered tomatoes to the manager of the tower. The next second small tomato disappeared. But his mission also successfully completed. Just above the above wrote, the task reward was a career skill. So Sejun really wanted to know what skill was, opened it, he received level 1 seeding skills. This normal skill made Sejun silent for a while, but his career was a black toe tower farmer. It seems that for seeding skills is also reasonable, fortunately, but finally awakens the career, so. Next, Sejun can also receive experience points. There are many fish in the lagoon. But he was not planning to catch all to level up, but decided to eat as much as he catches. After grilling all the fish, Sejun immediately called the rabbit. Hearing the sound, the rabbits also ran to and divided the part for the baby rabbits. The two biggest children brought the couple's husband and wife to nourish the body. He awakened his career. Now also see the identity of the rabbit couple. Their real names are white rabbits, compared to fighting. They are better in cultivation. Sejun guessed that they must have lost the farm. So wondering here if he can understand the sound of rabbits. At least so can talk. Finish eating, Sejun immediately stood up. Today is an important day for their farms. The rabbit couple also happily responded to Sejun. At this time in their vegetable garden, small tomatoes have become large and plump tomatoes. Looking at the tomatoes with normal colors, Sejun's eyes are full of expectations. The rabbits in his mood now were identical, making such efforts for so long. Now finally the harvest, under the expectations of the rabbits. Sejun trembled with his hand, then he picked it down. The first tomato is in the right sense, moreover picking down the small tomatoes. Sejun can also receive 10 experience points, however. Its efficiency is inferior to small blue tomatoes, using no longer increasing the magic power permanently. It is temporarily received, fortunately can accumulate 10 floors. Sejun was healthy looking at other small tomatoes. He was curious about whether the remaining fruits were the same. As expected, he thought, the small tomatoes were ripe evenly. But trampling with unexpected small tomatoes, it can only receive low-level experience points. It is impossible to synchronize career experience. After the test is completed, Sejun immediately understood. Only the ripe small tomatoes are props, not ripe as normal food, very fast. Sejun immediately picked a pile of ripe tomatoes. His level also increased to level 4, busy. Sejun was eager to taste tomatoes. But the rabbit family beside him seemed dissatisfied with this. Sejun was healthy and hurriedly apologized to the rabbits, because this was the result of people working together. He should not monopolize alone. Seeing Sejun actively put tomatoes up, the first rabbit was relieved. After the tomatoes were finished, Sejun they immediately started enjoying this dish. Fresh tomato juice made the rabbits very happy. Sejun also definitely threw tomatoes into his mouth, chewing thoroughly the sweet and sour taste of vegetables, making him feel like he was in the summer fireworks. Looking at Sejun tears, the couple shook their heads, not understanding his behavior. After tasting tomatoes, the rabbits began to continue working. They use scallions to make tomatoes a healthy storage. Sejun is very satisfied. Because the bunny rabbits helped adults, but today he was very hard. Then Sejun immediately wears his own blindfold preparation to go to bed, but he has not yet waited for him to sleep completely. The Black Tower again sent more tasks. This time the task needs to submit 100 tomatoes. But Sejun did not want to pay attention, and he continued to sleep. The healthy Black Tower manager immediately reminded, which made Sejun unable to not wake up. After finishing the small tomato, the Black Tower manager immediately satisfied. Sejun blamed the reward of the task, which he completed was the harvest skill. This can cause fruit to ripen, automatically ripen to the best state, inherently. Sejun also thought that he received a suffering skill, but waited until the next day he continued to work. Again discovered for farmers as he said, harvesting is indeed a god. The unripe tomatoes he touched will automatically transform into small tomatoes. So Sejun does not need to wait for the tomatoes to cook, the speed of picking will also be much faster. As soon as he and the little rabbit prepared to rest, his manager assigned a mission. Submit 200 small tomatoes magic, moreover without any reward. Although Sejun soon expected the opponent to come, but did not expect this time even the reward would not be. Thinking of the opponent gave a pragmatic skill, Sejun immediately submitted tomatoes. But the fairy born next to it was very dissatisfied. Then the amount of tomatoes that managers needs to be higher and higher, moreover basically do not know how to restrain. The number of duties is increasingly often. Until the number increased to 500 small tomatoes, Sejun froze. He did not expect the opponent to be greedy to this level, but this time, Sejun definitely refused to submit a small tomato. Hearing his answer, the manager of the tower is a bit unknown, because this is the first time Sejun against the duty of the manager. In exchange for grilled fish, high-class mountain goats, leave the man arbitrarily rubbing his head, even working for him. Originally, Teo just came to trade with Sejun, but did not expect to be too hungry. Immediately falling into the trap of Sejun, Teo for Sejun looking for him to cooperate was very difficult to understand. Because he looks like, is also a useless wandering trader. But Sejun thinks he is still very competent, anyway he can find a quality partner like him. It is possible to prove that Teo is good luck, followed by officially negotiating with Kitten's Teo. After that, Sejun immediately called the rabbits, soon the rabbit family. After preparing a luxurious negotiation site, Sejun was also comfortable on it. Teo is now no longer starting out, those fake items cannot be sold out. So Sejun immediately gave him a plan, that was to sell things to him. Part of the sales profit will be considered a bonus for Teo. However, from this bonus to him, it was very strange. Hearing that, Sejun patiently explained to him, the goods gave him to sell. Teo can pricing, regardless of what price is sold. Sejun will give him 3 to 5% of the commission, after a while explaining. Teo also understands the situation, but this commission makes him feel very unfavorable for him. So he did not answer Sejun immediately, after all, he was cheated. Sejun also understood his thoughts, then told the bunny rabbits, carrying his secret weapons. Looking at each grilled fish in front of him, Teo's eyes widened. A healthy Sejun immediately enlisted. He told Teo, just need to cooperate successfully. Not only can it receive a rose, every week also gives him 10 grilled fish, or Tali has the same value. Hearing this condition, plus the aroma of grilled fish, Teo could not help but drool. But thinking about the previous experiences, he felt, I could not agree to the idea of Sejun's cooperation, but, Teo's tears flowing in the corners of his mouth, no way, kittens are hard to resist grilled fish. Slowly clean the saliva, Teo said, if you could give 20 grilled fish, he will consider cooperating. Hearing Teo still having a sentence, Sejun definitely took out 20 grilled fish, moreover also promised 5 more. Hearing that, Teo could not persevere anymore, because this was 25 grilled fish. At the same time, Sejun also gave special welfare, in addition to salary every week, just Teo came here. You can eat grilled fish as you like, no need to spend a penny, listen to Sejun. Teo's hearts are constantly pounding, after receiving Teo's consent. Sejun was about to sign a contract with him. Teo also actively provided paper and pen. Very quickly Sejun finished writing the entire contract content. Teo and he also definitely imprinted his hand. Now the contract has been completed. Sejun was happy to hug this little friend, which Teo finally responded. Because just now was too excited, unable to control it but closed the hand. The content above he has not considered anything. As soon as Teo wants to hold the contract, the paper flew out again, then the contract of the two people also established. As long as the two sides agree, the Black Tower will promote this cooperation. Before Sejun heard about this function in the Black Tower, unexpectedly effective. Teo beside him is regretful, because this is his first contract, which is one thing. He also asked him to use his hometown dialect, which is the tone of meow. But that would make him very embarrassed, for this Sejun said that he would understand. He then wanted to put his hand to shake hands with the kitten, but was angry by Teo. Because it is possible to continue cooperating or not unknown, the first thing is clearly written. He did not do well, the contract would be valid. Hearing that Sejun, immediately using the head to rub the head that the kitten could not resist, moreover also cheered themselves. Knowing Tae is a competent trader, after a while of a road bullet, Teo was also so coaxed by Sejun, but Sejun stroked the cat leisurely. After finishing the cooperation, Teo asked what product he needs to sell. So Sejun immediately led him to the farm, picking up a small tomato. This is a product for sale, a simple review. Teo also understands. This is a monk props, sold to new awakening people in the tower recently. Perhaps each fruit may be 0.01 dong thap, but the lowest price that Sejun has decided 5 times. This made Teo a little unbelievable, but thinking back, for him to say it was probably a good thing. According to the contract, if he does not accomplish the goal, not only can receive grilled fish, but also can cancel the contract directly. Come to think of it, Teo immediately asked how much he needed to sell. Sejun soon told the rabbits to bring, a total need to bring 1,000 small tomatoes. The grilled fish of this week was also prepared for Teo, but Sejun wanted to know how he took the goods, then Teo took out his props bag. This is a kind of preserved props for many types of magic, which can keep fresh in large space. The next second Teo threw his pocket out, waiting for the magic to launch. Small tomatoes and grilled fish are immediately sucked inside, then slowly falling to the ground. This props made Sejun constantly praised, which Teo put on his bag to prepare for. Waving goodbye to Sejun, Teo immediately sold small tomatoes. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the Black Tower, there was a bunch of monster hunters. Under the coordination of the members of the association, the big spider was killed by them. As soon as the people were happy to talk, the grass behind this captain made a sound. Hearing the sound, the man also turned around. As soon as the people thought they were the beasts hiding, Teo signaled to them that he came to the transaction, then he stepped out with a cat's gait. The awakened people realized Teo's wandering traders, which Teo also obeyed the contract. Using Mio Mio, this lovely appearance attracts the love of girls. Now, Teo understood why Sejun added this term. As expected, he had just opened his mouth and received sympathy. But Teo did not hesitate, immediately took out the small tomato. Everyone just looked. In the blink of an eye, I lost interest. Teo told them to open the news board. Soon the awakened people at this time understood, the small tomatoes were a props. Although it could increase 0.01 magic power, it was hurt a fruit costing 0.05 dongthap. You guys thought that Teo was crazy, then wanted to leave, but one of them, staring at the information of tomatoes, because there was clearly writing, eating can resolve 10 grams of fat, moreover can be used many times. Hearing the girl say, the people who were about to leave immediately stopped. They could lose fat without side effects that made them froze. The next second of the people simultaneously turned around, reading carefully effectively. They discovered that small tomatoes were really a panacea. Under Teo's astonished eyes, they were not interested before, now they want to buy large amounts of tomatoes. Even members who do not have an affliction in shape see that, are prepared to buy a little. At the same time in the hole, Sejun was with Tai rabbits. Small tomatoes in the immediate future, although the ghost energy is limited, but only can break down the fat without side effects. This point, thinking about it will definitely be loved by those who lose fat, and the taste is still very delicious. Sejun is sure that the small tomato is certain to sell, just as he thinks. 1,000 tomatoes brought out, not for a few minutes sold out. For this, he had to bend to the ground to feel unbelievable. But this is also the first time he earns so much money. Kittens work hard every day to sell his life. But the farm owner of the Dark Heart reduces the fat reduction for it. For this thing Teo not only is not sad, even want to work multiple, regain the position of Te Lao. Just because this is the first time it has sold so much money, but during the kitten out, Sejun and the rabbits sowed carrots. Many days later, these seeds also germinate, but out of 1,000 seeds received, there are only about 700 surviving seeds, seed extracted from small tomatoes. It is not all germinated, sticky corn and sweet potato germs. Even if Sejun personally planted, the germination rate is only about 60%, creating this result. He thought that perhaps the farmer level was too low, or the soil in the cave was not fertile. Now he has found a channel to earn money dongthap, so the next efforts must be made. As soon as Sejun and Rabbit were born, the atmosphere was so hot. Behind them, they made a loud noise again. Turned out to be the black rabbit who was catching fish in the flower market. Only saw him using a large amount of fish to eat meat. The next second of the old man swung a large hammer. In the blink of an eye, he fainted all of these fish. Seeing that Sejun praised the fishing technique of Laongu, the old man caught a large amount of fish and his whole body began to radiate light. This is a manifestation of leveling. Seeing this scene, Sejun was very happy. White rabbits were based on plowing to receive experience. Small black rabbits for the first time through hunting to level up. The old man was the most useless farmer. Now he was finally bragging in front of you, although very quickly was sanctioned by small white rabbits. Sejun, next to the person resting, immediately started rummaging through the pocket, very fast. He immediately took out the heat to hold the heat that Teo brought, in which he discovered that there were several packages of coffee. This must also thank Teo and the person named Scaramouche did not open. If not, I couldn't even drink coffee in the Black Tower. Then Sejun tore a pack, then poured into the water bottle, although Sejun had no sugar. But fortunately there is honey that small honey bees release soon. A part of the unique Americano coffee has also been done, after a storm. Sejun felt unprecedented, seeing the bunch of rabbits a little moving. He immediately took the coffee, but just took a sip. The face of the old black rabbit changed, then sprayed the entire coffee out. The remaining baby rabbits could not adapt the bitter taste of coffee. At this time, Sejun heard the sound of VO. Turning his head to look, he called a small honeybee. The small honeybee was also very happy to respond to Sejun. Looking at the direction of small honeybees, Sejun discovered that there was an additional honeycomb. It turned out that the small honeybee moved into the cave. Seeing that, Sejun and the bunch of little rabbits both felt happy for him. But when Sejun was talking, "We'll hold a housewarming party for small honeybees," the task of the Black Tower manager is also activated at the same time. This time, 10 small tomatoes need to be submitted. refusing to manage will be very sad. Seeing even the threat disappeared, Sejun silently rejoiced. But he still delivered small tomatoes to the manager. The opponent even expressed his gratitude to Sejun. This made Sejun not happy. The manager's attitude compared to before has changed too much. But somewhere in the Black Tower, in the House of Goblin, Scaramouche is drinking with his accomplices. But in his mouth, he suddenly mentioned Teo Kitten, because Scaramouche was sure Teo definitely could not sell those trash. Teo spent all the money, would definitely return to the Wandering Merchant Association. By then he would pretend to be kind, lend Teo money to make capital, then make him permanently become slaves to pay interest for himself, drink alcohol. Scaramouche excited. Opening a trader's sales ranking. Today is the update of the rankings. But Scaramouche also successfully reached the top 1000. The Jeblin bunch of the next site congratulated him. At the same time, the exclamation could never be able to enter the rankings. Hearing the accomplices praised, Scaramouche secretly became satisfied. It was not wasteful, he deceived how many fools, but when he wanted to see the traitors standing in front of him. In Scaramouche's eyes filled with unbelievable appearance, because he found out again. Teo also ranked above himself, hearing the other accomplices in a small voice. This made Scaramouche in the blink of an eye anger to the extreme, even preparing to catch Teo. Stealing his sales secret, a few days later, Teo finally returned to the cave. He was extremely excited to greet Sejun, completely different from the previous sadness. Teo returned so quickly that Sejun was surprised. But unexpectedly, Teo misunderstood was discovered, so he took the initiative to speak. The next time he sells, he will immediately return, will not play on other floors. After that, Sejun immediately asked Teo for a bit, honestly declared that he had played for 4 days. Because before he left, he talked about the 30th floor to sell, he took about 10 days. But unexpectedly he finished selling tomatoes. There were 4 days to play, Sejun thought. Sales take many days, the result he has returned 14 days. Surely just arrived at the place immediately sold out tomatoes immediately. Looking at the kitten was still apologizing. Sejun suddenly grabbed his shoulder, then immediately the evil face told Teo to sincerely declare everything. Just like that, the rabbits and Sejun together. Hearing Teo tell the process, soon, he explained the situation clearly. Also brought all 50 dong thap sold out, received Sejun thinking a bit. After that, he gave Teo high dong, but what made Teo suspecter was Sejun called himself Tu Tae, not the old Tae. Hearing that, Sejun explained, this is a punishment for him to play. Wait until he tries to return to the old position, will increase to 5%. Healthy Teo is not only sad, but also full of confidence to work hard to become an old man. Now that Sejun discovered, Teo talked to another word Mio at the back, which was the request of the contract. Practical business is okay. Unexpectedly Teo tasted delicious, immediately decided to talk later all using meow. Sejun beside him think, later the small tomato will definitely be more popular. So he is famous throughout the world is just a matter of time. Hearing that Teo is very suspicious, Sejun said. This information page will all notes the growers, so everyone will gradually know small tomatoes because he invented, after thinking of the rules in the Black Tower. Teo was so scared in the blink of an eye that he was speechless. In the Black Tower, there is a mechanism to prevent the robbery of new wandering traders. For things that the newly wandering trader sells, the Black Tower will automatically hide the name of the growers. And Teo is a new businessman, so the growers of the growers will not take notes because Sejun cultivated, thinking about it. Teo's cold sweat would constantly flow down if Sejun knew. Then he will probably be from Tu Tae, turning into a trainee, or Tu Tae will do it lower. After that, Teo hurriedly told Sejun to give him tomatoes. He had to immediately start to sell. Hearing that, Sejun told him to rest for a few days. Anyway, the week's salary was not given to him. No doubt Teo directly proactively packed with small tomatoes. His mouth also muttered to work hard, because want to remove restrictions on hiding growers. Then he must quickly earn 1,000 dong thap, becoming an intermediary wandering trader. Looking at Teo so excited, Sejun and Black Rabbit were very difficult to understand. Did he have money to blur his eyes? Small honeybee lives early in the evening. In just one night became a big eye. The man only took out fresh flowers. Immediately attracted the queen to cuddle, even giving birth to Sejun a baby honeycomb. With the help of small honeybees, the small tomato output is improved. But the small tomato that Kim Teo sells, more and more praised from the adventurers. In it, the daughter of the president liked the tomato so small that it could not stand it, and told him to bring a lot next time. Seeing this scene, President Dong Shik cried the corners of his eyes, because his daughter previously lost fat. All day angry with him, now saying love his father, This makes Dong Shik for a long time before so happy. The other members also gave her small tomatoes. The goddess agreed to pursue him. Hearing here, those who can't buy them want to buy high prices to buy, but Dong Shik, to be able to please girls, immediately want to gather people to the 38th floor to destroy monsters. As soon as the members thought it was too normal, everyone will complain, the back immediately agreed to gather Dong Shik. The one who came was the female members before. With the help of small tomatoes, they all become full of balance, charming, lovely, but want to keep the beautiful physique. Their demand for small tomatoes is even more intense, receiving the response of members, Dong Shik. Immediately there was a motivation, then the people started to find a kitten. A few days later on the 38th floor, Teo was looking sad on the road. The most once back bag holds 1,500 small tomatoes, which means he has to go on 10 trips. It is only possible to earn 1,000 dong thap. Soon, Teo went to the place where people gathered before, but looking around did not see a shadow. At this moment, in the bushes next to the sound was surprised, seeing the kitten Teo. They seemed very happy, then immediately called the other accomplices. It turned out that the awakened people again here wait for Teo for 3 days. The main purpose is to buy small tomatoes. Hearing that, Teo opened his mouth wide, an unbelievable face, as soon as the opponent prepared, directly paying for the price before. Teo hurriedly stopped him. The kittens raised his soft claws, then said it has increased now. Heard the news increasing. All of them were in a hurry. The healthy president of Dong Shik immediately asked how much increased. After that, Teo confidently said, now 0.07 dong thap a fruit. But in his heart was very panicked, because so much increased would probably not be sold. However, the next second, the president did not hesitate. Immediately throwing a bag of dong thap wanted to buy 200 grams, which made Teo surprised meow. The other members also talked in a small voice. Anyway, so small tomatoes. The price is a little higher, more than normal, not knowing how long the next time you have to wait. So everyone scrambled to buy large quantities, less than minutes. The small tomato that Teo brought immediately sold out. Before leaving, the president asked Teo the next time when he came here. He knew it would take 10 days later. Dong Shik immediately nodded satisfied. At that time they were just able to catch up, buying tomatoes. Dong Shik immediately gathered the members, preparing to destroy the monster spider. Hearing them will be back, Teo could not help but be happy. There were old customers, surely very quickly will earn 1,000 dong thap. As soon as he was illusioned to become the ultimate trader, another fake adventure team greeted Teo. Suha discovered Teo and her previous kittens were very similar. However, Teo really does not like the people who call himself a kitten. Suha is healthy and apologizes in a hurry. After a while of communication, Teo also knew that Suha had a cat before him. For this thing, Teo was very disapproving. She is definitely wrong in Mio, because I am the most handsome cat in the world. After that, he turned to leave, but Suha hurriedly took out a bar meat bar. Looking at Suha's expectant and gentle eyes, Teo said he just liked grilled fish. Not even like other things, but the words did not finish. He was completely immersed in the beauty in his hand. Why is there such a delicious thing? Indeed, fragrant cannot stand me. In just a few seconds, Teo immediately ate all the cat meat. Greedily he wanted to eat more, but Suha immediately took out a lot of cat meat bars with different flavors, but she had a condition. As long as Teo can take pictures with me, we'll give him all. Hearing that, Teo did not hesitate. Do not say a plate, take a lifetime. Sometime later, Teo immediately gnawed at the cat meat. The team members also rarely see Suha so happy, but Suha looked at the photo in the phone also very satisfied, and at the same time expressed that the next time he would bring the cat meat to Teo, because it is really so cute. At the same time in the cave, Sejun is training swimming especially for black rabbit warriors, to ensure safety. He also sealed the entrance of the meat-eating fish. The reason for special training for small black rabbits, it was because a few days ago, it was suddenly motionless on the water. This made Sejun shouted loudly. Tai rabbits were even more fainted. Now that he thought about him, he was still scared. Only the small black rabbit did not notice. Trained one afternoon, Sejun now really wants to eat some sweets. However, honey that small honeybees prepared for him before was gone. When it comes to remembering, since the small honeybee moved immediately in the hive, but raised his head to look up around the hive makes Sejun very. The original small honeycomb now not only becomes bigger, there are even more small bees. Seeing this scene, Sejun doubted. Is it a small honey? Thinking for a long time without seeing a small honeybee, Sejun went to prepare a little gift. Anyway, he had to greet him an hour. After picking fresh tomatoes, Sejun immediately ordered a small honeybee outside. But their appearance seemed to have angered the bees. The next second, The bee immediately pointed the poisonous nib at Sejun and the baby rabbit, which was small and honeycomb. Also heard the sound of Sejun. The black rabbit outside immediately took out the wooden hammer. He was not afraid of these small honey bees. As soon as the two sides were about to dispute, very quickly, immediately there was a voice that prevented all the bees. When Sejun feared his head to look up, only see a large human bee, slowly flying towards him, looking at the bee front. Sejun also realized immediately, this is probably the appearance after the level of the small honey bee, but through the suggestion of the information, the small honey bee has now become a poisonous honey bee. Despite saying the great female decade, but this change of honey bee, making Sejun look blankly. On the outside is a lovely small honey bee, but behind the back is a monster that likes to hunt. Now it becomes a beautiful big eye. This makes Sejun blushing. Even the Black Dragon manager Irene was very suspicious, because this was not like what his grandfather said. Small honey bee on Sejun's farm, not eating meat, but sucking nectar. Now the queen bee happily patted wings, affirming to Sejun itself as the small honey bee before. Finished confirmation, small black rabbits, and he was surprised, because this change was really too big. Small honey is also mischievous to pose one, but it can evolve. Also thank Park Se-jun has planted those vegetables, but since every day to eat the nectar of the lamb noyette line, the fragrance on the small honey bee becomes more passionate than before. Even the body is increasingly fat. In addition to that, the queen bee at first wary of me, the small honey bee also understood. The cause of these changes is that it can also give birth, becoming a queen. Therefore, small honey bees decided to go out to be independent, and transferred the honeycomb to the safest place. After that, it suffered alone in the honeycomb. Finally, after experiencing many changes, the small honey bee welcomes a new life. It transformed into a beautiful queen. To celebrate its evolution, Sejun gave the latest fresh flowers. Although it is a bit late now, this is still the first time the queen bee has received a gift, so fun that the next second immediately rushed into Sejun's lap. Sejun was also made by her enthusiasm for not knowing what to do. Shortly thereafter, the bees learned from the queen bees and June hugged each other. Small honey bees and rabbits also live very well. Early in the morning a few days later, seeing that this lamb noyette was very peaceful, Sejun wanted to sleep well. But being awakened by the rabbits, it turned out that the fairy rabbit was discovered. Carrots in the farm are ripe, moreover the carrots contaminated with lamb noyette, thinking the rabbits were born because of lamb noyette. Carrots just woke themselves. Under the expectations of the little rabbits, Sejun immediately put his hand to spit it up. Carrots contaminated with lamb noyette, which has very attractive colors, although temporarily has only one ripe tree first. Its full name is faster carrots, more advanced than small tomatoes before. Eating in can increase 0.05 degrees agile, but pick carrots 1 plus. Sejun received a large amount of experience. The gathering skills were also up to secondary school. Watching the effect of the carrot quickly, Sejun turned to give them to the first rabbit. Thanks to their hard work, there was a farm today. Receiving carrots, the rabbit family in the eyes is full of aspirations. Seeing that, the sickly sickle next to him signaled to his father. Then the first rabbit threw carrots into the air. The next second of the sickle uses the trick, lightning, following countless blades flashing. Agile carrots were divided into 7 parts, and fell exactly into the hands of the rabbit. Such handsome executioner, in the blink of an eye, received the appreciation of everyone, seeing his brother bragging to him. The small black rabbit seemed to be nothing terrible. This time lamb noyette descended. Not only harvest carrots quickly, in small tomatoes also appear 5 blue fruits. Irene manager has always observed, immediately releasing the task. But Sejun also definitely submitted a fruit. This was the previous time promised to give. But when he heard Sejun who wanted his career skills, Irene said it would be possible for a few days. The manager's words made Sejun very doubtful, but he didn't wait for him to think much. The sound of the cats beside him immediately attracted him. It turned out that Teo finished selling tomatoes, but his appearance was misunderstood by honey bees as an enemy. Roughly, the small honey bee has never met Teo, so the new enemy is so old. So Sejun immediately hugged Teo in his lap, conveying the honey bees and kittens is also our family. Seeing this scene, the honey bee now continued to go to work. Teo said Jun Sie. Thank you, Mio. Hearing Teo call me brothers, Sejun pinched his cheeks. Now he has been demoted as an employee, for me to be called the boss, knowing that he is wrong. Teo apologized, then gave the money sold to Sejun, in this pocket, a total of 75 dong thap. But this was not over. Teo then took out a dong thap bag. He said he had increased the price of small tomatoes, now left out of 30 dong thap. Capital thought that his expression, he could restore the position of Tailao, but did not expect The owner of the Dark Heart still called him Tu Te, the commission was only 2 dong thap. Even brainwashing Teo, reluctantly the kitten had to exclude, the boss was too difficult to do. Heartbreaking, Teo then took out the cat meat bar, then happily licked. This scene also attracted the attention of Sejun, turning his head to look at the kittens. Sejun asked Teo in astonishment how to get it. The kitten was honest. Speaking clearly to the boss's darkness, this is it, and the photographer receives the cat meat. Moreover, it is also divided to the children to eat and herd as a human being. Sejun immediately thought of the Black Tower rules that had been heard before. Items outside the tower entered the tower only 2 cases, one is like him. Items brought with them when summoned, but another type is the awakened hunter. Usually can only carry about 1 kilogram, but items brought from the tower out there are no limitations. Any props can take away, afraid because when entering the tower is limited, so the hunter usually only carries a few pragmatic items, as well as the stressful relief food will be used when climbing the tower. What surprised Sejun was that some people would choose to bring the cat meat here, but thinking about it, Sejun immediately thought of a good idea, then he immediately looked at the evil face looking at Teo. Kittens thought that Sejun also wanted to eat, so immediately brought the bar meat through, unexpectedly. The owner of the darkness was jerky again, which made the kitten hurriedly grab Sejun's clothes. Tell him to return the cat's bar to himself, Sejun said healthy. This is Teo and people taking photos of transactions, which in the 3rd special clause signed before. Teo cannot develop new customers himself. Hearing that, the kitten in a blankly blink of an eye, the dark contract was really harmful to the cat, looking at Teo heartbreaking. Sejun changed his way. Next, he wanted to discuss with Teo a little bit about new customers. Hearing Sejun promised, let him be the boss for an hour, if the later expression was excellent. If you want to do as long as you want to do it, I heard that Teo was successfully fooled in the blink of an eye. After that, Sejun immediately lifted the kitten, moreover put it into his lap. The baby rabbit next to one side of the fan, the others grilled fish for him. This is the prestige of the boss, which Sejun tore the bar meat himself. Then put Teo to eat little by little. The boss's treatment makes the kitten forget everything. Soon, the kitten comfortably stretched his back. Next he also wanted to eat grilled fish due to his own grilled sorrel. Hearing that Sejun also happily agreed, so immediately operated next to the fire. During the baking process, he asked Teo how to not fight the monster, and could go to the 38th floor. Hearing him say, Teo immediately showed him the medal in front of his chest. This is a certificate of wandering trader. To maintain the right, every year it is necessary to pay expensive costs, the higher the rank. It is necessary to submit more and more dong thap, and receive more benefits. Not only can receive the association's protection, it is also possible to use convenient equipment, without being attacked by monsters. This is also one of the privileges that wandering traders have. Sejun wants to know if he can bring the hunter here, so he can be saved out. But Teo shook his head again, because only wandering traders were not attacked. Moreover, if there is no specialized path of traders, it is not possible for only 5 days to be able to come here from the 38th floor, heard him say. Sejun immediately asked this is what floor, no doubt Teo said. The whole he was in the 99th floor. This sentence in the blink of an eye made Sejun froze. Looking at the appearance of Sejun, Teo was very suspicious. Did he not know his position? Sejun was now threatened by the 99th floor, but Teo could not bring people. So he roughly had to be locked here forever, as soon as Sejun was mentally to the extreme. Teo kitten hurriedly grabbed his face, then shook him to wake up Sejun. Thinking that Teo could understand his suffering, but did not expect to turn out that his fish was grilled. Baking his fish again, Sejun immediately thought again. Now the hunter is most only around the 40th floor, but he was on the 99th floor basically being able to give up the tower. Teo beside him did not pay attention to the mood of Sejun, and he was commanding him to grill fish for delicious. Sejun was healthy and did not listen anymore, because an hour had soon passed. Not enough for the boss, Teo had to sigh slightly. At this time, Sejun pays attention to the merchant medal. If there is this, then he can go out with Teo. Then Sejun immediately started the illusion of their appearance, so he hurriedly asked Teo, "Can I become a wandering trader?" But I was mocked by a kitten? Because only individuals born in the tower can become a wandering trader. This is the basic knowledge in the Black Tower. Hearing that Sejun in his heart like lightning across his ears. At this moment he was constantly trembling, then Sejun temporarily could not help screaming. Others are normal starting, only we come to this hole of this monkey cough. Anger, he cursed at the Black Tower loudly, so loud that even manager Irene heard. But after the anger was finished, Sejun immediately fell down, even though he was in the sky, due to being sucked in unexpectedly. But at first it was still because he decided to enter the Black Tower, which had come, then suffering was also of course. If there is really no way to get out of the tower in the end, then let us bury it here. Now Sejun finally steadfastly targets, at the same time in the human world, there are a number of traders, aiming at small tomatoes. They seem to want to play games with this item. The noble black dragon chose to be vegetarian. Now even more passionate about drinking tomato juice, just because this is forced by Sejun. It also added honey released by the queen bee, but after knowing his situation from kittens, Sejun knew that it was very difficult to leave the tower, prepared to stay here. He has to solve a lot of inconveniences in life. The most lacking is some necessities. At the same time, it is also necessary to confirm the safety around, so Sejun immediately asked Teo recently had a monster. The kitten said that this hole was very safe, but only a little further away. There was a crimson giant bear. Hearing that, Sejun also recalled the horror before. It is possible that the crimson giant bear is the one he met. Teo is even more afraid of it, because every time he passed, the giant bear glared at him. It seems that the dangerous factor when out is still too high. Currently the cultivation area in the farm is constantly expanding. Soon will bloom a few thousand tomato flowers. According to the number of flowers increases, the number of poisonous bees will also be more and more. Until then, can let the small bees go out to look around, and can avoid some monsters near the cave door. At the same time, Sejun finally thought of a good way to go out. That is after making rope with scallions, letting the small bees tie into the tree outside the cave. So he will probably get out of here, but leaving the 99th floor is still a big problem. Because the monster here is definitely very aggressive. After thinking of the next plan, Sejun started assigning tasks. The collection of necessities could only rely on Teo. Then he told the kittens the importance of the mission. Moreover, this task only he could do. Teo confidently agreed. Nothing is he could not do. A few days later, on the 38th floor, on the big road, there were many adventurers stationed. Teo now also came here, seeing the number of people more than before. Kittens understand that the reputation of the small tomato has resonated, but for him to say this is the best thing, the more people buy, the easier it is to sell. Then Teo jumped straight to everyone. This also startled the adventure, but after the soul, they immediately rushed towards the kitten. Teo saw their appearance. Glad to greet. At this moment, a man tried to squeeze out of the crowd. He took out a bag of Dong Thap who wanted to buy all the small tomatoes. This situation made the members immediately discontented, because they were Teo's old customers. Moreover, the one who came to wait first, as soon as they were arguing, Teo immediately prevented the adventurers. Kittens say that from now on, the method of selling small tomatoes will have a change in here. The adventurers stopped arguing, and asked what Teo was saying. Kittens tell people, small tomatoes will be divided into 3 auctions, each 500 fruits. The highest bidder can take away, so if you don't have money, you can get home now. But the first small tomato auction immediately started. The starting price of Teo placed at 35 Dong Thap. This method is also because Sejun tells him. The reason for doing so is due to Sejun. From the information that Teo brought and judged, he speculated the news about the small tomato outside the tower spread. When an item has a lot of people need, but the number is limited, the auction is the best method of making money. In addition, he also arranged Teo other missions. This is also an opportunity for him to survey the kittens of kittens, rest for a while. Sejun started to work. Small black rabbits went to prepare dinner tonight. But at this time, the Black Tower manager was missing. This time the mission finally had a reward. But Irene needs a glass of honey tomato juice, due to pressing tomato juice very time. Sejun immediately finished doing the work and would make the manager, but the manager said it must be completed now. Moreover, he emphasized, he just has a very dangerous career skill. Seeing that Sejun did not understand that he was bragging the reward, or wanted to drink tomato juice, asked that the skill could not give him first. For this, the manager revealed to complete the new task. This is the rule in the Black Tower, seeing the manager desire like that. In addition, Sejun also wanted to see what skill was after all, then he immediately shook hands to squeeze small tomatoes. This new drink in the farm is made by Sejun before, after adding honey. Having received the love of the little rabbits, thinking about it because at that time, the new manager really wants to get, holding the small amount of tomatoes just enough. Sejun took a deep breath, the next second immediately used all his strength to crush all the small tomatoes. Consuming all 50 small tomatoes, Sejun has a glass of tomato juice. Next he immediately asked the queen bee to complete the final step. For this, the queen bee happily agreed. After that, he released pure honey from his mouth, then he slowly drove the honey block. Then boom, an hour falling into tomato juice. Thus, a glass of simple honey tomato juice has been completed. Taking away the information of tomato juice, the manager agitatedly patted the wings. Thinking of the opponent also had wings. In addition to being so greedy, Sejun became even more wanted to know. What animal is the manager? Irene on the other side. Having drunk with tomato juice, this sweet and sour taste made him attached. After enjoying, the manager gave Sejun a big likes, but he after completing the mission was also very curious. What skills did the manager give? According to the system information appeared, Sejun has received a special career skill, beekeeping. Inherently he was worried after leaving the cave. Small honeybee will not be sure to follow him. Now this skill can communicate effectively with small bees. Seeing that Sejun excited, perhaps, is this manager deliberately solving your afflictions? Hearing Sejun for the first time, thanking me, the Irene manager was temporarily blank. Later on his face was embarrassed. Irene said if he really wanted to thank, another glass of honey tomato juice can be added. Sejun in the sky pit also has a problem that wants to know, combined with the previous suggestions. He said this manager was a winged or not, that heard that. Irene's happy face was gloomy in a gloomy blink of an eye. This is the most insulting saying he has ever heard. The next second Irene immediately approved the information, frantically scolded Sejun a match. After scolding, he disappeared, and Sejun was healthy and felt a bit suspicious. At the same time on the 38th floor, adventurous hearing small tomatoes need auction. Attending the hesitant, President Dong Jik at the back saw that immediately impatiently. If he could not bring small tomatoes, his father's status would be back as before. Thinking about it, Dong Jik immediately did not hesitate anymore, immediately quoted 41 dong thap to buy 500 tomatoes. Seeing the members very doubtful, he immediately made it clear, the urgent thing now is still sure to buy small tomatoes. Later, any member who needs it will buy it from him, but even if he raises the price. Other adventurers did not give up, the man who had screamed at a higher price. Hearing someone starting to scramble, the remaining adventurers immediately scrambled to quote, Dong Jik did not expect. These newcomers have such money, then he wants to contribute capital with the members. But at this moment, there was a resounding voice that surprised everyone. A man shouted at a high price of 100 dong thap. Who came? It is the deputy director of a large food enterprise outside the tower, Michael Teo. Hearing such a high price, also shouted 321 immediately transacted. Dong Jik was very surprised by the appearance of Michael. The opponent should not come here, however. He quickly saw an acquaintance behind Michael. This person is Chris in the Immortal Association of Dong Jik, but this time he remembers it very well. Chris's group was in rotating. Hearing that, Chris felt very sorry and turned out. As his sister told him to bring Michael here, seeing that Dong Jik immediately understood the industry. Chris's sister, Jenny, is the general manager of a pharmaceutical company. It seems that the news of small tomatoes has completely spread. Now even more businesses are targeted by big businesses. After finishing the first small tomato basket, Teo quickly opened the second auction. The result this time also made him very satisfied. The rabbits every day worked hard. The old father was kicked out of the house again, just because they had grown up. It is necessary to build your own home, but under the help of the rabbit family. The farm on the farm is also developing strongly, in which small tomatoes are also sold by Teo. Now on the 38th floor of a kitten, the second round of a bid began. The starting price is still 35 dong thap. The healthy Dong Jik is at the forefront of the high price of 60 dong thap. However, Michael still costs 100 dong thap, which surprised Dong Jik. Perhaps having money really can do what to do. Do not want to go to the empty-handed. Dong Jik. Leading the loan members, Teo closed the transaction price. Bringing the second tomato basket to Michael's people, the kitten immediately announced the last bidder. But not yet waiting for him to open his mouth to start the starting price, Michael once again bought it all at the price of 100 dong thap. Hearing that, Dong Jik knew he had no chance anymore. Looking at the captain sad. The members next to him comforted the chance next time, receiving small tomatoes. Michael very satisfied. Business for many years, he glanced at the quality of the extremely good tomato. Indeed, he did not have the effort. He personally came to a trip, finished selling Teo's preparation to leave. The previous adventure, Suha and her friend immediately came. The kitten looked at the girl in front of her. He just remembered the opponent gave himself a cat meat, the name he really forgot, but he could see Suha again. Teo was still very happy, because Sejun's mission can ask Suha to help complete. Seeing Teo not remembering his name clearly, Suha introduced it again. No doubt the kitten heard Suha became subordinates. Whether so, the suspicion of Teo in Suha's eyes. It was a lovely expression. He was like taking a cat meat bar to take photos with kittens. But thinking of Sejun's instructions, Tae-oh endured the temptation to refuse Suha. At the same time, he said he did not need a cat meat this time, but it was necessary to be called coffee. Suha was healthy from a body bag, taking out a instant coffee, seeing one of the existing goals. Tae-oh continued to ask her with salt and pepper powder. The words of the kittens make Suha and you very suspicious, but fortunately, they really brought these spices into the Black Tower. Then the two of them divided half. Tae-oh was on one side happy to thank Suha. It turned out that when preparing to go, Sejun said, if someone looks to him to take photos, then please a little coffee, pepper salt. This may determine the time he is an old Tae. After putting things in a backpack, Tae-oh and Suha happily took some photos, saw a lot of beautiful photos in his hand. Suha immediately thanked the kittens for coordinating. Tae-oh waved her hand, thanking her for trying to do business. Seeing the soft claws of the kitten, Suha could not help but touch some. This soft feeling makes him love, but Tae-oh looks at Suha's appearance. Immediately asked what she was doing, worried that she would hate being hated by the kitten. Suha hurriedly brought the cat meat to compensate, hearing Suha saying his claws will feel happy. In Tae-oh's big eyes, Suha said, this soft piece of meat can be touched, Tae-oh is healthy now. It turned out that his claws had this effect, but Suha's friend on one side wanted to take photos with Tae-oh. Because pepper powder just now was given by the girl, for this, Tae-oh also happily agreed. After finishing taking photos, the girl just wanted to thank Tae-oh. Also proactively put two soft claws for the girl to touch, just finished touching him a little remuneration. Just like that, the kitten completely immersed in this type of body transaction. At this time in his hand, he changed a lot of snacks. Tae-oh felt his claws. Do not say a few hours to make the old Tae, do one day also excess. Because his achievement absolutely exceeded the target, but just finished, Tae-oh immediately thought of another task, Suha on one side. Editing photos taken with kittens traders. As soon as he was immersed in every photo, Tae-oh suddenly appeared behind him. This also startled Suha. Tae-oh was to ask Suha to be the bee country. Hearing the kitten know where he came from, Suha was very difficult to understand. That Tae-oh was distinguished, thanks to the scent on him very similar to Sejun. Next, Tae-oh immediately asked Suha, can I help me? Hearing that, Suha, although suspicious, but he still agreed. On the other farm, the honeybees are happy to smoke honey, a part of harvest. They will release in the container that Sejun prepared. Sejun has the skills of beekeeping. Every time he obtains a little nectar, it is also possible to improve his skills proficiency, since he has a beekeeping skills. In addition, the number of tomatoes increases. The royal bees lay eggs faster. So recently Sejun was also very difficult to meet her. He opened beekeeping skills again. The capacity items are slightly improved. The number of honeycomb can also expand to 2. It seems that later he must prepare a bigger container. If there may be more bottles, it is good. However, these things are all later calculated. In the immediate future, it is still preparing to eat rice first. After extracting the carrots, Sejun immediately called the rabbit family. He and the rabbits finished eating and then continued, today. It is also just when the ordinary carrot grows out, seeing the carrots is cooked. In the eyes of the rabbits full of expectations, now the food in the cave has increased one kind. Sejun divided the carrots, reaching each little rabbit. Next, Sejun immediately surrounded the children, preparing to use a meal. Holding the normal carrot normally in his hand, he immediately opened the system information, watched and the difference of blue carrots, fast-ranking carrots is only level 1. Fortunately, like small tomatoes breaking down fat, moreover, it is effective to improve vision. Wait until later the amount of harvest increased, bring out will surely sell very well, finish eating. They immediately started transporting the carrots to cook, Sejun in charge of picking. The rabbits were transported to the storage point. Between the Black Rabbit Road, the old man suddenly fell to the ground. Rabbits were born in Sejun, who thought he was tired. No doubt that Launga was a chance to eat carrots awkwardly. After that, the old father immediately kicked the old man, but Sejun looked at the full storage. He immediately thought that he ended the work today, right now. The system suddenly turned out a lot of information. Moreover, he reminded him to have level 10. But following there was a triggered task, Sejun wanted to ask. The manager immediately stated that this was not his done. Irene said this was a career task level 10. Only completed and can receive new career characteristics, moreover breakthrough to the next rank. Specialized professional tasks, Sejun have previously heard, each career is different. Receiving the requirements of the task is not the same, but his career is a black tower farmer, so he completes the task. Just expand the area of 50 square meters. so Sejun immediately wanted to help me reclaim together, finally to the dark twilight. Sejun now completed the task. The bunch of rabbits were tired and could not stand it. The more Sejun has no strength. Fortunately, the career characteristics receive very practical. This made Sejun a bit happy, nor did he work quickly to complete the task. Originally reclaimed was not so tired, but for convenience, Sejun and the first rabbit decided. By the way, growing carrots, hard on a day, they immediately prepared to rest early. Saying good night with the rabbit family, Sejun immediately went to sleep. But as soon as the babies wanted to enter the house, the fairy and Tai rabbit stopped them. After that, he closed the wooden door directly, no matter how crying outside. The old father did not respond to them. The healthy Sejun went back to ask what happened. After finishing, he seemed to approve the way of the fairy rabbit. Anyway, they have become large white rabbits and big black rabbits, indeed should be independent. But now it was dark, it was not convenient to burrow. Sejun invited them with me to rest. Soon, the rabbits went to Sejun's big onion. With them, they felt like it was not bad, because it was really warm. Before that, in the 38th floor Black Tower, Captain Dongjik was not buying tomatoes. It will be scolded by her daughter, but Suha brought Teo behind him. It turned out that the kittens had something to ask Dongjik to help. Knowing that the opponent was the most powerful captain among the people from B country, Teo immediately held out the cat's claws. Asked if he wanted to sign a contract with him, the innocent kitten for the first time bargained. Immediately, the old man gave in. This was also the first success in Teo's cat's life. Before that, he had finished selling small tomatoes. Immediately let Suha take himself to find Captain Dongjik. Seeing Dongjik for the first time, Teo immediately offered a contract, wanted to make a transaction with Dongjik. The content of the contract is to change 100 Dong Thap into cash, then assigned to Suksal City C. Sejun's family members, after conveniently transferred to them, Sejun now lives very well. As for the remuneration, it is 200 small tomatoes and a small amount of Dong Thap. Seeing Dongjik's small tomato in the blink of an eye, his eyes lit up, because he could only bring small tomatoes back, so he can become the best father in the eyes of his daughter, taking a very curious Dongjik contract. Who is this Sejun? Maybe the current hunter is still unable to leave the tower. A healthy Teo just wanted to blurt out, but very quickly he thought of Sejun's instructions. Do not tell anyone he knows he is on the 99th floor. After that, the kitten said Sejun on the 40th floor saved him, so this time he helped him to run his job. Hearing that, Dongjik was very shocked. It turned out that someone had reached the 40th floor. Thinking back to the small tomato as the props that he finds, for this, Teo does not give him the answer. The immortal association of Dongjik, even though the whole dynamic, at most can only come to the 39th floor. He has never heard such a strong hunter on the official channel. In other words, the opponent is a strong adventurer that acts alone. If it is possible to take this opportunity to create a relationship, it is very likely that Sejun will enter the guild. Even getting the exclusive business right of tomatoes is not impossible. Thinking about it, Dongjik immediately agreed to sign the contract he gave. Then he immediately took the pen to write his name, under the help of the system. The contract between them has also been established. The contract of the Black Tower, even though outside the tower, will be effective. However, to ensure the right communication, Dongjik immediately appointed 10 days later to meet. At the same time, Teo told Sejun he was Kim Dongjik of the Immortal Congregation, guaranteed to complete the contract this time. Time passes, until the next morning. At this time in the sky, the house of the bunny rabbits has been built quite a bit. The Black Rabbit fighter jet took Sejun to visit, but after seeing the scene ahead, Sejun in the blink of an eye, his eyes lit up. Through the hands of the rabbit, the small house. As expected, it is extremely sophisticated, using scallions as a roof, and this solid soil wall. It seems that this is the labor of sickle and shovel. But the two of them also responded to Sejun. Even the normal small drive is normal to rest. After that, Sejun was happy to touch the rabbits, to congratulate their housewarming. Sejun decided today to open a party, longing for the rabbits. Since the small rabbits have their own small drive, the couple and the rabbits have returned as before. Sweet life, preparing food, Sejun happily lifted the glass. Because of the hardship of the rabbits, a small black rabbit was treated by him. This is to thank him, always providing quality fish meat. At this time, looking at the carrot in his hand, Sejun applied the hands of the rabbits. However, rabbit couple in front really attracted attention. This sexual appearance, making Sejun single on one side, is very jealous, but now suddenly feels incorrect. Why does the couple need so private space? Sejun so quickly understood. After that, they told the rabbits they must have a younger brother right now. The transmission system reminded. It turned out that the time to open the seed store has arrived. Sejun was busy with farming, almost forgot about this. So he hurriedly opened the seed store. This time the store gave Sejun 3 options. There are strawberry seeds, lettuce, and potatoes. See lettuce. Sejun temporarily lit up. But thinking back, there was basically no bacon for him to bake. So lettuce rolls can only be left later. Now there are potatoes and strawberries to consider. Although the money in his hand was enough, the store could only choose one type to buy. After a while of thinking, Sejun immediately bought potatoes, and carbohydrates is still something more satisfied. According to a large potato bag that appeared in the air, the seed store next time. It takes 30 days later to open. Looking at the bag filled with 100 potatoes in the air, Sejun suddenly felt very wrong. The next second of the bag fell to him. Fortunately, in the moment of thousands of pounds hanging his hair, he could avoid it, otherwise it would probably be injured. The loud noise also bothered the warmth of the fairy rabbit. Seeing the angry first rabbit, Sejun was embarrassed and apologized, turning his hand to find potatoes. After meticulously observing for a while, Sejun immediately affirmed that the quality of this potato is absolutely very high. Thinking about it, after this can eat delicious dishes from potatoes, he and the bunch of baby rabbits are very excited. So Sejun immediately decided to rest today. Well, tomorrow we'll start efforts to grow potatoes. But now he suddenly remembered Teo did not know whether the kittens could complete whether he entrusted or not. At the same time, in the Black Thap Trader area, many indigenous residents are going to the market. However, in a grocery store next to kittens, Teo mouth muttered in necessities. Just using a cat claw, soon. Teo immediately took out a pan and a spoon. Found the kitten, immediately asked the price, hearing 2 dishes that needed 1.6 dong thap. Teo immediately told the boss to reduce himself a little. The healthy boss understood. Teo must be a new trader who came to this area for the first time. So he immediately reduced to Teo 0.1 dong thap. Heard that, the kitten faced disappointed and opened his mouth to tell him a little more discount. The boss knew that he could not reduce the price now. He then said this was the lowest level, but Teo got the secret of Sejun. Immediately threw things to the boss, then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, the boss hurriedly moved forward to prevent the kitten. He really did not expect Teo to go so definitely, knowing that he had encountered a master this time. The boss immediately said 1.3 dong thap is okay. No doubt Teo bargained to 0.1 dong thap. The owner reluctantly agreed. The kitten quickly put the money on the wooden box. After that, thank you, and quickly ran away, but waited until the boss bowed his head to look at the money. A little suspicious, because on dong thap on a wooden barrel, she saved a wet cat claw. At the same time, there are some clear sweats, but in the other corner, Teo was now sweating. Even the heart rate increased countless times. But he was very happy, because I really did it. He is no longer a kitten who has been cheated at a high price, more this time he barges. Teo excitedly raised the cat's claws. This is the way to escape the idiot that Sejun taught him. Roughly, the main content is no matter how much the opponent costs, it must be bargaining, if the trader disagrees. So, there is no hesitation to leave. If the seller calls him back, after returning, he haggles again. He had to remember these techniques carefully in the book, which now he really learns how to apply. Moreover, it was successful, although it was very few dong thap, but this was represented. He has become a wandering trader. Teo happily walked on a big road, but went to a small corner. He heard the voice that made me disgusted and looked closely. As expected, Skaram sold fake goods to himself, seeing the opponent holding the cup of heat. Cheating the new trader, Teo immediately called Skaram angrily. This obnoxious goblin, kind kittens help traders blurred. Any doubt ruined the opponent's secret plan, just because the chicken traders fade. The underground sapper, he hid his identity, is to catch this fraudulent goblin. Originally, Teo is still happy because the first time he bargains, but turning around to see the bad guy deceived him. Seeing Skaram still deceiving other new merchants, the kitten's face in the blink of an eye immediately down. After that, Teo loudly called the goblin. His voice also startled Skaram, but Teo was angry forward. Although very suspicious or why kittens appear here, however, Skaram still pretends the two very familiar people. Teo was healthy and pushed the arm of the goblin, and told the trader in front of him. Skaram is a crook. Hearing that, the goblin immediately disagrees. He thought that he was kind to sell cheap things for Teo, did not expect the opponent to be grateful. Hearing this sentence, Teo became even more angry, immediately clearly stated the cause of the cup that could keep the heat, based on the basis of not performing magic, just a discarded item. At this time Skaram was afraid of cold sweat. He did not know Teo from knowing the truth. But the urgency is still protecting the reputation first. Unexpectedly, Kittens directly call the patrol scene next to them. Tell them this place has a goblin to deceive others. Seeing that, Skaram left a cruel saying, then rushed out of this place. Tell the traitors in front of Skaram as a scam. The opponent also directed the kitten. Moreover, Teo's name, after proudly said his name. Teo waved away from this place, but he did not know the Matt chicken trader just now. Again with a shining face looking at him, then the merchant immediately said a mission sentence. At this time, on the roof above he immediately passed. The next second, immediately there were 3 animal police in front of him. The merchant slowly removed the hood down. Moreover, also blaming the subordinates to work badly, the white cat police in it was also very suspicious, because they didn't know Teo came from. But seeing the bad face of the official, he immediately apologized, but the little fox in front of his eyes, it is the secret agent of the Gila's Wandering Traders Association, thinking. The plan to arrest Skaram prepared for 3 months, just like that, and poured the river. Gila's was also very helpless. After that, he told everyone to return to the General Department of Supervision. But due to this missing mission, these scenes need to write 100 pages of review reports. Because everyone today, they have to review themselves well. Gila's appearance. Make the subordinates are afraid of trembling, but he slowly goes out. The recent Wandering Trader Association has regularly received complaints related to fraudulent merchants. Through continuous search, they finally locked Skaram. But because there is no direct evidence at present, the Morty did not know where he got from the tower, so he still could not arbitrarily arrest. So Gila's now pretended to be a new traitor, approached Skaram, and the eyes saw the plan coming. Unexpectedly, the kittens were directly destroyed, but through the relationship of Teo and Skaram, Gila's immediately thought of another plan. Next he prepared from Teo. From there, the evidence of Skaram arrest, the other. Teo was on his way to the 99th floor, eating grilled meat. He was happy to help others. At the same time in the sky pit, Sejun is still teaching Sickle how to add potatoes. He needs a bunch of baby rabbits to cut potatoes into 4 pieces, after a signaling. Sickles also understood the meaning of Sejun, only saw him swing the sword. The next second of the potato is divided evenly into 4 pieces, this makes Sejun very satisfied. Next, moisten the soil for a bit, then place the potato cut inside. Thus, the cultivation process is also completed. But bringing 100 potato seeds divided into 400 tubers. Thanks to his previous review of the relevant documents, soon after the reclamation of 10 potato land. Because of the career characteristics of Sejun, he also received a bit of experience. Sometime later, potatoes have basically been grown. Now, Sejun organizes a bunch of rabbits to dig sweet potatoes. But before that, it was necessary to do one thing, which was to harvest sweet potato germ first. Because just growing sweet potato germs immediately can grow sweet potatoes again. Upon hearing that, the rabbits immediately lying on the ground, they really wanted to not do it and still eat. Black rabbit healthy soldiers suddenly thought of something. When they were young they wanted to grow sweet potatoes. Sejun was proactively stopped, so this time it was the same. Hearing the analysis of small black rabbits, they all laughed, thinking that they could be lazy. However, Sejun glanced at their lucky psychology, then said, this time. He did not intend to monopolize the joy of growing sweet potatoes, but wanted everyone to work together. This word just said. The rabbit sighed in a breath, and then the rabbits started to be busy. Tai rabbits and Sickles are in charge of cutting sweet potatoes. Car rabbits are still as usual as a carrier. The old black rabbit has no tools. Tired to breathe without breath, Sejun on one side took on the work of cultivation. Finally, under the efforts of all the children, they successfully reclaimed 150 square meters of sweet potato land. Sejun after level 10 breakthrough, even if not cultivated alone, can receive all experience. At this moment, the couple suddenly raised their hands, and the babies were also on one side. They surrounded Sejun singing and dancing. This is a bumper item that the white rabbit gives Sejun, even. The manager is like they are waiting for baked sweet potatoes, receiving your blessings. Sejun immediately interested, looking at the earliest sweet potato grown. He then put his hand out slowly by the ground, but the next second from it broke out to the blinding light. The healthy Sejun couldn't help but be shocked. The queen bee was also shining to open his eyes. Wait until the gold melted. On the ground pit just now, suddenly appeared an iridescent sweet potato. Its full name is the sun sweet potato sun. This is the result after the sweet potato gene is mutated. Eating can resolve 100 grams of fat, also resistant to cold for 24 hours. Sejun also achieved a new achievement in the tower, seeing that he was complete. Born a new species, which at the same time in the empire of the human world. Dongjik suddenly arrived downstairs of the Sejun house. This is a crystal statue worth billions. But the black dragon did not hesitate to smash it, then changed into a normal dry sweet potato bag. Just because this is due to the farmer to make the black dragon Irene, the farmer Sejun right now. Being with the children staring on the ground, this is a completely new crop of sweet potato pumpkin sun. Through the reminder of the system information, he also understood that he planted a new species. The Black Tower also defaulted he had the right to grow exclusive, not allowed by seal. Others cannot grow pumpkin sweet potatoes, although he really wants to taste the taste. But anyway, it is a new species, still planting up to wait for a lot and then eating, burying pumpkin sweet potatoes. Sejun and his children started to dig sweet potatoes again. The first time of digging sweet potatoes, Sejun hurriedly used scallions to bake, soon. Each aromatic baked sweet potato immediately came out, slowly breaking the sweet potato. A passionate aroma caused the rabbits to saliva, which the first piece. Sejun asserted this hard to eat. The fairy rabbit, because of eating too fast and choking, his manager was also craving to saliva. Sejun thanked him very much, can wait for the rabbits to finish eating first. Very quickly the rabbit family eats well. Sejun immediately gave 10 grilled sweet potatoes to Irene. In the end, there was still a part of not eating, looking sickly on one side. Sejun immediately said that if he finished eating, he would help him to handle baked sweet potatoes together. Irene Black Dragon on one side now peeled off sweet potatoes. Then immediately put it in the mouth, but only for a few minutes. All 10 grilled sweet potatoes were destroyed clean by him, Irene greedily thought. Bringing the rest also took all, but bowed down, discovered that Sejun was doing something else. In the heavenly pit, Sejun cooperated with Sickle. They brought cooked sweet potatoes to cut into bars. Next wait to dry and then flip the other side to dry. The delicious dry sweet potato was finished. Seeing this scene, the manager was very angry. He did not understand why he had to cut his sweet potatoes and throw it on the ground. Hearing that, Sejun explained, this is making another delicious dish, which he wants to do as the dried sweet potato. At the same time in the empire of the human world, Dongjik knocked on the door of the room in front of him. The next second, the family of Sejun hurriedly opened the door. They thought that Sejun returned. However, after recognizing the person who came, the people were blankly, then asked Dongjik. After a while explaining, Dongjik immediately gave the individual business card of the immortal congregation. Seeing that, Sejun's younger brother was surprised, because immortal in the country was very famous. In addition, Dongjik's captain can be said to be very famous in the above hunter class. Finished talking, Dongjik took out the entrusted Sejun letter, but saw the envelope in his hand. The whole family now misunderstood this as a son's letter. Tears in the eyes are even more flowing. Seeing that, Dongjik hurriedly stood up, saying clearly not D Thursday. It was Sejun to transfer large amounts of cash, and also told Sejun's family members. He is now in the tower very well, no need to worry about him. After confirming, the whole family now changed the gloomy look. Next, Dongjik also from Suk's younger brother Suk knows, Sejun disappeared more than 5 months ago. This makes him more confident. The opponent is a genius no less, because if it is true, this means that Saren has reached the 40th floor, since the tower appeared for 10 years. Nobody can have such a quick achievement. Finished everything. Dongjik immediately began to say goodbye to Sejun's family, after arriving at the car outside. The previous signed contract task was also completed, but after many days, kittens are still on their way to the sky. For 2 days, at this time in the sky, Sejun is planting the head of carrots. He brought the carrot's head that the rabbits were soaked in water, waiting until the germination immediately planted in the soil. But doing so, it is also to wait after blooming to collect seeds. Seeing the carrots planted before blooming, Sejun and the bunch of baby rabbits were very happy. The feeling of this great citadel made him enjoy. At this moment, the manager asked if the dried sweet potato was finished, or Sejun also wanted to know. After that, I stood up and went to see, going to each dried sweet potato bar. He gently picked up a bar, then put in his mouth. But the taste of dried sweet potatoes does not disappoint him. Crispy outer skin plus a moderate sweetness, causing the delicious dry sweet potato. The rabbits also quickly took delicious dishes to enjoy. The processing results are very satisfied. Sejun is prepared next time to do a little more. However, due to being so immersed in the beauty, leading to Sejun forgot the manager. But when he took a pile of dried sweet potatoes to take away, Sejun suddenly thought of something. After that, the manager waited a bit. Anyway, every time the container was made of scallions. Sejun felt this was a bit wrong. The healthy Black Irene thought that he was not wanting himself. So immediately angrily urged, but wait until Sejun used it, the gift bag packed with dry sweet potatoes. The manager in the blink of an eye was surprised, This was the skill that Sejun learned when working more. Dried sweet potatoes are now very sophisticatedly packed. This is also for the manager to store more. He originally thought that the manager would like it. Unexpectedly, there was no reminder on the information until Irene was complete. He just directed Sejun to say thank you. Sejun was healthy. Also thought that being misunderstood into wasting food, he did not expect Irene on one side. This time was touched by sweet potato gifts, because he had never seen such a lovely packaging. But such beauty, Irene really could not eat. However, Sejun they did not have this affliction. He is with his children constantly eating dried sweet potatoes, but half. The queen bee suddenly came to Sejun. She brought a shiny pollen block, through the information reminders. Sejun knew this was a corn pollen. It turned out that he was grown before. Above even blooms a lot of flowers, but corn flowers have no nectar. So the poisonous bees collected were pollen, but Sejun was still going to taste the taste. Therefore, he insisted on putting a pollen into his mouth, a slightly bitter taste carrying a little sweet. Like eating cotton candy, the taste is delicious. Receiving the affirmation of the queen bee no longer hesitating, then cheering the small bees try to collect. In just a few minutes, in the hands of Sejun, there were many more pollen blocks at the same time. Teo business outside finally returned, but saw the queen bees beside the kittens. Immediately threatened to tremble, Sejun was healthy and hurriedly comforted Teo, telling him not to be afraid. The queen also advanced to the kittens to show good intentions. Teo used his nose carefully to smell. But the next second he could not help but sneeze. It turned out that Teo was allergic to pollen. Seeing the kittens recovered, Sejun now asked him the situation to complete the task. Hearing that Teo asserted in response to him, even the story of peace to the Sejun family. He finished the entrustment, and now he saw the contract completed. Thinking back to his family's money and news, Teo also said, "After a few days, I will also find Dong Jik to confirm, for too long without seeing family members. Sejun missed them so much, family members must not expect. I went to the tower to take on a farmer. If my brother Suk knew, surely will not abstain from laughing at me, recalling a good life with family members." Sejun's sadness increased a lot, right now. A small hand disconnected Sejun's thoughts, not knowing when. The children in the farm all gathered, they all happily looked at Sejun. Sejun was healthy in a gloomy blink of an eye. Yes, there was a lot of family members here. After finishing comforting each other, Teo agitated to report the selling of small tomatoes. Except for buying trivial and remuneration for Dong Jik, a total remaining more than 200 Dong Thap. The kittens were then back from the backpack, pouring out all the purchased tools. Seeing that Sejun excitedly took the pan, he had not touched the regular cooking utensils for a long time. This time the dagger on the ground attracted his attention. This was still after Sejun entered the tower. Seeing the first weapon, but the information column was empty, making him unknown its detailed data. Teo was just looking at Thwan's eyes and brought it back. At this time the manager said, "Can give me an assessment." However, he must give him dried sweet potatoes as a remuneration. Although knowing that the manager is due to appetite, but now he can only give him to help me to assess. In just a few seconds, the manager immediately reminded the task. The next seconds the dagger appears again. This weapon is the bee props. It can make users improve their skills faster, which really surprised Sejun. This equipment has the name, equipped with the basic external name as billions, so rare weapons. Teo was arbitrarily drawn from the forging shop, which also thought that kittens were a new fool. Unexpectedly, he also had this gift to find this gold. Sejun, after receiving the dagger, immediately put his eyes on the large onion ahead, then he immediately displayed the posture. Randomly quickly cut each large onion into many segments. With this equipment later, the harvest speed will be improved. Looking at Teo, Sejun could not help but appreciate this equipment, really very good, happy him. Unable to stop playing with the soft claws of the kitten, Teo despite the very resistance. However, in his heart, he was happy, because Sejun was like others, liking his claws. The next is the time Tay-Tay. The kittens of the kittens said that Sejun, feeding him the bar meat. But this appearance of Teo was very obnoxious, then he immediately put the kittens on the ground, also playing the game to tell him an hour ended. Hearing that, the kitten naturally did not want to agree, but still could not change the thick face. Anger, Teo decided to take out his trump card. He took the spice to change when taking photos. All were removed. Seeing this scene, Sejun in the blink of an eye trembling. Hearing the kittens proudly said, he poured salt in the palm. Gently taste the tongue, the fresh salty taste makes Sejun feel alive for the first time, even pepper and other spices. What a long taste has not tasted. Seeing Sejun so excited, he wants to ask, "These things are enough for me to be an old Tay for 2 hours." Hearing that, Sejun hugged the kitten happily. Don't say 2 hours. 24 hours are arbitrary. Early in the morning the next day, a passionate aroma flying out of the cave. The sleepless rabbits were all fascinated, seeing the basic children all woke up. Sejun immediately called them to breakfast. Today he woke up early to prepare food. At this time, beside the fire, presented a lot of grilled snacks, but to prevent most, Sejun made the skewer grilled only more salt and only added pepper, waiting until the rabbits were finished. It is clear that they are not used to adding pepper, only the black rabbit is very delicious. Seeing the old Tae were still sleeping, Sejun brought the skewer to him to call him for breakfast. Any doubt that the kitten in the blink of an eye was ruffled, because Sejun was joking with the holy grilled fish. But Tae likes it is still grilled fish, for adding salt or adding pepper he is not interested. After eating, they started a new working day, with Kane's dagger. Sejun not only increased harvest speed, even skills proficiency also skyrocketed. After he finished picking him, he threw it into Tae's pocket, but at this time the kitten pursed his lips. Tae clearly said that he was an old man, why he had to participate in gathering. Hearing that, Sejun was not happy, because he was the president who was doing. This statement makes Tae a cow. The kitten now understands, Sejun's position is higher than the old man, so he could only obediently listen to his work. Tae filled his pocket, bringing confidence full of preparation, waiting until he tried to become the president. Definitely to monopolize Sejun's hands and pillows. Thinking about it, Kittens immediately stepped on the business path. Before going to Sejun told him to return. By the way, I went to buy a kitchen knife. Hearing that, Tae immediately agreed. After that, he jumped out of the sky and waved goodbye. Sejun turned around. I was about to pick up small tomatoes in front of my eyes and rested for a bit, but only after harvesting 6 small tomatoes. He immediately received nearly 100 experience points. Looking closely, again is the rank of small tomatoes upgraded to level D. This is also thanks to him before promotion to farmer level D, so small tomatoes grow later. Basically became higher. Unfortunately he had to go too fast. If not small tomatoes D doubled, it can definitely sell higher prices. At the same time, Irene's highest black tower manager, pushing a large golden door filled with treasures. In the deepest place, there is a lifelike sculpture. This is extremely rare and rare material, the value cannot be used to measure. However, the next second was crushed directly by Irene, followed by. He brought the dried sweet potato gift that Sejun gave it on. It turned out that this warehouse. Inside, the magic deployed permanently preserved. Irene wanted to preserve this sweet potato gift package. Without eating, because this was Sejun for me, he could not afford to bring it as a snack. After placing Irene, pick up the crystal ball, want to see what Sejun is doing. Seeing that Sejun was sleeping in precautions, Irene was so kind to help him reconnaissance a bit. No doubt that he had just started to search nearby, he immediately saw something unusual. At this time in the forest outside the sky, a small pink bear, seemingly smelling the taste unlike. Then slowly moving forward, Irene felt so hurriedly woke Sejun. He said it was dangerous now, so he could not sleep anymore. Sejun slowly raised his head, very quickly he discovered the red shadow above. At this time, Sejun misunderstood, a fierce beast here. Irene quietly appeared. Tell the bear to leave quickly. Unexpectedly his actions successfully threatened fear of small pink bears. The next second of the bear did not carefully slip, but Sejun also discovered the situation incorrectly. So he put shoes in quickly running, then. An accurate shot supported the small pink bear. At this time, he thought that the cat was all kinds, but looked back. Sejun immediately knew he was too wrong, because the information was reminded. In his heart, the young bear of the crimson giant bear, the appearance is a small bear harmless. One meal can eat all 200 pounds of food, but it is the young bear of the crimson giant bear. Now even accidentally falls into the sky, after supporting small pink bears. Sejun did not expect the fierce beast that had previously encountered, its young child was so small. At this time, the manager of the tower asked Sejun why supported the bear. But the situation was very dangerous just now, if I did not help, then the bear would probably fall to death. Hearing that, the black dragon told Sejun quickly taking it out. Because the crimson giant may be looking for it, but Sejun is very uneasy. Outside there are other monsters, but the bear before eyes is too young. Directly brought out is likely to be in danger, seeing that the manager hastily reminded. The taste of the huge giant bear is very large, Sejun is very unfortunate, the pink bear is so small. The bear on one side ran to the back of the black rabbit soldier, seeing this kid. Black rabbits also feel it is very cute. At this moment, the queen bees brought small honey bees to start working, but smelled the atmosphere on the queen. The baby bear runs by small steps, but its behavior angered the small bees around. Seeing the poisonous bees filled with the enemy, the bear hurriedly ran back to seek the protection of Sejun. Sejun reluctantly had to comfort the small bees. It seemed that the baby bear was the queen on him. The scent of the nectar is attractive, then Sejun immediately wants to ask the queen bee help. Despite being disturbed by this little kid, the queen still agreed with him. He then released honey from his mouth, then placed it in his bear's hands. Sticky honey caused the bear to open his eyes, but it was probably also smelling the scent of honey. At this point, not a few seconds, the crimson bear immediately eat all honey. The manager Irene saw that so silent, but very quickly he could not help it anymore. At this time the manager emitted a mission. Irene told Sejun to quickly take the bear out. If refused, then very quickly food will be eaten clean. The outcome of him and the bunch of young rabbits was starving, and the manager was more dissatisfied with the bear. Sejun felt that he was so stingy, the opponent was so small, how much he could eat. The manager said, just want to chase threat monsters for agricultural production. However, according to Sejun, if it was not the manager at first, the baby bear will not slip down. Hearing that the manager only considered it a mistake, also ordered Sejun immediately chasing the bear away. The crimson bear fear hugged Sejun. Looking at the poor child thinking of Fan, Sejun still decided. Waiting for her mother to come here, then bringing it out again, Sejun's rejection surprised Irene. Thinking of his kindness was miserable. Irene did not want to persevere anymore. After that, I did not manage this anymore, but Sejun was still muttering, he always said. The manager this is worried that his food is shared. After the black Irene left, Sejun happily hugged the bear, but this kid fell asleep at this time. Sejun was stronger and more consistent, holding it back in the cave overnight. Early in the morning the next day, Sejun is still fast asleep, but in the storage not far, there is a red silhouette. Soon, the black rabbit soldier immediately dreamed of opening the door, but saw the scene ahead. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer sleepy, very quickly noisy in the cave attracted Sejun. Wait until he woke up, discovered that the bear beside him was nowhere to see. Seeing the angry children ahead, Sejun curiously asked what they had happened. However, very quickly he understood the cause. At this time on the ground there were a lot of food remnants. Agricultural product storage almost disappeared. But the culprit is this innocent little bear in front of him. Seeing the carpet of the storage, Sejun was about to cry, the more angry the rabbits were. But the baby bear still casually flipped the food. In addition to small tomatoes, Sejun they store. Sweet potatoes and carrots are eaten nearly 1/3. Being hit by a bunch of rabbits, the pink legs hurriedly rushed towards Sejun. Seeing the pink leg of the bear with tears in his eyes, Sejun hugged him in his arms, but he quickly discovered the opponent in a night was much bigger. Now Sejun finally thought of the advice of the manager. Starting to regret, so soon listening to Irene, perhaps it was soon expected. The manager now also told Sejun, the young bear of the Crimson Giant, one day can easily eat 200 pounds of food, understanding that you misunderstand the manager. Sejun sincerely apologized, moreover admit his mistake. Should not think that such a small manager, for this, Irene did not notice, but it was clear. The urgent thing is to take the bear out first. After a thought, Sejun immediately brought the method to leave before, applied on the bear. He brought the scallions into a long rope, the plane forced the bear to be sure. At this time, the upper rabbits were also prepared, waiting until Sejun ordered. The honey bee in the middle immediately began to pull the bear. The rabbit family outside also tried together, under the help of the small friends. The pink leg of the baby was slowly pulled out, but the feeling of loss of gravity suddenly made the bear unkindly adapt. It began to struggle weakly. Seeing that, Sejun brought sweet honey to comfort the bear. I have left for too long, so I should go home to find my mother. My bear is safe to eat honey. Sejun and the queen at the bottom said goodbye. The crimson bear also responded to their goodwill. After taking the baby bear, Sejun has completed the task. This reward is to receive seed skills. Goodbye, the bear left. The rabbit family immediately returned, seeing the hard rabbits. Sejun was about to reward them with a tricky meal. No doubt his stomach cried first. Sighing softly, he decided, today temporarily ate a little small tomatoes and grilled fish. A few days later, in the sky pit, Sejun and the children all were scared to look at the cave door. It turned out that the bear was happily greeting them. But behind the bear, there was a scary crimson giant. Sejun was now blank. He thought that the opponent came to catch himself and his children, many monsters. The crimson giant bear scared people, now expressing goodness to a farmer. Just because the bear's mother wants his child to be able to eat honey. A few days after Sejun took the bear away, he brought his mother again. The crimson giant bear came here, seeing the giant monster on the top of the head. Sejun and his children were scared. he suspected the giant bear misunderstood him. So now to arrest them, thinking about it, Sejun couldn't help but tremble. Next he knelt on the ground bag, his mouth also said that he ate tomatoes not delicious. This makes the bear's mother make a doubt. Fortunately, the manager conveyed the crimson giant bear without malice, he just wanted his children to eat honey. Seeing the explanation of the manager, Sejun also understood the opponent's intention. The crimson giant bear confirmed the explanation of the manager, he and the little bear outside. With Sejun they greeted, but made a remuneration for honey. The crimson giant bear is content to protect the surrounding from danger, and want to bring Sejun to leave the sky pit. Then, he immediately placed the giant bear's hand in the sky pit, seeing that Sejun turned his head to look at the children. The rabbits were happy for him. Just like that, Sejun agreed with the request of the crimson giant bear. He sat on the claws of the bear's mother, then slowly went outside the cave. The black rabbit Launga below waved to Sejun, which was also the first time Sejun spent more than 100 days. Go out, from above to look at all the crops in the farm. In Sejun's heart, thank you more and more, if there is no children. So he would probably starve inside. Now, Sejun is full of hope to look at the outside world. He could finally see the world in the tower really, just out of the cave. The outside light made Sejun temporarily unable to adapt, waiting until he finished adapting. Just looking at one, immediately being deeply appealed by the outside world, undulating mountains. The far away, the towering the high tower, Sejun. Completely the scene before his eyes shocked, this is only a single floor in the black tower. But the area made it difficult for him to see the end point. It turned out that this was the true face of the black tower. Sejun sincerely thanked his bear's mother to bring him out, but the light sparkling in the distance again attracted his attention. Seeing that the manager immediately appeared, he told Sejun, "It is the shifting station used to leave, just like wandering traders with specialized traders. The adventurers from outside the tower, there are also specialized shifting equipment. If the transfer station can be used, then he must quickly reach the first floor, then successfully return to the tower. But Sejun is suspicious or new, how to go there? Must cross a wasteland ahead, relying only on walking is not realistic." After getting off the giant bear's claws, the bear rushed towards Sejun, hugging him tightly. Sejun asked the crimson giant bear, could take himself to a place with light. For this, the crimson giant bear gave the answer to refuse, because the deserted land was not his area. If you want to go to the moving station, you need to defeat about 3,000 monsters. Seeing that, Sejun remembered this was the 99th floor, certainly there were many strong monsters. The crimson giant bear is pointing to the forest behind, surrounded by his territory. The monsters in the normal desolate land will not come here if you leave. The giant bear could not protect Sejun, understood the reason he had to sigh slightly. At the same time, the children in the sky pit, carrying the luggage of Sejun thanked them very much. The bear saw the black rabbit, also agitatedly hugging it. Seeing that the bear was bigger than himself, the black rabbit slowly stroked his head. The crimson giant bear is on one side, now wants me to eat something. Sejun received a backpack to react, he took out honey from inside. Smelling the aroma of the bear in the blink of an eye turned around, seeing the sweet honey slowly flowing out. In the eyes of the bear were sparkling with starlight, then he buried his head in eating delicious honey. At this time, Sejun pays attention to the desire of the bear's mother, seeing that he was planning to give the giant bear to enjoy together. But being rejected by the bear's mother, he said he didn't need it, just give him a little bit. Food in the forest is scarce, resulting in a child unable to develop well. However, only in Sejun's farm one day, his son was much bigger. As for the words of the crimson giant bear, Sejun and the queen bee are silent. Anyway, the price of the job is fast. It is all eating all the food that they struggled for a long time. The giant bear also said that the biggest help is honey. Receiving praise of the queen was a bit embarrassed, but Sejun now knew. The food in the forest is not much, in addition to the manager who spoke through the taste of the huge crimson giant. Then, he asked the bear's mother today was not eating anything, but the situation was more exaggerated than Sejun thought. Because of finding this cave, the giant bear was fasting for 3 days. Seeing the poor bear mother, Sejun decided to make her a little good food, lining. The small black rabbit on one side is also full of confidence. Next, Sejun will personally take action. After taking the clothes he wanted to bring out, he cooked even more diligent, returning to the sky pit. The black rabbit quickly caught a lot of fresh fish and sickle, the kitchen assistant, to prepare vegetables for Sejun. Under the meticulous cooking of Sejun, a pot of delicious fish soup has also been completed. Trying a sip, he immediately declared this dish very perfect. Besides fish soup, there are also grilled fish. Seeing hot food in front of you, Bears and bears both crave to stand, Sejun prepared. Tomato tunnel beets are rich in nutrients, this is to nourish the body of the bear's mother. But the bear is now enjoying fish soup, to thank Sejun them. The giant pink leg happily hugged them into the heart, the black dragon Irene on one side, also watching everything happen outside the sky pit. It turned out to be early a few days ago. Irene had an eye on the bear to be taken out. He was still worried that the bear called his mother to attack humanity. Unexpectedly, Crimson Giant Bears just want to join humanity to establish friendship, so he went to the front to express his help, and the outcome was also very perfect. The good scene outside the sky can now prove, moreover, if it is possible to expand the cultivation area outside the cave, his food will be more and more, and the protection of Crimson Bears. He needs to worry about what will be less. Thinking about the good life later is his contact, Black Dragon. Irene could not help praising his intelligence. At the same time, in the General Department of Wandering Trade Supervision, Gilas is reading Teo's documents. But the content above is very incomplete. No, just no love with Skaram. The more I wrote, the business capacity of Teo not strong, but through the sales rankings, Gilas knew. The recent sales of kittens are very high, which makes him curious. The opponent finally has any tricks at this moment. Gilas' subordinates have a new task. The content of the task is for the giant tycoon blade on the 55th floor to steal. The opponent lost a lot of treasures. Hearing that the owner of that notorious darkness, Gilas' face became cold. Looking at a bit of items lost above, he became more and more resentful to the director. Stealing again wanted the general department to supervise, then Gilas' door was again opened again. Detective Dog brings Teo news on the 75th floor. Hearing that, Gilas quickly stood upright and told his subordinates on one side. Those lists waiting for him to return and handle, now I have something more important than to do. Gilas put on the new trader costume before he swore. Definitely investigate the situation of Teo. But for this, the kitten is not known. He is still leisurely buying skewers. Small foxes are just a little praise. The kittens are so naive, so falling in, the more they want to pass the business of their business out. But on the sky on one side, since Sejun and the Crimson Giant Bear set the friendship, then they immediately started reclaiming land outside the cave. Today is also the third day of the transaction. The early morning bear came to pick up Sejun out. After coming to the outside, Sejun brought a large bag of food, gave it to a Crimson Giant Bear. This is to bring it when patrolling around to try. But the bear mother brought the bear to Sejun to take care of. After that, it will immediately patrol the surrounding safety, and Sejun and the rabbits. It is both the luggage outside, and the land outside the cave. But the soil outside and inside the cave is completely different, compared to the fertile soil in the cave. There are many more rubble, they will make it difficult for plants to grow. As soon as Sejun was afflicting, the back transmitted to the abnormal sound, turning his head to look back. Again is a little bear working, cultivating. Seeing that, Sejun immediately thought of the issue of solving soil and bears in charge of landing, taking out rubber rocks. He and the young rabbits immediately threw rocks out, understood that the bear had worked hard for a long time. Sejun took out a grilled sweet potato, saw the bear before his eyes, almost his eyes. Sejun could not help but exclude its maturity speed, but a small part of the soil has been processed. It is already possible to plant crops, but because the soil is too barren, it is also possible to grow tubers, and small tomatoes must see the situation of land later. However, Sejun has just planted a few seeds, has been destroyed by bear. It brought the sweet potato that Sejun planted directly to eat. Seeing that, Sejun hurriedly stopped the baby bear. Just like that, the land has been adjusted to dig the hole again. Sejun set a match. The bear also understood his mistakes. Then Sejun let the rabbits teach a little bear. How did the couple need such a private space? Sejun quickly understood. After that, they told the rabbits, they must have a younger brother's younger brother, right now. The transmission system reminded, it turned out that the time to open the seed store has arrived. Sejun was busy with farming, almost forgot about this. So he hurriedly opened the seed store. This time the store gave Sejun 3 options. There are strawberry seeds, lettuce, and potatoes. See lettuce. Sejun temporarily lit up. But thinking back, there was basically no bacon for him to bake. So lettuce rolls can only be left later. Now there are potatoes and strawberries to consider. Although the money in his hand was enough, the store could only choose one type to buy. After a while of thinking, Sejun immediately bought potatoes and carbohydrates is still something more satisfied. According to a large potato bag that appeared in the air, the seed store next time. It takes 30 days later to open. Looking at the bag filled with 100 potatoes in the air, Sejun suddenly felt very wrong. The next second of the bag fell to him. Fortunately, in the moment of thousands of pounds hanging his hair, he could avoid it, otherwise it would probably be injured. The loud noise also bothered the warmth of the fairy rabbit, seeing the angry first rabbit. Sejun was embarrassed and apologized, turning his hand to find potatoes. After meticulously observing for a while, Sejun immediately affirmed that the quality of this potato is absolutely very high. Thinking about it after this can eat delicious dishes from potatoes, he and the bunch of baby rabbits are very excited. So Sejun immediately decided to rest today. Well, tomorrow we'll start efforts to grow potatoes. But now he suddenly remembered Teo did not know whether the kittens could complete whether he entrusted or not. At the same time in the Black Thap Trader area, many indigenous residents are going to the market. However, in a grocery store next to kittens, Teo mouth muttered in necessities. Just using a cat claw, soon. Teo immediately took out a pan and a spoon. Found the kitten, immediately asked the price, hearing 2 dishes that needed 1.6 dong thap. Teo immediately told the boss to reduce himself a little. The healthy boss understood. Teo must be a new trader who came to this area for the first time. So he immediately reduced to Teo 0.1 dong thap. Heard that. The kitten faced disappointed and opened his mouth to tell him a little more discount. The boss knew that he could not reduce the price now. He then said this was the lowest level, but Teo got the secret of Sejun. Immediately threw things to the boss, then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, the boss hurriedly moved forward to prevent the kitten. He really did not expect Teo to go so definitely, knowing that he had encountered a master this time. The boss immediately said 1.3 dong thap is okay. No doubt Teo bargained to 0.1 dong thap. The owner reluctantly agreed. The kitten quickly put the money on the wooden box. After that, thank you, and quickly ran away, but waited until the boss bowed his head to look at the money. A little suspicious, because on dong thap on a wooden barrel, she saved a wet cat claw. At the same time, there are some clear sweats, but in the other corner, Teo was now sweating, even the heart rate increased countless times. But he was very happy, because I really did it. He is no longer a kitten who has been cheated at a high price, more this time he barges. Teo excitedly raised the cat's claws. This is the way to escape the idiot that Sejun taught him. Roughly the main content is no matter how much the opponent costs, it must be bargaining, if the trader disagrees. So, there is no hesitation to leave. If the seller calls him back, after returning, he haggles again. He had to remember these techniques carefully in the book, which now he really learns how to apply. Moreover, it was successful, although it was very few dong thap, but this was represented. He has become a wandering trader. Teo happily walked on a big road, but went to a small corner. He heard the voice that made me disgusted and looked closely. As expected, Skaram sold fake goods to himself, seeing the opponent holding the cup of heat. Cheating the new trader, Teo immediately called Skaram angrily. This obnoxious goblin, kind kittens help traders blurred. Any doubt ruined the opponent's secret plan, just because the chicken traders fade. The underground sapper, he hid his identity, is to catch this fraudulent goblin. Originally, Teo is still happy because the first time he bargains, but turning around to see the bad guy deceived him. Seeing Skaram still deceiving other new merchants, the kitten's face in the blink of an eye immediately down. After that, Teo loudly called the goblin. His voice also startled Skaram, but Teo was angry forward. Although very suspicious or why kittens appear here, however, Skaram still pretends the two very familiar people. Teo was healthy and pushed the arm of the goblin, and told the trader in front of him, Skaram is a crook. Hearing that, the goblin immediately disagrees. He thought that he was kind to sell cheap things for Teo, did not expect the opponent to be grateful. Hearing this sentence, Teo became even more angry, immediately clearly stated the cause of the cup that could keep the heat, based on the basis of not performing magic, just a discarded item. At this time Skaram was afraid of cold sweat. He did not know Teo from knowing the truth. But the urgency is still protecting the reputation first. Unexpectedly, kittens directly call the patrol scene next to them. Tell them this place has a goblin to deceive others. Seeing that, Skaram left a cruel saying, then rushed out of this place. Tell the traders in front of Skaram as a scam. The opponent also directed the kitten. Moreover, Teo's name, after proudly said his name. Teo waved away from this place, but he did not know the mad chicken trader just now. Again with a shining face looking at him. Then the merchant immediately said a mission sentence. At this time, on the roof above he immediately passed. The next second, immediately there were 3 animal police in front of him. The merchant slowly removed the hood down. Moreover, also blaming the subordinates to work badly, the white cat police in it was also very suspicious. because they didn't know Teo came from. But seeing the bad face of the official, he immediately apologized, but the little fox in front of his eyes. It is the secret agent of the Gila's Wandering Traders Association, thinking. The plan to arrest Skaram prepared for 3 months, just like that, and poured the river. Gilas was also very helpless. After that, he told everyone to return to the General Department of Supervision. But due to this missing mission, these scenes need to write 100 pages of review reports. Because everyone today, they have to review themselves well. Gila's appearance. Make the subordinates are afraid of trembling, but he slowly goes out. The recent Wandering Trader Association has regularly received complaints related to fraudulent merchants. Through continuous search, they finally locked Skaram. But because there is no direct evidence at present, the Morty did not know where he got from the tower, so he still could not arbitrarily arrest. So Gilas now pretended to be a new trader, approached Skaram, and the eyes saw the plan coming. Unexpectedly, the kittens were directly destroyed, but through the relationship of Teo and Skaram, Gilas immediately thought of another plan. Next he prepared from Teo. From there, the evidence of Skaram arrest, the other. Teo was on his way to the 99th floor, eating grilled meat. He was happy to help others. At the same time in the sky pit, Sejun is still teaching Sickle how to add potatoes. He needs a bunch of baby rabbits to cut potatoes into 4 pieces, after a signaling. Sickles also understood the meaning of Sejun, only saw him swing the sword. The next second of the potato is divided evenly into 4 pieces. This makes Sejun very satisfied. Next, moisten the soil for a bit, then place the potato cut inside. Thus, the cultivation process is also completed. But bringing 100 potato seeds divided into 400 tubers. Thanks to his previous review of the relevant documents, soon after the reclamation of 10 potato land. Because of the career characteristics of Sejun, he also received a bit of experience. Sometime later, potatoes have basically been grown. Now, Sejun organizes a bunch of rabbits to dig sweet potatoes. But before that, it was necessary to do one thing, which was to harvest sweet potato germ first. Because just growing sweet potato germs immediately can grow sweet potatoes again. Upon hearing that, the rabbits immediately lying on the ground, they really wanted to not do it and still eat. Black Rabbit healthy soldiers suddenly thought of something. When they were young they wanted to grow sweet potatoes. Sejun was proactively stopped, so this time it was the same. Hearing the analysis of small black rabbits, they all laughed, thinking that they could be lazy. However, Sejun glanced at their lucky psychology, then said, this time. He did not intend to monopolize the joy of growing sweet potatoes, but wanted everyone to work together. This word just said. The 3 rabbits sighed, followed by the babies, and started to be busy. Tai rabbits and Sickles are in charge of cutting sweet potatoes. Car rabbits are still as usual as a carrier. The old black rabbit has no tools. Tired to breathe without breath, Sejun on one side took on the work of cultivation. Finally, under the efforts of all the children, they successfully reclaimed 150 square meters of sweet potato land. Sejun after level 10 breakthrough, even if not cultivated alone, can receive all experience. At this moment, the couple suddenly raised their hands, and the babies were also on one side. They surrounded Sejun singing and dancing. This is a bumper item that the white rabbit gives Sejun, even. The manager is like they are waiting for baked sweet potatoes, receiving your blessings. Sejun immediately interested, looking at the earliest sweet potato grown. He then put his hand out slowly by the ground, but the next second from it broke out to the blinding light. The baby bear pulled him out, and the rabbits quickly jumped along the big rock outside this cave. It was because Sejun asked the bear's mother, the bear to work in the morning. We'll pull breakfast and Sejun up with, inherently. Sejun just wanted to find a rock arbitrarily, who would have doubt? Bear's mother brought a large rock directly, probably because this place was the 99th floor. So Sejun seemed to be able to understand, this was his praise to pull faster yesterday. Sejun thought that the bear was wanting to see him faster, who expected? The opponent is always staring at the box. Today, Sejun prepared was a box full of baked sweet potato. This was last night he deliberately left. Therefore, the manager of the tower was still angry. The healthy bear craved, flowing with saliva. After that, he ate delicious baked sweet potatoes, in just a few minutes. Inside, there was only one bulb left, but the bear also stopped eating. Because he remembered the previous teaching of the rabbits, so the baby bear nodded grilled sweet potato. It ran to the land ahead, digging something. Sejun and the bunch of baby rabbits were very suspicious. Next, the baby bear signaled, so it wanted to bring grilled sweet potatoes to the ground. Then wait for the baked sweet potato to grow and eat. The bears also patted his work. but this lovely appearance, making Sejun and the rabbits laugh. Sejun now told the bear, the grilled items on the ground will not grow. Hearing that, the bear was struck by lightning, but very quickly Sejun could not laugh anymore. Because he turned his head back, he discovered that the fish head was buried in the ground, in front. There are many fish that eat people grown by bears. Seeing that, Sejun and the children in the blink of an eye helpless. It seems that they should foster the knowledge for the baby bear a bit. Besides, the bear is also very disappointed. It brought food down, his stomach was hungry again. At the same time, in the hive in the cave, the queen seemed to be depressed. It was silently looking at the poisonous bee in his hand, just because he accidentally ate royal jelly. The toxic bee larvae evolved into cocoons, and this is a sign of molting into a queen. Looking at the lovely small cocoon in the palm of the hand, the queen bee very quickly made a decision, waiting for the next day. At this time, the crimson bear displayed a posture. Below it was a small black rabbit preparing to welcome the battle. Next, both will attack, only see the baby bear suddenly rush towards the black rabbit warrior. But the small black rabbit is quick to need a small dance, successfully dodged. After that, I quickly hit the baby bears, as soon as the black rabbit thought he had one. The back has a feet full of flesh coming, the next second. The crimson bear hugged the black rabbit into his lap and licked hard, Sejun at the side. Looking at the so-called special fighting training between them, feeling very funny. Because the battle between black rabbits and baby bears, like playing. At this time, the rabbit pushed the car to bring the drink. Sejun was healthy, thanking him. He was both thirsty, unexpectedly pushing the rabbit as always so thoughtful. Sejun had just taken a few sips, suddenly discovered the small bees flying out, it seemed. The poisonous bees are about to start the daily patrol work, which is intended to remind them to pay attention to safety. No doubt the queen has come outside the cave, seeing that Sejun feels very surprised. Because the queen bee should now be laying eggs right, slowly flying to the front of Sejun. The queen bee carefully, putting things in his arms on his hand, even bowed with Sejun. The surrounding small bees were asking him. After thanking Sejun, the queen led a small group of bees to patrol. Although they did not understand their specific ideas clearly, Sejun understood. The thing that the queen bee is definitely very important, slowly separating the young green leaves. Inside is obviously a beautiful sophisticated cocoon, through the system's notice. This is the cocoon of the monopoly bee, and 10 days to bloom. And now Sejun understood, why did the queen bee on him? Because the new queen bee becomes the queen bee, its bees are not strong enough. If in the hive has not been divided, producing a new queen bee, the power of honeycomb will probably weaken. So the new queen bee entrusted it to Sejun, thinking that this is probably the larvae that it loves. Understanding the idea of the queen, Sejun in the blink of an eye was motivated. He wanted to take good care of the Lord of the Wind, then hatch it into a beautiful lord. Now Sejun hopes that time can go faster. He was unable to wait to meet the new queen bee. A period of time later, near the sky pit, there was a kitten who was jumping around. Teo was very good at this time, coming to the cave gate. And he also wants to continue enjoying the services that Teold is worthy of. But when he comes outside the cave, seeing an animal he had never met, thought that it was a monster that came to the farm. Teo hurriedly called the bear, waiting for the crimson bear to turn around. Kittens immediately discovered, which the opponent was holding in his mouth. He realized it was Sejun's handbag, plus the big bear's body. Teo misunderstood that Sejun was eaten meat. The next second kitten knelt on the ground. Teo blamed himself. He did not expect to be one step late, from the 38th floor. Teo had a bad feeling, so this time I quickly returned. However, now it is such an outcome. Kittens have been heartbroken to the extreme. Time to enjoy being an old Tay, not yet used up. Anger, Teo immediately rushed towards the bear. This surprise also scared the baby bear, but the kittens could not touch the bear. Sejun immediately discovered that Teo was back, then happily called the kitten. Hearing the sound, Teo stopped the attack, and gently landed on the ground. But the next second he suddenly rushed towards Sejun, then hugged Sejun's head tightly. Almost thought that his partner was eaten. Now the kitten is careful. Check the whole body of Sejun, especially the knee he likes the most. If what happens, later, time to be an old Tay will not enjoy the knee anymore. Seeing that Sejun has no problem, he hurriedly asked, what was the crimson giant just now? So Sejun led Teo on top, and told him the process between himself and the bear. Also stated clearly now there is a wish with the bear mother, it is in charge of protecting the surrounding safety. The children in the farm use food to make remuneration and listen. Teo now breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was really scared. However, Sejun suddenly thought of something. Calling them a crimson giant bear seemed not very suitable. If it could be like Teo, it would be more convenient. After that, Sejun told Teo to ask the bear to see if it had any name. For this, the bear is unknown, it is just a baby bear, no name. So Sejun temporarily thought of a good idea, hearing Sejun's words. The baby bear was immediately happy. Kittens Teo was also very curious. Sejun devised a good name. The next Sejun said, because the bear always liked her arrogant, so Sejun decided. Bears will later be called her arrogant, but this name has just been given. In addition to Sejun, they are still laughing haha, the remaining small friends are blank. Teo despised Sejun, saying that he basically did not know the name. Being hated by the kitten, Sejun did not even ask the bear. After scratching the bear that the clams rolled around, he was shameless that the bear agreed. But Teo next to him immediately interrupted Sejun. He took out all the dong thap sold this time, and asked how much time they could exchange. Make Tae praised the kitten. Sejun calculated a little bit. Now Teo has a total of 38 hours to be an old Tae, hearing that kitten. Immediately telling Sejun to take the cat meat, now his enjoyment time. The kitten happily licked the cat meat, but the beautiful time only started. A large mouth immediately pushed the kitten aside. It turned out that the bear was licking Teo's cat meat. Healthy kittens immediately got angry. Fortunately, Sejun promptly stopped Teo, but the bear was still scratched by a cat. Next, the bear sat on the ground crying. At the same time, in the forest to the tremor of the tremor. Suddenly, from the inside there were scary creatures jumping out. The bear's mother heard the cry of the child. Lightly leaped here, seeing the giant black shadow in the air. Sejun and Teo were all afraid. The next second of the bear's mother landed on the ground correctly. It was now staring forward aggressively. The baby bear was protected under the body. Sejun and the children were blown back. Only Teo stayed in the spot. The bear's mother was now staring at the kitten below. The baby bear is still crying. Sejun understands the situation now is not okay. Teo was so threatened that her whole body trembled. This was a dragon's heart that had been silent for 200 years. But now he beat again unexpectedly, but the key to the black dragon's heart revived. Again is a small tomato of ordinary magic in front of the eyes, but as a small tomato grower. Farmers Sejun now have a headache, because Teo has come back to the bear. Now the bear's mother is staring angrily at the kitten. Seeing that, Teo carefully greeted the crimson giant bear. He also stated his wandering traders. There is a privilege of not being harmed by monsters. Between me and my baby bears are just misunderstandings. For this, the bear's mother turned towards the kitten roaring anger. In this blink of an eye, Teo was afraid of trembling. After anger, bear's mother reminded Teo, telling him not to bully his children. Kittens were so threatened to the point of being pathetic. He said he would definitely live in harmony with the bear. Sejun on one side also helped Teo explain. He said to the bear's mother just happened a little small friction. The bear did not happen anything. The healthy bear mother now calmed down a bit. Seeing that the bear had no problem, the bear's mother left to continue to protect. Around and until now everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Teo was crying beside him. Sejun was afraid he was scared, then went forward to comfort the kitten. He hugged Teo in his arms, then said this was also his problem. He should soon tell Teo to know the change in the sky pit. The small black rabbit saw the hard-hearted kittens. He immediately used his tongue to gently comfort the remaining rabbits. Also did not want to see the kitten forever sad. They went forward, and the small black rabbit licked Teo's fur. Soon, the kitten also smiled. Sejun and the children, now hugging each other tightly, seeing the warm scene ahead. Her arrogant bear also understood his mistakes, so it slowly came to the children. At the same time, like a bunch of baby rabbits, Teo sincerely apologized to her arrogant. Do not scratch it. Moreover, they also expressed to each other, later will definitely be more friendly. But they were tired all morning. After going through the last thing, it seemed a bit tired. At this time, Sejun and the children yawned. After that, they immediately closed their eyes and rested, and the rabbit couple in the air heard the sound outside. After cleaning up the furniture, at this time went out to the cave, slowly crawling up. The first rabbit discovered, the storage bag fell on the ground. He took out the straw hat from inside. At this time, Tai Rabbit signaled a little with the born rabbit. He discovered Sejun and the children. The children in front now sleep together. They rely on each other's bodies, sleep very comfortably and peacefully. Healthy Rabbit and her husband understand that they are tired all day. Very hard to think of the straw hat just picked up. Rabbits were born, gently covered on the head of Sejun, wanting to use this to shade him. But they now rely on the bear's people, so quietly enjoying the warmth now. Perhaps feeling the children at the side, the farmer revealed a happy smile. At the same time, somewhere outside the black tower space, now gathered a lot of giant black dragons. They were staring at the middle, only one old man, who was risking his life in the crystal. However, the next second he was shocked directly, seeing that the old man immediately got angry. He did not understand why the Black Tower could not open, the handsome man on one side. At this moment, the old man was calm. He was the father of Irene, Anton Brittany. Upon hearing that, the old man was basically unable to defend, still not meeting Irene. Even if the owner of the Black Dragon Caesar, Brighton could not help but get angry. Irene's last disease, 10 years. Now they finally get the medicine, but they could not open the door to the Black Tower. Even if the emergency system is created by themselves, there is no reaction now. For the internal situation, Caesar has absolutely no way. Hearing that Anton thinks this is a good news, the emergency system is not activated. It also proves that Irene is still fine. The black dragons next to it are the same. They told the homeowner Caesar should not be too worried. Irene is in the manager space of the Black Tower, which is the magic center to maintain the tower's operation. The place should have been a place to take turns, used to enhance the strength, because Irene suddenly gives birth. So the dragons all ceded the management privilege, moreover because to restore Irene's dragon's heart. The more they pay the price, Anton said. Everyone in Caesar's mood were the same. Next wait is okay, no need to force the Black Tower shock, but Caesar understood. His son Anton would say so, and he did not want to let the dragons were born in the heart. Anyway, because of his daughter, Al-Gulatani, the dragon tribe sacrificed greatly. Anton therefore also felt very sorry, but he did not want to let his father, Caesar, and everyone be too hard. Moreover, Anton believes that his daughter Irene, he is definitely trying to overcome the disease. Hearing that, Caesar also calmly felt worried, then he ordered. Before the Black Tower opened, the dragons did not need to coordinate with him to force the tower, returning to wait for the order. Very quickly all the black dragon flew away from this place, waiting for other people to leave. Anton thinks how to get sick now. Perhaps the dragon heart of Irene had good changes. Caesar hopes that the result is like that, but he had not seen his lovely granddaughter for too long. Even if Irene, whether or not to eat well or not, Caesar can now do only silence for her, different from the worries of Tronlone. At this time, Irene was in a manager space, happy to eat small tomatoes. Just ate her while reading books. She did not see a bit on her body. Uncomfortable because the small tomato that Saren is planted later is level D. The taste compared to the past was much more charming. Irene used to be filled with a mouth before. It is possible to taste the flavor, but now it only takes a few enough fruits, but the next second, Irene's dragon's heart pounded for a long time and did not see it, which made her stop moving in her hand. Irene did not dare to believe her claws on her chest, her dragon heart, for 200 years of no dam, but now proactively generates rhythm. Even began to absorb magic power. This is the experience that Irene these years never had. Since the heart of the dragon was sick, he could not absorb magic anymore, feeling the change of the body. Irene now finally remembered. It turned out that his illness was suddenly over. Thinking of Fen, Irene immediately understood as the effect of small tomatoes, because small tomatoes have a slightly enhanced magic effect, which Irene also thought that it was not a bad taste. Unexpectedly, after eating a large amount of small tomatoes, it also has the effect of treating the heart of the dragon heart. Thinking that he could slowly recover, Irene could not help being happy. But today, the Irene Brittany finally succeeded in 200 years old. Moreover, there is existence that wants to protect, because the dragon's heart has a chance to beat. Irene immediately decided to be defended later by her, Sejun's farmer, his happy mood. Want to see what farmers are now busy, considering a fen? Irene immediately laughed. He did not expect, Sejun could get it again. The props have not been assessed. Roughly, someone is talking about himself, Sejun in his dream still rubbing his nose. 6 lovely soft baby rabbits can make the kittens take the initiative to bring up the cherished cat meat bar. Just because Teo was about to become the uncle of the bunny, before that, they are leaning on each other to sleep, but the Irene manager, seeing the straw hat on the head of Sejun, so he hurriedly awakened Sejun. After being awakened, Sejun was very doubtful, because above reminded him that he had untreated props. Searching a bit wildly, Sejun immediately took down a straw hat from the head. He doesn't know when he is on his head. The fairy born on one side signaled a bit, seeing that Sejun immediately understood. It turned out that this was the props that Teo brought to the plane. Sejun immediately patted the kitten. However, Teo still wanted to sleep for a while. Sejun reluctantly had to ignore it. At this time, he took out the straw hat, prepared to consider the reminder information. The props have not been assessed. Can only see some vague skills and conditions, but the great skill is blessed above. It is still the success that attracts the attention of Sejun. At this moment the manager immediately made recommendations. He told Sejun to give him a little examination. Healthy Sejun immediately agreed. After receiving the straw hat, Irene moved a little bit of body. He had not used magic for too long. After starting, Irene gently lifted the dragon claw, then immediately used the assessment skills. According to the blue magic surrounding the 4 straw hats, Irene was surprised at this time. At the same time, congratulating Sejun, he received a relatively dangerous props, finished assessment. The manager immediately issued a mission, the condition that Bao Sejun came to Lam Noyet. Submit to plants containing Lam Noyet breathing. Seeing that, Sejun now remembered. The next time Lam Noyet is coming, now Nong Dain has expanded a lot. After that, he agreed with the manager, heard that the manager, and told Sejun his name. Moreover, he also asked him to hook and hook, promising that Sejun did not think it was right, feeling no need. So he will also give, so Irene in the blink of an eye is very unhappy. Whether he threatened him to not want the straw hat or not, seeing the reminder above. Sejun in the blink of an eye changed his face. He hurriedly said he could know the name of Irene. It was his great honor. Then Sejun slowly raised his little finger. After that, the next time I will donate on a tree containing Lam Noyet and Irene on one side. Also straight to his dragon claw. This is still the first estimate in his dragon's life, the estimated estimate. The mission is also completed. Through reminder, Sejun knows this is the relic of the fake saint. Moreover, as one of the 10 saints left in the Black Tower, the healthy Sejun now understood how dangerous props brought back the props, equipped with orders to bring the title of foreign object. He was still the first time he heard, after being assessed. The minimum capacity values needed to use immediately disappear, instead of a career. But people involved in agriculture can immediately use, even more dangerous than. This straw hat will progress according to the wearer's rank. Now Sejun is a D farmer. Therefore, the rank of straw hat is also upgraded to level D, according to the limitations of the skill class to be removed. At this time, the attribute of the straw hat is clearly more skilled. Moreover, each increase is extremely magnificent. This props for Sejun said it was indeed a spirit. Now the barren land needs to be exposed. Just need the effectiveness of the great land. Look at Teo asleep. Sejun felt his judgment is true. Kittens of indeed have a golden hands. Having fun, he could not help but move to hug Teo, and constantly kissed the kittens of kittens. Teo was healthy. He didn't understand what Sejun was doing. Seeing the kittens regain consciousness, Sejun rewarded him within the next week, restoring the position of Teold, although not knowing what it is. But now Teo and Sejun are very excited, many days away. The kitten finally approved his own efforts, became a old Tay again, after a few days later. At this time in the sky, the rabbit is still eating food. But the small black rabbit on one side did not have any thoughts, all of the attention to look ahead. Small legs are constantly trembling, but not only such a small black rabbit. Sejun is now very stressful. Teo kittens trembled more violently. Finally Sejun could not stand it anymore. He hurriedly told the kitten not to move anymore, so I was only more stressful. The other rabbits, always walking back and forth in front of the rabbit couple's room. Teo waited for a long time. He was a little hungry. He told Sejun to take a bar meat bar for himself to eat. Any doubt at this moment, the wooden door closed for so long finally opened. The first person to step out was Sickle, hugging a small pinch. Seeing that, Sejun and the children really want to know how many children. Wait until the sickle reveals the baby rabbits in the heart, clearly the 3 yellow rabbits. Following that, the fairy rabbit inside also came out. He also hugged 3 baby rabbits. Compared to the first time tie by rabbit, more than 1 child. Now 6 rabbits are calling balls, the children in the farm. Standing beside the rabbit, Sejun tried to cook a little delicious soup. Let Tai rabbit nourish the body. Seeing Teo stand very far, Sejun immediately called him to come close to see a bit. Kittens, still the first time seeing the appearance of the rabbit. This soft feeling makes the kitten very easy to understand, Sejun even told him. Later Teo was the uncle of the little rabbit, must take good care. They heard that Teo in the blink of an eye had faith, then he even took out a cat meat from the cloak. Next immediately wanted to give the rabbits to eat. This appearance also made the children laugh. Although knowing that Teo was good, Sejun still told him, the children were too young. Can't eat cat meat. Fortunately today is a good day. So Sejun will not confiscate the cat meat, he hides separately, at the same time, at the boundary of the deserted land. Again transmitted to the fierce cry, just below the crystal. At this time, there were many monsters of cow heads. They were hungry for too long. Now the king of the bull's head declared, wanting to go down when Lam Noyet descended. Go to the desolate land to search for all things that can be eaten. But he is the 99 floor boss monster. For this, the children in the farm are completely unaware. They are still happy and busy in the fields. Farmers who worked hard to receive Lam Noyet tomato, he offered it to the black dragon Irene. just eating 5 small tomatoes, causing the dragon heart to absorb a large amount of magic power, which before. Farmers say June received the straw hat of the winner, when the skill of praying for the straw hat was launched. Within the next week, the harvest will be increased by 50%. Now, Sejun looked at the small tomato growing area in the front, flowers inside, under the effect of bumper prayer. Flowers bloom more than usual. Today is the 180th Sejun to the Black Tower. Roughly because the evening Lam Noyet will come down, so she is arrogant and Bear's mother does not come. As soon as he was about to quickly finish farming, next to him immediately transmitted the sound of the rabbits. Turning back to look back, it turned out that Teo was chasing 6 baby rabbits. The rabbits were happily playing with the cat. Teo was very patient and cared for, squirreled the rabbits. Even dirty things do not let them touch. Naughty rabbits want to approach the fire. Teo hurriedly stopped. There were still many dangerous things in the farm. The kitten told the rabbits to not run around, walking next to him. Sejun was healthy and satisfied. He did not expect Teo to have the talent of the nanny. After that, Sejun went forward to ask Teo how he felt like him. Hearing that, the answer that the kittens gave was tired, but he was very happy, being the uncle of the rabbit. Teo says these are all natural, the rabbit couple on one side. For kittens, the biggest compliment, Sejun also praised Teo he really deserved. Next, the kitten wants to take the children out, Sejun reminded. Must go back to dinner. Very quickly the children in the farm finished eating dinner. The honeybees now bring the honeycomb little by little. The rabbits also closed their rooms, but Sejun also prepared to welcome Lam Noyet tonight. But seeing Teo went into his pocket, Sejun immediately asked a little. Hearing that, the kitten immediately explained, his bag had the function of separating Lam Noyet breathing, so he wants to hide inside. The wandering trader's pocket has many uses. The big one can even be a home to use. Thinking about it, Sejun immediately told Teo to help me. He rummaged in a backpack a little, then immediately put on the cocoon of the queen. Sejun wanted to hand it to Teo temporarily preserved. After explaining the kitten about the origin of the cocoon, Teo felt very surprised, but knew this was the son of the queen. He immediately put it in his soft fur, which was outside. Obviously there was a monster that emitted an insecure cry. Lam Noyet at night was also at the same time. The light is clear, covering the entire 99th floor in the air. Now very worried about the situation of the bear mother and her arrogant, but the next outside transmits the big echo. The type of sound trampled on this ground, Sejun is still the first time he heard. He doubted. There were other monsters rushing into the area of the bear's mother, but not yet waiting for Sejun to wear their ears. Outside suddenly transmitted a lot of loud cries. After a few minutes, the sound started gradually, which made Sejun very doubtful. Maybe there was a cow on the 99th floor. According to Lam Noyet slowly disappeared. In the shallow field of Sejun, immediately appeared a lot of trees contaminated with Lam Noyet breathing. For this, he was surprised. Unexpectedly received so many Lam Noyet fruits, in the cornfield not far. Also receiving Lam Noyet's cleansing. Seeing this scene Sejun even more excited. He must be about to eat no Lam Noyet. Thinking a little simply, Sejun immediately understood. This is probably the effect of bumper prayer. Early in the morning the next day, the sky pit restored peacefully. Soon, the kittens suddenly poked their heads around the 4 sides, seeing no danger. Teo immediately informed Sejun. Hearing that, he immediately crawled out. However, the kittens still said that waiting for their bear's mother to come more safely. But Sejun was about to preview himself a bit, because last night there was a monster around him around Nongdain. He wanted to check the external situation, seeing that Teo did not stop it anymore. At the same time, he said he wanted to go with Sejun, at this time the land that the children in the farm reclaimed. Obviously, there are many large holes. Sweet potato fields have been dug all over. There are many buffalo footprints on the ground. But these footprints are really too big. Sejun could not imagine. Ultimately a bunch of creatures came. Moreover, dug so high soil, the strength of these monsters is certain, but very fast. Sejun seemed to discover something unusual, so he quickly climbed up the pile of land. Kittens worried that outside was still dangerous, immediately wanted Sejun to quickly return. But now he still has something to confirm, bringing excavated soil to hold in his hand. Sejun is now very excited. This soil is completely different from before, not only soft. It also contains appropriate moisture and adhesion, extremely fertile soil, unexpectedly. In this land, there is such a good quality soil. In other words, this wasteland has a chance to turn into a fertile land. Unfortunately they do not have plowing machines. Such deep soil, wanting to turn over again is not realistic. However, in general, there is a little more ability. At this moment, the manager panicked and asked Sejun what to do outside. Irene said, although Lam Noyet disappeared, but the area of the monsters appeared chaotic. Then told him to quickly return to the heavenly pit. Healthy Sejun immediately walked on the way back. Asked that Irene last night happened, hearing that he said he was okay. As a farmer, paying more attention to his own safety, curious Sejun. Why is Irene today so caring about me? But very quickly he understood. Today is the time when the crop is bumper, so Sejun told Irene to wait well. After returning to the heavenly pit, he first thanked the kittens for going with him. But he still wanted to sleep, but Sejun was starting to harvest crops. Slowly breaking corn, the information immediately reminded. This is the physical maze containing Lam Noyet breathing, the more experienced the experience. Separating the young leaves of the physical corn, the inside is obviously the iridescent blue corn seeds. Eating in can be permanently, an increase of 0.1 physical points. The product is level D. Thanks to Sejun as a farmer, now crops compared to before. All have improved the effectiveness twice. Checked all the information, Sejun immediately prepared to eat awkwardly. He could not help but want to try this sweetness, but the manager suddenly appeared to remind Sejun. Seeing that, he went to pick small tomatoes, this time the lam plant's bumper, so. Sejun immediately gave Irene 5 small blue tomatoes. After finishing his stuff he left. Tasting, Irene in the management space was very happy. He did not expect. This time there were 5 small tomatoes Lam Noyet, because of the small tomato of normal magic. It can make his dragon heart beat, so Lam Noyet doesn't need to say. The next second Irene opened his mouth, then brought 5 small tomatoes stuffed into his mouth. Small tomatoes Lam Noyet after upgrading, the taste is more wonderful. That wonderful taste made Irene could not help but rotate on the spot. But Hon Sol remembers the current key, this time is not the time to experience the taste. Should dedicated to feeling the direction of the magic power, according to Irene deeply felt the magic power that the small tomato brings. His dragon's heart after absorbing magic power, immediately emitted a beat. Moreover, it is continuing to pound in disorder, which makes Irene incite. But the next second he felt incorrect, because the dragon's heartbeat was really too fast. Next, Irene immediately helplessly fell to the ground, uncomfortable in the chest. Causing the black dragon temporarily emitting painful moans, Nilma King headed in the monsters. Now because there is no food but sad, just because the green prairies are inherent. Now becomes a wasteland without a grass, so when Lam Noyet descends, Nilma King sets subordinates to search for food, including. There were some heads of the heads suddenly approaching the sky pit. However, Sejun only discovered the footprint left behind, after offering a small green tomato to Irene. Sejun started preparing breakfast today, put no Lam Noyet in the pot with a pot. He immediately covered the lid, following the big fire constantly burning. The small pot on the pile of rocks started to boil. Sejun placed a small pot in the pot, and using corn leaves to separate, thus achieved steaming effect, corn leaves and remaining corn stubs. He dried, prepared to make corn tea. At this moment, the rabbits also woke up. They happily greeted Sejun. At this time, Sejun asked where the children were. The first rabbit pointed to the room. It turned out that they were still sleeping with Tai rabbits. Understood. Sejun took out this harvested laminous crop, except for Irene. There are also 8 small tomatoes Lam Noyet, he also signaled. In the back pot, it is cooking no Noyet corn, waiting after 9 people will share. The fairy rabbit was healthy, pointing to the small tomato in his hand. He said that having small tomatoes was enough. No Lam Noyet has only 1 corn, so it must be left for Sejun to eat. Understanding the idea of the first rabbit, Sejun was very satisfied, even though they wanted to eat, but still agreed with his father's opinion. For this, Sejun felt very embarrassed, so he said he had breakfast and went to pick corn. The evening will eat a delicious meal. A period of time passed. The queen is leading the small bees out to eat, but no Sejun is cooked now. Looking at the corn radiating the light, he knew it was definitely delicious. Slowly taking out corn. Because it was too hot, Sejun gently blows a few breaths. Next, Sejun immediately took corn to prepare to eat. The rabbits were happy to eat tomatoes. When the other rabbits were able to eat 2 pieces, the rabbit pushed the car back and believed. However, the fairy rabbit has not yet eaten. He wants to bring it with Tai rabbits to enjoy. After finishing the rabbits, Sejun began to satisfy eating, as expected as he thought. No Lam Noyet is indescribably sweet. That sweetness makes Sejun basically unable to stop. The rabbits on one side cried to cry. In just a few dozen seconds. Sejun immediately ate all no Lam Noyet, and threw it into the fire. Then, he and the little rabbits were about to start picking corn. Before that, the first batch of maize was ripe, followed by the working time. After picking, it also received a lot of experience. Normal physical corn eating can break down 20 grams of fat, can also improve skin elasticity. Seeing that Se-jun immediately thought that he wanted his mother to use, he thought recently would return to the piece for family members. Until then we'll bring some agricultural products to them. At this moment, Bear's mother and her arrogant also come outside the cave. After that, Se-jun climbed out. He asked his mother and her arrogant. Last night was peaceful to overcome. The bear's mother said they were very safe. After going out, Se-jun immediately poured her arrogant a lot of honey and grilled fish of the bear's mother now still processing. However, at this time Teo jumped out. He said he wanted to go down to sell things. Hearing that, Se-jun asked him why he didn't sleep a little more, who expected the kitten to think, "It is impossible to waste time as a boss to sleep, but before you go." He wanted Se-jun to take himself to the wandering trader, but she arrogantly took the kitten's cloak. Bear and her arrogant or convenient, so they took the initiative to take Teo away. Before her arrogant brought the kitten back, Se-jun was about to clean up the slender field. At the same time, next to the crystal movement, Nyoma Van was looking at the head of the head of the head. He told the people to hand over the harvested objects last night. Capital thought that every one of the first burdock was the land. Now he has looked at more than 1,000 people, but all Nyo heads brought back were mud, which made Nyoma King unable to hold back anymore. He angrily pointed to the head of the head, scolded, telling them to bring the food back. The result was all mud. Heard that the head of the head was very unjust, they said. In my area, there is no longer a grass. Because early food was gnawed by everyone, the rest only had soil. Helplessly, Nyoma King had to sit on the throne. He had stopped. Recalling the prosperity of the old days, Nyoma King did not know why it turned into such in the old days. His area is a green prairie. It turns out that Nyoma Vang is on this 99th floor. The strongest monster protects the small moving station area. His name is the Black Minotaur. It is an extremely strong race, but every time Lam Noyet descends, they will consume a lot of energy because they are not in time, if they do not promptly supplement their muscles. So Nyoma Vang immediately ordered, telling the heads of the head every time when it came to Lam Noyet, immediately went to the places in the area of the grass. However, their clan was originally a large monster with a large taste, so gradually, the growth rate of grass cannot keep up with the speed of diet. Therefore, this place immediately turned into a wasteland without a grass, even the newborn head recently. Because there is no food, the situation also becomes very optimistic. Thinking about it, Nyoma Vang is still watching. Other people will get anything new. Next, Nyo Tien Tam's turn, but calling for half a day still without reply. Finally over the time, Nyo Tien Tam now slowly moved forward. During the time when Lam Noyet he was so violent. So returning more time, hearing that Nyoma Vang breathed a sigh of relief. It may be good to return peacefully, but very quickly Nyoma Vang widened his eyes. After that, he hurriedly moved forward. Nyo Tien Tam was healthy. Quickly walked to the face of Nyo Tien Tam. Nyoma Vang asked him loudly, what was on his head? It turned out that on the legs of Nyo Tien Tam, hanging a sweet potato radiating a fragrance. For this, he is also very difficult to understand, I find it, at the same time. In the manager space, Irene finally regained consciousness. Before that he seemed to faint directly. Slowly stood up, Irene had to encounter the electric light on the ceiling, seeing that he was scared. Waking up, unexpectedly the electric light became so low. But next he looked down at the crystal ball below. At this time Irene finally understood. It was not the position of the electric light low, but he had not grew up for a long time. This is the absorption of small tomatoes with Lam Moon. The manager of the Black Dragon is only 5 fruits. It made him many times higher. This was also the first time Irene grew up after a few hundred years. At first he was doubtful about his maturity, but thinking of the effectiveness of Lam Noyet's small tomato, Irene also understood, his maturity had stopped for a long time. Now once absorbed a large amount of magic power, so it brings a great change. For Irene, it can make the dragon's heart continue to beat. After finishing his dragon's heart, he still did not move, seeing that Irene was a bit moody. It seems that there is no way to cure immediately, at least now he has seen hope. For Se-jun more and more like, not, but again observing the content in the crystal ball. He discovered incorrectly, it turned out that Se-jun, who was secretly hiding his food. But the crystal sphere was too small, Irene was a bit unclear. As soon as he wanted to go to get his grandfather Caesar, leave a large crystal ball, because I grew up and stuck at the door. Helping, Irene had to be helplessly. He also wanted to eat real American. On the other hand, she also brought the kitten back, the children below. It is still struggling to pick corn and rabbits to push the car. Inside also carrying a little rabbit. Seeing that, Se-jun also greeted the young child inside. At this time, the the corn pod is finally about to ripen. Sejun told the rabbit to push the car to notify everyone to eat, slowly open the lid. The inner body is constantly evaporating. At this moment, Irene escaped from the room. She said she also wanted to taste corn, and reminded that only one corn was okay. But Sejun was already prepared, the part of Irene, but temporarily had not finished. Irene immediately said he could wait patiently, soon. The rabbits brought grilled corn. Today they prepared a lot of corn. Grilled corn and boiled corn each account for half, thanks to the spice that Teo brought back. Now there is an additional layer of sugar on the corn, but the part of Sejun. He also wanted to add a little more. After sprinkling the cheese powder, he rummaged through his backpack. After that, he took out chili powder. This was he from the pocket of Teo accidentally found. Next, Sejun sprinkled with chili powder on the grilled corn. Just like his favorite food, sweet and spicy corn was done. Before eating, Sejun brought the part of Irene and asked, "The bunch of grilled corn rabbits tastes, but the fairy and Thai rabbits on one side. Because I have to take care of your child, the results yourself do not have time to eat." Seeing that Sejun immediately thought of a good way, he took out the spoon that the kitten bought. Then separate corn into seeds, so the children can act on their own. Rabbit and her husband also had time to eat. Seeing everyone ate corn, Sejun now started to enjoy her real beauty, but at this time, the rabbits suddenly called balls, bowed their heads. He sprayed corn in the blink of an eye, turning out the bundle of rabbits crawled back into the bowl. But the adhesion of sweet corn is very good, then sticks to them. The healthy Sejun was smiled by them, then helped the baby rabbit remove the corn. Until now, Sejun can also understand the hardship of the couple. Just looking at me and working is really not easy, but his nostalgia is even more intense. Because there are kittens in, they can also give the children to him to look, after everyone ate a full meal. Sejun did not forget her arrogant and bear's mother. He brought grilled fish and boiled corn. There are also baked sweet potatoes. At the same time, in the 38th floor of the Black Tower, members of the Immortal Association, because waiting for the kitten to injure the people for too long, now a little impatient. Another member guessed that it happened unexpectedly, but the last teammate gave the tomato girlfriend. Why did this time want to buy this time? The healthy man now said the truth. Turned out, the small tomato of the magic power outside the tower was pushed to the sky. Small tomatoes have now been sold for 500,000 a fruit, so he wants to resell some. Another female member of the team is also negotiating with Dongjik. Just waiting like that will upset their plan. Moreover, the supplies brought it all, and was about to eat all. After thinking of Fen, Dongjik immediately decided to let others out of the tower first, he and the other two members. It is here to stay, here to wait. Inherently, Dongjik thought that it would be a blonde girl. Jessica stayed. No doubt Suha replaced her. Heard that Suha said Jessica had successfully lost fat. Later, no need for small tomatoes, so he gave up the opportunity to her, but he participated. Not because of interest in small tomatoes. Suha brings more catmeat bars. The goal is just to touch the kittens of kittens, however. Teo, but they are still on the concept that are still on the way. Kittens want to quickly sell. After that, he continued to look young, finally walking a very long distance. Teo immediately reached the destination. This place was a wandering merchant on the 60th floor. At the same time, it is also one of the largest scale, because the height of the path, kittens does not even see the head. Soon, it was also Teo and the puppy, clearly stating his traders. There was also a destination. The kitten immediately went in, but Teo didn't know. In the back, there were 3 eyes staring at him. They came from the non-Lang. At the same time, it was also the most free mercenary in the tower, but their goal was Teo on the drawing. The silver wolves, because of the straw hat that the kittens bought away. But what made non-Lang Elko suspicious was, why is the giant tycoon Glade, and have to spend a high price looking for a lost straw hat? Hearing that, the leader of Elka did not understand, but as a mercenary, they just need to follow the instructions of the hired owner. But the commercial movement station wandering. In addition to traders, other organizations in the tower can also be used, but the wolves do not discover. Gilas is behind watching them. He doesn't understand why the non-Lang clan is looking for Teo. Thinking carefully, one Fen, he guessed because the straw hat that the kitten took away. Now he wants to know. This straw hat was finally important, causing the tycoon giants to hire a mercenary team. Worrying about Teo would happen, Gilas decided to go to see it. He could not identify what this bundles would do. For this, the kitten has not yet discovered. I was watched by many forces. This is a small queen cocoon. But from it, pregnancy has a lovely beauty, just seeing the flower in front of the peasant chest. The second lord of the lord said Jo Sejun was its owner, which before, Teo kittens were watched by non-Lang clan, but on the way he did not happen unexpectedly. After the 38th floor, Teo loudly greeted the adventurers. Seeing that, the adventurers gathered. During the time Dongjik they waited. The Continental Six goes to the members of the other teams, but compared to the number of previous auction people is much less. However, kittens have not yet discovered, he just wants to quickly sell things. Hearing someone asking why she was so late, Teo answered simply to have a delay in him. This time it brings small tomatoes more special. Hearing that, the adventurers were suspicious. After dragging the expected value up, kittens immediately took out tomatoes, small magic power D compared with E. The attribute items are doubled. Hearing here, the members of the Immortal Association, feeling a bit unbelievable, waiting for them to hold the information in their hands. At this point, the kittens said it was real. The small tomato outside the tower was pushed to the sky. If it is higher than Dongjik, it is estimated to earn a lot of money. But today Teo brings 2,000 tomatoes, each time divided into 400 auction. Over the period of auction time, the small tomatoes that the kitten brought immediately sold out. What makes Teo even happier is that this transaction is done. He also earns 1,000 dong thap. At that time, it was possible to promote a trader wandering in the middle, then immediately can remove the limited concealer of the growers. Kittens are no longer worried about being discovered by Sejun, not famous. As soon as he wanted the illusion of a good life later, Suha went to want to take photos with him. Seeing that, Teo raised the cat's claws, then told everyone to line up, and for the remuneration. Any doubt that the kittens carefully reviewed, found that at the scene was only Suha. Seeing that, Teo was a bit blankly, then he asked Suha. But the reason why people was so few, also because Teo came too late, now the kitten now reacted. Recently, the number of people auctions was very small, seeing Teo very disappointed. Suha took out 3 cat meat to comfort him. This kitten this time wanted to receive more remuneration. Then came to Sejun, in exchange for more authority. But unexpectedly now only harvested the bar meat bar. At this moment, besides transmitting astonished sound, the 2 girls asked Teo whether the wandering trader would take photos with others. Hearing them say, kittens do not understand how they know, heard that the girls signaled, they is on the hunter star of the platform for awakening people. Seeing this as a word, Teo feels strange, but very quickly the kitten immediately thinks of new injuries. So immediately agreed to take photos, but also had to take out remuneration. But outside the sky, the rabbits started their work today. Everyone is repairing the ruined farming fields together during Lam Noyet. The bear's mother and her arrogant are also in it. With their help, the work of restoring farming fields is also much faster. A few hours later, the farming field is basically able to cultivate, which Sejun today brings new crops. Slowly open the bag. Inside is obviously a little peanuts. Right in the morning, Sejun through picking corn, rank has reached level 16, after using the plus point in agility. His working speed was also improved, and the peanuts were still received last night. Yesterday, the seed store opened again, considering the effective stray to restore soil force. Sejun immediately definitely chose peanut seeds, finished buying peanut seeds. His accumulated point in the seed store has accumulated up to 106. Next only need to consume 100 cumulative points, instant seed stores can be completed. According to the accumulated point that Sejun devoted, his seed store rank, immediately from the new person to reach normal. Then the seed that Sejun can buy will raise up to 4 types. But the type of crops in his farm will also be more and more peanuts. Sejun and the children began to collect corn branches, luckily with her help. The work progress is very fast. The corn after harvesting will not produce fruit anymore. So Sejun immediately harvested all branches, transported to the ground. He covered it around the peanut field, which could slow down the evaporation speed on the ground. He and the children in the farm immediately can water a little later, so immediately have free labor used in other places, working for a long time. Sejun finally brought new corn seeds, picked. After that, soaked in water can be used immediately. But the rabbits at this time stared at the seed. Healthy Sejun hurriedly pulled out. Now everyone is busy expanding farming fields outside the cave. Kittens are also outside the business. No one plays with very boring, but very fast. Sejun immediately found a job for them to do, then he told the rabbits to approach. From his backpack, he took out a few bags of seeds. At the same time, put the delicious dried carrots inside. Sejun told them they had just played, just distributing dry carrots for big rabbits working hard. Any doubt that there was a baby rabbit and took out to eat, Sejun reluctantly had to constantly remind. After finishing the explanation, they needed to do it, and the rabbit supplies of Sejun immediately started. Soon the big rabbits received dried carrots from the baby rabbits. Seeing such lovely bunny rabbits, Sejun thought that the next time I returned, Ask him to bring some lovely clothes, so the children will definitely become more and more adorable. At the same time, on the boundary between the deserted land and the forest, Nyo Tien Tam was alone, walking on the way to search for food, but Lam Noyet made his memories break, so can only remember a direction. It turned out right before Nyo Ma Vong from his head took down the small sweet potato, then asked where Taurus was taken from. Hearing that, Nyo Tien Tam thought for a long time. He only remembered that somewhere in the boundary of the area. Hearing the words of the subordinates, Nyo Ma Vong also understood that this was not things in his area. But he now brought sweet potatoes into his mouth, wanting to taste the flavor, just chewing simply, making a bunch of bulls craving for not standing. Very fast, the fresh sweetness of small sweet potatoes immediately made Nyo Ma King fascinated. So he immediately ordered, Bao Nyo Tien Tam, definitely had to find a place to grow this crop. But looking for a long time he still had no clues, but thinking of the old man a muscular body. Nyo Tien Tam is at all dare not lazy. Soon, he went to the forest adjacent to the wasteland. But Nyo Tien Tam was very scared. He worriedly encountered that huge red-haired monster, but at this moment, in the air flew to a scent of fresh grass. According to the scent of Nyo Tien Tam, very quickly, he widened his eyes. Now in front of him, obviously presenting a lot of good grass, Nyo Tien Tam was healthy and basically could not help it. After that, he immediately started to eat, the taste of such a delicious taste, making Nyo Tien Tam unable to hold on. However, the type of grass with this shape is still the first time to see. But for Nyo Tien Tam, it is good to say. After eating a full meal, he hugged the leftover corn branch. But the behavior of Nyo Tien Tam came to the forest, and it was shocked to the crimson giant bear, now not the Lam Noyet period. The bear's mother was in a state of alertness, very quickly discovered that someone invaded, for the appearance of the enemy. The crimson giant bear is very angry, but the urgent thing is to tell Sejun in advance. Then, he hurriedly contacted Irene in the shower. Good showering time was ruined. Irene was very unhappy, asking what giant bears had received information from giant bears. The manager hurriedly woke Sejun. Irene said, the crimson giant bear outside, discovering the whereabouts of other monsters. At this time the bear's mother also ran back, so the children in the farm all ran outside. However, the corn branch they struggled yesterday, now only a little remnant. Seeing this scene, Sejun was dumbfounded. He did not understand what happened. No was stolen, but last night Sejun clearly did not hear any noise. A healthy bear's mother said, a bunch of fire horns on her head, talking about it. Sejun also guessed roughly, probably the previous monsters came to dig the pit at Lam Noyet. Fortunately, the monsters only take away the leaves on the top, not destroying the farming fields. The bear's mother said on one side. Later he would expand the patrol range. However, Sejun still told him not to be too reluctant, as long as everyone was peaceful and healthy. Now no one was injured. This also made Sejun breathe a sigh of relief. But after this, Sejun had to prepare a little. Protecting the farming field could not rely on the bear's mother. People must at least be able to protect themselves when faced with danger. Slowly passing to the next day. Today is also a very important day. The little rabbits bring corn leaves to the queen to shield the sun, and waved goodbye to Sejun. The children went down to continue working. Today is the day when the poisonous bee isolated Vu Hoa. Sejun must be here to look after. Until the queen bee's cocoon came out. Now the number of poisonous bees in the cave has increased greatly, up to about 200, if the second lord outside the cave built his own bees. At that time, it is also possible to protect the surrounding safety. Wait a long time after. Sejun was a bit sleepy. He prepared tomato flowers and fresh sweet potato flowers, just waiting to meet the queen bee. But Sejun finally could not help but fall asleep, again for a while. The cocoon under the corn armpit suddenly shook, followed by a sprinkle. In the cocoon, it also radiates pure white light, according to the increasingly strong light. The vibrating scallions are getting bigger and bigger. The next second a yellow claw immediately put on the corn leaf, which the second lord bees that everyone expected finally broke out the shell. It glared at the big eyes. It was a bit unable to adapt to the present. At this time, the second lord of the lord tried to pat wings. Soon it was a bit difficult to slowly fly up. After that, he fell directly in front of Sejun's chest. Seeing that the farmers were fast asleep, the second lord of the queen feels a familiar breath, very fast. The system immediately reminded him to accept Sejun, and looked at the peasant's cheeks. The small queen was not hesitating, her very happy. Bringing fresh flowers that Sejun was about to hold in his hand, the small face of the queen bee showed a little embarrassment. However, at this moment, feeling the breath outside the cave, the lord of the lord immediately flew out. She happily greeted her son. The small queen also responded. Mom is probably understanding, I am not completely adaptable. The lord bees won. leading it flew up, under the mother's teaching. The small queen is very fast to learn how to fly freely. After that, he still directed the queen bee a ceremony to thank, learning how to fly him to Sejun, and rubbing on the farmer's face. Goodbye. After finishing, the second lord flew away, waiting for Sejun to wake up. What can be seen with only many notices of the system, and about the lord bee after Vu Hoa? He was basically not detected, but in the deserted land on the other side. Nyo Tien Tam brought corn leaves back, although it looks very delicious, but the number is still too little. Not enough to hear that. Nyo Tien Tam hit a burp. He apologized to Nyo Ma Vong, saying that I really could not help it. I heard that Nyo Ma Vong did not blame him. Anyway, greedy is the instinct of their clan. Understanding, Ngo Ma Vong brought corn leaves into his mouth. Feeling unprecedented beauty, Nyo Ma King for Nyo Tien Tam is more and more important. He told Nyo Tien Tam later to continue trying, turning his head to look towards the forest far away. Nyo Ma King was curious in the end where there was a transformation. Although he really wants to get more food, the body is the boss of this area. Nyo Ma Vong can leave the small shifting station with limited time, so the responsibility of investigating this grass from where to be assigned to the subordinates. However, Nyo Tien Tam ate a full meal, wanted to sleep and went. Helplessly, Nyo Ma King also had to agree with him. Kittens because they can receive 1 million fans soon, not regret selling their beauty. Create a lot of lovely postures to take photos, which before. Nyo Ma Vong brought the responsibility to search for food to Nyo Tien Tam. The second lord on one side also succeeded in dancing, and the kitten on the 38th floor. It is hearing a foundation called the Heart of the Hunter. On it, he still has more than 2,000 adventure fans. Content on the account are the types of photos taken by Su Ha and Teo, also because the content above is known. The girls just came to take photos. Su Ha was now very worried. His hide will make the kitten angry, but Teo is really unhappy now. He blames Su Ha. Why not tell me soon? Then the kitten immediately took the phone. Then told Su Ha to take pictures for him to post. What made Su Ha unexpectedly? Teo also took the initiative to pose lovely, regardless of the pitiful appearance or lazy charm. Kittens are trying to show their loveliness. But Su Ha compared to Teo even more excited. He picked up the phone. Crazy capturing every moment of kittens, Su Ha is now very satisfied. Teo's loveliness in his eyes really exploded. Kittens told Su Ha, if someone wants to get acquainted with the lovely kittens, remember to tell them to bring remuneration to the 38th floor. Just to reward any posture he can be satisfied. But Teo how to dream of her cat, now it is one step by now. Coordinate Su Ha to take a lot of photos. They broke up, but after a noisy fen. Kittens are also a bit tired. He is looking forward to coming here next time. In the end, how many people will come to take photos? Until then they can receive a lot of remuneration, continuing like that. He even had hoped to work, chairman, thinking about happiness later. Teo Catlife could not help laughing naive in the spot, but very quickly a hot air blowing his illusion. Healthy kitten hurriedly protects his hairstyle. This is today he deliberately groomed hair. However, slowly raising her head, Teo was scared, on the top of the kitten's head. As Elko and Elko of the Non-Lang clan, they were staring at Teo's way. Two wicked wolves, in the blink of an eye, made the kittens so scared that they were cringing. At the same time, behind Teo also transmitted to a sound. Behind was the patriarch Elka of the Non-Lang clan. The opponent's atmosphere compared to the two children in front is more and more scary. Elka patted the kittens. He asked Teo aggressively, has bought a straw hat at the forged shop, so threatened to the point of trembling. Kittens doubt or what they want to do. No doubt Elka does not want to talk nonsense. He just wanted to know the whereabouts of the straw hat. If Teo didn't tell him, then it will be torn into pieces. But the kitten was threatened to cry. He choked without speech. As soon as the hungry wolf prepared, a chestnut suddenly fell to the ground. Elka is healthy and suspicious or what this is. Unexpectedly the next second, the chestnut immediately emitted an abnormal smoke. In the blink of an eye, the smoke diffused quickly. Very quickly the silver wolves understand, this is a smell bomb. As soon as they were smoke, they could not open their eyes. A pair of gloomy eyes emitted in the quiet smoke. Next, a small claw pulled Teo, seeing the small Gila's fox before. Teo felt unbelievable, but the fox gave him not to speak up. After that, one shot pulled the kitten, quickly left this place, waiting until Elka opened his eyes. Gila's and Teo ran. Far away he was going to call the two ethnic groups to chase together. But Elko and Elko were fell on the ground, not Elka helpless. Also abandoned the arrest today. Another side Gila's brought Teo. Running to an extremely hard to find, they gasped in the spot. The small fox said the temporary Non-Lang would not chase, can rest here a bit. After finishing the rest, Teo thanked Gilas. Today he thought he would die there. Hearing that, the fox smiled faintly, saying Teo has previously helped me. For this, the kittens persevered in wanting to repay Gilas, and asked if he liked to eat grilled fish, which Gilas knows, this is the best opportunity to be close to Teo. So immediately proactively wanted to go with Teo, like the last time he taught him business knowledge. Seeing that, the kittens immediately agreed. Compared to saving themselves a life, these things were too simple. However, before that, Teo wanted to upgrade first to a mid-end wandering trader. Hearing kittens in a short period of 4 months, immediately wanted to promote Gilas. Immediately did not carefully talk about some information about Teo, that the kitten is also very suspicious. Why did Gilas know how long it takes for the time I promote? As soon as the fox thought he should explain, he wanted to turn 1. Surely Skaram told him his appearance, seeing that Gilas now breathed a sigh of relief. Almost his true identity was exposed. Gilas asked Gilas to ask Teo how to quickly earn 1000 dong thap. Is there any good specialty to sell? According to Gilas, without some special support, it is impossible in a short time to collect so much money. If Teo is through unknown mountains, get dangerous items. Since then earning a large amount of money, then he will definitely arrest the kitten on the spot. No doubt Teo did not hide it. He said the product he sold was small tomatoes. Gilas once thought Teo would sell all kinds of things, but this tomato answer he really did not expect. The small fox could not be compressed, confirmed again with Teo, seeing Gilas did not believe. Teo said waiting for the next time he would bring it, he would definitely show it to him. Next Teo also wanted to quickly promote, then urged Gilas to go to the merchant center. Gilas went behind awareness that was turned upside down, based on small tomatoes that could sell so much money. He was still the first time he heard through, but in the real world on one side. Michael previously auctioned at a high price, staring at the new small tomato in his hand. This is a small tomato Mama D level that he asked the buyer, after slowly tasting a piece. Michael was surprised, just like what was outside, the effects were effective. Are higher than the first tomato that he bought before. At this time, Jenny brings small tomatoes, they grow by themselves, just like the two of them started expected. Rising on earth is normal tomato. Michael for this result is not surprising. Then he asked a bit, how effective planted in the tower. Hearing that, Jenny also gave the answer, they were on the first floor of the Black Tower. 100 small tomato seeds have been planted, including 10 successful seeds. Hearing this Michael could not help praising him. Next, just hire people to wake up to protect the farm, then the cultivation item in their tower. It has also completed the majority. For this, Sejun is completely unaware. He was as usual continued to work in the sky pit, at the 75th floor merchant center of the Black Tower. Teo's mid-level wandering merchant medal, also finished, received a medal for him to be happy. For so long efforts, kittens have finally achieved. The fruit behind Gilas also sincerely congratulated him. Next to Teo immediately wanted to bring a small fox. Going to the buying location, the trading market focuses a lot of wandering traders. Here they can trade with each other, or to rest. The more expensive goods are auctioned. But this place is also the place that shows the capacity of the trader, every merchant in this place. They were all the old Chin Chin village. Gilas wanted to see how Teo should respond later, soon. Kittens immediately found where they wanted to go, seeing the grocery store ahead. Gilas is still a bit impressive. Going inside, Teo obeys the instructions of Sejun. He bought a sawing tree, 2 rolls of woolen needles, and there were 2 pots. Gilas was healthy and misunderstood. Teo wants to be wholesale here, bringing lower layers to sell. But kittens are still saying that they sell small tomatoes. Once again hearing tomatoes. Gilas could not help supporting his forehead. He wanted to know what techniques ended up. After the inventory, the grocery store owner said a total of 2.4 dong thap. Hearing that, Gilas immediately knew the boss called high prices. These things were not expensive. The total price of about 2 dong thap is okay. It is clear that this is the owner of the shop intentionally raising the price. Now see the innocent kitten, how to face the cunning boss. The small fox thinks of Teo all kinds of strong bargain. No doubt the kitten is the same as before. Still the face that did not change the color of the boss said. I sold at wholesale prices, but thinking of Fen, he said because Teo was new. It can be reduced by 0.2 dong thap. Gilas is very clear this is a familiar trick for traders. Bring the price of the product to increase first, then give customers a little discount. Since then seducing customers to complete tricks, normal traders, after receiving such friendly price reduction, basically will choose to buy. The small fox understands that this boss is not easy to deal with. Unexpectedly the next sentence of Teo directly defeated the boss. He used the force to pat the table, continuing to tell the boss a little discount. This caused the grocery store owner, not knowing what to do, he hurriedly said the price after discount. Teo could not buy it anywhere, heard the boss did not want to continue reducing the price. The kitten without hesitation, immediately wanted to take Gilas to leave. A healthy fox asked, Teo probably didn't want to continue to bargain. For this, the kitten told him. Because the boss did not want to reduce the price, then he had no way. At first, the boss thought that Teo was very easy to deceive, but after a fen, the last boss ended up. At this time, he offered the price of 2 dong thap, but the kitten always remembered Sejun's teaching. This time he continued to bargain 1.8 dong thap. The owner of the grocery store reluctantly agreed to sell. The small fox now understands, Teo last time was not bargaining, based on successful luck. As truly skillful, a method seems to be from the beginning, which will win. Looking at Gilas here, using myself to compare with Teo, if in exchange for him, roughly up to 2 dong thap, will immediately trade, because education receives, making him not convenient to bargain, through checking again. Gilas has a little confident, Teo is based on small tomatoes that received 1000 dong thap. In fact, not as much as Gilas thinks, kittens are just memorizing carefully. Each time you have to bargain all 3 decisive prices, slowly go out to the store. Gilas thought a lot outside, thinking clearly, he immediately thanked Teo. Moreover, she wanted to break up with the kittens here, seeing that Teo wanted to invite Gilas to eat a meal. Hearing that, the little fox was very happy, but he did not want to bring inconvenience to Teo. Moreover, from Teo, he learned a lot. These years his arrogance became more and more serious. Gilas said, this is Teo that he cannot see himself for a long time. For this, the kitten is very suspicious. Gilas blessed Teo. Later, it could become a famous wandering trader, and reminded him to be a little careful. Because those non-Lang tribes may still come and say goodbye, Gilas turned to leave. Teo is healthy, also hopes this strange little fox can be better. After that, Teo turned to the 99th floor, he could not wait to see the rabbit. After that, he slept well. A period of time later, in the General Department of Wandering Trade Supervisor, Gilas was writing a report, after writing him a little tired leaning on the chair. At this time, the small secretary came to him, the head of the supervisory department, arranged one. Regarding the conference of the Tycoon Giants, would he want to go to join, so Gilas said. He will pass by later, and put on the report that has just been written. This is a part. Regarding the summary of wandering traders recently monitored, moreover the notice down to cancel the supervision against him. Slowly opened the report, the small secretary immediately discovered that the merchant wandered the kitten before. Gilas for Teo's evaluation is very high, he said it was probably so long. Teo was the first true trader he met, very quickly the next day. In the sky, the children carry half of the scallions, used to cover the peanut field, today. They also grow corn and tomatoes outside, but at this moment, the water bag of warm rabbits seems to have a problem. It turns out that there is no water inside. The healthy Sejun now knows, the water inside the water bag is not infinite. Not waiting for him to check carefully, the black rabbit soldier rushed to the outside of the cave, he and the rabbit pushed the car. In front of Sejun qua dancing something, looking for half a day, Sejun immediately understood. It seems that in the new pond, after coming to the cave, seeing creatures in the pond, he was surprised. Even the queen became together to see bustling, at this time in the country, obviously appear crimson lobster, after coming to the sky pit. Sejun thought that inside the pond only fish, did not expect to appear new creatures. Now Sejun is very curious, the origin of this pond is finally, but next. He also thought of a delicious lobster table, waiting until Sejun was finished. The children were like he all drooled, then Sejun wanted to go with the black rabbit to catch shrimp. Also said, they seemed to be able to eat it first, but in reality it was very delicious. Upon receiving the affirmation of Sejun, the black rabbit also summoned his wooden hammer. This is a good opportunity to receive a new protein. How can Sejun can skip the lobster below? Staring at the above, did not know what they wanted to do, followed by one of the lobster. He also dedicated himself to Sejun, and his black rabbit soldier and wooden hammer. Has beaten to the lobster in the pond, just like that, in the farm immediately had new meat food. The small skeleton just wanted to live peacefully, but in response he was a cruel sort of the hunter. At the beginning of the small skeleton fell to the ground, the next second was more and more mercilessly crushed, but they, originally just a bunch of dry bones without combat capacity, just because of fertile land, leads to the unintentional harm of the dark capitalist, which causes all of this. It is just a small tomato that can break down fat, but as a Sejun cultivar, now there is a more important thing to do, that is to catch lobsters. At this time, the lobster in the pond felt scared, however. There are some lobster actively attacking Sejun, but for the real American crowd without any threat, Sejun swung the dagger. In the blink of an eye, he flew all of them. The Black Rabbit soldier followed immediately. He used a wooden hammer to beat all lobster to the shore. The remaining rabbits were in charge of transportation. Very quickly, the first lobster was immediately taken to the sickle, but no matter how hard he tried, again is the basic that cannot destroy this tough shell, helpless sickness. Just had to slowly shake his head towards Tai Tai Rabbit. Sejun finished catching lobster. Seeing the awkwardness of the sickle, then explained the cause for him, and said, "These lobster can use the method of baking or cooking to cook," thinking of Fen. Sejun decided to use the baking method, because he temporarily had no large pot to cook. After using the scallions to wrap the lobster, Sejun immediately placed it up next to the fire. Smelling the aroma radiating, Sejun and small black rabbits are a bit unable to wait. Soon the lobster finished grilling. Sejun took part in preparing to open. See if you can eat, separate the onions outside, lobster inside has clearly become red. After that, Sejun immediately held it on his hand. Now the lobster was completely cooked. He picked up the lobster, first, immediately let the rabbits try to eat. When Sejun broke the lobster in half, the inside immediately revealed the stout shrimp meat. Smelling the fragrance that could not be imagined, the rabbits were drooling. After performing, Sejun divided the grilled lobster to the bunny rabbits. Soon they immediately ate fresh lobsters. Sejun themselves also ate. Fresh lobster does not need any extra spice, just a simple baking. The taste is also the same. At this moment, Tai Tai Rabbit seemed to want to take the shrimp head away. The healthy Sejun stopped her, because there was a good thing inside. Slowly take a piece of shrimp meat. Sejun immediately filled with rich shrimp bricks. The two types of American combined with each other. At this time the only Sejun still wanted. It was again a small glass of wine. Now the small black rabbit next to it also want to taste the clothes that Sejun eat. Seeing shrimp bricks is not beautiful in his hand. Small black rabbits could not believe that Sejun was so delicious, hugging the suspicious attitude. He was still a little tasting. Unexpectedly the next second, the small black rabbit was completely conquered. It hugged the head of the lobster frantically to use. It seemed that the small black rabbit liked the taste of the shrimp bricks. Seeing him like to eat like that, Sejun picked up a new lobster, preparing to make an extra head of shrimp to reward small, medium black rabbits. Or now she arrogantly came outside. It smelled the scent that made me happy. Seeing the bear came, Sejun told him to wait a bit, very fast. A pile of yellow lobster immediately displayed in front of her. Arrogant, Sejun also wanted to be the same as before. Citing to the way of eating lobsters, the next second, she was arrogant to eat the whole shell. Moreover, it also expressed very delicious, healthy Sejun, nor did he intend to tell it the right way to eat. At the same time, on the suburbs of the second floor of the Black Tower, this place is a place called Suongkat Village. But the village inherently peaceful now is ruined. Countless skeletons settled down. Being slaughtered by the hunters, they risked their lives. Their homeland had lived for many years. Including a number of small skeletons also want to beg the opponent, no doubt was killed by the hunter accidentally. Its skull slowly fell to the ground. The next second was even crushed by people. The one who came was Michael, wanted to conduct cultivation in the tower. Seeing the big boss coming, the hunters all greeted. Now the hunter introduced to Michael about their fighting results. Now more than half of Suongkat village on the second floor. Basically they are dominated by them. But this result Michael was very dissatisfied. Then he asked a bit. It takes how long it takes to occupy all, according to all the current human resources. The hunter in the immediate future is estimated that it takes a few months. Michael immediately went to a bunch of dead hunters. He believes that having the help of these people, taking over within a week is not a difficult problem. For Michael, the most important thing is to find a suitable place for cultivation. Soon, a crowd of people went to the cultivation point on the first floor. The shallow field is now small or ripe tomatoes. Healthy Michael was immediately happy, slowly picking a fruit. But seeing no information, Michael immediately understood this was not a props. Next, he wants to try to see if the taste is similar to buying. But Michael is just chewing a few pieces. The next second of his face changed. Michael immediately spit on the ground directly. Complete his soul, he asked these researchers, because small tomatoes were planted. Basically there is no taste. Hearing that people do not believe. They obviously used the best nutrition solution, but after trying, everyone was helpless. This and small tomatoes are bought. The taste is indeed different. Michael angrily destroyed the crop, more and more crushed tomatoes. But it was this action that made Michael discover something unusual. Tomatoes have just been crushed by him, without any seeds. As soon as they had no way to solve it, Sejun was still sleeping, but at this time, Agricultural fields planted peanuts outside the cave welcomed the thief, gently picked up the leaves on the ground. Nyo Tien Tam immediately did not hesitate to stuff into his mouth. This fresh taste still made him nostalgic. Basically, not knowing my situation is now very dangerous, obviously arrogant cow warrior. At this time, the thief, the more the kittens were caught in the battle, but before. Michael conducted cultivation in the Black Tower, discovering the cause of failure. It was the small tomato they planted without seeds, but this is not Michael. For the first time encountering this situation, it turned out that right 10 years ago, Michael also encountered a shift gate. He then successfully came to the Black Tower, but came to the Black Tower. Michael for pursuing not a big floor, because he discovered something more interesting. It is the fertile soil to the extreme in the tower. After coming inside, Michael felt his dream is about to be here if he can grow in the tower. So dominating the global food market is no longer a dream, so Michael immediately began to act. After reaching a certain extent in the tower, he chose to leave the tower, then spend all his heart to convince his father. Very quickly, under the support of Father Michael, the cultivation category in his tower also began. Michael spent a large amount of money of material resources, but after a while his dream was almost broken. Because seeds planted basically not developing, until people gradually explore the Black Tower. Finally, someone discovered the awakened person after entering the Black Tower immediately will temporarily lose the ability to reproduce the next life. Wait until the awakened person reaches level 10 to gradually recover. This is the side effect of the body initially adapting to magic. At the same time, the effectiveness cannot be effectively reproduced with plants. The plants brought from outside the tower could not be promoted, so the seeds were not appearing. So Michael thought of looking for wandering traders, buying plants in the tower, but being rejected by the opponent. Because of these things, early tendencies were on the 55th floor. At that time Michael was desperate, because he was just a new rookie arrived at the 10th floor, after leaving the tower again. Michael, for consuming too much, was immediately criticized by his father, too wasteful. After that, the cultivation category in the tower first, finally ended the miserable failure. Recalling the previous dream, Michael did not want to give up, so he hurriedly stood up, then told the subordinates to gather all hunters to the 38th floor, and also took out a large amount of dong thap. The next Michael, preparing to buy all the D-grade D-level tomato from the cat trader. If the first issue is not, he thinks a higher level will probably have a chance. Now Michael is completely crazy, the small tomato in his eyes. It is the beginning that can be cultivated in the tower, but for this, the kitten is not known. Over the long days of crossing the road, Teo finally peacefully approached the sky pit. At this moment he discovered items on the ground, picked up. The kitten immediately realized that this was the onion inside the sky pit moved forward, not just onion. There are other leaves falling on the ground, following Teo away to pick up. Very quickly encountered a tough thing, so the kitten immediately raised his head to look up. But Nyo Tien Tam is still devouring, also feeling below with objects. Seeing the metal in front of Teo's chest, he realized that the kitten was a wandering trader. Now Teo questioned Gu Tien Tam, where was the scallions from? Nyo Tien Tam did not hide it, then pointed to the farm in the front, saying that he was picked up from there. Seeing that the kitten really thought that he was lying. Because these leaves in the sky are very valuable, not only can make things, you can even be used as a toilet paper, so he wants to understand that Sejun is unable to throw away. So the kittens think that the opponent is definitely stealing, hearing that Nyo Tien Tam in the blink of an eye. He said he was a warrior who crawled his honor as a life, basically could not make theft. Even if it is a wandering trader, if he humiliated himself like that, he would absolutely not easily ignore it. At first the kitten was threatened with one, but thinking clearly that I was the right side. Teo is no longer afraid, he wants Nyo Tien Tam to find Sejun. Until then, who was right and wrong, could clearly distribute. Hearing that, the warrior immediately agreed. Just like a cat, a buffalo went towards the sky, went to the middle of the road. Nyo Tien Tam understood. Those plants were definitely thrown by the Serral, if they could find the opponent. Also indirectly completed the mission that Nyo Ma Vong gave him. At that time, he could receive the appreciation of the great king. However, Sejun is still fast asleep in the air. But very quickly Teo directly rushed into him. This strong collision made Sejun wake up. He then annoyed to kneel on the ground. But the kitten still urged Sejun to go up. After slowly recovering, Sejun asked Teo what was it. Only the arrogant kitten said, I caught a thief. Soon, Sejun immediately brought Teo to climb out. Nyo Tien Tam waited for them to stay outside the cave, but now he saw a huge bull's head in front of his eyes. Sejun did not believe this was the thief that the kitten caught. After going out, Teo pointed to Nyo Tien Tam, while Se-jun scolded him with him. Under the observation of Taurus Tien Tam and Se-jun, the kitten also took out evidence collected. Now farmers also realized that before that, the number of corn leaves was stolen. They immediately brought the scallions to do it instead. Nyo Tien Tam, next to seeing the plane, said, "This is he picked up from the ground, if it was not the object trying to throw away. Basically will not put this on the ground, but through the system information reminders." Se-jun immediately realized, in front of his eyes was a black cow head monster, from the Minotaur clan. Come to think of it, he understood that the opponent was the monster when Lam Noyet rebelled the farming field. After that, the corn leaves they covered with peanuts. Now, Nyo Tien Tam was fighting with Teo fiercely. He thought that the road was a crawling warrior. It is impossible to steal things, and Se-jun, feeling the opportunity to renovate the farming field right before his eyes. The argument with no results, the kitten immediately told Se-jun to prove that those scallions were not thrown away. So Se-jun immediately answered Teo. He and Nyo Tien Tam explained, "This is used to control the moisture in the field." Heard that the warrior crawled completely blankly. "Unexpectedly, I really stole things." Then Nyo Tien Tam hurriedly apologized to Se-jun. He initially, not knowing that it was still needed, but sorry so simply. Se-jun did not accept it again. He immediately wanted 100 dong thap to compensate for stealing things. The arrogant cow warrior confronted with scary crimson giant bears. The big battle between them was about to erupt. Before that, Nyo Tien Tam was also aware that he was really stolen. Hearing Se-jun told him to take out 100 dong thap as compensation. This in the blink of an eye made the bull monster shocked, because he was still the first time seeing such expensive grass. Helplessly, Nyo Tien Tam had to make it clear, really had no money. Experiencing a kitten's search, also testifying he did not lie. It was really empty, but this was soon in Se-jun's expected. After that, he said he had no money, he could use his body to pay the debt. Seeing that Nyo Tien Tam was very suspicious, Se-jun immediately made it clear to him, from tomorrow to come here to work. Each day will pay him a wages, used to repay the debt. Hearing that, Nyo Tien Tam also understood Se-jun's idea. As soon as he was about to refuse, Se-jun said, "Just coming here to work, those delicious corn leaves. The onion can arbitrarily eat." This word just said, in the blink of an eye conquered the arrogant cow warrior. He agreed to work to pay off the debt. After that, Se-jun wanted to join Taurus Tien Tam to sign a contract, moreover told him to come tomorrow. Nyo Tien Tam was healthy and happy to raise his hand, very quickly under Teo's big eyes. The contract between farmers and Nyo was also signed. Se-jun's way of making kittens was extremely impressive. He is still the first time he knows, no money can use his body to pay, to avoid forgetting. Teo was like before, bringing this technique quickly to record and sign the contract. Nyo Tien Tam immediately said goodbye to the Se-jun. Now Se-jun thanked the kitten for. He was about to have a master plowing the field, received a compliment. Teo hurriedly said, "This can be changed as long as Tae," who doubted that the dark farmers were only for a month. For this, the kitten jumped on Se-jun. Teo scratched the structure to have more time. However, it was rejected. Very quickly the next day, early in the morning, Se-jun immediately started to catch lobster, since tasting the delicious taste of lobster. The black rabbit warrior with more motivated catching. Today he is still familiar with a hammer to fly lobster. Now Se-jun is in charge of collecting and processing. Soon, behind the pile of lots of big lobster, ending preparing breakfast today. Se-jun praised, the skill of the small black rabbit is increasingly proficient, but the next second, the whole body of the black rabbit warrior was covered by light blue light. Next, the wooden hammer in his hand immediately transformed, waiting until the light disappeared. The previous wooden hammer became more attacking. Even the black rabbit warrior now felt unbelievable. This seems to be his second awakening time. The remaining children, all were happy instead of small black rabbits, seeing it became stronger, later catching lobster. Se-jun could finally deliver to the small black rabbit. A while later, the bear's mother outside the cave. Immediately calling Se-jun, they seemed to discover something praiseworthy. Seeing that, Se-jun went out, and now she arrogantly raised the bear's claws. Then pointing to the big rock above, raising his head to look up, Se-jun immediately discovered a completely new honeycomb. Hearing the outside sound, the small queen on both sides came out. Seeing Se-jun ahead, the small queen immediately showed a smile. Then it quickly flew towards the farmer. At this time Se-jun immediately understood, he was the previous queen bee. Se-jun happily greeted the small queen. He was worried that he would not see the small queen again. Turned out, the leaving of the small queen is to build a new bee. Seeing that she is very arrogant to come close, Se-jun introduced the small queen to it. Moreover, Tell her arrogance must definitely protect the house of the small queen, so that there can be more delicious honey. Feeling the goodwill of the opponent, very quickly, she arrogantly and greeted each other. The bear's mother on one side is very satisfied, but the farmer of the farm is also expanded. However, at this time, the back transmitted a loud noise. It turned out that Nyo Tien Tam signed a contract. On time to work, but the next second, the huge claw of the bear mother suddenly blocked in the middle. At the same time angrily roared towards Nyo Tien Tam, seemingly telling him to quickly leave this place. Nyo Tien Tam also did not expect to encounter a crimson giant bear, although it was beyond his plan. But making an arrogant crawling warrior, he absolutely would not back down like that. Sejun also wanted to tell the bear's mother not to fight, but the giant red bear because to avoid injury. Immediately chasing them aside, about him and the monster of the cow head, this time was confrontation. But the small friends in the sky heard the sound, also came outside to ask what happened. Seeing the kitten out, Sejun hurriedly told him to go to advice Nyo Tien Tam and his mother. If they didn't let them stop, the next battle would definitely be injured. Teo and his bear's mother said the bulls were to work, without malice, but the giant red bear. Tell them to quickly return to the cave, because he could not forgive the thief to invade farming here. Sejun was helpless to advise Nyo Tien Tam, but he also did not want to agree. Making a first warrior crawling and evading was an unwavering behavior. At this time, Sejun really did not have any way. The battle between them seemed inevitable. Irene still came to ask for food at this time, seeing that the kittens answered now. There was no preparation time, but Irene not only did not come to help the solution, but also told Sejun to quickly solve. He was hungry all the morning. She was arrogant in the back also said like Irene, and Taurus Tien Tam. Now prepared, depending on the time you want to launch the attack. For this, the crimson giant bear is not afraid. He is the hegemony of this forest. The penetration of the bull's head monster makes the bear's mother basically unable to hold back. He wanted now, advised Sejun to return to the cave, seeing that no little friend heard him say. In addition, two giant monsters, about to fight, and Sejun temporarily panicked and hugged his head. But now, he finally could not tolerate this chaotic scene. The next second Sejun shouted loudly. If no one wanted to calm down, listen to me. He will not provide food for anyone else. This word just said, Nyo Tien Tam and Mother Bear are blank. She was arrogant and the children were even more scared. They were worried that the farmers would not really manage themselves. Irene in the manager space also stopped to remind Teo with tears of apology, Sejun, now facing the anger of farmers. The situation was finally quiet. The two monsters just raised the bow of the sword. At this time, I was scared to look at Sejun. The first rabbit was awakened for the second time. Not only has magnificent golden water, even water storage capacity has been significantly improved. Before that, Nyo Tien Tam and Mother Bear were about to happen to the Great War. Fortunately at the key moment, Sejun took out the assassin. At this time, he could prevent two scary monsters in time. Hearing farmers say they will not give everyone food, the children at the scene are quiet. Even the Irene manager is obediently not noisy anymore. Seeing everyone was content to listen to me, Sejun immediately brought the consequences of the Great War. Not only will destroy shallow fields, it will also hurt people. Later there is no food source. To neutralize the conflict between the two sides, Sejun decided to have a breakfast at the same time, so the children will not continue hungry. After that, he immediately called the bunny rabbits to work together, going to the sky pit. Black rabbit warriors as usual catching lobster. Other children are not idle. Everyone one thing is, are trying to prepare for this breakfast. Sejun is in charge of cooking every beautiful, soon. Each dish of fresh food has also been done, after transporting the whole outside. Nyo Tien Tam and Mother Bear smelled fragrant, could not help but widen their eyes. Next, the children in the farm together enjoy food, Irene on the other side. Sejun prepared a lot of grilled corn. After thanking, Irene went to breakfast. Now Nyo Tien Tam has just eaten in her hand, not forgetting to take grilled corn in the plate. But he collided with the claws of the bear's mother, just a small collision. The spark between them flared up again. Sejun helplessly coughed softly. Now it was time to introduce the two sides a little, he said the bear and her arrogant. As a powerful little friend to protect the farm, as soon as Sejun is about to make it clear to the crimson giant bear the fate of the monster of the cow head, Nyo Tien Tam is refreshing to introduce himself. Seeing that, Sejun immediately told his mother, next, Nyo Tien Tam would work in the farm. Later was also one of the friends, and made it clear to the two of them, the farm was absolutely not allowed to fight. If it happened, then there would be no food. This consequence made the giant crimson and Nyo Tien Tam was very scared. They didn't want to return to the previous hungry days. Because they could continue to eat the US every day, the two monsters before they were not suitable, now starting to cooperate, just like the last thing that has never happened. Seeing them reconciled with each other, Sejun on one side was assured. But Nyo Tien Tam is now a bit suspicious, because he still doesn't know what he can do. Seeing that Sejun scratched the kitten, and explained simply for him. The aircraft also led Nyo Tien Tam to the wasteland ahead. Sejun needs him to be like a lamb Noyet. Before lunch, bring soft soil under the small wasteland, flip out. Hearing such a simple job, moreover there was lunch to eat, Nyo Tien Tam was a bit unbelievable. But after receiving Sejun's affirmation, he was prepared to start plowing. Slowly crawling on the ground prepared for a while, the next second of the foot of the Taurus became more and more robust. He then suddenly broadcasted, in the blink of an eye, plowing a few meters away. Thinking of a delicious beauty waiting for her, Nyo Tien Tam was energetic. Now Sejun is also very happy, so, the plan to create fertile land will take a step more. But next, he and the rabbits also have to start working. Today need to grow scallions first. Compared to other crops, scallions are easy to increase, not only convenient cultivation. After cutting onions, over a period of time will continue to divide. Until then holding the newly sprouted preschool, going back to plant, under the efforts of everyone. Very quickly a large newly planted scallions have been planted, thanks to the very good environment of the 99th floor. The growth rate of scallions is very fast, so do not worry about being eaten by Nyo Tien Tam. However, according to the increased number of crops, now there is a problem, which is the baby rabbit. Their warm water is not enough to use, so going back and forth will significantly reduce work performance. At present, the land declaration is not counted as much, the capacity of the kettle has not kept up, but at this time, on the first rabbit, there was a change, like a black rabbit warrior. The fairy rabbit also became a second awakening formula, the warm water became yellow. Seeing this scene was very happy, Sejun was also excited. Sejun was afraid he was scared, and went forward to comfort the kitten. He hugged Teo in his arms, then said this was also his problem. He should soon tell Teo to know the change in the sky pit. The small black rabbit saw the hard-hearted kittens. He immediately used his tongue to gently comfort the remaining rabbits. Also did not want to see the kitten forever sad. They went forward, and the small black rabbit licked Teo's fur. Soon, the kitten also smiled, Sejun and the children. Now hugging each other tightly, seeing the warm scene ahead. Her arrogant bear also understood his mistakes, so it slowly came to the children. At the same time, like a bunch of baby rabbits, Teo sincerely apologized to her arrogant. Do not scratch it. Moreover they also expressed to each other, later will definitely be more friendly. But they were tired all morning, after going through the last thing, it seemed a bit tired. At this time, Sejun and the children yawned. After that, they immediately closed their eyes and rested, and the rabbit couple in the air heard the sound outside. After cleaning up the furniture, at this time went out to the cave, slowly crawling up. The first rabbit discovered, the storage bag fell on the ground. He took out the straw hat from inside. At this time, Tai Rabbit signaled a little with the born rabbit. He discovered Sejun and the children. The children in front, now sleep together. They rely on each other's bodies, sleep very comfortably and peacefully. Healthy Rabbit and her husband understand that they are tired all day, very hard to think of the straw hat just picked up. Rabbits were born, gently covered on the head of Sejun, wanting to use this to shade him, but they now rely on the bear's people, so quietly enjoying the warmth now. Perhaps feeling the children at the side, the farmer revealed a happy smile. At the same time, somewhere outside the black tower space, now gathered a lot of giant black dragons. They were staring at the middle, only one old man, who was risking his life in the crystal. However, the next second he was shocked directly, seeing that the old man immediately got angry. He did not understand why the black tower could not open, the handsome man on one side. At this moment, the old man was calm. He was the father of Irene, Anton Brittany. Upon hearing that, the old man was basically unable to defend, still not meeting Irene. Even if the owner of the black dragon sees her, Brighton could not help but get angry. Irene's last disease, 10 years. Now they finally get the medicine, but they could not open the door to the black tower. Even if the emergency system is created by themselves, there is no reaction now. For the internal situation, Caesar has absolutely no way. Hearing that Anton thinks this is a good news, the emergency system is not activated. It also proves that Irene is still fine, the black dragons next to it are the same. They told the homeowner Caesar should not be too worried. Irene is in the manager space of the Black Tower, which is the magic center to maintain the tower's operation. The place should have been a place to take turns, used to enhance the strength, because Irene suddenly gives birth. So the dragons all ceded the management privilege, moreover because to restore Irene's dragon's heart. The more they pay the price, Anton said. Everyone in Caesar's mood were the same. Next wait is okay, no need to force the Black Tower shock, but Caesar understood. His son Anton would say so, and he did not want to let the dragons were born in the heart. Anyway, because of his daughter, Al-Gulatani, the dragon tribe sacrificed greatly. Anton therefore also felt very sorry, but he did not want to let his father, Caesar, and everyone be too hard. Moreover, Anton believes that his daughter Irene, he is definitely trying to overcome the disease. Hearing that, Caesar also calmly felt worried, then he ordered. Before the Black Tower opened, the dragons did not need to coordinate with him to force the tower, returning to wait for the order. Very quickly all the Black Dragon flew away from this place, waiting for other people to leave. Anton thinks how to get sick now. Perhaps the dragon heart of Irene had good changes. Caesar hopes that the result is like that, but he had not seen his lovely granddaughter for too long. Even if Irene, whether or not to eat well or not, Caesar can now do only silence for her, different from the worries of Tronlone. At this time, Irene was in a manager space, happy to eat small tomatoes. Just ate her while reading books. She did not see a bit on her body. Uncomfortable because the small tomato that Saren is planted later is level D. The taste compared to the past was much more charming. Irene used to be filled with a mouth before. It is possible to taste the flavor, but now it only takes a few enough fruits, but the next second, Irene's dragon's heart pounded for a long time and did not see it, which made her stop moving in her hand. Irene did not dare to believe her claws on her chest, her dragon heart, for 200 years of no dam, but now proactively generates rhythm. Even began to absorb magic power. This is the experience that Irene these years never had. Since the heart of the dragon was sick, he could not absorb magic anymore, feeling the change of the body. Irene now finally remembered. It turned out that his illness was suddenly over. Thinking of Fen, Irene immediately understood as the effect of small tomatoes, because small tomatoes have a slightly enhanced magic effect, which Irene also thought that it was not a bad taste. Unexpectedly, after eating a large amount of small tomatoes, it also has the effect of treating the heart of the dragon heart. Thinking that he could slowly recover, Irene could not help being happy. But today, the Irene Brittany finally succeeded in 200 years old. Moreover, there is existence that wants to protect, because the dragon's heart has a chance to beat. Irene immediately decided to be defended later by her, Sejun's farmer, his happy mood. Want to see what farmers are now busy, considering a fen? Irene immediately laughed. He did not expect Sejun could get it again. The props have not been assessed. Roughly, someone is talking about himself, Sejun in his dreams still rubbing his nose. 6 lovely soft baby rabbits can make the kittens take the initiative to bring up the cherished cat meat bar. Just because Teo was about to become the uncle of the bunny, before that, they are leaning on each other to sleep, but the Irene manager, seeing the straw hat on the head of Sejun, so he hurriedly awakened Sejun. After being awakened, Sejun was very doubtful, because above reminded him that he had untreated props. Searching a bit wildly, Sejun immediately took down a straw hat from the head. He doesn't know when he is on his head. The fairy born on one side signaled a bit, seeing that Sejun immediately understood. It turned out that this was the props that Teo brought to the plane. Sejun immediately patted the kitten. However, Teo still wanted to sleep for a while. Sejun reluctantly had to ignore it. At this time, he took out the straw hat, prepared to consider the reminder information. The props have not been assessed. Can only see some vague skills and conditions, but the great skill is blessed above. It is still the success that attracts the attention of Sejun. At this moment the manager immediately made recommendations. He told Sejun to give him a little examination. Healthy Sejun immediately agreed. After receiving the straw hat, Irene moved a little bit of body. He had not used magic for too long. After starting, Irene gently lifted the dragon claw, then immediately used the assessment skills. According to the blue magic surrounding the 4 straw hats, Irene was surprised at this time. At the same time, congratulating Sejun, he received a relatively dangerous props, finished assessment. The manager immediately issued a mission, the condition that Bao Sejun came to Lam Noyet. Submit to plants containing Lam Noyet breathing. Seeing that, Sejun now remembered. The next time Lam Noyet is coming, now Nong Dain has expanded a lot. After that, he agreed with the manager, heard that the manager, and told Sejun his name. Moreover, he also asked him to hook and hook, promising that Sejun did not think it was right, feeling no need. So he will also give. So Irene in the blink of an eye is very unhappy. whether he threatened him to not want the straw hat or not, seeing the reminder above. Sejun in the blink of an eye changed his face. He hurriedly said he could know the name of Irene. It was his great honor. Then Sejun slowly raised his little finger. After that, the next time I will donate on a tree containing Lam Noyet and Irene on one side. Also straight to his dragon claw. This is still the first estimate in his dragon's life, the estimated estimate. The mission is also completed. Through reminder, Sejun knows this is the relic of the fake saint. Moreover, as one of the 10 saints left in the Black Tower, the healthy Sejun now understood how dangerous props brought back the props, equipped with orders to bring the title of foreign object. He was still the first time he heard, after being assessed, the minimum capacity values needed to use immediately disappear, instead of a career. But people involved in agriculture can immediately use, even more dangerous than. This straw hat will progress according to the wearer's rank. Now Sejun is a D farmer. Therefore, the rank of straw hat is also upgraded to level D, according to the limitations of the skill class to be removed. At this time, the attribute of the straw hat is clearly more skilled. Moreover, each increase is extremely magnificent. This props for Sejun said it was indeed a spirit. Now the barren land needs to be exposed. Just need the effectiveness of the great land. Look at Teo asleep. Sejun felt his judgment is true. Kittens of indeed have a golden hands. Having fun, he could not help but move to hug Teo, and constantly kissed the kittens of kittens. Teo was healthy. He didn't understand what Sejun was doing. Seeing the kittens regain consciousness, Sejun rewarded him within the next week, restoring the position of Teold, although not knowing what it is. But now Teo and Sejun are very excited, many days away. The kitten finally approved his own efforts, became a old Tay again, after a few days later. At this time in the sky, the rabbit is still eating food. But the small black rabbit on one side did not have any thoughts, all of the attention to look ahead. Small legs are constantly trembling, but not only such a small black rabbit. Sejun is now very stressful. He was immersed in his own world now, absolutely not hearing a lot of questioning. Wait until the kittens are complete. At this time, people heard that people said they had not done yet. Hearing that, Teo was very unkind. He turned and immediately called Nyo Tien Tam and Ni too. Unexpectedly, the 2 buffaloes were still following me. Now I don't know where to go. But near the hamster rat stall, 2 bullhead monsters are being attracted by cabbage that traders sell. Smelling the fresh scent emanating from above, Nyo Tien Tam could not help but drool. As for Ni too, I was asking the price, but the hamster mouse boss trembled again, being so scared that he temporarily pleaded. At this moment, the kitten finally found 2 buffaloes. Teo now is a bit angry, because they are clearly coming to protect themselves. But why appeared here? Nyo Tien Tam was healthy and apologized immediately, after an explanation. Kittens also understood. It turned out that they were still the first time leaving the 99th floor. So for these things very curious. Moreover, Nyo Tien Tam also has a problem. He is very suspicious. Why is this place called Wandering Traders? Not all residents of the tower. You can use it. For this, Teo is not surprised. After all, the 2 buffaloes are always living on the 99th floor. Do not know the change of the Black Tower. At this time the kittens turned to detect pileboxes. Next Teo quickly jumped on top, facing the doubt of the 2 buffaloes. Kittens immediately deployed a temporary knowledge class, turned out for a long time ago. The path of the Black Tower has not been named, when the great tree in the restaurant through the entire Black Tower. From the 1st floor to the 99th floor, there are branches, but due to the really too much path, most of its branches are dangerous. Everyone does not know which new religion is safe. The first great wandering traders have stood out. He established a wandering trader association, moreover with his 2 friends, pruning dangerous branches. After that, build a safe path. 2 other friends established the Mercenaries Association and the Wizard Association. 3 major associations have become a new era in the tower. They reached an agreement with each other. During the initial construction period, 3 big associations each one work, provide each other the necessary resources, in which the managerial manager is in charge of the wandering merchants. 2 other major associations have no idea, so since then, immediately named the wandering merchant. The erudite of the kitten made the 2 buffaloes clapped his hands. Receiving praise, Teo also said, these are basic knowledge, but in reality, on the first page of the book of instructions for the primary wandering trading, immediately introduced, but despite being a wandering trader, but all residents of the Black Tower can be used, only 1 paid is an exception. It is a fast pine for wandering traders, because wandering traders need to go a lot of places. Therefore, the fast route is indispensable, but this resident village is the central point of paid. They will go from here to the 40th floor, then move to the 38th floor. Thus time will be significantly shortened. Nyo Tien Tam did not expect. Going to the destination is so complicated, but Teo ended the lecture not to continue, because now is time to eat, hearing kittens want to take them to eat food. Nyo Tien Tam and Ni proved very excited, but Teo said she wanted to take them to the fish restaurant, also asking the two buffaloes like to eat fish, but the kittens did not detect. The leader of the silver wolf Elka earlier rushed towards him, but the risk of sudden. The feeling of Teo was still recognized. The next second of the old wolf fell in front of the kitten. He stared at the kitten aggressively. Teo was healthy in the blink of an eye and feared into a lump. He did not expect the opponent to wait for him here. As soon as Elka threatened the kitten, Nyo Tien Tam indignant in the blink of an eye, swinging the right, in the blink of an eye, the ground was beaten into debris. However, the reaction of the old wolf was very fast. This blow did not hurt him. However, after seeing the monster of the cow head ahead, Elka could not believe his eyes. He realized this was the warrior of the Minotaur clan. At this time, Nyo Tien Tam coldly asked the opponent's identity, and protected Teo by his side. There was the protection of Nyo Tien Tam. The fear of the kitten immediately disappeared. Then he hurriedly said, "It is Elka that always chases her." Understanding the situation, the cow warrior was prepared to collect old wolves a battle. At the same time, the two silver wolves above also rushed down. They wanted to help the patriarch ambushed Nyo Tien Tam, but not yet waiting for Elko and Elko to approach. Ni in the blink of an eye went in front of the two wolves. The next second he suddenly swung two rights. Two silver wolves in the blink of an eye were beaten. Seeing the people fall to the ground, Elka could not help but worry. Nyo and I beside laughed and said, "It turned out that there were two lovely puppies?" After that, he also told Nyo Tien Tam, protecting Teo well. Next immediately he received the fight. Healthy kittens are very worried about him, whether Ni alone can be in danger. Hearing that, Nyo Tien Tam Bao Teo was assured, they were the 99 floor monster. These small dogs are basically not rivals, moreover Ni is stronger than themselves. Hearing the trust of Nyo Tien Tam, plus the red halo on his face, the kitten was like suspicion. Unable to think of him then immediately said, "No need to beat the silver wolves." Seeing that Ni agreed. Teo may not be able to control his hand, he himself could not determine. Two silver wolves in front of them finally reincarnated. They said they could still support. Elko asked the next team leader to do, thinking of Fen. Elka is still the decision that cannot be given up. If this time is not successful, then they will not have the opportunity anymore. Then the three silver wolves immediately displayed the posture. But now, the 99th floor warrior and the 85th floor silver wolf, about to fight. At the same time in the sky, the sickle was trimmed for the rabbit to push the car. Soon, the rabbit's hair pushed the car became very comfortable. Warriors on one side. The black rabbit and Sejun praised the sickle. This time it was also Sejun's turn. He just need to cut his hair a little short. As soon as the sickle is about to take action, the hot breath in her nose was arrogant in his face. Temporarily the sickle's nose became very itchy. He then sneezed a strong one, but this could make Sejun meet great disaster. The sickle is not careful to take away a pinch of hair. Seeing this scene sickly and she was arrogant, and about Sejun, he is still silly waiting for a new hairstyle. They are the Silver Wolf clan to have the power of the soul inherited. Originally, there should be an honor and arrogance of supreme, but because of survival, it is also impossible not to choose to lower the noble head, now the chief of the contemporary Silver Wolf. The more it is to confront the warrior, because if it is not caught, the tribe will not have food sources. Thinking here, Elka does not hesitate anymore. Immediately carrying two wolves rushed towards the opponent. Seeing that Ni was not afraid, the right force immediately wanted to launch a right, but the next second, Elka appeared in front of him. After that, bite a strong one, he bit his right arm to swing the right of Ni. Elko below is not idle, for the legs of Ni is a sip. At this time, two wolves controlled the actions of a healthy cow warrior. Elka was clearly found ahead and scratched. Next immediately scratched into the legs of Ni with a power output. The old wolf was about to launch a mental click. In the blink of an eye, he bit the neck of Ni. In just a few seconds, the combination of three silver wolves could not be. But Elka immediately discovered that it was not right, because there was no fresh blood in the mouth. Nyo Ni's skin is like steel, his teeth basically cannot bite through. Realizing the shock of the old wolf, Nyo Ni did not quickly speak. The skin of the Minotaur clan has a powerful defense capacity. The voice has just stopped. His left fist was like a hurricane hit Elko. The strong shock force made this silver wolf in the blink of an eye seriously injured. But Taurus's counterattack was still a long time to end. He grabbed Elko with no resistance. Next, thrown hard forward, the poor silver wolf was hit into a pile of wooden planks. Seeing this scene, Elko, immediately impatient, temporarily he loosened the bite. Wait until Elko responded, again late. Nyoanai did not hold back, lifted his leg and kicked him up violently. Elko was still biting his neck, terrified. He did not expect. The fighting power of Nai was so strong that he was surprised as soon as he was surprised. Nyoanai clearly grabbed the old wolf in his hand, and the next second threw it to the ground. At this moment, Elka understood that they lost, but he really did not commit. There are many ethnic groups waiting for themselves, but Nai right to kill him. At this moment, the old wolf, recalling the story many years ago, when his grandfather was still educating him. They are pure silver wolves in the Black Tower, with a very top notch. After death will turn into a soul, become the protective god of the tribe. This is also the basis of the Great Wolf. They can inherit the souls of their ancestors, will and strength. Since then, he has the ability to hunt and hunt superhumanly, so Elka's grandfather educated him. We have the honor that the ancestors left, so when the silver wolf race, all have to live arrogant, so that they are not ashamed of each one. The impartial ancestor devoted his strength, Elko once sweared, definitely protecting the honor of the tribe. But suddenly came very suddenly, the Black Tower welcomed unprecedented famine. Other tribes have even began to slaughter each other, just because of robbing resources. Very quickly the struggle also happened in the Silver Wolf, Elka's grandfather, for protecting him. Unfortunately, other wolves were killed. Many years later, the boy dreamed of the future. Has become the patriarch to protect the tribe, because so that the children can live well. Elka could not help but work for Glade Tycoon Giants, which was opposed by the ethnic group. Because creating the current situation is Glade, the Silver Wolves do not agree with the patriarch's way. Working for that cowardly wild boar, indeed insulting the honor of the Silver Wolf. For this in Elka, even though uncomfortable, it also objected to the words of the ethnic group. Because he really has no way, if not like that, Elka doesn't even know. The tribe can support tomorrow or not, just can make children survive. The honor that once persevered he was content to give up at this time. The ancestor thought that he would also understand himself. During this time, Elka did countless dirty things, causing the Tycoon Giants to harvest a lot. The property was tinged with blood. The struggles day by day made him completely paralyzed. The only thing remaining is for the race to survive, now too. Despite knowing not the opponent, Elka still chose to confront the 99 floor monsters, while in a coma. His mouth was still worried about the children in the tribe. Fortunately Nai did not act as cruelly. Teo also confirmed that Elka was just fainting. At this time Nai asked, should they break their legs, later they will not need to worry about being monitored anymore. Thinking about it, Teo constantly refused. He thought that was so cruel, thinking offend. The kittens decided to bring them back. This is still the best to hand over to Sejun. But in the other sky, seeing the skin emanating the holy light, Sickles and her arrogant in her heart are afraid. The two of them are still negotiating, so how to explain? Sejun now thought that he had finished cutting. He wanted to touch his hand. The next second he stood up in panic, because his head was bald again. However, Sejun himself did not see. He had a bit of regret not telling Teo to buy the mirror. The small queen beside also discovered baldness. A healthy Sickle hastily directed Sejun, apologizing, not wanting to let you be too uncomfortable. He constantly consoling everyone will make mistakes. As long as he wears a straw hat, no one will find out. But again and again, Sejun was autistic, because basically could not cover it. Just now, Tai Rabbit also came outside, knowing that the situation was surprised. After that, he wanted to prune Sejun, although it was very heartbreaking, but could not do anything other than listening to the children. Back to the haircut, Tai Rabbit immediately decisively pulled out his scissors. A while later, in the manager space, Irene is leisurely watching the book. But very quickly her small tomato snacks immediately eat all. After growing up, the amount of food inherently not able to satisfy herself, but she did not dare to ask much. This will be misunderstood by farmers as a pig, but now does not manage so much. Irene directed a large crystal ball, starting to call Sejun, but carefully. He discovered the situation in the sky pit. Sejun also saw Irene's news, then slowly turned around. The man was just changing a hairstyle. The noble black dragon blushed. Before that, due to the negligence of the sickle, Sejun's head was bald. Fortunately Tai Rabbits have saved successfully. Wait until Irene wanted to come to Sejun, and found out that his appearance had a big change. Seeing Sejun radiant, after his soul, Irene was temporarily amazed. Seeing on the information bar without news, Sejun asked if he had happened. And Irene in the manager space, now it is not speechless. The new hairstyle of the farmer made him vibrate in the blink of an eye. the more embarrassing on his face. At this time, Sejun also moved forward. His actions made Irene embarrassed. So hastily reminded Sejun to step back 7 steps. Soon Irene finally restored calm. After that, he clearly stated his intention. It turned out that he needed some food. It is best to come to a little lobster, seeing that Sejun explained a bit. These days, the food in the lagoon is very small. The number of lobster has always decreased slowly. Fish eat people also not much, so recently the farm is also taking vegetables as the mastery, eating for a few days. Sejun's body was a bit empty. Fortunately he could give Irene other things instead. Then take out a little corn, for this manager is very thankful. The next Sejun immediately accepted food. Before leaving, Irene could not help but speak. The current hairstyle is very suitable for Sejun, very beautiful, followed by immediately fleeing. For the first time hearing Irene, Sejun was very happy, but next, he also had to continue burying his head in work, another side in the manager space. Irene trembled with the whole hand, even the heart was pounding. Touching his dragon heart, he was very suspicious, not understanding the cause of the dragon heartbeat so fast. Thinking a little, Irene hurriedly shook his head. He was sure that Sejun's sudden change threatened to startle, turned to prepare for food, but once again looked at the food in his hand. Irene suddenly thought of Sejun's words, then started searching on the bookshelf. Soon he held a thick book. The content inside was about cooking food. There was this book. Irene was confident in 10 parts. She blushed, seemingly preparing to do something for Sejun. A few days later, Leo finally arrived at the 38th floor Black Tower, seeing wandering traders. The adventurers all agitated to welcome him, but the kitten did not disappoint everyone. This time he brought 3,600 small tomatoes. Each group divided 400 fruits into an auction team. Hearing such a large number, the temporary adventurers were very surprised, then immediately deployed a fierce auction. Everyone for hire small tomatoes is very enthusiastic. In just a few minutes, only 2,000 fruits left. However, he did not wait for him to take the next nest, and immediately some people at the high price of 1,600 dong thap, buying small tomatoes left over. Adventurous fake so generous, causing the kitten in the blink of an eye to subdue. The opponent also directed others to clearly state his identity. It turned out that they were sent by Michael. After selling all the small tomatoes, Teo waved goodbye to everyone, other adventurers, even though he was dissatisfied. But before and after, it was still unable to compete for the big factory outside. Dong Jik, they also exclaimed. The difficulty of buying small tomatoes is growing, but fortunately he and Teo know. Just through the kittens trading with Sejun, thinking back there will be a lot of resources. At this time, the adventurers sent by Michael came to make a chanting sound, because the name of the farmer was hidden. Now that they can see, temporarily they are curious. This Sejun farmer is finally like. Hearing that, Dong Jik became very worried, then a stealing of small tomatoes. At the same time, telling the opponent to let me see a little, slowly open the information board. Dong Jik immediately felt wrong, above the fact that the growth of the growers. Knowing that Sejun's career was a farmer, he was threatened with one. Another side adventure asserted, then called people to return to the public barracks on the first floor. They wanted to investigate Sejun's identity, definitely have to let him stand on his side. Thinking about this action, it is possible to obtain such valuable news. The adventurous leader led the illusion of promotion. Hearing the opponent saying, Dong Jik's heart was very helpless. He did not want to lose the opportunity to attract Sejun. Moreover, more importantly, revealing the name, meaning that Sejun's family members will encounter great trouble. For rich people outside, small tomatoes are more valuable than jewels. If the growers in the tower, they because of the source. Certainly, he will kidnap Sejun's family members, causing the host to threaten, from the mouth of Teo before. Dong Jik knew that Sejun could not leave the tower, so the outside situation would probably not know. Just now, the kittens actively came to Dong Jik, but not yet waiting for him to greet. Dong Jik immediately hugged him, then rushed towards no people, went to an empty area. He also carefully checked around, then brought him slowly to the ground. At the same time, asked the cause of the grower's name suddenly appeared. Hearing that, kitten immediately brought the mechanism to protect the new player. And the situation I promoted traders wandering very clearly. However, he was curious why Dong Jik was so urgent. For this, Dong Jik brought his speculation. Because the real name of Sejun appeared, his family members would probably be in danger, outside the tower. Small tomatoes are something that makes everyone crazy. Inherently the name of the growers are hidden. Everyone does not know the situation, but now shows real names. There will definitely be people because of manipulation, making bad things to harm Sejun's family. After listening to Dong Jik's explanation, Teo in the blink of an eye was panicked. Thinking of being scolded by Sejun, he did not know what to do. Seeing that, Dongjik said that the kitten was assured the congregation they would definitely devote all their efforts going to protect Sejun's family members. The urgent situation, Dongjik wanted to quickly return to the first floor. Before going to Teo, telling him to help another thing, he took out a basket of physical corn and carrots. After that, the Jik treasure took away for Sejun's family members. This remuneration was 200 small tomatoes. After checking the information of the two crops, Dongjik understands that this is something that can make people scramble. After that, he directed Teo to assure it he would definitely finish delivering his clothes. Then the two waved goodbye. Seeing these miraculous crops, Dongjik thought, it is also time to talk to his teacher. A while later, at the door of the 38th floor, Nyo Tiantam and Ni are carrying two wolves waiting for Teo. At this time, Elka was still very unkind. He didn't understand, perhaps. The dignity of the Minotaur clan all disappeared, thinking of two buffaloes. Going back to work as a low-class wandering trader, Elka said angrily. It seems that the legends related to the 99th floor are fake. Hearing the silver wolf is always fluttering. Nyo and I really wanted to continue fighting him in a battle, but being advised by Nyo Tiantam, at this moment, Teo runs back quickly. Now the emergency situation, he told the two buffaloes to clean up a bit. Must immediately return to the sky pit. Hearing that related to the family of Sejun, Nyo Tiantam did not hesitate. Immediately with Ni, a silver wolf was carried on the road, but Teo saw the stall ahead. Immediately told them to wait for me for a bit, then quickly took a series of gem lines. Knowing that the two of Dong Thap, the kitten immediately could not help but bargain, like before. He wanted the boss to discount a bit. The great black and great work to study the recipes for 2.5 days. The result made a dark pot of reason. The rabbits were just one look. Immediately threatened to flee, but before that, the kitten from Dongjik knew the family of Sejun would probably be in danger, then hurriedly brought Nyo Tiantam. They started. However, before leaving, Teo was an attractive chain. A few days later. On the other hand, Dongjik quickly moved out of the tower. He wore a cotton shirt. Bringing documents collected about Sejun, all showed his teacher. Dongjik's teacher is Taejun. He is the predecessor of the Immortal Congress. At the same time, concurrently member of the Association of Wake Awakened People, seeing the teacher for a long time. Dongjik asked if his health was better, heard that Taejun was silent for a while. Then he was directly hot, on his head rising the fire. Thinking of someone who might have climbed up the 40th floor or more, Taejik kept him secret again. In addition, I was locked in a room like this refrigerator. Taejun was very uncomfortable. Seeing that, Dongjik told him not to be so angry. After all, he once climbed himself to the 52nd floor. Taejun now wants to know the students still have hide information, but the basic content is also in the report. However, for this black peasant farmer, Taejun and Dongjik have never seen it. After understanding the situation, Taejun sat back. Seeing the scar in his hand, Dongjik understood. The fire curse that he suffered has spread more. For this, Taejun did not notice, just a little itchy. Without the curse, he would like to immediately enter the tower to find Sejun. After a short chat with his students, Taejun was curious about Dongjik's purpose. Surely not just these things. It turned out that Dongjik was worried the other country would investigate the body of Sejun. So want to ask the Association of Awakening to help him and protect the family of Sejun. Hearing that, Taejun was assured they received a notice and prepared well. Will not let other countries claim such talents. And about the protection, Taejun assigned Dongjik to arrange. The Awakening Association in charge of human resources. He also made it clear, before Dongjik came, there have been a few people from the nation to contact, fortunately being stopped by their people. Before leaving, Dongjik took the remuneration he wanted to give. This was the gift he gave him. There are small tomatoes, more or less will be effective for the curse. This is still Taejun for the first time actually receiving small tomatoes, then he did not hesitate to put in his mouth. Like in the rumor, the taste is really delicious. Goodbye to the teacher. Dongjik immediately brought the melon vegetables that the kitten brought to the house of Sejun. Seeing that, the whole family felt very suspicious. The younger brother of Sejun, Suk, just looking at the small tomato is very hot to reduce fat. It comes. Dongjik clearly stated the current situation, because there are many people who keep an eye on Sejun. They will also be in danger, but the Awakened People Association wants to take on the protection work. So Dongjik proposed that Sejun's family members quickly moved. Hearing that Sejun's parents were a bit stunned. Their home loan has not yet been paid. Where can be moved? For this, Dongjik said. He prepared his home in another place, knowing that he went to the famous high-end residential area. Suk was curious. Nearby was the great star in the air, Dongjik said. They moved to their home, but his daughter seemed. Indeed, a member of the famous girl group B Moonlight Fairies, hearing Hirsuk is not surprised, because Moonlight Fairies is the hottest group in the country, thinking of Dongjik as the father of his idol. He lost in the blink of an eye, eventually under the advice of Dongjik. Sejun's family members immediately accepted the proposal to move, but in the manager of the Black Tower manager on the other side. Irene is viewing the recipes, following him sprinkled with valuable ingredients. In the pot immediately rising intense gold, this light made Irene dare not look straight. Waiting for the light to disappear, he bowed his head, not happy, at the same time. Scallions outside the sky pit finally grown. This was planted by Sejun 2 weeks ago. Now that he can finally harvest, he is very curious whether the crop outside the cave is also a props. Slowly cut down a leaf, but there is no reminder. Sejun also thought that planting was normal melon. But the Black Rabbit warrior pointed at the roots of the scallions, understanding his meaning. Sejun immediately spit the scallions on the roots. Indeed, very quickly the system immediately transmitted to the news. He harvested onions to detoxify. Its rank also reached C+, not only tastier flavor. It is also possible to detoxify under C+, and enhance liver function. Complete reading all information. Sejun proved very excited. The next is how to taste the taste. After that, he and the small black rabbit ate several pieces, but after they assessed unity. Onions have eaten before, there is no difference, because there is no poisoning on people. So the temporary detoxification effect cannot be known, fortunately makes the liver function even more active. This point will surely be great for people who like to drink alcohol. Anyway, drinking alcohol is very harmful to the liver. Thinking back to sell out is not a problem. At this time the shovel decided to look for Sejun. It turned out that it was time to eat, but in the lagoon there was no fish and lobster. Seeing that, the children were very disappointed. The only source of protein was like that disappeared. Sejun was also helpless, and had to say, recently, he did not eat meat. As soon as everyone was sad, Irene suddenly appeared. He said to congratulate Sejun into the tower for more than 200 days, deliberately preparing souvenirs himself. After that, it was released. The content was to hand over a small tomato. The reward was Irene's gift. Following, a large iron pot fell, but the object inside made Sejun black face. It turned out that it was filled with a dark pot. This was the first dish in the dragon life that Irene made. But above, the reminder will drink toxic toxin C. Seeing the information of the system, Sejun quickly understood that this was a props, Irene said too seriously. Now he was a bit tired, and told Sejun this that he did with his heart, definitely had to eat. If not eaten all will die, then fell asleep. Sejun was the most healthy time. He worriedly asked what Irene meant, waiting until Irene completely disappeared. Sejun turned to look at the children. He wanted to know if everyone wanted to taste it with him. Upon hearing that, the rabbits hurriedly ran away from this place, abandoned by a small friend. Sejun couldn't help but tears. The queen bee smelled the taste, the more it went directly to the outside of the cave, and the kind black dragon. Now it's a comfortable rest, come and come. The boss area of the 99th floor of Neo Mavong finally went to the battle, as strong as a crimson giant bear. Can he stop him? Right before that, Irene manager. Let Sejun make a large loud pot, also ask him to drink all, through the information reminders. After drinking, it can be given a large number of attributes and experienced, but the main side effect will be hit by acute toxin C. Although the word is effective, it is really good, but Sejun does not dare to risk poison. At this moment, the Black Rabbit warrior next to thinking of something, then hurriedly called Sejun. Next, he took the scallions to detoxify the newly harvested leaves. Healthy Sejun suddenly understood. Just eating scallions, C-grade toxins will be able to solve it easily, even if this soup is very unsightly. But at least now can make sure to drink will not die, after quickly eating scallions to get toxic immunity. Sejun was about to start eating, he was still waiting for the taste not to be bad. After that, he bravely bite a piece, but it was just a tongue touching. Sejun could not bear it in the blink of an eye, the next second immediately spit out, suddenly fluctuating. Maybe afraid of the children, and in Sejun, he was OA. Although I thought it would be difficult to eat, but when you eat, that strong odor still made it hard for Sejun to swallow. He now doubted Irene, this winged pig, whether he wanted to assassinate him. But to this point, Sejun still decided to eat all. Anyway, you can get a lot of experience when I close my eyes. He always alluded to he was eating a party, unexpectedly saw the bottom. Inside is a living fish. This immediately startled farmers. The large pot in hand also flew out, unfortunately. The large pot flew out to carry the remaining toxin, entered the water. Seeing that, the children in the farm were dumbfounded, but Sejun after finishing the soup. also successfully received the attributes and experience. As soon as he thought it was over, the information bar suddenly jumped out a pile of news, including one task. The content is Bao Sejun against the giant electric eel. Reading all the information quickly, he temporarily felt surprised. Why appeared giant electric eel, received a reward. At this time, Sejun and his children lying on his stomach beside the lagoon. Now the water inside has been polluted. For this result, the rabbit pushed the car very dissatisfied. Seeing that, Sejun hurriedly apologized. During panic, he had no way. The next time, it seemed that he could not drink water inside. Although the warm water of the rabbit family is enough for everyone to live, the remaining toxin flows into the lagoon cave. If the lobster and fish were poisoned, they really lost the source of protein. But the last mission reminded an unknown electric eel. Sejun speculated on the other side of the lagoon cave. There is a larger ecosystem, not knowing that the fish recently. Is there a problem inside? Sejun is motivated, as long as they can think of a way. Get information inside the lagoon cave, so there may be additional protein sources. Hearing Sejun's words, the black rabbit warrior was anxious to try. Seeing him want to swim into the cave, Sejun immediately stopped, even though he had eaten scallions, but this cave was too small. Once trapped, it is not possible, until the time of detoxification time passes, plus there is an electric eel. It is likely that it will be in danger, even though knowing that the black rabbit is because people think. But Sejun did not want him to happen uncertainty, then said, wait until the toxin dissolves and then calculates, and comforts people with food. A lot of no need to worry. Hearing that, the children also excited. Next, everyone must work together at the same time. At the 99th floor moving station of the Black Tower, Nyo Ma Vong is still quietly waiting for Nyo Tien Tam to return. He was a little suspicious now. Nyo Tien Tam is that he forgot his entrustment, and then, turning his head to ask Ngunga next to. He just knew now. Ni too was sent to find Nyo Tien Tam, nor did he return. Thinking a little, Nyongu worried them because they searched for the green grass, rushed into the territory of the crimson giant bear or poisonous bee. In danger, these are extremely dangerous monsters. For this thing, Nyo Ma Vong, on the contrary, did not worry. Nyo Tien Tam and Ni too were very strong. It will not be easily defeated, but the words of Nyongu still make him very noticeable. Then stood up and stood clearly. Bao Ngungu summoned his subordinates here. During this time, this position immediately assigned Taurus to temporarily manage. Nyo Ma Vong prepared to look for himself. The two ethnic groups have disappeared for many days, over a period of time. Outside the sky pit filled with a lot of scallions, this is prepared for Nyo Tien Tam and Ni too. Enough for 10 Minotaur to eat. See high pile of grass. Ngeo was very happy to jump up. This soft feeling made it very comfortable. After that, Sejun immediately proposed them to bring some back, lining in the cave to make beds. At this moment, the desire for the straw hat to launch. The next second, the scallions have just been harvested. All of them are green. Moreover, in the next week, the output of this scallions will increase by 50%, which is very fast. The growth rate of green onions has been very fast. Now, with the support of the desire for bumper wishes, this speed can really be seen with the naked eye. So Sejun happily turned around, but Sickle was full of confidence. He will help Sejun together harvest. At this moment, Irene finally rested, finished. He asked if the nutrition he had finished drinking. Seeing that, Sejun immediately showed off his body. Thanks to Irene's soup, he was successfully promoted, becoming more robust. Irene then asked what the taste was. For this, Sejun did not know how to answer. Seeing that farmers did not make a review, he was very disappointed. The Sejun aircraft hurriedly said the taste was very delicious. Everyone loved drinking, receiving an affirmation of Irene. Immediately prepared to work another batch. This could be scared to scare. Also explained that Irene said, after finishing he was so tired that he fell asleep. I just need to talk to Irene. I am very happy. I don't want him to work hard. Later, the cooking kept all of them, so that Irene would agree to not make the darkness anymore. On the face of Sejun, he wrote sincerely, Irene on one side. Unexpectedly, the farmers were worried about themselves. He is now happy and unbearable now, even more like Sejun. But receiving the answer Irene will not do it anymore, Sejun is really happy. If continued like that, I will really die someday. But I haven't waited for Sejun to breathe a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone was curious what happened. The next second, feeling the danger of the bear's mother immediately waited, only saw in front of the field. Obviously, the boss area of the 99th floor of Nyo Ma Vong. Sejun feels very surprised. The opponent's anger and Minotaur previously had a huge difference, and about Nyo Ma King. Unable to find an angry fire he could not suppress, The ultimate monster holds the Black Tower on the 99th floor of Nilma Vong, at this time for the leaf onion to make a favorite. This makes the children as if facing the big enemies were blank, but before that Nguma King came to the sky, immediately emitting an angry roar, the strong atmosphere almost, causing Sejun and the children to stand unsteadily. The more it is to cover the ears, and the bear mother is to protect people in the back. Seeing that Nilma King just rushed forward, Sejun they were very panicked. At this time, the Irene manager sent the message to, he told Sejun. The opponent is the Crystal Protection boss moving the 99th floor of Nilma Vong, but because to protect the territory, they were unable to leave. Seeing the words of the manager, Sejun now knew. It turned out that the opponent was the monster blocking his way down. But about why Nilma King appeared here, Irene was also very suspicious. So he said he would communicate a bit, at this time in the management space. Irene was flipping to see the book that Caesar's grandfather left, above clearly recorded. Boss protection is not able to leave the territory, but now the emergency situation is now. He immediately used the authority of the manager, wanting to summon Nilma Vong dialogue. No doubt that the next second was reminded by the Black Tower, which could make Irene blankly. The situation of communication failed. He was still the first time I encountered Irene helpless. Hurry to tell the news to Sejun, but the rabbits were scared. Even the manager cannot communicate, so who can stop the monster before his eyes, and the bear mother? He was ready to welcome the battle. Hearing the sound of the bear's mother, the Sejun they were very worried. So hurriedly told the crimson giant bear to run away. Nilma Vong level boss is not something it can cope, but the bear's mother did not back down. Still blocking in front of everyone, the next second of the claws of the aggressive Mao King, then jumped into the air, accompanied by its strong oppressive feeling. The children in the farm thought that it was about to finish life. Even Irene was panicked. One hammer down, Sejun may directly pass, just in the blink of an eye. Bear's mother had rushed, whether the hammer of Nilma Vong was to fall to the ground. Discovering no injury, Sejun was surprised to turn his head. He was very difficult to understand. Because the goal of Nilma King is not them, but Sejun and the children. Scallions prepared for 2 buffaloes. At this time, Nilma Vong satisfied to eat a piece of scallions. The plane could not help but freely cried out, since the food that Nyo Tien Tam brought to eat. He also and the people are always hungry. Seeing this scene, everyone dumbfounded. Sejun is even more unable to refrain from spraying. This is completely unlike a strong monster. On the contrary, a buffalo likes to eat scallions, but they do not dare to go up to disturb the Mao, just like that. Quietly watching the opponent devoured, but very quickly Nilma Vong seemed to think of something. Then one hugged a large piece of scallions, then used his mouth to hold his hammer. Then under the astonished cry of Sejun, the boss protective of this strong 99th floor, directly made Kwang Dao ran away, looking towards Nilma Vong. The more he ran away, Irene immediately understood. He wants to return to his territory, waiting until Nilma Vong completely disappears. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now really scared them, recovering from the mood. Sejun thanked the bear's mother's protection. Facing the monster like that, he did not back down. Although the children were unintentionally injured, the farming field was seriously destroyed. Then, Sejun and the bunch of young rabbits began to clean up, so long work became chaotic. Everyone's mood was very depressed. Seeing Irene worried about themselves, the first Sejun was to thank him. Next, it is clear, now I am still a bit happy. If he soon knew the opponent liked to eat scallions, he would surely bring onions to visit Nilma Vong. So it may be possible to leave the tower, because from Ngutien Tam and Irene gained information. The Minotaur clan is relatively important to honor, making their king think even more. After listening to the farmer's words, Irene thought of the previous process of Nyo Tien Tam. Maybe Nilma King also misunderstood. This is an object that no one wants, but Sejun is a evil smile. Such great shallow fields, and robbed their crops. Should let Taurus Ma Vong compensate how many Dong Thap is good. Soon, Sejun immediately finished food. Today must resolve lunch quickly, then continue to clean up where Nilma King rebelled. But faced with all vegetarian food, the rabbits all rebelled, recently because there was no meat. They always rebel, very dangerous, for this Tai rabbit on one side is also very helpless. So Sejun immediately signaled to her arrogant at the side, if you did not eat properly, wait until Lam Noyet descends, there is no way to grow up to become a beautiful rabbit. There was an arrogant mirror. The new rabbits at this time obediently ate rice, and the bear was not picky. Sejun naturally wanted to praise it, making him suspicious. Recently, she was arrogant without growing up. Sejun thought again, only 2 possibilities. Or she's arrogant to eat is not enough, or it is sick. As soon as Sejun teased her arrogant, Teo finally arrived at the sky pit. Hearing his voice, Sejun was temporarily happy, but turned his head to look back. He was very curious. Nyo Tien Tam and Ni too were carrying something, then Nyo Tien Tam explained. The three of them were the Non-Lang clan, at this time jumped on the shoulders of Sejun, the kitten said. Before that, these three silver wolves ambushed themselves, fortunately had been restored by Nyo and I. Do not know what to do, immediately brought to Sejun to decide. Sejun was healthy and wanted to ask a little bit, they were still sleeping. It turned out that Elka was too noisy, so Ni too fainted them. At this time the kittens also pay attention to the farming field behind. He was curious why he became so chaotic. After that, Sejun directly said with the two buffaloes, just now, Nilma King came here. Hearing the farmer's words, they were immediately worried, not understanding how Dai Vong knew they were here. However, now the most important thing is still eating rice, then it will find out details. Then the two buffaloes happily went to eat rice, leaving Sejun and the kittens to look after the silver wolf. Now Teo is trying to tell Sejun important and unexpectedly the next second. The old Elka wolf suddenly stood up again, this dangerous breath makes Sejun and Teo hurriedly turn around, fortunately in the moment of thousands of pounds hanging hair. She was arrogant suddenly beating Elka, at this time did not hurt them. Now she arrogantly stared at the enemy in front of her, but the old wolf was really too active, pretending to be unconscious. After that when the two buffaloes left hard, but her power made Elka understand. This is a great trouble, but at this moment, Teo hurriedly reminded Sejun. His straw hat disappeared again, followed by Elko and Elko immediately jumping up immediately. But hearing the sound of two buffaloes also returned, however. Straw hats clearly appeared on Elka's claws, gaining old wolves no longer in love with war. Sejun was unexpectedly healthy, just in the blink of an eye, the opponent took the straw hat. The arrogant silver wolf bowed to normal farmers, just because they misunderstood. Sejun is the Great Black, which right before, Elka pretended to be unconscious. After that, successfully robbed the straw of the winner, Sejun and Teo healthy. All could not help but exclude the opponent's activities. The old wolf ahead, it was hurriedly reminded Elko and the warehouse, but they had not run a few steps, suddenly being stopped by the giant monster ahead. The behavior of the silver wolves, no doubt was angered with crimson giant bears, but saw the appearance of the bear's mother. Elka they temporarily did not dare to act, because Tamlang was clearly stunned. Next, the crimson giant bear suddenly smashed the ground, although not directly acting with the silver wolf, also giving them endless fear, just like Elka before threatening kittens. Now the crimson giant bear also roared with him. The healthy old wolf immediately placed the straw hat down. At the same time, he expressed his surrender. Very quickly Sejun regained the straw hat, patted dust. He put back. Fortunately during the recent robbery, the straw hat did not have any damage. Next is the time to handle the silver wolves, but in front of Sejun and the small queen. Regardless of whether the bear and the arrogant, or two buffaloes, they are very angry with the three silver wolves. In particular, Ni too regretted not breaking their legs. The bear's mother was supported. He quickly walked forward. The kitten knew her idea. Because he felt like eating wolf meat, this could be scared to scare. So he hurriedly comforted her arrogant, and thanks to the small queen to help. Prepare for her to arrogant some honey to eat. Wait until the baby bear follows the small queen. Sejun signaled everyone first to calm down, sit down to talk properly. Hearing that, the children also calmed down a bit. Elka was healthy and felt unbelievable. He was curious about Sejun's identity, why these strong monsters obeyed him. As for Elko at the side, he immediately feared his eyes. Because he thought of the story handed down in the Black Tower, it could make the 99th floor monster obedient. He said, Sejun was definitely the Black Dragon in the legend of the Black Tower. The Great Black Dragon governs the 99th floor, is the true dominant of the Black Tower. But Elka looks like Sejun, is a very thin person. Then he suddenly thought of a possibility, which was the Great Black Dragon who was deliberately weak. Now Sejun finally started asking. He wanted to know, why does the silver wolf want to find Teo in this straw hat? But the next second, Elka was carrying a race to the ground, and at the same time sincerely apologized, expressing that he did not know. Kittens are the subordinates of the Great Black Dragon. Hearing that, Sejun is a bit stunned. He did not know who the Black Dragon in the opponent's mouth was calling. At the same time in the manager space, seeing the event in the Irene sky suddenly interested, because he thought of an interesting game. Then hurriedly sent a message to Sejun. Irene said he wanted to replace him, expressing the solemnity of the Black Dragon. This is also very helpful for winning silver wolves. When I saw Irene, I said instead of myself above. Sejun finally understood. It turns out Irene is not a flying pig, but a scary black dragon, but it is true. Anyway, he can deliver his duty and reward. because to pretend to be a black dragon, it can make Irene happy. After that, Sejun immediately started to borrow the lobby. At the same time, he used a self-prone face to be very arrogant. Then loudly speaking to his silver wolf as the black dragon, the 3 healthy silver wolves are more and more covered. The 2 buffaloes at the side were a bit blank, but the behavior of Sejun, making Irene indeed a little unintentional to look straight. Now Nyo Tientam also doubted or asked Sejun, the black dragon's identity is real or fake. For this, Ni too feels he is a bit too stupid. The natural kitten also understood Sejun as pretending, but the appearance of Sejun makes him all the skin and chicken. But Teo is also very awake, because he is the subordinates of the black dragon, so should also be a little more arrogant. Now Elka again sincerely apologize. He understood that he had made an unforgivable mistake, but still hoped to receive an opportunity for forgiveness. Sejun said well, he volunteered to forgive the silver wolves. However, the condition is to pay 10,000 dong thap, this amount, to compensate Teo to be life-threatening. Compensation for this huge number, no doubt threatened 3 silver wolves. The kittens at the side were not touched, he did not expect. I was in Sejun's eyes so precious. Then Sejun hurriedly reminded Teo, tell him to prepare the contract, for this old wolf. Elka said, they did not have so many dong thap. Hearing that, the kitten was very angry. Teo said there was no money, so using the body to compensate. His words made Elka very suspicious. Then the kitten explained, it is the next time to stay at work. For this, Elko at the side hastily reminded the leader, because Elka and Daifu Haugreid are still suitable. Old Wolf helpless only had to ask for forgiveness, and about signing a contract here. They may not be able to do it, which makes Sejun and Teo a little unbelievable. Irene in the manager space is also very angry, because Sejun is now playing a black dragon. But the silver wolf refused this offer. Luckily Sejun was not angry, he smiled. Then asked Elka the reason for refusal, thinking of an old wolf then slowly. It turned out that the 85th floor of their tribal, due to prolonged drought, is now very scarce food. So the healthy ethnic groups like them will come to work for the rich to exchange for food. But the task that Great Fu Haugreid has this time is to find the stolen straw hat. Now due to the mission failure, if they continue to give up the original contract, working here, then the food source of the tribe will definitely be cut off. So Elka could not agree with Sejun's proposal. This will make the young people starve to death. For this, Sejun suddenly asked the name of the old wolf. After being told, he told Elka to see where this is, slowly looking towards the side. In addition to the explanation of Sejun, Elka now understood, in front was a large arable land. At this time, Sejun said, his contract will add other conditions. This 10,000s of dong thap was paid by the whole Silver Wolf tribe. Sejun also provided food for the entire Silver Wolf tribe, then also asked if Elka now agrees. However, not waiting for the old wolf to open their mouths, Elko and Elko were happy, because this is not necessary to work for that wild boar later, and can preserve life. Moreover, there are rice to eat, so they immediately agreed with the offer to work for the farm. Elka is very thankful for Sejun. Now the incident is finally handled. The children were very happy. For this result, Irene did not expect it. But he also thought that Sejun's handling was very good, then praised the farmers a lot. Very quickly the contract has finished writing, waiting until the 2 sides imprinted, through the witness of the Black Tower. The Silver Wolves have also become Teo's subordinates, in charge of receiving safety protection for kittens. At this time Teo also brought 3 silver wolves to greet. The kitten said, Nyo Tientam and Ni2 are their seniors. Later on, more respect for 2 buffaloes, and about Sejun. He is now thinking about the richness in Elka's mouth. Gride the opponent thinks about the big character in the tower. Later, most likely, communicating with the kittens is very happy. He told Sejun to prepare a little grilled fish, want to eat a silver wolf with a delicious meal. However, Sejun's answer made him want to be blankly, knowing that there was no fish in the dress. Kittens immediately lying on the ground rebelled, and said without fish he would go on strikes. For this, Sejun was also very helpless. He tried his best to think. Fortunately, through recent dilution, the water toxin basically disappeared. Now Sejun asked if the Black Rabbit warrior was ready, heard that the small black rabbit was full of confidence. But next, they will officially explore the other end of the lagoon. The brave small black rabbit first advanced into the sea, not only discovered the unprecedented scenery, it was also attacked by a large white shark, which before, the Black Rabbit warrior was ready for the exploration of the water. Then he took the wooden hammer to jump into the air. The next second immediately smashed the rock above the cave door, accompanied by falling rocks. The cave gate to the mysterious waters also appeared. Now the cave gate becomes very large. Will not be trapped in it, then small black rabbits do not hesitate to dive, but very quickly swam back, because the inside was too dark, leading to he could not see anything. The situation of Se-jun also understands, in the situation that does not see clearly, even though the risk appears. Small black rabbits could not avoid it, so Se-jun immediately asked Teo, "Is there anything that can illuminate?" At this time the kitten is still playing with the rabbits. Hearing Se-jun's words, Teo started looking for his backpack. He is not sure if there is something similar or not, to search more conveniently. Kittens poured out all the items, including a purple necklace that attracted the attention of Se-jun. This is what Teo bought earlier in Traders. The information displayed this is a E-level neck ring with scratches, the rest are unknown content. After that, Se-jun thought of Irene. He asked the manager to help the assessment. Just bringing it back to a few seconds, Irene immediately said this item was suitable for now. This also made Se-jun a bit expected. After that, he hurriedly delivered a small basket of tomato to Irene. Very quickly the assessment ended, the information saying this item called the light necklace. Moreover, after the inspection is complete, the original necklace and appearance are indeed different from one heaven. The effect of the light necklace is lighting. The higher the rank of the user, the stronger the light will be. The whole view is finished. Se-jun hurriedly reported good news to the children. With this can clearly see the environment in the cave. Teo said well, whether he could help him, so he could get more time. Tay. Hearing that, Se-jun took 2 claws of the kitten, as expected of Teo's claws could bring luck. Considering the long-standing expression of the kitten, Se-jun decided to let his position return to the old Tay. There is no need for a temporary time, more from today onwards. Teo is also the highest salesperson of the farm. Then Se-jun praised the kitten again. Hearing that, Teo was very happy, since he was demoted. Today finally became the official old man, and to congratulate the kittens as promoted. Se-jun said, he received the authority of the president one day. Then Teo immediately ordered, "Tell people to take advantage of the fish necklace back." The Black Rabbit Warrior and Se-jun are now full of confidence. At this time, Se-jun first experimented with a little effect of the light necklace. It is indeed as in the information. Wearing the back will emit light, the higher the efficiency of the rank. He immediately took off to give Black Rabbit Warriors to see. Indeed, not wrong, when the small black rabbit worn on the light. Indeed, countless times Se-jun, so bright that he could not even open his eyes, although he soon knew the results. But such a big difference still makes Se-jun a bit uncomfortable. But this light, thinking back to the cave, will not see unclear, but to prevent most. Se-jun told the small black rabbit to eat a little more onions to detoxify, and braid him a seatbelt with scallions. Then told the Black Rabbit Warrior, definitely gripping the seatbelt, "When I was in danger, I just needed to pull too, I would immediately pull him up." Thinking of the wooden hammer in the underwater, Se-jun also gave a small black rabbit a dagger and a bag. Thus all preparations have been done. Black Rabbit Warrior confidently waved to Se-jun, then took a deep breath outside. The next second he did not hesitate to enter the water. In the cave, like Se-jun thought, is connecting another ecosystem, just swimming for more than 10 seconds. The Black Rabbit Warrior discovered a bright spot, so he increased the speed of diving. Soon he arrived next to the broken stone wall. After leaving there, this is a large water, but black rabbits have never seen these things. He was very curious. Surrounded by small black rabbits, there were many species of fish. There are turtles, even sharks, a giant whale appear, but small black rabbits understand. This trip is to find lobster and fish, or meat that can be eaten. Looking around for a while, he discovered a huge object ahead. Moreover, besides also floating a lot of lobster and fish. Looking at toxic matter emanating from it, but the black rabbit immediately understood. They are inhaled toxins in the big pot. Now the Black Rabbit Warrior set the target on the giant electric eel. After approaching him, he took out the dagger. Next, the Black Rabbit Warrior from above the electric eel cut down. At this time, the inside suddenly emitted light. From there was a yellow object group. Healthy small black rabbits are very suspicious, so he slowly put in. But this is the honey of electric eels, having such a good thing, Black Rabbit Warrior. Imagine the compliment from Se-jun. Then he immediately put honey in his pocket. After that, he also took out his scallions, tied into an electric eel. Small black rabbits try to bring electric eels to make food, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a dangerous breath. The next second a giant shark suddenly appeared. The more he widened his mouth to swallow the eel, the healthy Black Rabbit Warrior was a bit scared. Fortunately, the goal of the big white shark is only an electric eel. This time it made him escape from a lifetime. But the scallions that the small black rabbit tied to the eel was pulled. The sudden event caused the Black Rabbit Warrior to immediately choke on the water. Fortunately, the sharp teeth of the shark cut the eel in half, so the small black rabbit is not taken away. Using the last little strength, the black rabbit warrior finally quickly pulled the seatbelt. Sejun on one side felt, then hurriedly told everyone to be ready. Next, everyone broadcasted together. The next second Sejun pulled the rope. The rabbits were not idle. Very quickly, under the efforts of everyone, the small black rabbit was pulled out. But his situation was not very good. This scared Sejun. He loudly called for a black rabbit warrior, but the small black rabbit still closed his eyes. Seeing that in the blink of an eye, everyone was scared, together worried about the situation of the black rabbit warrior. The man is clearly a waste with only 8 points of magic power, which can make the great black dragon blush. Also harvested a bunch of rabbits extremely reliable, which before. The small black rabbit was pulled back immediately into kissing. Fascinated to see the emergency situation, Sejun did not care much. After that, he immediately gave the hat for the queen to keep it. Then he was about to do artificial respiration for the black rabbit warrior. No doubt the next small black rabbit suddenly opened his eyes, then was threatened by Sejun's appearance to spray water. However, fortunately the black rabbit warrior finally woke up. The healthy rabbit and her husband hurriedly hugged their children. Sejun was also very happy now. But the black rabbit warrior blamed him, because he almost kissed by Sejun. Seeing that the black rabbit warrior hated himself like that, Sejun was a bit discontented. After all, he was still the first kiss. But Irene in the manager space, it was a curtain in the sky pit. No matter what, black rabbit warrior can be peaceful to return to the best result, but Sejun feels a bit salty in his mouth. At this time Irene sent a message to, he said the small black rabbit was probably going to the original sea. It was something in each floor, but due to the strong monster in the sea. Therefore, all use safe passwords to move between floors, but there will also be water flowing into the whole sea. Like a lagoon in the sky, living all kinds of marine creatures, except for monsters. There are also many delicious things. Now Sejun finally understands. Why does the sky in the sky have a marine life? Waiting until the small black rabbit rests, Von Natuan asked, inside, there could be an edible fish inside. Hearing that, the black rabbit warrior opened the pocket, then took out a yellow body from the inside. The information displayed this is the honey of the huge electric eel. The rank is level 1. If you eat, you will receive skills related to thunderstorms, but the lowest use limit. As the values of the magic power reached 10 points, seeing the document above, Sejun became even more excited. Perhaps the black rabbit warrior found a huge electric eel. Why for this? The small black rabbit responded. He then took the initiative to pick up his seatbelt, following the black rabbit warrior suddenly. The rest of the eel was forced before, immediately brought out. The healthy children are blankly, the rabbits are even saliva without money. Moreover, after the eel out of the water, there are many fish that eat people and lobsters. It seems that they are attracted to eel body. Soon, the whole lagoon was once again full of high-quality seafood. At this time, Sejun hugged a black rabbit warrior. He and the children are very thankful for the small black rabbit. Without his courage, so the farm will be very difficult to get a source of protein. To celebrate the harvest today, Sejun decided to organize a flexible celebration party over a period of time. The food has been done, but now, Sejun knows his family members are in danger. Teo said this was Dong-sik telling him. Moreover, Dong-sik also promised to protect the family of Sejun's family. For this, Sejun was a bit afflicted. He really did not expect the tomato to be so hot. Thinking for a while, Sejun told the kitten, waiting for the next time. Tell him to ask a little, what is the detailed protection plan, and Kim Dong-sik helped me a lot. Sejun decided to thank him, heard him want to say Dong-sik liked small tomatoes. After that, Sejun thought, next time he gave him a few plants as remuneration. Finished talking, Sejun immediately started to feed the cat meat, but in the middle, the eel honey fell out. The healthy Sejun now remembered, on the document, eating this can get a new skill. Moreover, in terms of thunderstorms. Hearing that, Teo was very worried. If he was static, he would be very disturbing. Since entering the tower, Sejun has been agricultural skills. If he received him related to thunder, it would surely be more like a fake adventure. Seeing Sejun so happy, the kitten immediately urged him to eat quickly. Unexpectedly, Sejun said very sadly, I could not eat now, because the use of bile has limited 10 points of magic power, but his current values of magic power are only 8.05. Hearing Sejun's words, Teo immediately deployed satirical accidentally. Anyway, this was really weak. Sejun was healthy and angry. He thought that the power of the kittens was not high. However, Teo said, won't tell him his magic power. The kitten's appearance could cause Sejun to die. Then he quickly took the light ring. Then wearing Teo's neck, just the light is not strong. It also proves that the mental power of the kitten is very low. No doubt the next second of the lighting necklace emits strong light. Even Geo felt dazzling. Now Sejun picked himself up, humiliating, his whole body trembling. It turned out that the weakest person in the sky was himself. At this time, she was arrogant to signal her mouth. However, Sejun refused, because the necklace was unable to eat. On one side of the Tien Tam and Ni, still eating delicious scallions. But the 3 silver wolves or grilled fish that rabbits pushed the car. For this, Elka thanked him very much. The other rabbits were also enjoying real beauty. At this time, Sejun came. He asked these foods that matched the taste, seeing that the 3 silver wolves were first to celebrate with Sejun. Then together praised the taste of grilled fish, very delicious. They thanked the grace that the great black dragon brought. But Sejun still pays attention to the expression of the old wolf. He said, Elka must remember the people on the 85th floor. Hearing that Elka did not object, he was really worried that the people had no rice. Sejun was telling Elka, very quickly Lam Noyet will descend. Until then he can return, this time. As long as they helped in the sky pit, they will give a lot of grilled fish to Elka to bring back. But next, cultivation and crop harvesting must be accumulated. This needs Teo to bring the silver wolves together. For this thing, the kitten agreed immediately. Taking the plane immediately brought Elka. They started. Nyo Tien Tam and Nyo Ni too, Sejun are needing them to help one thing, bringing themselves to a place. Hearing that, Nyo Tien Tam was very suspicious or wanted to go. The next second Sejun said, horrified, he said, want to let the 2 buffaloes bring himself to find the debt collection. This word is just said, Nyo Tien Tam and Ni too. In the blink of an eye, he was threatened to be blankly. At the same time, at the crystal moving on the 99th floor, many buffalo monsters ate onion together. They had not been able to eat for too long. The onion that Nyoma King brought back received the high love of the buffalo. However, Nyoma King was unhappy because of this. He was very upset. I first went to the border to find 2 buffaloes. On the road, the red bear also encountered red and other creatures, but because it was too long to see fresh grass, so Nyoma Vang at that time became extremely excited, immediately left everything. Now thinking back, he immediately knew he must have made a thief. According to usual, he would surely be deprived of the buffalo warrior status. But fortunately this trip had a big harvest. It is also possible to redeem the crime. Moreover, the crop in that land, obviously someone intentionally planted. But remembering the creature encountered at that time, Nyoma Vang did not remember clearly who ended up the owner of cultivation. Thinking of a fen, he finally determined. Nyoma King said, it is the white rabbit next to planting, although not knowing. Why is the red bear with a white rabbit farmer, but the king of buffalo warriors? He should not steal things. But Nyoma Vang is the one who protects the 99th floor. The time allowed to leave is only an hour. Fortunately, every time Lam Noyet descends to refresh this time. Although the time is not much, Nyoma Vang decided after Lam Noyet passed away, and he would use the robbery compensation. Anyway, it is very difficult to find food sources. He also needs to exchange continuously for the people to have food. However, now there is a new problem, which is the Nyoma King who does not know how much money I should pay is appropriate. Sejun, receiving the ability to communicate with natural creatures. This is also the first time he heard the children say. It turned out that the small black rabbit was calling himself uncle. The more the bear is called the Sejun as a father. Before, Nyoma Vang is still thinking how much money should be compensated, but he doesn't know. Sejun was about to come to see him, but before he left, he needed the children. After harvesting, the crops are ripe, enlisting to plant as many more trees as possible, doing it for a while. Sejun immediately could not stand it. The small queen was also very thoughtful to help him hold the straw hat. After that, Sejun continued to harvest small tomatoes, but under daily diligent labor. His career rank was promoted to level C, which made Sejun very surprised. Unexpectedly, when busy, inseparable, there was such an unexpected joy, and the information reminded. His career characteristics are also enhanced, the more hidden and natural skills. This is a kind of wealth close to nature. It also has a special effect. That is, communication with non-interpreting flora and fauna becomes favorable. Seeing this effect, Sejun suddenly thought of something, so he explores the sound of a fairy. Hearing the sound of the first rabbit, he responded. This could make Sejun fear of falling to the point of falling. After standing up, he hurriedly told the fairy rabbit to respond again. Seeing that, the sickle was very doubtful, he asked him what was wrong with Sejun. This address made Sejun very happy, so he hugged a sickle. Being rubbed a battle without understanding, Sickle said it would use sickle. Hearing that, Sejun took him, saying he wanted to be like last time, making my hair loss. This word just spoke. In the blink of an eye, the bundle of rabbits was blankly maybe the language between them was already informed. At this time, Sejun finally happily declared he received a new skill, having the ability to communicate with natural organisms. After confirmation, the fairy and Sickle were very excited, so they hurriedly told everyone to gather. After listening to the explanation of two rabbits, Tai rabbits were also very surprised. He did not expect Sejun to finally hear people saying, but very quickly he suspected his husband is Sejun picking up strange things to eat. Until Sejun personally talked to Tai rabbits, he now understood everyone's language. The Black Rabbit Warrior was even more excited. So far, he all had a lot of words to tell him. Sejun and the children are the same, keeping in the hearts of countless words to say to the opponent. The queen bee at the side was embarrassed to call. He interrupted Sejun. Is it really possible to hear? For this, Sejun gently stroked the head of the queen, then claimed to tell him. This is of course, I can hear every word, he said. The words of the farmer made the queen smile like flowers, then happily rushed into Sejun. Other poison bees followed together. Today is the happiest day of Sejun. He told the children to quickly transmit this news to the outside of the cave. The fairy rabbit was thoughtful to bring the straw hat over, waiting for Sejun to fly up. The information board appears again, because his rank promoted. Therefore, the straw hat of the winner also reached C, and at the same time unlocking new skills. Just seeing the name promoting growth, Sejun immediately understood its effectiveness very exaggerated. Its specific effect is to promote 10 crops to grow 7 days, moreover without any side effects. After reading, Sejun became more and more happy. This skill was indeed a god. Having this effect, he now thinks of a good idea. After coming to the cave, Sejun immediately planted a few seedlings of the pumpkin, sweet potatoes, then immediately launched the ability to grow growth with them, indeed under the effect of this skill. Very quickly the seedlings tend to grow, promote growth. Before, he worried that the pumpkin sun sweet potato took the thought slowly, immediately disappeared, but currently the space is not much, so Sejun is planted in the middle of the onion field, followed by a golden light. The seedlings once again mature, which makes Sejun very difficult to understand. Fortunately there is a reminder information. He now understood, it turned out to be sweet potato sprouts, receiving the desire for the bumper desire of the field. Next, his harvest will also increase by 50%, this doubling news makes Sejun very surprised. There are two skill effects, surely the pumpkin sun sweet potato can be cooked very quickly. At this time, the back suddenly transmitted to a sound. It turned out that she was arrogant towards Sejun. The situation suddenly arises, causing him to sweat in the blink of an eye. The next second that Sejun was most scared was still happening, he was directly crushed by the bear. Now, Ngeo said very excitedly, he just heard the black rabbit said. Sejun was able to communicate with them, then her pride. This stunned the farmer, because behind him was called father. Sejun did not expect that he had never been in love, and was his father. Asked that the bear's mother was appropriate. For this, the crimson giant bear did not notice. He said to her arrogant, Sejun was the same existence like his father. How much they are the most intimate little friend, how to call him that there is nothing. After that, the crimson giant bear bowed again, he really grateful to Sejun, who could help him and her arrogant. After listening to the bear's mother, Sejun did not think much. He is not afraid to have such a lovely child. Now the bear can finally say happily, I want to eat something. Heard her arrogance say a lot of food. Sejun decided to let him eat a little special, because today he had just harvested new crops. It is a large potato cooked. Its full name is the potato power. The effect is that it can resolve excess fat. 30 grams of potatoes peach out with water into the pot. Then cover, then burn the fire, soon. A part of fragrant boiled potatoes immediately completed. In addition, there are many foods as auxiliary. At this moment, Sejun's face laughed incessantly. The exciting adventure in his tower was more interesting. As for Irene in a manager space, he now ate boiled potatoes. Sejun finally reached Crystal moving on the 99th floor, but despite the consent of Nilma King, he could not move out of the tower. But right before that, Sejun harvested new potatoes. With the children enjoying deliciously, he immediately prepared to come to the territory of Nilma Vong. But when she heard the news of Sejun wanted to leave, she immediately lay on the ground crying. Whatever he said, he wanted to go with Sejun by his side. It is with the children to check a little bit of objects, bringing it to eat. They harvested a lot of onions together, checked. Sejun came to tell the bear to stand up, he told her arrogant, perhaps forgetting it before. Hearing that, the bear, though very heartbreaking, but still expresses will protect the small queen. This was before he promised Sejun healthy comforting her arrogant. I will come back very quickly, tell the bears not to be heartbroken, soon we'll see again. the small queen on the top of her head, also gently stroking her head arrogant, under the comfort of everyone. The baby bear was a little happy. After everything was ready, Elka bent to the ground. He said today wants to personally serve the great black dragon, then Sejun and Teo. There are also small black rabbits sitting on the old werewolf, but the way to the territory of Nyo Mavong. Filled by Nyo Tien Tam and Ni2, the children behind waved goodbye. Bears are no longer heartbroken now. He wants to continue taking responsibility for protecting the small queen. As for Sejun and the black rabbit warrior, this was still the first time they left the sky pit, going to another place. Elka helps, the speed of the road is greatly improved. Only a period of time, they immediately reached the deserted land, but due to running too fast, the sand wind flew up, causing the black rabbit warrior and the kitten a little unable to open their eyes. When the destination was coming, Sejun suddenly paid attention to a strange area. In the distance they had a large forest, but in it emitting a devilish air. Hearing Sejun questioning, Nyo Tien Tam said, where there was a person who made people's mood worse. At this time, Ni2 began to clearly state the situation on the 99th floor. It turned out that the 99th floor was divided into many areas, as the place where Sejun was before. It is the territory of the Crimson Giant Bear, but now, to come, it is the territory of the Minotaur clan. As for the place where the devil is emitted in the distance, the area belongs to the Fallen. Although previously not called the Fallen, Ni2 said it was a dangerous place. It is best not to come close. His words make Sejun very curious. It seems after returning, he needed to find Irene to ask a little specific information, but the next second, there was a lump of land thrown in the face of Sejun. Next, his eyes fell to the ground. One scene made the children scared. Everyone worried about Sejun's situation together. Luckily Sejun said nothing was worrisome. It was this soil that came too suddenly, waiting until he looked forward. At this time he discovered, in the immediate future, there are many buffalo monsters, eating mud. Seeing that Sejun is a bit blank. Perhaps because the deserted land didn't have food. Seeing it, he finally understood. Why did the two buffaloes see the scallions like that before, but now Ni2 is very angry? He asked who threw wildly, heard the sound. In the front, he went to a monster of the head of the yellow buffalo. Seeing the Nyo Ni2 and Gu Tien Tam, he was a bit curious about why the two buffaloes were together. The misunderstanding of Sejun, they were toys that two buffaloes came. He was trying to open his mouth. The next second to welcome is the accidental iron fist of Ni2, for such an indifferent person. In addition to the fact that he threw mud around, Ni2 only used a fist to teach him a battle. As for the monster of the gold buffalo, it was punched, lying in the unconscious mud. Seeing Nyo Ni2 exploded strength, on the face of Nyo Tien Tam could not help but flush a little red, because just now was really handsome. A period of time later, immediately a race came to report Ngu Mavong. Nyo Tien Tam and Ni2 missed, very quickly under the consent of Nyo Mavong. The two buffaloes went forward, and made it clear, Sejun they were from the territory of the Crimson Giant Bear. The guests, hearing that, the buffalo monsters next to them were very surprised, but Nyoma King was happy. So he doesn't need to run another trip, so Nyoma Vong immediately told the Sejun to come back quickly. However, he was considered a group of people, making the subordinates of the Crimson Giant. Waiting until the discovery of only Sejun and the kitten, Nyoma Vong was very suspicious. Why is there no white rabbit, but a creature that doesn't know the name goes ahead? At this time, Sejun and Teo immediately introduced their names. Although he has never heard of this name, but Nyoma King is still saying, he can come here hard. Anyway, Sejun and the kitten looked very weak. Then he said, I am interested in the weaker creatures. If in the territory of the red bear is oppressed, he could come to save them. After listening to the words of Nyoma King, Sejun immediately knew the opponent misunderstood, so he began to explain. I am not working under the bear's mother. On the contrary, the bear's mother and her arrogant are helping me. At the same time, this trip is not to the help of help, but to recover the Minotaur clan. Nyoma Vong 3 days ago stole the plant. Then Sejun said, if he did not want to be the thief, it is best to compensate for this. But the words of the thief in the blink of an eye angered Nyoma King. He is now extremely angry, is the strongest existence on the 99th floor. Nyoma Vong had a very strong honor. He absolutely did not allow being called a thief. But despite facing such a strong monster, Sejun and the kitten did not back down. He also spoke loudly to Nyoma Vong. Those scallions were the crops he planted. But Nyoma Vong not only welcomed it, now not ashamed but angry first. After listening to Sejun's words, the buffalo monsters next to seem to understand something. It turned out that the grass that Dai Vong brought back was planted by others. Now Nyoma King in the blink of an eye Sejun was the owner of Nong Dain, then hurriedly apologized to Sejun, because he was the guard. Acting has a limited time, so at that time, he went very in a hurry, and on compensation. Nyoma King thinks that it is necessary, because he is originally intended to pay, so Nyoma King asked what Sejun needs something. As long as it is not a legendary props in the tower, he will try his best to satisfy. But the biggest purpose of Sejun came here, only one. After that, he said he wanted to use a little crystal to move. The farmer's words made Nyoma King turn his head to look back. Anyway, crystal moved as something he always protected, but thinking for a while, Nyoma Vong immediately agreed. If this was something that Sejun wanted, then he could only choose to agree. Because of his honor, Nyoma King thought that this was all worth it, so he stood up from his seat. At the same time, he told Sejun, seeing that Sejun was excited, Teo was next to him. Because the kittens know Sejun always wants to leave the tower, but today, he finally reached the nearest tower, just need to use the shifting point. I immediately had the hope of returning outside, standing in front of the crystal. Sejun was still a bit blank, since he knew this place had a shifting point. He always wants to come to this place, slowly approaching the crystal. Sejun was a little trembling out, waiting until he put his hand on the crystal. The information board immediately transmitted reminders, archiving the 99th floor shifting point. Other moving points, but very fast. The information immediately said Sejun could not use the crystal. Because there was no storage of other floors, the news could not leave, making Sejun blank. Nyoma King was healthy to know. It turned out that Sejun was not an indigenous resident in the Black Tower. Then he said, although he did not know how Sejun could reach the 99th floor. But outsiders must take the first floor as the starting point, then register the crystal shift of each floor. It is possible to have the right to use. This is the rule of the Black Tower so far, unable to leave. It is because Sejun has only one point of moving on the 99th floor, after listening to the words of Nyoma King. Sejun desperately, he even thought that he had the hope of leaving the Black Tower. The result now, the small hope of embracing completely disappeared. The great black dragon finally had to personally act. This is also the first time Irene went out after a few hundred days, but the manager space he was in. Standing at the top of the 99th floor, right before that Nyoma King said, must be from the first floor as the starting point to see, plus the reminder to remind himself no other movement. Sejun immediately understood the hope of being out of his tower. It turned out that the Black Tower was almost a one-way road. Only from the bottom up to activate the movement point, or indigenous residence. The new may not be tied up to use crystal moving, although when it comes. Sejun hugged the worst intention, but now he personally confirmed there was no way to leave. He still could not avoid feeling empty. At this time, Nyoma King opened his mouth. The request of Sejun he was completed, then there would be no debt. Hearing that, Sejun also restored his mood, stood up and then confirmed the words of Nyoma King. However, he now has a proposal, want to know if Nyoma King is interested in hearing. Then Sejun told the kittens to open the sack, receiving the instruction Teo immediately acted. The next second, numerous onions immediately appeared, seeing high piles of grass. All the buffalo monsters were blankly present, their faces showed their aspirations together. At the same time, it also realized that this is the food that Dai Vong brought back last time. Nyoma Vong trembled and asked Sejun, what did he mean? For this farmer said faintly, just a little gift for the neighbors. His words made Nyoma Vong very suspicious. But the food in front of the eyes was really so attractive, so that Nyoma King could not help but drool. However, now Sejun is very disappointed, if it can increase the area of cultivation. Such onions can be available every day. Unfortunately now they do not have enough manpower, reclaiming wasteland relatively effort. So his proposal is, want to trade with the Minotaur clan. Use food to exchange for the help of buffalo monsters. A period of time later. On one side, she was sitting cross-legged on the hillside, he and the small queen bee are all waiting for Sejun to return. At this time the bear is very mood, but very fast. He and the small queen discovered the situation ahead. It turned out that Elka brought with him. They returned to the sky pit. Seeing the children, Sejun was very happy to greet. The bear was more and more excited. He ran and cheered his father. Seeing this scene, Sejun, from the werewolf, jumped down, then hugged her arrogant to run. At this time the bear told Sejun, I was very resilient, I did not continue to cry. Hearing that, Sejun was very happy. Hearing the sound of the fairy rabbit also went out, he was surprised to return quickly. Seeing the fairy and Thai rabbits, the small black rabbit hurriedly talked about the experience this time. This was the first time he left his parents out. But Sejun at the side was greeting behind, then the back immediately went to the buffalo monsters. They were the first group to come to the buffalo reclaiming farm. For this, the children felt extremely surprised. Sejun was the explanation of Nyoma Vong agreed with his proposal. Next, the Minotaur clan will help reclaim together. The buffalo monsters are now full of enthusiasm. They were unable to wait to work, but she saw the healthy muscles of the buffalo monster. In the eyes of Tone as a fan, hearing them still know Nyo Tien Tam, the bear is even more happy. So immediately took the initiative to lead the buffalo monster to the buffalo. Need to explore the wasteland, he said. Before that, Ngu Tien Tam was also leading to work. For this, the buffalo happily followed her arrogant to leave. Seeing that, Sejun did not stop, turning his head with the bunch of rabbits to negotiate food. But Teo returned together, now still sleeping, at the same time. The crystal area moved, transmitting to every sound of screaming. The buffalo monster is playing rock paper scissors. This is Nyo Tien Tam because to decide. The rank of rank can go to the farm to work first, but the first 10 children soon chose. Seeing the other ethnic group than before no longer looks tired, Nyongu is also very happy. He asked Nyoma King if the land was declared, so later on their territory. Is it possible to turn into a prairie full of green grass? For this thing, Nyoma King thinks, perhaps it is really possible to restore the previous scene. He will be to life with the neighbors. Also more intense expectations. A few days later, at this time the poisonous bees were flying forward. They brought the nectar picked in the jar, but the baby bear was closely guarded by the side. Thinking that Lam Noyet was about to descend, the poisonous bees probably had no time to collect. But Sejun did not expect. They brought the vase that Teo bought, the whole poured. It seems that because recently, the power of the small queen was expanded, giving a part to her arrogant. Sejun reminded the bear to eat economically, then he asked his mother, is it going to the deep forest today? Anyway, tomorrow is the day of Lam Noyet descending. After being confirmed, Sejun immediately prepared a little bear with a little honey. Elka was next to Sejun. They wanted to return to welcome Lam Noyet. The problem of food makes the old wolf a little hard to open his mouth. Seeing that Sejun told him he did not need to worry. I was prepared early, then brought a lot of food, all delivered to the kitten. These are all seafood that black rabbits have recently caught. Partly still to the sea of fishing, seeing so many real beauty. The silver wolves covered together on the ground, thanking the black rabbit warrior for this. The small black rabbit told them that they did not need to pay attention. This level to me was small. As soon as Sejun thought how to make the silver wolves bring back, Elka took out his backpack, although not equal to the large space of wandering traders. But because the three of them all have, so they can still hold all food. The backpack after the quality, immediately fell into the palm of the 3 silver wolves. Now about the food during the lam of everyone, it has been arranged. Sejun immediately started to say goodbye to the children, telling everyone after Lam Noyet to meet again. Goodbye, Mother Bear and Silver Wolves, also left near the sky pit. The Silver Wolves had to come to the 85th floor, seeing the smaller children disappear. Next, Sejun's turn to prepare his story. Seeing the serious face of the farmer, the Irene manager immediately asked him, was worried about Nong Dain. For this, Sejun immediately admitted. Every time Lam Noyet descended, he was very insecure. The black rabbit at the side was waving. He wanted to help his parents to work, understand the anxiety of Sejun, Irene said he told him. At the same time, he asked the farmer, before Lam Noyet came down, could he see him over the monster? The words of the manager, in the blink of an eye, pulled Sejun before. It was still the first month he entered the sky, but Sejun was still very worried. Because every time Lam Noyet descends, the monster will become extremely violent. Even if they are lovely rabbits, if they do not hide into the room, it is inevitable. A month ago Nyo Tien Tam destroyed Nong Dain, making Sejun this time also very worried, though. Tell them to try to go away from Nong Dain, but wait until Lam Noyet descended. Basically it is impossible to guarantee your method is effective or not, so. Sejun brought his defilements to Irene. To this, Irene said, this time let me personally protect Nong Dain, but until now, Sejun also understands. When welcoming Lam Noyet first, seeing the black dragon, thinking back was Irene. Then he wiped out the decline just now. Sejun said he trusted Irene. Seeing that Irene in a blink of an eye, he told Sejun to continue strong cultivation, the great black dragon. Irene Brightney will not disappoint him. Ending the conversation, Irene works a bit. Then he put his hand on the door, then immediately pushed the big door. At the same time Irene slowly went out. He was in the library that his grandfather left. It was too long. Very quickly Irene went to the top floor of the manager space. It turned out that he was on a huge island, but on the island, there was a black tower. Irene is taken it, and about the position of this suspended island. It is located in the 99th floor of the black tower, feeling the cool breeze through the body. Irene felt extremely comfortable, he had not been out for too long. Irene now had to prepare to deal with Lam Noyet, then he slowly raised his hand. Open a certain control panel, next, it's my turn to protect them, the next second. Many information frames appear together in front of Irene, which this time, the great black dragon Irene will personally take action. Poor farmers only eat a potato. The noble black dragon was extremely angry, just because Sejun ate a hidden dish of lamb noyet honey potato tower. Right before, Irene decided, this lamb noyet will be defended by Nong Dain. Over time, a basic rabbit house has entered the small house. Sejun is preserving the fire well, so when the fire cooks rice tomorrow morning, it will be more convenient in storage. He suddenly heard the sound next to him. It turned out that the kittens were hugging the loud crying rabbits. Thinking of the long-standing taken care of rabbits, Teo was extremely touched. Seeing that, Sejun immediately came, telling the kitten quickly to return in a sack. Because Lam Noyet is about to descend, wait until Teo wants to hold her sack. Sejun hurriedly called him, then brought a cocoon of the poisonous queen. This morning, a royal bee bag given to Sejun, recently the bees. The powerful power is very strong, the appearance of a new queen is also unavoidable. Hearing that, the kittens happily accepted. Teo said he wanted to be like last time. Put cocoons in his soft fur. At the same time, the sky is gradually darkening. Lam Noyet is about to obscure the sun and has not set, waiting until the night completely falls. Now close to the sky, immediately quiet, but only. The rabbits in the sky were screaming. This was what they had to go through to grow up. Sejun was sitting in front of the rabbit, even though he had seen it once. But he still has a little dislike. Fortunately, this status will end very quickly. Next, from the outside transmitted to a lot of monsters cry. This made Sejun very surprised. Irene has not yet started, but he has just taken a few steps, immediately discovered. The rabbits were looking at themselves with fierce faces, according to the previous experience. With Lam Noyet, they will turn into white rabbits, but do not know why there are no changes now. Moreover, it became more and more violent, looking at the screaming rabbits at me. Sejun thought to call them a little to wake up. No doubt the rabbits suddenly rushed towards him. As soon as Sejun thought it would be scratched, in the sky suddenly transmitted a sound of a dragon soaked. Next, the rabbits were calm, raised their heads to look at the giant dragon soaked in the air. Sejun was very happy. Irene finally came. At this moment, Nong Dain outside the sky pit also welcomed the uninvited guest, but first, this is a monster of the 99 floor tree branch, affected by Lam Noyet. Staring at Nong Dain ahead, but suddenly he discovered the situation in the sky. Only see a giant black dragon, flying close to the monster of the tree branch, under the pressure of Irene. This monster restored her mind, hurriedly fled, but the next second, the giant body of the black dragon is vague. It turns out that this is not the true body of Irene. Because he could not leave the manager space, so when Lam Noyet descended, Irene will use the magic props that his grandfather left, simulating the illusion after he grew up. In other words, Irene can protect agriculture from afar. The disadvantage is that when approaching the ground, the illusion will gradually disappear. What was the most excited Irene was, after this time, in Sejun's eyes. Surely all of his prestigious appearance, Irene must continue to control the flying illusion. Until Lam Noyet ended, but after the black dragon appeared, the bunch of violent monsters became very quiet. Right now, the rabbits behind Sejun finally started evolving, waiting until the light of 7 colors was brilliant. The original yellow rabbit also turned into white rabbits. Seeing the children after molting, Sejun in the blink of an eye was excited. After that, one hugged the 3 rabbits into his lap, seeing that the bunny rabbits were also very curious. I don't know what Sejun is. Very fast, behind Sejun transmitted to a blue light. Looking out, a part of the crop under the moonlight shining, there was a temperament of Lam Noyet. Seeing this screen, Sejun and the bunch of baby rabbits were very happy. Next, they also came to harvest lamb trees. Soon, in the sky, slowly rising to each fog, Sejun they were now fire to cook food. Wait until the food is cooked, he displays it on a large onion plate. This harvested laminous crop has sweet potatoes, and there are small tomatoes as usual. In order to reward the hard work of Irene, Kyo the Tuan brought cooked food to him. Receiving Irene food, very thankful to farmers, and at the same time said the next Lam Noyet. Also for me to protect and go now. Irene showered and laid on the sofa. Today he controls the illusion that is really a bit tired. Fortunately the result is worth it. Holding a sweet potato, Irene was looking forward to, which could make his dragon's heart continue to beat. Slowly put the small sweet potato into his mouth. Very quickly he heard the sound of the dragon heart. Moreover, different from before, this time, Irene could feel a stable magic stream. Mobile in his body, not waiting for him to be happy, the Black Tower immediately gave a notice. Above the hidden dish of the Black Tower has reappeared. Its name is Honey Potato, seeing here. Irene thought of something, just like he thought, this hidden dish. It is Sejun pouring honey onto the lamb noyette potato, from which created. Irene in a healthy manager space was very angry, because Sejun gave me as a potato without more honey, but Irene saw a new notice he immediately thought of. A good way to get honey potatoes, confirm a little skill, Irene could not help but exclude. This is for farmers, indeed a very good reward skill. But in the sky of Sejun's food, it was also completed, honey potatoes containing lamb noyette's intent can permanently increase 0.3 magic power in the eyes of Sejun. Potatoes, whether salted or honey dots, are very delicious. The first piece of June wanted to let the rabbits eat first, as soon as the other rabbits were preparing to eat. Including a baby rabbit hurriedly stopped. He said his father had previously said, lamb noyette crops have to give him to eat, because the Uncle Sejun is very weak. Therefore, the magic is very important. This word has just said, Sejun is very happy. Finally, it was completely dumbfounded. Under the advice of the rabbits, Sejun shed tears to eat lamb noyette. Honey potatoes, covered with a layer of honey on potatoes, feel when eaten even more smoothly. As soon as he was immersed in the beauty, the information board appeared again, above the clear display. Sejun made the honey potato hidden in the tower recreated, seeing that he was a bit surprised. Perhaps it was because I poured honey on the star potato. Then Irene immediately sent a new task. Use honey potatoes to treat the manager of the tower. The reward is to receive special career skills. If refusing, the manager only eats lamb noyette potatoes will be very angry. See here. Sejun hurriedly explained, he was just sprinkling honey on the potato. Thinking of being able to receive new skills, Sejun immediately accepted the mission. Confirming with normal potato Irene, he immediately started processing. The process was extremely simple. 1 minute short, the new task has also been completed. This reward skill's name is cooking. It can cause the dish to use the ingredients in the tower, the taste increases, and the effect will also increase accordingly. Seeing the effect of this special skill, Sejun is very shocked. Because it recorded a recipe, it was the honey potato he had just made. Sejun was a bit helpless. He was clearly a farmer's job, but normally he was also a fisherman. Now it seems that the fate of the chef becomes officially, but this skill makes Sejun very satisfied. Next he ordered the bunch of baby rabbits together to make breakfast, for other children to eat. But today Sejun came to the 8th lamb noyette Black Tower, and finally came to an end. 3 pitiful small grey rabbits, and the lost nephew of the rabbit couple. Seeing the uncle who had not met for a long time, the small grey rabbit suffering was finally happy to shed tears. Before, Irene took advantage of the illusion of chasing monsters away, Sejun also because of unlocking hidden food. Since then receiving the new skill now lamb noyette 99 has disappeared. The monster of the tree was chased away by Irene, slowly returning to the West Forest. He completely did not know. On the way home, there were no guests who came to come. Then the monster of the tree was covered by a tree. After that, he fell down on the ground. The poor monster misunderstood himself as the energy. But now on his head, suddenly appeared a giant tree claw. Waiting for the monster to discover, he was gripped his head by the opponent. At the same time, countless crazy branches spread out. Monster branches have no resistance, so they are swallowed mercilessly. But this monster ambush was the fallen ghost. He slowly went out of the darkness. Then stared at the deserted land in the forest, just because at another end, there was another piece. He and his accomplices wanted to go to the forest. At the same time, Sejun was enjoying food. But a pile of black burnt plants behind him, quietly protruding a preschool. On the 85th floor of the Black Tower, the old Elka wolf, bringing successful food to the tribe. The children who received food were very thankful for the patriarch, seeing that Elka was about to leave. His wife proved very unobtrusive, but now lamb noyette ended, Elka was forced to return. Hearing his wife say he wanted to stay at the child and then go away, the silver wolf gently told her, "I am serving the great black dragon, so I don't have much time to waste." Reviewing the cloak in a handful, Elka brought 2 wolves to the 99th floor. Later, in the residential area in the Wandering Traders, there were shadows that were frantically fled. These are 3 small grey rabbits. They seem to be chased, in it. The small grey rabbit slightly lagged behind to discover the situation behind. He was going to call his brother. But a cruel fox suddenly appeared next to the small grey rabbit. Shortly after that he was attacked by the sharp claws of the fox. The next second fell to the ground. 2 small grey rabbits saw that they stopped, but they did not discover that another fox was soon blocked in the front, waiting until the small grey rabbits turned around. It is inevitable that the opponent's fangs their painful cries echoed in the village. In which Wolfong Alka is also attracted. Now small gray rabbits have been captured. But the fox is very resentful, because to catch slaves fled from this farm. Having had to run a lot of floors continuously, followed by the fox prepared to eat a small gray rabbit. Because slaves fled even if there was a lack of one child, no one noticed. As soon as the cruel fox opened his mouth wide, the next second was hit by a giant claw. Turns out, Elka saved the poor gray rabbit, slowly supporting the small gray rabbit. The silver wolf kept staring at the fox ahead. At this time the fox also realized Elka. They do not understand why the opponent's hand stopped. If this transmitted to the earlier seer, certainly will bring disasters to the silver wolf, but Elka is currently not afraid of that wild boar. On the contrary, he also told the foxes, and on the occasion he did not want to bite off their necks. Then quickly get out of this place. Facing the evil silver wolf, the fox is helpless. Just had to leave gray. Elka looked at the patriarch, immediately understood his old problem. For this, Elka had to apologize. He once again unable to control himself. Elka thinks they should bring small gray rabbits back. If left here, they will likely be caught by the crowd. Looking at the three small gray rabbits trembling, the silver wolf sighed. So decide, bringing them back to the sky, perhaps it can help the great black dragon. In just a moment of noon, Sejun is now very happy. He said there was an important thing to share, that was to eat lamb noyet crop this time. Successfully made the magic power reach 10 points, heard that the small friends were silent. They thought something was big. The kitten also asked Sejun, this is bragging. For this thing, farmers hurriedly took out the eel's inner knitting. It turned out that the current Sejun has reached the demand for magic power to use Dan Dan, just eat. He could receive a new skill, but Teo basically was not interested. He yawned. After that, he said he wanted to go back to sleep, but Sejun forced to hold Teo. Tell him to witness himself receiving his skills. Eating it all is not as difficult to eat as in imagination. On the contrary, it also carries the sourness of tangerines. Shortly after the information board transmitted to the reminder, Sejun used the eel's inner knitting, successfully studying thunderous rain skills. Different from receiving when on duty before, this time displayed as learning thunder and thunder skills. There are 3 different effects, but very unfortunately, due to limitations of magic power, the current Sejun can only use to create dark clouds, and the rain and thunder. Still in the state of unlocked, finished watching the entire introduction, Sejun blankly on the spot. If rain and thunder are not used, this skill basically has no effect. However, he was still about to try a bit, then swung his hand to create a dark cloud. Very quickly in front of Sejun, there was indeed a little gas that was slowly gathered. In the blink of an eye, it became a dark cloud, but because Sejun's magic was too weak, the volume of this dark cloud is also pitiful. The bunny rabbits are unable to lash out. So together to return to work together, and about kittens, it is comforting him, though very weak. But Sejun is still her superiors, only her arrogant is happy for her father. He thinks that this skill is very cool, can obscure the sun, moreover she arrogant. Believing that later the dark clouds will definitely get bigger and bigger, after listening to the comforting words of the bear. Sejun was much more happy right now, for her words arrogant. Teo also agreed. So he waved his hand, telling Sejun to bring dark clouds closer to cover himself. At this moment, Elka they also returned, but very quickly Sejun immediately discovered. At the bottom of the wolf, there were 3 small gray rabbits. Then Sejun moved forward, then asked who they were. For this, the small gray rabbits were extremely scared, begged not to eat themselves. Seeing them on them were all wounds, Sejun understood. The small gray rabbits seemed to have experienced something, so he immediately switched to asking the silver wolves. But Elka was about to say that before, the Tai rabbit was amazed, so that the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing the fairy and Tai rabbits, Sejun was a bit suspicious or spoke, but the first rabbit was finally opened. He did not dare to believe that the small gray rabbits were alive, in which a small gray rabbit was even more excited. It turned out that the fairy rabbit was their uncle. The children did not know what happened. The rabbits were hugging each other, they were far away for a long time. At this moment, finally could not help crying. They were a group of hard-working rabbits. Every day lives in the rich rabbit kingdom, just because of a disaster. Again caused the bundle of rabbits to lose their homes, even being exploited by evil wild boars. Since then, constantly oppressed labor, but 3 small gray rabbits experience arduous. In the end, I could not escape. For a long time, I couldn't eat rice. Now I saw it. Many beautiful beauty, immediately could not help but eat. Sejun and the children did not disturb. They knew that the small gray rabbit was definitely hungry. Seeing that a small gray rabbit was not careful, Tai rabbits hurriedly brought water through, but Sejun was told them to eat slowly. Hearing small gray rabbits thank me, but call it the Great Black Dragon. Sejun said later to call himself Sejun, and told Elka to be the same. Now everyone is a family member, so no need to call him the Great Black Dragon. Originally rejected the Silver Wolf, under the request of Sejun also changed his voice, this time. Sejun started to observe the information of these small gray rabbits, and promptly made reminders. They were in turn gray arts and manual gray rabbits, and there was a son of architectural gray rabbit. It seems that they are all technical rabbits, finished eating. The small gray rabbits brought the experience escaping from the farm, saying, then. Sejun was curious they came from the second floor, but when the gray rabbit said it was 55th floor, the Sin rabbit was startled again. He did not expect his grandson to always on the 55th floor. Therefore, the fairy rabbit was very excited to ask the rabbit. The king and the queen also had the princess still not. What about the monsters of the kingdom? Seeing the fairy rabbits shook the small gray rabbit to dizziness. Sejun and Tai Tai rabbit hurriedly stopped him, hearing Sejun asking what he had said just now. The first rabbit was also slowly a story. It turned out for a long time ago. The 55th floor is the place where the rabbit lives, which is called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Seeing that the fairy rabbit was very disappointed, Sejun hurriedly asked the kingdom now. The fairy rabbit also said about decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed. The Rabbit Ribbon Rabbit Kingdom was a beautiful peaceful place. Rabbits were there to settle down. Some rabbits chose to plow hard. There are also a number of creative craftsmanships. They all rely on their strength to maintain a peaceful life, but until that day descended, causing all rabbits to be at risk, countless shades of destruction. Not knowing why he went to the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the bunch of rabbits in the fighting battle against the counterattack. At the same time, protecting the people to leave, unfortunately the difference in strength. Their counterattack did not work. The Red Ribbon Kingdom was quickly destroyed. But the king of a house also disappeared, lost the guidance of the king. The rabbits, because to escape the monster, only had to flee the canopy. The first rabbit and Tai Tai rabbits were also escaped from the 55th floor. Finally, many new obstacles reached the sky pit. Now Sejun finally understood why on the 99th floor of the monster gathered, there appeared harmless baby rabbits. The first rabbit said, they thought that the 55th floor was destroyed by monsters. Unexpectedly, there were people staying there, the small gray rabbit next to him. They and their family members could not leave the path, so they had to escape the monsters. But those monsters suddenly disappeared. But wait until they went out. On the burned land, there was another danger, Elka also continued. He slowly said a name called the Explosive Network, which is the organization belonging to the Glid Boar. It turned out that after the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed by the monster, Glid led the wild boar. Occupying the 55th floor of the owner, he claimed to be the great landlord. Next, it is the endless exploitation of the wild boars for the baby rabbits. The land of the Red Ribbon Kingdom also turned into an explosive network only producing food, but 3 small gray rabbits really unbearable. At this time, he risked his death from the farm, for the enlightenment of the gray rabbits. Sejun was very heartbroken. Then told the small black rabbit first led them away, resting under the guidance of the rabbits. They went to the sky. Sejun asked Elka Straw Hat. At that time, Glid was looking for stars, hearing that Silver Wolf was right. But Glid is rich in food, which can affect the entire Black Tower. However, Elka hated the wild boar, working for Glid, making him very nauseous. The opponent only needs the opportunity to immediately exploit residents. The name Glid Teo said he also knew. Because food will be circulated by traders in places in the tower, in which most food. It was all from the explosive network. Then Sejun asked if the opponent could chase to the 99th floor. Elka told him to be assured, because the 99th floor was extremely dangerous, so no matter how much it costs. The children who received food were very thankful for the patriarch, seeing that Elka was about to leave. His wife proved very unable to, but now Lam Noyet ended, Elka was forced to return. Hearing his wife say he wanted to stay at the child and then go away, the Silver Wolf gently told her, I am serving the Great Black Dragon, so I don't have much time to waste. Reviewing the cloak in a handful, Elka brought 2 wolves to the 99th floor. Later, in the residential area in the Wandering Traders, there were shadows that were frantically fled. These are 3 small gray rabbits, they seem to be chased, in it. The small gray rabbit slightly lagged behind to discover the situation behind. He was going to call his brother. But a cruel fox suddenly appeared next to the small gray rabbit. Shortly after that he was attacked by the sharp claws of the fox, the next second fell to the ground. 2 small gray rabbits saw that they stopped, but they did not discover that another fox was soon blocked in the front, waiting until the small gray rabbits turned around. It is inevitable that the opponent's fangs, their painful cries echoed in the village. in which Wolfgang Alka is also attracted. Now small gray rabbits have been captured. But the fox is very resentful, because to catch slaves fled from this farm. Having had to run a lot of floors continuously, followed by the fox prepared to eat a small gray rabbit. Because slaves fled even if there was a lack of one child, no one noticed. As soon as the cruel fox opened his mouth wide, the next second was hit by a giant claw. Turns out, Elka saved the poor gray rabbit, slowly supporting the small gray rabbit. The silver wolf kept staring at the fox ahead. At this time the fox also realized Elka. They do not understand why the opponent's hand stopped. If this transmitted to the earlier seer, certainly will bring disasters to the silver wolf, but Elka is currently not afraid of that wild boar. On the contrary, he also told the foxes, and on the occasion he did not want to bite off their necks. Then quickly get out of this place. Facing the evil silver wolf, the fox is helpless. Just had to leave gray. Elka looked at the patriarch, immediately understood his old problem. For this, Elka had to apologize. He once again unable to control himself. Elka thinks they should bring small gray rabbits back. If left here, they will likely be caught by the crowd. Looking at the three small gray rabbits trembling, the silver wolf sighed. So decide, bringing them back to the sky, perhaps it can help the great black dragon. In just a moment of noon, Sejun is now very happy. He said there was an important thing to share, that was to eat lamb noyet crop this time. Successfully made the magic power reach 10 points, heard that the small friends were silent. They thought something was big. The kitten also asked Sejun, this is bragging. For this thing, farmers hurriedly took out the eel's inner knitting. It turned out that the current Sejun has reached the demand for magic power to use Dan, just eat. He could receive a new skill, but Teo basically was not interested. He yawned. After that, he said he wanted to go back to sleep, but Sejun forced to hold Teo. Tell him to witness himself receiving his skills. Eating it all is not as difficult to eat as in imagination. On the contrary, it also carries the sourness of tangerines. Shortly after the information board transmitted to the reminder, Sejun used the eel's inner knitting, successfully studying thunderous rain skills. Different from receiving when on duty before, this time displayed as learning thunder and thunder skills. There are 3 different effects, but very unfortunately, due to limitations of magic power, the current Sejun can only use to create dark clouds, and the rain and thunder. Still in the state of unlocked, finished watching the entire introduction, Sejun blankly on the spot. If rain and thunder are not used, this skill basically has no effect. However, he was still about to try a bit, then swung his hand to create a dark cloud. Very quickly in front of Sejun, there was indeed a little gas that was slowly gathered. In the blink of an eye, it became a dark cloud, but because Sejun's magic was too weak, the volume of this dark cloud is also pitiful. The bunny rabbits are unable to lash out. So together to return to work together, and about kittens, it is comforting him, though very weak. But Sejun is still her superiors, only her arrogant is happy for her father. He thinks that this skill is very cool, can obscure the sun, moreover she arrogant. Believing that later the dark clouds will definitely get bigger and bigger, after listening to the comforting words of the bear, Sejun was much more happy right now. For her words arrogant, Teo also agreed. So he waved his hand, telling Sejun to bring dark clouds closer to cover himself. At this moment, Elka they also returned, but very quickly Sejun immediately discovered. At the bottom of the wolf, there were 3 small gray rabbits. Then Sejun moved forward, then asked who they were. For this, the small gray rabbits were extremely scared, begged not to eat themselves. Seeing them on them were all wounds, Sejun understood. The small gray rabbits seemed to have experienced something, so he immediately switched to asking the silver wolves. But Elka was about to say that before, the Tai rabbit was amazed, so that the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing the fairy and Tai rabbits, Sejun was a bit suspicious or spoke, but the first rabbit was finally opened. He did not dare to believe that the small gray rabbits were alive, in which a small gray rabbit was even more excited. It turned out that the fairy rabbit was their uncle. The children did not know what happened. The rabbits were hugging each other, they were far away for a long time. At this moment, finally could not help crying. They were a group of hard-working rabbits. Every day lives in the rich rabbit kingdom, just because of a disaster. Again caused the bundle of rabbits to lose their homes, even being exploited by evil wild boars. Since then, constantly oppressed labor, but 3 small gray rabbits experience arduous. In the end, I could not escape. For a long time, I couldn't eat rice, now I saw it. Many beautiful beauty, immediately could not help but eat. Sejun and the children did not disturb. They knew that the small gray rabbit was definitely hungry. Seeing that a small gray rabbit was not careful, Tai rabbits hurriedly brought water through, but Sejun was told them to eat slowly. Hearing small gray rabbits thank me, but call it the Great Black Dragon. Sejun said later to call himself Sejun, and told Elka to be the same. Now everyone is a family member, so no need to call him the Great Black Dragon. Originally rejected the Silver Wolf, under the request of Sejun also changed his voice, this time. Sejun started to observe the information of these small gray rabbits, and promptly made reminders. They were in turn gray arts and manual gray rabbits, and there was a son of architectural gray rabbit. It seems that they are all technical rabbits, finished eating. The small gray rabbits brought the experience escaping from the farm, saying, then. Sejun was curious they came from the second floor, but when the gray rabbit said it was 55th floor, the Sin rabbit was startled again. He did not expect his grandson to always on the 55th floor. Therefore, the fairy rabbit was very excited to ask the rabbit. The king and the queen also had the princess still not. What about the monsters of the kingdom of the kingdom? Seeing the fairy rabbits shook the small gray rabbit to dizziness. Sejun and Tai Tai rabbit hurriedly stopped him, hearing Sejun asking what he had said just now. The first rabbit was also slowly a story. It turned out for a long time ago. The 55th floor is the place where the rabbit lives, which is called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Seeing that the fairy rabbit was very disappointed, Sejun hurriedly asked the kingdom now. The fairy rabbit also said about decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed. The Rabbit Ribbon Rabbit Kingdom was a beautiful peaceful place. Rabbits were there to settle down. Some rabbits chose to plow hard. There are also a number of creative craftsmanships. They all rely on their strength to maintain a peaceful life, but until that day descended, causing all rabbits to be at risk, countless shades of destruction. Not knowing why he went to the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the bunch of rabbits in the fighting battle against the counterattack. At the same time, protecting the people to leave, unfortunately the difference in strength. Their counterattack did not work, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was quickly destroyed. But the king of a house also disappeared, lost the guidance of the king. The rabbits, because to escape the monster, only had to flee the canopy. The first rabbit and Tai Tai rabbits were also escaped from the 55th floor. Finally, many new obstacles reached the sky pit. Now Sejun finally understood why on the 99th floor of the monster gathered, there appeared harmless baby rabbits. The first rabbit said, they thought that the 55th floor was destroyed by monsters. Unexpectedly, there were people staying there, the small gray rabbit next to him. They and their family members could not leave the path, so they had to escape the monsters. But those monsters suddenly disappeared, but wait until they went out. On the burned land, there was another danger, Elka also continued. He slowly said a name called the Explosive Network, which is the organization belonging to the Glid Boar. It turned out that after the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed by the monster, Glid led the wild boar. Occupying the 55th floor of the owner, he claimed to be the great landlord. Next, it is the endless exploitation of the wild boars for the baby rabbits. The land of the Red Ribbon Kingdom also turned into an explosive network only producing food, but 3 small gray rabbits really unbearable. At this time, he risked his death from the farm, for the enlightenment of the gray rabbits. Sejun was very heartbroken. Then told the small black rabbit first led them away, resting under the guidance of the rabbits. They went to the sky. Sejun asked Elka Straw Hat. At that time, Glid was looking for stars, hearing that Silver Wolf was right. But Glid is rich in food, which can affect the entire Black Tower. However, Elka hated the wild boar, working for Glid, making him very nauseous. The opponent only needs the opportunity to immediately exploit residents. The name Glid Teo said he also knew. Because food will be circulated by traders in places in the tower, in which most food. It was all from the explosive network. Then Sejun asked if the opponent could chase to the 99th floor. Elka told him to be assured, because the 99th floor was extremely dangerous, so no matter how much it costs. Successfully performed the action of eating the plate. The kitten also said, I am a little bit nowhere to eat. Rest for a while. Teo gathered the Silver Wolf. They had to go down to sell today, however. Kitten suddenly saw food next to Sejun. This is Sejun for Irene. Because just now calling him, there was no reply. Teo said that this black dragon was probably sleeping. Sejun also hoped that. Hopefully Irene did not happen, but in the manager space of the Black Tower. Irene is still repairing the communication system, but the dragon's heart has just recovered. It is still not enough for him to contact the outside of the race, which makes Irene very blamed. But for a moment, there was no way to think of any way. Irene was so urgent. It is because the current 67th floor is endangered. At the same time, at the management center of the merchant, are focusing on senior figures from big associations, led by the Mason of the Wandering Traders Association, and Hannibal of the Free Mercenaries Association. Also, of the Wizard Association, the same, they were in turn belonged to the Fox Clan, the Tiger Clan and the Hamster Rat. The more the president of the three big associations, the jealous fox is also in the meeting room. His inner mind is a bit surprised, because this is still the first time Jella S met the Master Association president. He did not know what happened now. It can make the leader of the big organizations come. At this time Mason of the Wandering Monks Association spoke first. He said that according to the current news, Grasshopper ate a lot of things on the 67th floor. Although they sent people to defend, the current situation did not have any good changes. Hannibal asked about the information. If not promptly managed, Grasshopper is likely to penetrate other tower floors. For this Mason told him, Grasshoppers died as outsiders, basically not being able to enter the path. What makes him really worried is the transmission point. That place is likely to cause Grasshoppers to penetrate other floors, Hannibal said. If you go to the ahead, then the consequences will not be imagined. Therefore, the leader of the organization in the blink of an eye urgently, because on the 67th floor, there is one of the 5 large food warehouses of the Black Tower. If the food warehouse is destroyed, the big famine will come again. There were a number of new high-ranking characters' inauguration that was very suspicious. At this time a voice rang. He mentioned the previous 55th floor Red Royal Kingdom. The owner of the voice was the Io Mage chairman. Turns out, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest food concentration, due to the death of the Grasshopia, newly led to the previous greater famine. When it comes to this, Io could not help but speak. If not the other wild boar appropriated, but not yet waiting for him to finish. Mason hurriedly advised. He calmed down a bit. Glid was not a bad person, let alone at that time. Not that he also rebuilt the food warehouse of the kingdom to destroy stars. Mason's words made Io very disdainful. After that, the voice was so mocked with a good person, just exploiting the rabbit, then occupying the food channel. Hearing that, Hannibal suddenly got angry again. He thought that Io's words were a bit too much. In the next discussion, all the leaders were very urgent. Why? The Great Black Dragon has not yet appeared to protect the Black Tower. The direction of everyone discusses Io a prophet. So he took the initiative to stand up, then slowly since the history of the Black Tower. Nearly thousands of years also have many other invaders from the outside, under the protection of the Great Black Dragon. Up to now, the Black Tower and residents are very safe. The Black Dragon every time has quickly chased the invaders away. During the previous Grasshopper, the Black Dragon did not know why, without quickly standing out. Wait until nearly half of the 55th floor was destroyed, successfully destroying Grasshoppers. At that time, the grain was almost gathered in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, so the destruction of the kingdom has caused food shortages for the entire Black Tower. After saying these things, the pharmacy said, they could not think that the Black Dragon will appear in time. Everyone must before the Black Dragon comes, with all his strength to protect the Black Tower, otherwise the order of the tower will once again collapse. This time, the pharmacy will represent the Wizard Association, the soldiers who go against the enemy outside. He wants to know, is the leader of the big organization contented together? Elka on the 38th floor. By the first way, return to the 85th floor on a trip. For this, Teo has no refusal. However, it is to remind them not to stay too late. Now the small silver wolves come in front of the kitten. They want to know, maybe Teo is the Great Black Dragon star, kittens who like to show off. Of course, he would not miss the opportunity. Teo said it was like that. He was the smartest Ha of the Black Dragon. The ultimate traitor, Teo, this word just said, indeed received the worship of the small silver wolves. So together shouted the name of the kittens, being praised by a battle. Teo was happy in the blink of an eye. Then throw each grilled fish skewer for small silver wolves. But as soon as he prepared to continue, suddenly touching something unlike, slowly taking out. It is Skun's pumpkin sweet potato, which makes Teo in a blink of an eye. He did not understand why he was in his backpack. Hearing the sound, Alka asked what the kitten had happened, so Teo hurriedly licked it. He did not want to be known to Sejun, then told Elka to quickly start. Now, the only thought of kittens is to destroy evidence. So Teo immediately brought 3 silver wolves to the 38th floor. The lovely kitten only took out an onion, successfully harvested the hearts of the human girl. Right before that, Teo discovered, he was not careful to take away the pumpkin sweet potato. Kittens are thinking of ways to destroy evidence. One side in the Sky Pit farm, Sejun was impatiently searched, because he harvested the son's pumpkin sweet potato. No more, until the entire onion flipped out. Sejun still could not see the figure of the sweet potato. Thinking a bit, he quickly thought about whether Teo's problem. Then Sejun immediately confirmed this thought, because at that time was to bring onions and sweet potatoes to the same place. So, basically certainly the kittens are not careful to take away, as soon as Sejun thinks later. How to tease Teo, the information suddenly came to remind. It turned out that the seed store opened the door again, this time offered 4 types of random plant seeds. Moreover, the price of seeds previously dropped sharply. However, there is a type of seed called fire beans. This is the crop that Sejun has never heard of. Moreover, a seed needs 5 tower money, although his money is now very complete. But once buying bean seeds, other seeds cannot buy. Because the current seed store only needs 5 money tower, plus rabbits and the farm increases. Sejun did not have risks to choose, then fire and then immediately brought the carrots. Bee and green peppers, there are also all strawberry seeds to buy, this is also the best option right now. Although the next must grow a lot of things, but thinking of eating green peppers and strawberries. Sejun in the blink of an eye feels full of strength, receiving a large amount of carrot seeds. He immediately brought this news to the rabbit born. Next, must bother the rabbit to give birth to a little carrot. For this, natural rabbits are naturally agreed, and about Sejun. It is to want to bring other seeds together, like today the farm outside the sky is increasingly prosperous. A few days later in the real world, Dong6 Master Taejun was under the help of small tomatoes. Immediately went out to relax his feelings, he had been very long for a long time, without seeing the outside scenery. The man lying behind Taejun, also his disciple Suk-hyuk, recalling to pay attention to a bit of the curse fire, then advised Taejun to relax and then come back. But Taejun also has a bit of a wanna know, is Dong6 still on the 38th floor? He had not seen the opponent for many days, hearing that Suk-hyuk said the current situation of the 38th floor. Due to the toxin of the poisonous spider, it led to Dong6 and the strategy suffering enough. If there is not enough antidote, basically cannot approach the lair of the spider. In addition, the fake Kim can make an antidote, which is very difficult to find. So the strategy of the association has not progressed. Understanding the situation, Taejun asked about Sejun's family, during the time Dong6 was not present. It is because Suk-hyuk sent people to take on the task of protecting, their bodyguards did not reveal loopholes. It will not affect the life of the Sejun family, the only accompaniment is, there are people of the foreign association. Want to approach Sejun's younger brother, luckily Sei finally refused, hearing everything without obstacles. Taejun is also more and more excited, but the next second of his curse recurs. So Taejun hurriedly took out a small tomato, slowly eaten. His body slowly recovered, the appearance of small tomatoes, making Taejun fight the curse much easier. Moreover, this props can help a lot of people. So he firmly believes, Sejun is a rare talent of the nation. After relaxing Taejun and his disciples, he finished returning to his room, always believing one day, the curse fire of the master will definitely be resolved. He and Dong6 will always search, and on the other side of Dong6, currently in battle. But his opponent is a lot of poisonous spiders, seeing that killing forever, this makes Dong6 very miserable. Help, he informed you, finished handling this batch today, immediately returned to rest first. But at this moment, in the team members, there were people in a hurry to remind Dong6, because on the top of his head, a poisonous spider attacked, clearly injured Dong6, lucky at the key moment. A girl promptly acted, successful because Dong6 supported the attack. The one who came was Seo Ha for a long time did not see, but in a hurry. He was still not careful to be hit by spider feathers, luckily Seo Ha's strength was not weak. The full force immediately retreated the spider, then he quickly pulled out the long sword on the side, then aggressively stabbed into the mouth of the poisonous spider. The spider was injured and died on the spot. But Seo Ha poisoned a bit, unable to resist. Dong6 hurriedly told the magician in the team to use magic. But there is no good effect, can only temporarily delay the spread of toxins. This made Dong6 urgent, because the antidote they brought with them had all used. Taking it to find a fake Kim's house is also basically not in time, as soon as Dong6 thinks how to do it. Kittens went behind, and asked him why he was here. Anyway, this place is a bit from the transaction location, but it has not been waiting for Dong6 to answer him. Teo immediately paid attention to his default to Seo Ha. So the kitten hurriedly went over to ask what he lay down to do. Seeing that, the team member said Seo Ha poisoned, hearing that kitten immediately very worried. Then told him to rest for healthy, and Dong6 hurriedly asked, is there a fake Kim who sells antidote, but thinks a bit? Teo said there was no one recently, but very quickly, the kitten immediately thought of a way possible. So Teo hurriedly rummaged in a backpack, very quickly he took out the detox. Hearing the words of the kitten, Dong6 curious about what could be done. But when he finished watching the information board, he immediately understood that this was vinegar that could detox. Then Dong6 hurriedly gave Seo Ha to tell him to eat, slowly ate a march. The next second of the poison on Seo Ha immediately disappeared, even the wound quickly healed. This made him feel very unbelievable, but Teo and Dong Sik next to him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao, after being saved, hugged the kitten. He was very grateful to Teo's help. As expected, Teo is the best kitten in her heart, but after everything ends, kittens are involved in the price of 5 tower money, and said, this is his lower body. Newly can get special preferential prices. Where is this curious Dong Sik from? Teo told him, this is a new crop to sell this time. The speech of the kittens surprised everyone here. Even a centralized toxin can quickly remove. Just having a detoxifying onion, Dong Sik believes that it is very quick to attack the poisonous spider on the 38th floor. But his eyes looked at Teo, also became even more excited. This makes the kitten feel a bit suspicious or not, just because of falling tears full of aspirations. The baby bear once again became a small morphology when he was young, but before. Seeing the strong effect of the detoxifying onion, Dong Sik immediately understood the 38th floor strategy opportunities. After that, he hurriedly asked Teo how many onions, hearing 100 tubers. Dong Sik does not hesitate to buy it all, but at this moment, behind them, they passed on the sound of harmony, seeing the people of the other association. Dong Sik was very surprised. The opponent also reprimanded him. Why was it sneaking behind everyone to buy plants? Dong Sik understood, these people could immediately run, the big probability was soon overseeing. Perhaps they appeared weak, immediately will be sneaked by the opponent. At this time, a man led very seriously to the kitten. If only for a convenient and incentive association, will be blamed by others. By then he will lose a lot of customers. For this Dong Sik understands, this is nonsense. Because small tomatoes were extremely welcome, no matter what he wanted to do. Certainly there will be people who compete to buy, but now a lot of people are looking at, fair and prestigious. For wandering traders is very important, indeed thinking about fair issues. Kittens immediately decided like the auction, hearing that others agreed. Teo auction wants to sell small tomatoes first, finally it is the turn to detoxify. This time the kittens bring small tomatoes of 6,000 fruits, each batch is 500 starting price. His words were among the people causing a stir, because the rank of small tomatoes compared to the previous D level, even higher than a rank, small tomatoes in the previous time, outside the tower sold high prices. They knew that level C only had more explosive, but the first auction, a member of the Dong Sik Association, the temptation of granted tomatoes, made him a little uncontrollable. After a short silence, everyone started to participate in the auction. Only a minute. Members of the Dong Sik Association shouted at a high price of 600 tower. A period of time later, the auction of small tomatoes ended immediately. Next Teo wanted to sell was the detox. The quantity is 100 tubers, each lot is 10 tubers. The auction of starting is 100 tower money together. This time, it was changed to Dong Sik leading the purchase, and the association next to him had been observed for a long time. Naturally will not give to Dong Sik. Luckily Dong Sik reported 155 money tower. Teo quickly completed the transaction, which made Dong Sik very happy. It seems that only need to quote this expected value, the kittens will be assertive to sell. So he thought the next round continued to buy, but when he wanted to say the next round started, the man led just now, immediately screaming at a higher price. For this, the kittens naturally agreed. Every next round, Dong Sik has not opened his mouth. The man who led will offer a higher price than the previous round, not knowing the quintessence of Teo auction. Each time also agreed. This made Dong Sik choked, but this basically did not work, because the opponent really has no humanity, once compared to one higher price, making the kittens happy not to find the direction, compared to Dong Sik tried to auction. Sioha. Again is Teo's lovely gesture photography, so wait until the auction ends. Dong Sik only bought 10 onions, seeing his depression. The remaining people of the association did not forget to mock, and when they left, they would say they would be on the higher floor. The association of the Immortal Association, members of the Dong Sik Association also understood, should not be so touched. Bring all the money to buy small tomatoes, but Dong Sik thinks this is also very normal. The auction ends. Seo Ha immediately took Teo to look for Kim Dong Sik, then they were like before. At the place of hiding, kittens and Dong Sik understood the current situation of the Sejun family. He brought the content to know the whole record, which Dong Sik also said. There are people of the Fake Enlightenment Association HQuoc alternately protecting. The safety aspect is absolutely no need to worry. Next Teo rang, Sejun came to be entrusted. In order to repay the last time Dong Sik protected his family members, so preparing a few offerings, which includes 200 small tomatoes, there are 50 detoxifying onions. This made Dong Sik very excited, because the detoxifying onions related to their strategic plan. Currently the kitten also told Dong Sik, later just need the necessary crops. All will sell to him at a cheap price. taking it as a family member to protect later. Hearing that, Dong-sik was of course extremely agreed. How he was like, all will protect Sejun's good family members, who thought that today's conversation stopped here. Unexpectedly, the kittens called Dong-sik preparing to leave. He said that today there are secret items that want to conduct transactions, moreover the opportunity only once. Then asked Dong-sik whether it was interesting to find out a bit. Tao's words made Dong-sik stop. He was indeed fascinating the secret item. At the same time on the other side, the bulls headed. Each person brought bricks to transport outside the sky. There were some monster heads. It was with a small gray rabbit to build a room, seeing the room gradually forming. Sejun and the children were very surprised, unexpectedly for a few days. The appearance of the outside almost completed the architecture, the gray rabbit said. This is also thanks to the hard work of the monster heads, but the inner structure. By then it could only be due to the three of them completed, so the inside would take some time and more next. Also negotiated with Sejun a little about the inner layout, the Sejun aircraft immediately and the rabbits away. Going inside, the robust bear was also very curious, so he immediately pulled the honeybee chasing. Going inside the room, Sejun brought the idea of arranging furniture, telling the ash architecture. However, at this time, he suddenly heard the back transmitted to the movement, slowly turning his head to look back. Indeed, Sejun was startled, because the door was too small, leading to the bear could not enter. After that, Sejun hurriedly told her arrogant, telling him not to enter. This makes the bear not understand why, so Sejun patiently explained. Because your body is too big, now coming in will cause the room to collapse. You are a good child. Also do not want to destroy her father's room, right? When she heard that, arrogant now stopped. Later, Sejun had to continue watching the room, so he first told her to be arrogant on one side to eat honey waiting for her, but the little bear was next to see. In his heart even more uncomfortable, because he also wanted to be like a bunch of rabbits. Inside to see the father's room, so the honeybee can only comfort her proudly. But unexpectedly, she was arrogant to cry. She understood that she was too big. If it could be a bit smaller, you could sleep with my father. However, following the tears of the bear fell to a pair of bare hands. The next second, his body seemed to have happened weird. After a while, Sejun was still asking a small gray rabbit, can be placed on the bed in bed as a cushion, for the small gray rabbit thinks that it is too hard. But at this moment, Sejun heard the sound of the bear calling himself. Next, a group of red creatures rushed towards him. The force of huge collision also made Sejun in the blink of an eye falling into the pile of onions, the black rabbit soldier and the gray rabbit architecture. All of this scene was scared. Sejun became even more obscure, not understanding what happened. But very quickly, he felt something licking his cheeks, now on Sejun standing. Obviously a small red bear. This appearance of her arrogance surprised him. The current bear is very happy to raise two claws up, because he has successfully succeeded. Just because of fear after growing up will lose love, the crimson bear immediately evolved into honey bears. Seeing her arrogant happily said that she had turned small, this made Sejun in the blink of an eye startled. He was curious about how he was arrogant, like the first time he met. Luckily the information made, it turned out that she now evolved into honey bears. The black rabbit soldier patted the baby bear's shoulder. He really liked this form of her arrogant. Sejun is asking if he can turn big again, hearing his words. The baby bear tried a little, then really in the blink of an eye turned into a great form. This made Sejun startled, but Sejun was very happy. This evolution of her arrogant is too strong, and can freely control big and small. But Nyo Tien Tam beside explained, the small thought is to inhibit growth. This is in a small and scared monster that becomes adults, often happens. Hearing that, Sejun's smile disappeared, and now she was also trying to control her. Then he rushed into Sejun's body. The weak bear said, can you go into my father's house now? You can be like a black rabbit singing? Until now, Sejun finally understood. It turned out that she was arrogant to be the same love as before. After that, he apologized to the bear, and he did not understand him in time. Next, Sejun hugged her arrogant, then said she wanted to take her together to see the room. Next, it is to see the bed placement in the room, but the bear suddenly said he also wanted to return to the cave with the rabbit singing. This also made Sejun recall the bad memory. The black rabbit soldier frantically shook his head, and told Sejun to seek ways to refuse, because if so, the food reserves meet the calamity. But on the other side of the 38th floor, the kitten took out the secret object. It is the sunny pumpkin sweet potato that he accidentally brings, slowly seeing the details of the sweet potato. The result made Dong-sik startled, because he clearly wrote, after using the sun sweet potato sun, will receive 5 hours of fire resistance. This is also related to his master, the legendary legend of Hkwakan Taejun. The first person came to the 52nd floor of humanity. At that time Taejun and Bong fall scorched by the 52nd floor transmission point. Determined, but after the big battle for 3 days and 3 nights, both were seriously injured. At the end of Hoa, Taejun was the same, suffering the torment of the fire curse. It can only be via magic injection, or a decrease in temperature to slow down the curse. From there, everyone knew that Han Taejun could not re-export, only he himself persisted not to give up. Looking at the sweet potato, Dong Sik's heart raises hope. There is this. Immediately can temporarily extinguish the curse of the old monk, until then go to defeat the hypothetical king. The fire curse can be eliminated, so the legend of the Fake Enlightenment Association HQuoc can immediately return. Moreover, there are so many detoxifying onions. Dong Sik is now more thankful to Teo. He said this was what he was so needed. The kitten in his heart was chuckling, so his mistake will not be discovered. Very quickly Dong Sik immediately took out the money to complete the transaction. Goodbye Teo, he happily returned to find his teammates. Seeing Dong Sik took out a large basket of onions. Everyone was surprised, also guessed to get from the kitten. Dong Sik told everyone. This time there was onions. The 38th floor opportunities have also come. Hearing that, the platoons were happy together, shouting people to eat onions. They immediately did not hesitate to go to the poisonous spider strategy, influenced by poison. In the moment, everyone was the will to fight, over a period of time. In the 75th floor of the commercial neighborhood of the Black Tower, many indigenous residents were scared by a scene ahead. Because behind a kitten, there were 3 large silver wolves. Today is complete sales. Teo's feelings are extremely good. He then decided to lead the wolves to go out to eat a big party. As soon as Elka was excited, Kitten seemed to discover what, the function of finding his treasure again opened. Very quickly Teo immediately found a stall, the upper arms. The kittens glanced at them immediately. As soon as he patted one attorney down, another claw pressed on. Seeing the kitten ahead of me, Dio was a bit surprised, but Teo was very agile. A player took his arms, discovered that the opponent was a ultimate wandering traitor. Dio was a bit surprised, but he still told Teo to give himself, because this was not something kittens could hold. His words made Teo a little unhappy, then told Io this child to leave quickly. Hearing being called a kid, this really angered the master Io. Elka after passing, asked what happened, but seeing the hamster underneath, he was scared at the spot. Because Io is the destructive magician of the Black Tower, from that staff. Elka immediately confirmed the opponent's identity. Anyway, this staff is called a disaster. As an item in the legend of the Black Tower, in the sabotage magician legend, it only needs to swing the staff. The mountain will turn into a flat land, swinging twice the river will turn into the sea. Io is an incarnation to destroy the name of the reality. The old silver wolf will meet here. As for Io, it is very suspicious, or maybe the kitten doesn't know themselves. He originally wanted to tell Teo to withdraw his words just now, but now his feelings are too poor. So Io decided, wanting kittens to use life to apologize for words and actions. Seeing this screen, Elka hurriedly moved forward to prevent, and said Teo was the lower black dragon. Hearing the lower body of the black dragon, Io was much calmer now. Now he asked the fate of the silver wolf. Elka also revered to Io. Then Io said, if just now said it was a fake, impersonating the black dragon of this great person. Immediately enough for Elka to pay the price by life. For this, the old wolf Silver said he would like to swear. Absolutely there will be no half point. Teo is also next to the side. He is originally the black dragon. As for Io, it is telling Teo to prove his identity, but the best way. It is to take me to see the great black dragon. No doubt that the kitten does not want to free Io. This made Elka so scared that his face was black. He did not expect Teo's liver to be so big. But kittens or traitors will not do capital losses. The heavenly pit farm was born with a new honeybee queen. Sejun was just giving on fresh flowers. Immediately made her blushing shyly, but the 3 lives of honeybees finally successfully met. Before Teo met the magic wizard Io, heard the opponent want to meet the great black dragon. The assertive kitten immediately refused to lead the Io, because he was outside the black dragon. Also an excellent wandering traitor, so he wants to meet the great black dragon. Immediately Io needed to pay the price, the silver wolf today, because the kitten was terrified too many times. Io is a little bad, crying and laughing, very quickly could not help laughing. He really liked the steadfast gaze of the kittens, then asked something. Hearing that, Teo said that he was buying black dragon clothes, the jewelry was one of them. For this, Io agreed to pay. Moreover it was very generous. If there was another item like, just open my mouth with me, to Io, just can see the great black dragon. So all are worthwhile, but the inner of the kittens is happy to bloom. He did not expect to meet the fool today, so Teo led them to walk the streets. Because there is a small hamster mouse, kittens buy things very liberal. Normal vials directly want 100, but because the silver wolf they also choose the gift. This hat Teo is about to give to Elka, seeing that Io is a bit blank. Said to buy essential objects for black dragons, but kittens are all choosing their favorite items. Io helpless is still the choice to agree, hoping this cat thousands of times do not deceive me. At this moment, Teo suddenly held a magician hat, then put it up for Io. He felt extremely suitable. The action of the kitten made Io in the moment a little warm. Say thank you, at the same time, also said the magician does not need this type of hat. But in response he had only the sound of the kittens urging to pay. There was no way Io asked a bit of the price, hearing all the objects needed 20 tower money. He insisted on taking out the money to prepare, but the next second, Teo suddenly stopped the old man for money, and told the opponent a little cheaper. Colleagues did not understand. Why is Io even the price is not bargaining, paying such a big price, the old man has never met, but still cheaper than 3 towers, no doubt the kitten still told him a little cheaper. Until paying the price 3 times, Teo now was satisfied to leave. On the path of kittens, I thank Io, today generous, Io is now very suspicious. He originally thought that the opponent would want it to be very expensive, the result was just a few cheap odd items. Moreover, because of saving money and bargaining with me, I think I do not understand Io. Immediately choosing to ask the position of the black dragon, hearing him want to say on the 99th floor, he immediately became more suspicious. Perhaps not in the management space of stars, hearing that kittens did not answer. It is telling him to go and will know, although it sounds very unreliable. However, Io is still a trusting choice, at the same time on the 38th floor. With the help of the detox, Dong Sik they now solved the poisonous spider, which also symbolizes the association of immortal success of the 38th floor, looking behind the crystal transmission of the light emitting light. Dong Sik is anxious to review, the friends in the guild are also very excited. According to Dong Sik touching the crystal, the information also made reminders to go to the 39th floor. A while later, at the Jaeger Tower base on the 2nd floor, Michael also knew news of immortal strategy of the 38th floor, his subordinates reported, the cause could quickly work. As a new crop that cat traders wandered, the effect of onions detox, this made Michael even more angry. I invested in large amounts of capital, and even a small tomato is not available. At present, the new crop appears, even though the body is the deputy of the Jaeger Tower. Michael understood if the tomatoes were not effective, he would probably be against everyone. At this moment, a farm researcher hurriedly rushed in. Also said the farm appeared a strange situation, going to his farm. Michael also blankly, because the small tomatoes they planted again turns into a plant like a floral flower. Jenny thinks that injecting the growth substance causes mutations. Michael does not understand why he not promptly destroyed. The object looks like this monster. Michael decided to squat down to cut off the crop, but the news of the Black Tower followed. From the news displayed above, cutting this small polluted tomato can receive experience. Looking at Michael was surprised. Jenny said, this was because the variable plants became a monster. Moreover, different from plants that need water and nutrition, tomato plants after mutations need to be food. For example, insects or monsters. Also thanks to these mutant plants, Jenny also successfully promoted. So the research has been successful. This is an unprecedented previous discovery. If doing well, Jenny said it could even change the order of the tower. Hearing that, Michael also agreed with his words, then decided to bring the existing crops to throw away, changing into polluted tomatoes, if it is not possible to grow small tomatoes. So he immediately let this place become an experienced farm, of course. These things Sejun on the 99th floor confirmed that they did not know, before that the cocoon that the honeybee queen was about to bloom. So Sejun is like waiting last time, very fast. The cocoon of the small queen honey emits white light, just like that. The third small honeybee queen was also successful. The information also made reminders. He accepted Sejun as the owner, seeing the lovely 3 honeybee queen. Sejun happily greeted, and at the same time, the 2 lives first because he put on fresh flowers. This also makes the third small honeybee queen happy, but next, the 2 lives of the female king took him to learn to fly, and Sejun was lying down to rest. This kind of peaceful date, he hopes to continue. But not yet waiting for Sejun to close his eyes, immediately black ink sprayed on his face. The sudden change caused him to get up, raising his head to look up. It turned out to be made by her arrogant bears agitated to share. This is a new fire appearing in the lagoon. Sejun did not pay attention to the ink on his face, because he was deeply appealed by the large ink. The great black dragon prayed for weak farmers, but saw the children think of a way to help him. Irene first shed touched tears, earlier. attractive ink in the hands of the bear. Then Sejun hurriedly returned to the sky pit. But the small white rabbits were dyed on their faces, and Sejun immediately laughed loudly. The rabbits were born to wipe the children, in which Tai rabbits were still mistaken. But black rabbits were also dyed ink. After wiping off the rabbits, Sejun immediately stared into the lagoon. Currently there are many large inks inside. She arrogant and the black rabbit soldier were the first discovered, what they were curious in the end. Hearing that, Sejun said, these soft things called squid. Moreover, the food was extremely delicious. The baby bear was a bit disbelieving, so Sejun immediately went to the kitchen, bringing the eel oil to heat. Then add onions and carrots to fragrant, finally add the ink and chili to the tao. Very quickly a part of fried stir-fried squid fragrant nose finished. Next, he also made grilled squid and squid salad, looking at a series of real beauty on the table. The black rabbit soldier and her arrogant did not hold back saliva, calling the children Sejun. They immediately started enjoying it. The rabbits hugged the grilled squid. She seemed to be the most favorite. Tai rabbits, dill, are given by the fairy rabbit. The black rabbit soldier did not expect to have such a delicious creature. Now he wants to take a trip to the deep sea. Next, the bear was agitated to say he wanted, following the black rabbit's caca. For this, Sejun asked her if she knew how to dive, but he seemed to be very uncertain. After that, Sejun decided, waiting after he was busy working at the farm, he came to teach the bear. At the same time, one side, Tao and the silver wolves came back. But at this time, there was a situation in front of the situation. Many traders and residents were blocked. It turned out to be a person of a large association, bringing this highway to banned use, needing people to go to other religion. Kittens asked what happened. Elka did not understand. After a while Elka heard the situation. It turned out that the grasshopper died once again in the tower. So many of the passage were managed, this word just said, making the silver wolf were so scared that cold sweat. As for Tao, he did not know these things, he did not understand what delegates for. Io beside him explained. It was a crowd of harmful insects called the beginning of the disaster, because of all destruction that was born. The appearance of them is because of robbing residents in the tower, a survival family. Currently controlling the path is the coalition of mercenaries. Pharmacy said he was also intending to join it, but now he had to see the great black dragon, so immediately decided to use the optical path, but this made the kittens suspicious. I am just a ultimate wandering trader, speeding up a high-class trader can use it. Hearing that, Io told him no need to worry, then, from the cloak, took out a golden gold medal, Tao in the blink of an eye. This is a gold medal that only has a wandering trader, may not have limitations to use all the information. Next, the kitten more excitedly said, wanting to join IOL. Any doubt he responded to him was the refusal of the hamster mouse. A moment later, Sejun and the children started their work, because the onions grow too fast. Currently almost turned into forests, they were a bit busy, but onions were too high. Leading Sejun does not see the children, can only hear the cutting sound. At this moment, the front transmitted to the astonished cry of the sickle, then Sejun immediately passed the situation. Seeing Sejun coming, the sickle immediately told him, the onion in front of this could not cut. For this, Sejun thought how could it be, then he immediately prepared to break. No doubt the next second was cut into his hands. Sejun was really unexpected. The onion in front of his eyes could cause himself to bleed. Gently try it a little with his hand, he now discovered. This onion tree is hard like steel, but it is only leaves. Sejun grabbed the original onion, immediately spit out, through the reminder of the information. He also knew this was a new onion, a kind of leaf cutting. Since then, the mutant to protect my new variety, the rank is the sea level, moreover the taste is not delicious. The appearance of new crops makes Sejun very high, but it does not have a special effect. The opposite of this point makes him very disappointed, but for its leaves as sharp as metal. Sejun picked it up for a bit, unexpectedly just swinging one, immediately harvesting the whole day. Using onions, Sejun is completely unexpected. But the use of this new variety is really good. As soon as he is happy, Irene finally sent a message to him, seeing him choked for help. Sejun hurriedly asked what happened, hearing that Irene could not help crying. Tears were all followed by the message window flowed out. After an explanation, Sejun they now understood. A type of creature named grasshopper died invaded the 67th floor. Tai rabbits for this felt very scared. The rabbit was born, telling him to calm down a bit. That is not good for the children in the abdomen. Seeing their appearance, Sejun curious. Perhaps it was the monster who destroyed the rabbit kingdom before, and asked the opponent. Specifically, what a bunch of fire like. Irene said that grasshoppers died, a bunch that would swallow everything. Since then, the number of more continues to evolve the monster if it is impossible to solve them. The living organism of the 67th floor will be all dead, moreover the opponent will slowly penetrate other floors. This time, Sejun also understood the intimidation of these monsters. Irene said he had his own suffering, so it is impossible to apply the measure, then apologize, I need the help of everyone. Sejun said Irene did not need to worry, just need to help, will definitely devote all their efforts. Because this place is also his home, he will not look at the monsters, disturb the peace here. The rabbits also responded to Irene, telling him to trust residents in the tower. Seeing everyone discussing the solution together, the great black dragon could not help but shed tears. Sejun thought that he could not go down, in the end, he should use any way to help. As soon as he thought, Teo returned to the sky. Sejun tried to talk to his grasshoppers, but the kitten was the lead. Today there are new guests. Io slowly moved forward to revere, then curious to ask Sejun. Is it the great black dragon? Sejun saw the hamster mouse in front of her eyes, and there was a bit of not responding in time. But the bear for the pharmaceutical is also extremely interested, a blade onion used to harvest crops, becoming the best weapon to destroy grasshoppers, which before that the kittens brought medicine to the sky. Sejun was very suspicious, then Teo explained. Io did not believe that he was the black dragon, so he brought him, and the hamster mouse. He officially introduced himself, the president of the Io Mage Association, and greeted everyone. At this moment, Irene sent a message to Sejun. He knew the opponent came to find him. Also reminded the association president, a very high-rank monster in the tower, understanding Irene wanted him to pretend. Sejun opened his mouth to admit, then told Io he was a guest. It is impossible to sit like that on the ground, so it quickly prepared Io a round table. There is also a part of honey tomato juice. Sejun ashamed that there is nothing special. Can only be accepted. The kittens next to see the bear was surprised, how small he was. Currently, Sejun brings Irene. What are you looking for yourself for? Seeing that, he had just started to beg, Sejun took the initiative to speak. Is it because the 67th floor appeared grasshoppers, moreover spread to the 68th floor to find him? Hearing that, Io was surprised. It turned out that the great black dragon knew. But why not stand out? For this, Sejun uses Irene's previous words. Say he also has suffering, but has not continued to talk. Kittens in her arrogant want to eat food, seeing such a gentle atmosphere. Io skeptical Sejun is really a black dragon star. Moreover, she called her father, making him even more suspicious. Carefully observed a bit, Io discovered except for black hair, other things that were completely related to the black dragon. The more like a new human tribe in the tower, most importantly, on the Sejun. He absolutely could not feel the great magic power. The sign of the type made Io more suspicious. Thinking that he did not clear him, then took a sip of tomato juice. No doubt the next second of the Io shook. Because of drinking this thick red liquid, I felt the increase of magic. Moreover, sweet and delicious. Seeing the appearance of the hamster mouse, Sejun explained. This is a tomato juice with honey, with small tomatoes planted by the rabbits. There is also the honey of the monopoly bee made. The language of a shirt immediately wants to see the small tomato. After that, the first rabbit brought to a small basket, which Io saw him. Immediately did not dare to believe in the first rabbit, whether the resident of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. As for this, the fairy rabbit asserted in response, after losing the family, Sejun Thursday saved them. After watching the information, the hamster mouse was very surprised. This is the tree I have never seen. He wanted to know if there was another, so Sejun immediately brought the farm's crops to say. Even Lack has not yet harvested to tell Io, hearing peanuts. The hamster mouse is clearly very interested. Then, they are fascinated by the bear and the kittens. Because, the kittens brought her precious snacks to her arrogant, at this time. Io finally looked closely at the surrounding situation. Everyone was very happy and harmonious. Carefully thinking a bit, he finally concluded, perhaps. The black dragon is both caring for homeless monsters and studying the problem of food difficulties. Perhaps the black dragon is weak, also because of thinking for small animals. Thinking of the great black dragon can give up freedom, dedicated to the food research of the tower. But I was stupid and unable to understand. Then an apologetic apology, he said. I cannot feel this deep grace in time. Also using the life to pay disrespect to the black dragon, seeing that made Sejun all blank. However, he did not ask much, but took out the blade. If you want to ask if this can help, after viewing the details of the crop. The name of his blade was also the first time he heard. Then Sejun also said. A story in the winter, just having blood blades, immediately can easily hunt for scary wolves. Because the hungry wolf will lick the blood on the blade, over time goes by. The wolf's tongue will be torn by the blade, on the blade will also have blood, but due to the cold, the wolf cannot detect. So it will slowly lick your blood and die. After listening to this story, kittens are telling Elka, thousands of times, do not lick the blade, I will feed him fish. But after listening, I understood the idea of Sejun. Grasshoppers are indistinguishable on normal onions and blades, tasting fresh onions. Will continue to eat onion blades, finally gnawing on the blade of grasshoppers, will be killed directly. Moreover, grasshoppers die as a type of monster that will be injured, immediately ate flesh. If there is a blade onions, against grasshoppers will probably not become a problem. At this time Io really confirmed, Sejun is the great black dragon. Not only solving food problems in the tower, but also studying weapons to destroy grasshoppers. Seeing that, Sejun understood, he seemed to have caused an unable to save, no matter what. Sejun said, this idea is worth a bit of testing. The current blade is also newly dug, it is necessary to continue planting from there to increase the number. Hearing the black dragon, the great man wanted to experiment with medicine, said no need to worry. Because he had just caught the grasshoppers died, then opened a magic space. Next, Io slowly put in, very quickly took out his staff. Together with Io, a small hand swinging, the scary grasshoppers appeared in midair. They were tied up by great magic. Seeing this scene, also threatened by grasshoppers, Io said. He had been able to catch a lot of effort before the experiment. How should I do it? Sejun told him to wait a bit, then went to buy onions. Wait until the onion is detox, and the blade is finished. He immediately told the Io to release the grasshoppers, just out. These grasshoppers immediately rushed towards the crop before the eyes, onions emanating fresh air. For grasshoppers, it is really a delicious part of the beauty, quickly gnawing at all. They pay attention to the front there is a tree, so immediately each one scrambled at the blade. Only see the grasshoppers open wide mouth to bite through. But the next second was divided into two, they had no wisdom. Basically not seeing the death of the co-friend, but each child once rushed towards the United States to realize. Waiting for the grasshoppers to die, Sejun proved very excited. The effectiveness of the blade beyond his imagination. At this moment, the Black Tower also sent the message. The announcement of Sejun has created a great achievement using harmful insecticidal crops. To reward him will give him a new career characteristic. After using harmful insecticidal crops can receive this experience, this effect makes Sejun startled. Absolutely a preparation for this disaster, for him to say. The new career character is really great, at the same time in the human world. After leaving the Dong-sik Tower for the first time to go to the master, hearing the disciple had strategic on the 38th floor, Taejun was also extremely happy, but he knew Dong-sik had just been looking for himself. Certainly there is another news. Hearing that, Dong-sik immediately took out the pumpkin sweet potato. After watching its effectiveness, Dong-sik they also said, the whole association is expecting the return of the legend. The effect can neutralize the curse within 5 hours, making Han Taejun's quiet heart once again burning. Grasshoppers died, causing everyone to have a headache, and the bear was eaten with the onion. A gulp of food. This also startled Sejun, which before that, Wang Sejun and Io decided. Used the blade to deal with grasshoppers, over a few days later. At this time, grasshoppers were clearly attacking the 67th floor of the Black Tower. Many soldiers in the tower are risking their lives against them, but the difference in quantity make the soldiers miserable. As soon as people feel there is no way, Io finally arrived at the battlefield, only to see him starting to release each mantra. Then in the air forming a huge fire battle, the appearance of Io surprised all the small animals. But according to him, he swung the staff, in a small part of the battlefield, he was swallowed up by the fire. Countless grasshoppers are also in one size turning into ashes, although this is only a small part of grasshoppers. It can cause the coalition soldiers to open their eyes, not waiting for people to continue to be surprised. Io hurriedly threw the blade onions, then told Dong Yu quickly plant it in front of the battlefield. For this, the lizard person did not hesitate to listen, they had just planted onions. The grasshopper died in front of this green-colored deeply attractive. Then flooded heaven and earth towards the attacking blade, but the next second, the situation occurred in a great way. Those grasshoppers seemed to encounter the enemy, each of them died under the blade. The soldiers did not dare to believe this stage, the grasshoppers made them headache, and they went to death by themselves. Moreover, in a short period of time, the dead grasshoppers have piled up. So what is an animal asking what is ultimately? For this, Io answered everyone. He said that the grace came from the black dragon, which also made all animals a little unable to understand. The Io then started cheering all the soldiers, no need to fear the grasshopper. Just attacking the enemy passing on to the execution, immediately can chase them out of the family. According to Io shouted to greet the great black dragon, all the magicians and him fired the fire. The soldiers below were like receiving the spirit of the pillar, together towards the grasshopper to launch the general public. But on the other side of the 99th floor, the honeybee is taking out the pollen of the corn and the Sejun. After seeing each reminder window, he understood. It seems that the executioner of the blade of grasshoppers can be done. It is unknown the specific situation on the current battlefield. Bears next to him were holding a blade onion, according to him all the strength, bringing hard onions like a broken steel, seeing her arrogant bragging to her. Sejun also proved very happy. Before he was still worried about the blade too hard, it would be difficult to classify. Fortunately, her energy was very arrogant, easy to break, it turned out for a few days ago. In order to build alliance against grasshoppers, Sejun and Io conducted, transacting the blade. Initially, he was directly preparing to give to Io, he said because to protect the Black Tower. So want to devote his forces not to work, no doubt Io's refusal. He first thanked the grace of the Black Dragon, but I could not get free, so. In the tower, there will be an event of this crop abuse, so Io made recommendations. It is through the harvesting method, so it is also possible for traders of the Black Dragon. The Sweet had a little help. After negotiating, Duok said, next he wanted to go down to lead everyone to fight. Behind the association will be entrusted to the transportation. At that time there was a surprise Sejun. It was the bear that brought the body of the grasshoppers to eat, even eating with the blade. He originally wanted to tell her arrogant to release. The result of this fire was swallowed, making Sejun even more thinking about it. Elka also proposed to taste the flavor of grasshoppers. In the end, he now understood, grasshoppers for the monsters in the tower, which is not bad food. After that, Elka, and became a member of the Blade, after saying goodbye to Sejun. Elka also went to the 67th floor. He had another purpose. From the pharmaceutical news, the 67th floor lizard will bring grasshoppers as food. But because the number of grasshoppers is really too much, the supply is far beyond the consumption. So bad that there was no place to pile, but it was impossible not to manage the body of the grasshoppers. Because other grasshoppers will eat, then harvest energy, reproduce, luck after negotiation. Because the silver wolf is in charge of transporting grasshoppers to the 99th floor, then bring these grasshoppers as food to sell, taking it to rebuild the 85th floor suffering from drought. Recently, through the executioner and grasshopper body, the farm has harvested a significant income. Sejun was happy at the same time, and urged his trainee to want a fans for himself. For this, the kittens say that his hands are hurting, and can also be an old man. This is also for him not carefully taking away pumpkin, punishing the sweet potato, Sejun said. If it is not soon classified, then later, it is likely to be unable to plant this type anymore. For this, Teo is also the wrong result, and promises to not recitage anymore. But he still told Sejun, sold to Dong Sik, so there would be no problem. Teo swears iron and said, he looked out Dong Sik that needed the pumpkin sweet potato. His actions once again added the trust of the two sides, so he thought that doing it was not bad. But in response to the kitten, Sejun accidentally fans for another 30 minutes. Seeing Teo, Tears of Tears said no, he immediately said his shoulder was a bit tired. Hearing that, Teo threw the fan away, then hurried to massage Sejun. At this moment, the window once again appeared, saw, the shape of Sejun, knew that Grasshopper launched attacks. A few days continuously harvesting experience finally made his rank reach level 20. Moreover, there is a new career task. After harvesting 1000 instant crops can be level 21. The difficulty of this mission is very low. Sejun is anxious to prepare. However, the kitten is telling him to quickly do well, his massage not yet ending. He also thinks that Sejun's face has a problem, saying he wants to take this opportunity to help him massage well. But when the cat's claws rubbed his face, Sejun always felt a bit uncomfortable. At the same time, at the western boundary of the forest, currently a great ghost tree is trembling, but the next second, the big red bear's hand without hesitation flapped him. These days, the mother bears are destroying the invading monsters. He does not understand why not long ago started. The tree in the west immediately invaded its territory, so it also decided behind wanting to strengthen patrols. Now it was noon, the mother bear knew it was time to return. Arbitrarily picked up a broken tree, he slowly returned. At the same time, she thought that she was arrogant to eat delicious rice, and Sejun today prepared something delicious. The warm small house of Jo Sejun finally completed. He wanted to walk with his children a little. The result was discovered that the sickle was in love, and was directly kicked out of the room, which before, the mother bear finished solving the enemy invading, immediately preparing to return to eat. On one side Irene was started to eat, due to the problem of grasshoppers. His taste immediately recovered. This time, Irene directly drank a lot of honey tomato juice. Recently annoyed that I could not eat well, Irene plans to bring these days without eating, seeing him eat very happily. Sejun was also much more assured, even if he gave him some dried sweet potatoes a little bit. Just the news of killing grasshoppers once again, today has been dancing many times. He could not help but exclude how much, just destroy, Irene told Sejun. Currently, grasshoppers have stopped growing, just need to increase the number of blades. In addition to the soldiers in the tower, very quickly can solve these invaders. After that, he brought the dragon claw on the glass ball. Irene adjusted the chart to contribute to destroy the current grasshopper. Sejun clearly topped, the medicine was closely followed, from the rankings to see. Irene immediately understood that the blade was very successful, so he cheered Sejun. The way to chase grasshoppers is not far away, and also said that people with merit to destroy grasshoppers have commendation. Sejun asked something a little, but Irene didn't tell him. It is the reminder of the dedication as high as possible, seeing that Sejun cannot help but have a bit of expectation. After that, it was convenient to pull out a carrot. This agile carrot has reached C. Eat out of fat resolution, can also enhance your agility. Sejun brought each carrot to the children, telling the rabbits to distribute. After eating these carrots, people can have more energy. At this moment, Teo rubs the cat's eyes. He told Sejun that he had to start the kitten before Anelka made an appointment to meet on the 88th floor. Then together to the 38th floor, wish him a windy road. At the same time, Sejun reminded the kitten. Thousands of times do not get the wrong item. Hearing that Teo is a bit discontent, because he was not the type of cat would repeat the mistake, but not even waiting for them to continue chatting. The gray-eyed rabbit immediately came, then happily told everyone the room was completed. So Sejun immediately took the children to visit. Approached, Sejun was extremely satisfied. The gray rabbit, even the kitchen was finished, inside the same in Sejun's heart. He also let everyone, lying on a giant bed. This is a gray rabbit fireplace. Lying on the top very warm. Jo Sejun was a bit curious. At that time I clearly didn't say details. The small gray rabbits are how to build so perfect. Gray rabbits also give the answer. It turned out that it was a similar entrance. After a while they went out to talk. At this time, the bear seemed to discover something. He and Teo were both curious. The small door below the room had something. After that, Sejun immediately opened the door, unexpectedly. Again discovered Sickle and Greyard inside, two rabbits in the moment of blushing face. But Sweet Love was disturbed. Sickle immediately ordered to chase guests with the children, and said the next time I knocked on the front door, bringing her arrogant to hide outside. Sejun also had a bit of gasping for breath. This time Sejun saved tears without money. My home was still kicked away. This curious bear was uncomfortable. Currently the mother bear has returned, seeing him for the first time. The arrogance was extremely happy to welcome. Sejun was suspicious, today much later. Moreover, recently patrolling was too dedicated. The mother bear said there was no way, because these days around the territory is too chaotic. Next, he also brought a large tree to put on the ground. The children are curious what this is. The mother bear feels useful, so immediately brought it back. After eating, Teo knew that the mother had to go back to the forest and told him to take himself a road. The mother bear is also very happy to agree, so on the road will not be boring. After saying goodbye to Sejun, the kitten and the mother bear left the sky pit for a while. Architectural gray rabbits. They are preparing to handle the mother bear tree. The quality of this log. Architectural gray rabbit said that it was extremely good, after which the gray rabbit took out his small axe. Tell him to make himself another bed. Sejun immediately prepared with his children to clean up. But at this moment, the gray rabbit found a large tree suddenly flashed with red light. The next second he was immediately tied up by the branches, tightly tightened with a small gray rabbit, and hurriedly prayed for help. Sejun, they heard the sound, hurriedly turned their heads, and saw the big tree recently alive. Discovering danger for the first time, Ngao immediately took action. In the blink of an eye, he immediately turned towards the wooden tree. The target of the bear was very clear. He wanted to save the gray rabbit. Having attacked by her sharp bear claws, the root of the tree tied the small gray rabbit in place. Small gray rabbits are also saved, but the risk has not been eliminated. The ghost tree in front of the eyes is angry, immediately targeting the bear. Luckily she was not weak. He took a sip to bite the opponent's roots, then directly brought all the roots of the tree to tear off, while at the same time she arrogant and ghost trees deploy fierce battle. Sejun beside him wanted to help, but he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, I hastily contacted Irene. Seeing a depraved monster, the great black dragon was also very suspicious. Irene then hurriedly reviewed the material. Very quickly he immediately found the disadvantages of the ghost tree. It turned out that the opponent's center had a fruit, but now the ghost tree is fighting with the baby bear. Sejun could not confirm his position, so he hurriedly told her to arrogant, hearing Sejun's words. The baby bear also turned into a form of honey bear. The next second Sejun asserted to rush. He took out a direct weapon into the center of the ghost tree, along with the painful cry of the monster. Sejun immediately discovered that there were indeed items, successfully bringing the fruit to use the dagger out in the blink of an eye. The ghost tree in front of her eyes also fell down, after the status window made a reminder. Sejun did not dare to believe that he would end like that. At this time the bear suddenly told him to turn, turning his head to look back. Sejun now discovered that there were many monsters ahead. He understood that the Heavenly Pit Farm welcomed the invaders, but through the window information. These things in front of the eyes are small spy monsters. The war to protect the Sky Pit Farms officially begins. The rabbits together held the weapons to ward off the invaders. In which, small black rabbits also came to Sejun, which before killing a giant tree. Turning around, Sejun again discovered, the front grew up a lot of small monsters. Seeing that, she immediately turned into a large form. Wang Sejun was hurriedly told the small gray rabbits, "Going to bring the other children can fight another call, the baby bear is towards the enemy to kill." Faced with these small monsters, he decided to jump. The next second, she arrogantly aggressively hit the ground in branches. The monsters in one click were so much destroyed, followed by her arrogance even more and more resilient. Steaming into the monsters of him, very easy to crush other enemies, Sejun was not idle. The fighting power of these small monsters he could also respond, raise weapons to use as supplement to kill. However, seeing behind the monster still flooded. He was curious from anywhere to come here, just after receiving the news of the gray rabbits. The black rabbit soldier and sickle led the hospital. Hearing Sejun said it was impossible to let the monsters approach the field, the small black rabbit also did not save anymore. The whole force acted in his hand quickly, causing the monster to basically not respond. After that, he was beaten into wooden crushes. The unique fighting of small black rabbits in the blink of an eye immediately came to Park Se-jun. After being praised, the black rabbit soldier did not forget to pose. But did not expect a monster that did not say Voduk, took the opportunity to sneak a small black rabbit. Unfortunately, he was not successful. Immediately at the next second turned into debris. His hand was sickle. His sickle cope with trees is also extremely sharp. After being helped with black rabbit soldiers who were shocked, the elegance fell to the ground. The sickle immediately told the small black rabbit not to be distracted, because that was very dangerous. At this time, the rabbit pushed their cars to hold weapons to protect the farm. The queen of honeybee was poisoned for 3 generations, also led to the honeybee together. Very quickly everyone together with many monsters of branches and branches beat into a group, with the help of the children. The basic situation is one way. Sejun cheers everyone trying. It was about to be able to chase the invaders away, but at this moment, the black rabbit soldier suddenly discovered a new transformation, so hurriedly reminded everyone to look behind. According to Sejun, they looked back. At this time, there was a small tree behind the small trees. There were many large trees. Seeing the same before the same, the huge monsters rushed forward. Sejun understands that the opponent is not a small branch that can be compared. Knowing the unfavorable situation, he hurriedly chanted the children to withdraw first. Seeing Sejun in danger, she arrogantly rushed over. Then, he stopped the monster chasing after them. The baby bear absolutely does not allow the fire to bully his father. Sejun was saved, in his heart very worried. The ghost tree was too much, she said arrogant to support, but the mother bear had just come out. But Manhwa King was too far away. As soon as Sejun thought what to do, a ghost tree sneaked back to him. When Sejun responded, it was a bit unable to avoid. Luckily at the moment the 1,000 pounds hanged the hair. Nyoma Vong appeared again. Just a axe, immediately brought a giant ghost tree split in half. Seeing Nyoma Vong greeted her, Jo Sejun was temporarily surprised, followed. There are also Nyo Tien Tam and Nini too. The timely spending of everyone makes Sejun finally rest assured. At this time, behind the ghost tree, there was a great explosion. The more the monsters are beaten in the air, looking closely, it turns out that the mother bear has returned. He is now very indignant. These fire dare to invade his area. And the delusion of sabotaging the fields of Sejun. Sejun is now very curious. Everyone is how to know the farm at risk. Irene is to turn on the conversation frame. Then said that he soon discovered the monster from afar attacked. So immediately contact the giant red bear and Nyoma Vong, telling them to quickly run to the sky pit. The Great Black Dragon Society is very confident to pat her chest. Bao Sejun does not need to worry anymore. Knowing all Sejun for Irene is more appreciated, with the help of the children. He was also full of confidence, then told everyone, together to protect the field together. Certainly will make a lot of beauty celebrate, hearing food. Nyoma King, they motivated more and more 10 more, the mother bear was the same, and the black bear and the black rabbit soldier also happily jumped up, but followed, the battle to protect the Sky Pit farm officially began. There was the joining of buffalo soldiers and mother bears, everyone rushed forward to the invaders. At the same time, at a land on the 67th floor, obviously filled with countless grasshoppers. Currently the kittens and Elka have come here, on the way curious. Does this place say this place is a luxuriant green forest? Hearing that, the silver wolf said that it was gnawed by grasshoppers. Very quickly, kittens noticed that the silver wolf tribe was not only in charge of transporting grasshoppers. Why do other things? Elka said it was the mission of the coalition. Requesting to help clean the ground damaged, the staff in front of the battle is busy, there is no time to handle the sun. Curious has received remuneration? For this, the silver wolf said no, anyway this is not a difficult task. No doubt hearing his answer, the kitten was angry again, then immediately turned around. At the same time, tell Elka to follow me, seeing that, old man Lang Mong, do not understand what Teo wants to do. Then the kitten directly told him that he wanted to get money. After a while, they went to the barracks of the coalition, the present. A lizard warrior was blocking guests below, the kitten told him to avoid. I want to meet your leader, hear the opponents say that not everyone can enter. Teo temporarily unhappy, so immediately told him to call Io out. For this, the lizard warrior of course did not want, just considered kittens as Tao causing trouble, loudly speaking. I and Io are very intimate relationships, this word just said, the warriors in the barracks are all surprised. They did not expect that, kittens in front of their eyes, knowing the big character of the Black Tower. Elka was more and more threatened by Teo. Tai rabbits welcomed the third breeding. This time she gave birth to 3 lovely rabbits, which before that. Kittens bring Elka to the coalition barracks. Teo is about to ask for the cost of cleaning the battlefield. Also said, I and Monk's Io are very intimate, this also succeeds in fear of Silver Wolf. Then he hurriedly asked what did Teo mean, seeing Elka's expression. Kittens do not understand why it is surprised, because in his eyes, I am the downstream of Sejun. But Io bowed his head again with Sejun, kittens thought he was also the downstream of Sejun. So the relationship between them affirms very intimate, so immediately speak loudly once. Io in the tent also heard the sound of a kitten, then rushed out. Say do not say these words will be misleading, then Io immediately bring kittens inside. Recently, he was with the other members of the next round of fighting, present. Io asked what the kitten was looking for, Teo also told him. This time is about the contract of the Silver Wolf, which is just cleaning the grasshopper. Results again clean the battlefield, this is an unreasonable contract. Hearing that, Io asked the person in charge next to the lizard, which was the leader of the tribe. He said that the ethnic group was fighting, the rest were children and the elderly. No ability to clean up, so I asked the Silver Wolf. For this, he wanted to tell him. The new job is to pay the price, Toro wants to know how much money. Then the kitten directly said, forced his lower work to work contrary to the will. So each Silver Wolf has to pay a tower, a total of 100 money tower. Hearing so much, Toro immediately got angry, and considered a kitten as a wandering traitor. Seeing this stage, the pharmacy said that the kittens were the lower dragon, which could protect the 67th floor. Are all based on the blade of the blade that the other man brought, Teo continued. Next, if this place has a great deal, the lizard clan is to suffer. Understanding the benefits and harm, another lizard advised the leader to calm down. Helplessly, Toro had to agree to pay, after gaining money. Io immediately brought kittens out. On Teo's street, the face was full of smiles. Being prepared to give money to the old wolf, Elka refused, they were the suits of kittens. So taking the money to sell grasshoppers is sufficient. For this, the kitten also immediately collected. After that, I will buy things for the Silver Wolf, and tell Elka to do not be an idiot later. More work content, the main road of the main road demands money. Teo is also very thankful for the hamster mouse. Just now on its side, Io thought that it was recommended to do, and apologized to the Silver Wolf and the kitten. I was in the front line, not knowing this. Next Teo told Elka. The 38th floor I went, he immediately brought the grasshopper to the 99th floor. Looking at the kittens next. The lizard tribe is famous for not delivering its clothes, this uses the black dragon's downfall as an excuse. Success demanding the great world after that, maybe Teo will be so famous in the tower. But confirming that the sound will not appear well, but Io understands this is okay. Anyway, there is a great black dragon in the back, but now this tower is crushed. Food is an important benefit that can dominate the tower. Next, affirmed that many people will pay attention to the kitten, continue to go a road. Teo immediately said it was okay, after saying goodbye. Kittens immediately stepped on their way, although today's story will be exaggerated. But Io still thinks that one day, kittens will really become civilized. The great traitor wandered in the tower. At the same time, in the sky pit, Sejun once again welcomed the birth. The great monster battle made him very tired, so much so that Sejun rested a bit. At present, Dai Qian has lowered the curtain. The buffalo heads are cleaning up each giant wooden tree. From the end to the cleaning passed more than half a day, the ambush of the fierce depraved monsters. But under the help of the mother bear and the Ma King, she also promoted a huge effect. So the very gentle fighting was resolved, Sejun reasoned. Can be promoted by the bear, the trying to faint, then give him the blade. To prevent later this type of situation appeared, Sejun also invited the buffalo monsters to help. Bring the body of the monster to make the fence. After adjusting it is not very different, the present. Finally there was time to review the situation of these monsters, Sejun said. This must be the West that Ngu Tiantam said before. The monster, the mother bear, was very bizarre. Before that, the depraved monster had never invaded his territory, recently came very often. But Sejun saw him eating roots, immediately wanted to know really delicious. The mother still apologized to him. Given that he did not do well the patrol, Sejun told him he did not need to pay attention. Alone patrol such a large area, confirmed that it was impossible to try, then wait until the second and third generation. After the power of the small honeybee expanded, immediately let them help together patrol the border. Hearing that, the mother bear was very happy to thank Sejun. At this time, Sejun asked, "Why did the monster fall here?" Irene answered him, "The depraved monster exists like a virus, they are a bunch of chaotic creatures. Just around there are magic plants, no matter what to use will make it fall. So the tree with the magic power of the 99th floor is basically polluted. If there is no object of pollution, they will immediately sleep, but now wake up the reason for operation." Irene said that you could think of. After watching Irene's words, Sejun also understood. It seems that the crops in the farm are preparing to think about the next book. His stomach suddenly emitted a sound. Seeing the bear's face waiting, Sejun remembered. After fighting, he did not eat things. Very quickly he started because everyone made a real beauty. The rabbits helped together, helping Sejun need to cook. The object was completed by him and some small rabbits, Nyo Tiantam and the little bear taken over. Nyo and I, four of them, prepared the necessary corn leaves, and there were children grilled a lot of fish. Very quickly a pile of real beauty immediately prepared, not to be very different, waiting until the Sejun brought the fried fish. Everyone also started to enjoy food in a satisfactory way. Not long after, instant food was destroyed. No more. Nyo Mavong finished eating and drinking a glass of honey tomato juice. The first time enjoying him, on the spot revealed a happy expression. The manager, Irene, in the natural space, is not left behind. Seeing the mother bear does not eat well, immediately hurriedly pulled Sejun's clothes, saw that he felt extremely sorry, trying to continue working, turning back to see very horrible objects. It turned out that the silver wolf carried a grasshopper with a full of grass, and returned to have so many foods. Mother bear and baby bears are very happy. Then, the mother bear continued to eat food brought by Alka, but at this moment, Sejun suddenly heard the back transmitted to the movement, seeing the unpleasant appearance of Thai rabbits. He hurriedly asked what happened, not thinking about it was the newborn rabbit wanted to be born. This also makes people very panicked. Currently going into the cave does not keep up. So Sejun immediately told them to go into their room. After a wait and anxiety, Sejun immediately opened the door of the small room, saw the situation below. Everyone in the moment they looked into the god Tai rabbits, convenient to complete reproduction, looking towards 3 lovely rabbits. The children are extremely happy, but the Sky Pit farm once again welcomes new members. The kitten first saw Dong's 6th master, and told Taejun to pretend. In the end, they even became good friends. Before that, Sejun they resolved. After the troubles of the Sky Pit, Tai rabbits also favored 3 baby rabbits, but another side. In the 52nd floor volcano of the Black Tower, the boar has occupied this place for a long time. Today encountered an old opponent. Below was the fake enlightenment of Bekwok Taejun. The first time he met, the boar immediately mocked, and thought that he was soon cursed to kill. Hearing that, Taejun countered you to use an eye to live on the days. How fun! This time the boar was the most angry. He went directly to the spot. Along with the aggressive wild boar, in the blink of an eye, he smashed the solid ground. But this petty game for Taejun is obviously not effective. After avoiding attack, he even took out a pumpkin sweet potato. The next second immediately asserted to eat a large piece. After absorbing the pumpkin sweet potato, Taejun has a great fire resistance. The more the fire died on the body as the whole scattered. Seeing this scene of this wild boar, he felt that Taejun became a bit different now, but did not wait for the wild boar to think about what was unintended. Taejun also quickly directed him to attack. Healthy wild boars once again took action. He does not believe humanity in the immediate future can win himself, facing a huge fire wave emitted by the monster. Taejun did not dodge again, then he was directly engulfed by the fire wave. Thinking that the enemy was resolved, the boar could not help but laugh. But very quickly he widened his eyes, because Taejun did not burn. Having fire resistance, the wild boar's attack was effective. Seeing Taejun preparing for melee, wild boars were also immediately acting. Then he really caught Taejun's body. Seeing that, the boar said that even if the fire lost its effect, his forces could crush humanity. However, Taejun said fatally that it was not fighting for a long time, all about to forget himself. A magician, the next second on him appeared a round of magic battle, under the summoning of Taejun. In the air around each blue magic ball, hearing the opponent clearly stated the fate of the magician. Wild boars also understood him unfortunately, along with each magic ball falling. He was not having the opportunity to protest. Very quickly forest boar immediately fell under Taejun. Many years have passed, Taejun did not expect himself to be successful. At this time, the status window also transmitted to the reminder, he defeated the 52nd floor leader. But this land because of the curse of fire burning, today also successfully restored. Taejun discovered that after cursing on the removed, he understood himself and the land at the same foot. Having had the new birth, all of this thanks to the sweet potato of the sun in hand. At this time, a fascinating sound of Taejun, a kitten in front of him suddenly surprised the ground. This is also a kitten Teo, and the top-class Taejun fake meets the first time. Discovering a wild cat injured, Taejun immediately became very happy. One side of kittens is very unintended, because he sees sweet potatoes in the opponent's hand. After that, he asked Taejun, the object in his hand was from. For this, Taejun patiently explained to the kitten, over a while later. Currently, Teo was very surprised. Unexpectedly the old man in front of him is the master of Dong-sik. Knowing all of him, unable to praise, Dong-sik is really an excellent disciple. For this thing, Taejun also agreed. After finishing the explanation Taejun said, he still has to bring kitten sweet potato. I will definitely pay this grace. No doubt Taejun finished speaking, the kitten immediately opened his mouth, telling him to pay his love now. Hearing that, Taejun did not refuse, then asked how he wanted to do it. He didn't think. Teo suggested that he wanted to sign a contract with him, knowing that the kitten told himself to pretend. Taejun immediately refused, because he did not want to be made, but under the begging of the kitten, Taejun immediately thought of a good measure, which is to become friends, if anything arises. We'll take the fate of friends to help. Teo for this friend feels very new. He wants to know whatever, for this thing Taejun said is reasonable. Very quickly the kitten immediately decided to be friends, but he now has a job immediately. Then tell Taejun to go to the 38th floor, but in the heavenly farm. Sejun is making delicious beauty. Now the soup in the pot has been stewed for a long time. He and the baby rabbits all thought that, Sejun ingredients this time, the meat of the grasshoppers died. Partly stewed soup, a part directly boiled. Before that, the children were very delicious, so he tried a little craft. After finishing, Sejun also received a reminder from the tower. Unexpectedly he was the first to use grasshoppers as food. Seeing the delicious meat in the pot, the saliva of the bear all flows down the table. Sejun took a piece of grasshopper like a lobster, and immediately determined to bite a large piece. But very quickly he discovered not right, because no matter how he used his strength, I could not bite down a piece of meat. Finally, because of elasticity, not carefully hitting the wall. Hearing the sound of a black rabbit soldier, even thought that happened. At this time, Sejun received a new reminder. He did not expect that the grass of grasshoppers died to poison. Fortunately, I ate detox, and the difference was the main difference. The bear eats very easily. After preparing the food, Sejun immediately brings it to the children. The soup today is also a special stew. Seeing Sejun bring food, the fairy and Thai rabbits are extremely thankful for him, and the big meat is different. This is the meat cut into small pieces of stewed soup, added to detox and potatoes. So Sejun can also be used, slowly tasting a sip of soup. Sejun in the blink of an eye stood up. This also made the children suspicious or what? After that, the bear asked what happened, so Sejun told her arrogant. He was in this dead grass soup, and ate the taste of chicken. However, the bear did not know what the chicken was, but he heard the Sejun saying that the object he liked the most. She immediately said that she just liked it, so I liked it. This is also to the Black Tower for many days. Sejun first discovered the same meat. The hard-working farming is just a pot of tomato soup, making the great black dragon blush. Before that, Sejun, after drinking homemade grasshopper soup, immediately discovered its taste and chicken extremely similar, a few hundred days away. The first time I tasted my favorite item, he immediately bowls of each bowl to eat. Bringing all the food is solved, Sejun and the children, immediately comfortable, lay down to rest, but now he suddenly felt incorrect. I seem to have forgotten something. At this moment, the news of the Irene manager appeared at the right time. He said, "You finally remembered me," turning it out since Sejun they started eating. Irene immediately stared, seeing that Sejun wanted to explain a fen. However, Irene was angry, helping the farm overcome danger. Also prepared for the new reward Sejun, which thought that Sejun would leave a part of the soup, just mentioned here. Irene in her heart was very hidden. She loudly said that Sejun was too much. Seeing the resentment manager, the farmer in the blink of an eye felt wrong. So Sejun hurriedly tried to misunderstand Irene. Originally intended to do for you an exclusive part, this word has just said. The manager did not cry anymore. Irene suspected that he had exclusive food. Sejun is a little assert, and said the soup just now. It is just an additional experiment that can detoxify, but I am thinking about Irene. Hearing Sejun's words, the first Irene was surprised, then blushed. He did not expect Sejun to think of himself right now. Sejun also started to make a new soup for Irene, seeing that the manager slowly brought the glass ball down. He said he would wait patiently, want to look at Sejun with his own eyes, seeing Irene. Sejun immediately became great. He understood that he had to do well, if he did not finish his life. Raw materials for Irene, Sejun chose tomatoes and carrots. There is also an inevitable detox, after a meticulous time. He slowly scooped a spoon, enjoyed this taste. Sejun felt very good. It is the effect he wants. Tomato soup with grasshoppers made this time, and before the same. Not only can it be within 30 minutes of increasing magic power, but it is possible to harvest the feeling of fullness of 3 hours. The reason for using tomatoes to replace potatoes is also the most thought of Irene is magic. Tomato scooped out a bowl, Sejun immediately told him before tasting. However, the manager's window turned out to me, then Irene immediately said the rest. He told Sejun to bring the whole pot and the whole pot for himself, very fast. Irene immediately received a tomato soup with grasshoppers. The scent spreads from there that made him unable to appetite, happily tasting a sip later. The taste of tomato soup made Irene very surprised, after which he also sipped his sip started to use. Eating, Irene's tail is constantly swinging back and forth. A breath of all the tomato soup, he felt extremely happy. Even saying this is the best thing I have ever eaten. Moreover, the inside is not potatoes. It is the most favorite tomato. The meat in the soup is also extremely soft. As expected, Sejun is thinking of himself, otherwise he cannot do that well. After misunderstood, Irene's face became even more red, because the magic power increased. The short-lived dragon's heart was more pounding. One side saw Irene without reaction. Sejun immediately asked him whether the mind was a bit better, received the response later. Sejun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he told Irene, just now not forgetting you. It was only a long time since not eating the taste of chicken, so it was a bit excited. And taking out a large basket of dried sweet potatoes as compensation, Irene told him. Just now, because of being forgotten, really a bit uncomfortable. Sejun is saying that he will not forget you forever. This time it could make the great black dragon more and more thoughtful. The quiet heart has been. Also at the end of the window, the next second again turned out. But the above content made Sejun a bit unintended, because new. The task reward can make him harvest new skills. Irene also said this reward you would like, along with a large basket of dried sweet potato, slowly disappeared. The window immediately reminded the task of completing. This reward skills called landlords can make Sejun capable of specifying small children. The assigned little girl will have his career skills. When you pick the plants, Sejun can harvest 1% of compensation. Such a special skill makes him a bit curious. So Sejun immediately called the bear here, adjusting the landlord skill interface. He immediately appointed her arrogance as his first little friend. At this time the bear also saw the window on the top of his head. What he was curious about, what? Sejun suddenly asked the bear. Maybe in many seconds to pick up tomatoes. Hearing that, she was arrogant in the blink of an eye. Receiving 100 fruits, he is also confident, full of ensuring very quickly completed. The next second, she was arrogant like a rocket rushed out. The wind caused and blowed the straw hat of Sejun. As soon as Sejun had just regained his hat, the status window immediately in the blink of an eye. Because the baby bear went to the farm and picked tomatoes, discovered his experience was increased. Sejun also understood what compensation for 1% was mean. Earlier when the rabbits and bears picked plants, he could not harvest the experience. But now there is a landlord's skills, perhaps his promotion can be increased by one more step. Sejun was excited, looking for the rabbits who were resting. Hearing the end of wanting to start the busy work of today, the black rabbit soldier said a bit sleepy. Also want to rest a little more, but Sejun is a finger quickly surfing, then. Immediately let the black rabbit soldier become a second landlord, then called everyone to work. Because asleep should be moving up as soon as they go to work. In the farm welcomed the risk. Unexpectedly, the previous fallen monsters once again launched invasion. This time, they also appeared directly in the tomato fields of the farm. A young apple tree was forgotten by Sejun, but he could turn into a lovely small spiritual shape. Before that, when Sejun they were preparing to go to the farm, immediately encountered a bunch of monster branches once again invading. When they appeared near the tomato field, bears and Sejun them immediately prepared to welcome the battle, bringing the roots to burn the torch. She was arrogant and insisted on throwing it out, along with the root of the tree burning into the monsters. In the blink of an eye, it achieved extremely good effects. The monsters of small branches were aggressive. After being scorched by fire, Flabby stopped his footsteps. Sejun and the bear also began to attack. They just dealing with those who are not burned by fire. The monster of small branches is easy to cope. However, the great monster followed, immediately made Sejun a little headache. Luckily his assistant not only was the bear alone, went to the black rabbit soldier. At this time, towards the ghost tree to launch attacks, although the body difference is very large, but in front of the small black rabbit. A lot of big ghost trees were directly smashed by his roots. This ambush Sejun, on the contrary, did not worry, because the mother bear was also near the farm. Although the number of ghost trees is large, facing the giant red bears, their outcome. There are no exceptions that all turn into debris full of heaven, small black rabbits in the battle showing. It is also extremely prominent, seeing the great power of the children. Sejun understood that they were enough to respond. At this time a small monster wanted to sneak. Luckily, Sejun responded later, gently swinging the dagger and brought it. Divided into two, fighting today is very gentle, also thanks to the mother bear. At the time of the monsters who invaded for the first time, led the opponent, since the previous penetration. Sejun worried about the same story arising, so immediately with the mother bear negotiated. Want to let their homes move near the farm, until then could not protect the farm better. Grasshopper meat can also depend on the time to eat. For this, the mother and her arrogant are very happy. After that, I went to the house to collect luggage. Therefore, this invasion was quickly resolved. After handling all monsters, Sejun immediately turned to the mother bear to say thank you. The only one that made him worried, only one. That was that after fighting the chaotic ground unbearable, luckily he cleaned. The buffalo had just gone to work, some helped them. The cleaning speed has been increased greatly, recently because of these trees. The newly expanded fields are cancelled. Sejun is very unfortunate. It is impossible to promote the capacity of the landlord, as soon as he continues to pick up the tree. It was discovered that there was also a monster that was not completely dead, it was not completely burned by fire. Unfortunately, when Sejun's legs aggressively stepped down, the monster of the tree also thoroughly died. He was so miserable by these monsters, continuously invaded also made Sejun even more curious. The monsters of trees finally treat the root, but on the other side of the 52nd floor, kittens are lying on the top of Taejun's head, continuing to go a road and then discovered that the front was blocked. So the kitten began to curious Taejun finally wanted to go. He thought that the old man in front of his eyes and Dong Sik were the same, through the transmission point of operation step by step. The current result Taejun said again, I was through what was going up, this word just said. In the blink of an eye, Taeo jumped, because that was based on the fruit of the original fragment. But because there is a bit of evil inside, plus initially not a manufacturing object in the Black Tower, so it is an unauthorized item. If encountered, it is necessary to report to the Division Management Department. After listening to the speech of the kitten, Taejun now knew. It turned out that the whole thing she had made before. The reason is that residents discovered, lucky this time. He immediately brought the hidden thing, seeing things behind Taejun. The kitten seemed a bit unbelievable, along with Taejun brought a cloth lifted up later. A kind of weird plant appears, which is the original that can be opened. This is the first time the kittens have seen this plant, but afraid because the whole thing is very quick to wither. Taejun immediately said to go quickly, understanding the old man who wanted to let himself use measures against the rules. Kittens are determined to refuse, seeing that Taejun took out 2 cat snack trees. Hearing the kittens still showing off that he would not be seduced, he immediately took the cat snack to throw out. But the instinctive reaction below, Teo is still catching the food that is about to fall to the ground, but the next second, he discovered his position to catch a cat snack on the top of the root. As for this, Taejun laughed, then he also jumped directly into the open path. But this is for a kitten, no doubt is a completely new experience. Teo's face wrote fear, over time later. This is a barracks of the Phoenix Association of Immortal 38th floor of the Black Tower, to the bushes after that. Dong-sik stopped his work in his hand, saw that his master Taejun caused, he was assured now. At the same time, Dong-sik also discovered that the kitten came. Currently, Teo, after going through the transformer, is not only dizzy. There is also a clear car sickness phenomenon, seeing kittens and master together. Dong-sik hurriedly asked how he knew how. There was a curse that successfully resolved. Very quickly Taejun also told his disciples, he resolved the Fire King. As for the kittens, they are acquainted on the way. Teo is uncomfortable. Do not let yourself go inside the plant, hearing his words. Dong-sik in the blink of an eye understood that the master used the original, but the nation's warehouse was not much. But Taejun did not notice, but turned around and wanted to find kittens to advise some problems. It turned out that Taejun was on the way to the 52nd floor, using a little bit of the whole thing. The purpose is to confirm the situation from the 40 to 52nd floor. He asked a lot of residents. There are other hunters coming through. The result of all residents for the answer is the same. Apart from Taejun, no outsiders come to these floors. So now Taejun wants to ask only one, that is where Sejun ended up, this word just said. The kittens on the spot immediately fitted 3 stammering, because he understood the great unstable. His lies and seal are about to be exposed, however. Sejun in the sky pit did not know the situation of kittens, picking up fresh tomatoes. Currently, after the picking skill of Sejun Tang, he was able to harvest the bee tomato. When he was happy, the bunch of baby rabbits was called, so they should make the last food. Hearing that, Sejun immediately came, but as soon as he was ready to go, he suddenly felt a bit incorrect. The previous monster of the tree made Sejun a bit insecure. Considering carefully in the cave, Sejun did not detect bizarre situations. Going for a few steps, he discovered the place of cooking rice before. Again, faintly smoking, Sejun thought that the fire was soon extinguished. Because there is an external room, it is not necessary to keep the fire in the pit. Want to worry about the new rabbits will hit him, immediately prepare to extinguish the fire completely. However, after bringing ashes on the ground to spread out, coming out of a small young tree, the newly born preschool in the ashes, this makes Sejun very shocked, but the next second, he heard someone calling himself the owner. That sound appeared directly in his mind. After that, he threatened to jump, at the same time, at the young tree. A few young legs appeared. This was a transparent girl, she said happily. I insisted on this day, and told Sejun, her name was Hoa Hoa. That fire flower, the apple seeds have been planted. After listening to Tu Lulin, Hoa himself introduced himself. Sejun immediately understood the situation ahead. It turned out that he was a young tree on this ground, because he could sprout under the fire. The small apple tree immediately began to root back, not only successfully rooted in the sea, even has the ability to control fire, which before, when Sejun was about to extinguish the fire, a little girl appeared before his eyes. But her true identity, the apple seed he had planted. After listening to the introduction of Hoa Hoa, Sejun finally understood. It turned out that he was the young tree on the ground. The fire flower told Sejun, since he was conscious, he immediately lived very happily. For his name, Sejun was a bit suspicious. Because this is not worthy of the apple tree, most importantly, he wants to know the fire flower is plants. Why can we talk? For this, the fire hurtled hurry to Sejun. Because I was the apple tree of the fire, so I took this name, and the dialogue. As he used the magic to convey his consciousness, he also transformed into this form. Hoa Hoa said also because of his heart, his owner misunderstood. Given that Sejun did not like him seemed a bit declined. Seeing that, Sejun hurriedly explained that we really like it, our fire is the most adorable. Thinking of him an apple tree that could use magic, Sejun could not help but exclaim really excellent. In his heart, he was suspicious, the apples he brought so dangerous. Hearing Sejun's words, Fire Hoa shyly said, I did not have such excellence. It turned out when he was still a seed, due to feeling intense heat, to be able to survive, so immediately began to root down. The fire of fire was constantly down. Not even knowing where it was the end, until one day, his roots finally had a new breakthrough. After that, Hoa Hoa immediately examined the situation, not thinking about finding an underground river. So based on the cold river water, small fire flowers support the heat from the ground. But in the darkness underground, he waited every day. waiting for the day to destroy the sprouting soil, waiting for the owner to see the owner again. So now once again seeing Sejun, Fireflower said that he had no regrets. After listening to his experience, Sejun felt very sorry. All of them were in plants that put the campfire. Always forgot to clean. For this fire, Fireflower said that it was because of Sejun. The new made him become so resilient. Then he even gave Sejun low one hand, the next second. In the middle of the young tree, there was a group of fire. Sejun once again because he was surprised. Unexpectedly, Hoa Hoa could control the fire. He was very satisfied. After all, he was the apple tree of the fire. Receiving the cheering from Sejun, the Fireflower was extremely happy. His figure was also deeply appealing to Sejun, because it was really lovely, Hoa Hoa said. Although now can only do so, but I will quickly grow up, then help. Saran Tiulin understands such a lovely story. In the blink of an eye, he immediately treated Sejun. He gently comforted Hoa Hoa. You were underground, suffering a lot of suffering. Currently coming to the mainland does not need to be reluctant, Sejun also told Fireflower. Later on, everything did not need to think. It is good to grow up and grow up, because overwork will be sick. Receiving strokes that made Hoa Hoa very enjoyed, he also responded to Sejun that would grow well. After that, it was a spoiled with Sejun, leaving him to continue stroking the young tree. This is also the best day in the life of Hoa Hoa, but he also has a secret to hide Sejun. That is, his roots actually entered the original sea. Thinking about this secret, it would definitely make Sejun startled. For this fire Hoa hopes that everyone can keep it secret, but on the other side of the barracks of the immortal Thuong Hong, Taejun once again asked the kitten, Sejun now where in the end, heard the master just said. Dong Sik now finally remembered. At first Teo told them, on the 40th floor was saved by Sejun. His lie was exposed, and the kittens were talking a little bit. Seeing him an unwanted figure, Taejun said, Sejun on the planet. Being the one who attracted attention in the world, for them outside the tower, is extremely important. The body is the National Association B. He wants to know the current state of Sejun. Is it difficult to get out of the tower, whether they need them to help? Taejun sincerely thanks to the kitten, at least telling herself a little news. Hearing that, Teo suddenly went to find his pocket, then took out a contract. He said he wanted to sign a contract with Taejun. The content of the contract. Next, the words they said between them had to keep it a secret. Both sides needed to be honest. Violation is need to pay the price of life. The world if you still want to know immediately with you to sign the contract. Causing the kitten unexpectedly, Taejun did not think immediately agreed. Dong Sik was trying to stop a bit. No doubt Taejun said he wanted to sign, then the two of them went into the tent. Not long after, they started writing their names. Waiting until the tower officially acknowledged that the contract took effect, Taejun also bet his honor. The next words will keeping the secret and real. Now it is the kitten to tell them. The position of Sejun. Very quickly Teo said Sejun is currently not on the 40th floor. And I can tell the two of them, Sejun said through him where humanity could not go. As a particularly high floor, he could not go down. Kittens make Dong Sik very hard to believe. Taejun is a certain figure like that. After verifying the speculation in his heart, the kitten and the two masters waved goodbye. Waiting until he wanted to disappear thoroughly, Dong Sik asked his master. The situation of Park Sejun was real. Because no matter how strong the enlightenment is, it must be based on the original, to be able to go to the higher floor. Moreover, Sejun is also in that type of planting plants. Dong Sik feels at least 60 and above. Perhaps somewhere is forced by monsters. But Taejun told him the kitten said it was true. From the explanation of the pumpkin sweet potato, he immediately speculated. The top is written through the highest place of the tower. Fully absorbing the sun, Taejun also asked where Dong Sik was the highest place of the horse. This word just made Dong Sik more traumatic, then Taejun said. Although he did not know what the cause was, he understood. Sejun has a great possibility of being on the 99th floor. Taejun's speculation is extremely accurate. But now Sejun, who is in his farm busy. Sometime later in Grell village, Teo's homeland. The room in front of his eyes was the house of the number one rich in Lal village. Due to the intrusion of grasshoppers died, making Lal a little worried about the Black Tower will be the same as the original. The risk of food. Recently, the food in the village has increased by 2 times, which makes Lal a little headache. Just when he was frowning miserable, his son was still with his girlfriend lovingly. The next second of Lal could not help it. He was angry and questioned if his son heard him say. For this, the Orin said he heard. Even if they increased, they had such money. Nothing is worrying. The oldest son also comforted his girlfriend threatened. In addition to him all day is idle, Lal immediately decided. In order for the Orin to immediately go to the merchant area to buy food, if not immediately the relationship, give his son a pocket, Lal immediately chased the Orin out. For this, the Orin was extremely angry. He did not feel like buying a little food was difficult, then brought the servant. But in that the Orin did not pay attention, Goblin Skalam seemed to have an eye on him. The lovely outsider, in fact, is a fighting kitten with a booming power. Only one trigger cut the monster of great strength. Before that, the boy was too much to do. After throwing it into a pocket, immediately let the Orin go to buy food on his own. But when the Orin prepared to develop his body, there was a goblin to keep up with him. After a while, the Orin immediately brought his defense. Arrive at the 75th floor food street, but when he went to buy food, discovering prices and differences very large compared to I think, which only needs a tower of objects. Currently enough 3 to 4 times, moving down, all cats are stupid. He did not understand why food was so expensive, for this 2 players for the answer. It turned out that after the war began, the traders bought food massively. The results did not bring to the market, so it led to frantic growing food prices. However, very quickly Orin thought of a measure, which is not through traders. Go directly to the farm to buy food. With good ideas, Orin also does not have any hesitation. Immediately want to bring the lower one to the merchant association, because he decided to be a wandering trader. Also cheering the 2 players together, I will reinforce them, the more it releases the proud. Want to leave the tower in the pocket 10 times, finally go to the farm to buy countless food. As soon as Orin delusion, becoming the legend of Grell village, Goblin Skalam immediately directed him to greet. He heard Orin want to become the words of the wandering trader. So immediately tell the opponent here to have good things, can quickly make money. Seeing what was suspected or something, Skalam immediately announced, the most unique product outside the tower. Again for a while, staying in the streets of the 75th floor trader. Teo is buying Sejun items for buying, but not a buying. Considering the excuse of space, so Sejun made a list, after buying the necessary objects this time. Continuing to go ahead of the kitten suddenly paying attention to an item. It felt like something was attractive to me. Determined Teo immediately asked the old price. At this moment the Orin unintentionally discovered kittens, heard someone call him. Teo just turned around and was startled. He did not expect to meet Orin again, but very quickly, kittens immediately noticed the medal in front of the opponent's chest. So curious you became a wandering trader. Orin claimed to respond to the kitten, and set a good weight of a good goblin. Mainly, Orin knows Teo this idiot cat earns a lot of money. So I also want to try it. Then Orin also questions Teo. It is to use so many items outside the tower, to become a common wandering trader, this word has just said. Kittens immediately knew that buying things from Skalam, then hurriedly revealed that the opponent was a very bad scam, and the item outside the tower. Kittens can help Orin to handle, unexpectedly. Teo's good idea was rejected again. And the opposition to the kittens is Avong and Nia. He criticized Teo for monopolizing objects in the tower, and went to the Department of Management. Denouncing Goblin with his grace to him as a crook, Teo wanted to explain a little reason. The basic Orin results did not give the opportunity. He thought that Teo was a bit more changed. Still the first place, Marie rejected the poor, the pain of the old story. Teo is also lazy in Skalam. He now wants to know how Marie lives. For this, the Orin still wants a little page, not thinking of his defense very honestly. The day Teo left, Marie immediately kicked the Orin. The face could not hold the Orin very angry. He indignantly said that he kicked Marie. Teo was comforting the Orin, not to be pitiful. However, the opponent was pushed out, followed by the iron alternative to Teo. I want to go to the 99th floor to sell things, he heard. Nyoma Vang on the 99th floor loves items outside the tower. After saying that at the mocking Teo afterwards, Orin happily left, leaving a stupid face, but Teo was still wishing him smoothly. Of course this is a fake. Anyway, the kitten knows the treasures outside the tower, ultimately what to leave. Time passed through a few days. Today the fallen ghost trees once again prepared to penetrate the farm. Fortunately, the children soon welcomed them, and went through a few days to understand. Sejun finally understood. It turned out that the true goal of these monsters was the fire, but unfortunately now, to penetrate the sky pit farm is to find death, slowly raising the grasshopper. Sejun they all took a shallow breath. The mother bear was naturally no exception. Because he can harvest the attribute increased significantly, bringing the bowl to drink to give to the second honeybee queen. Sejun and everyone prepared to start volunteering. Fighting just rang. The mother bear was the first to take action. The battle of the bear did not fall. They deal with were great monsters, and Sejun. He was in charge of handling small monsters, black rabbits, and his work was unanimous. However, small black rabbits will handle those large trees, avoiding a fell-off monster. The opponent took the opportunity to turn towards Sejun that made it difficult to, even at this moment of life and death. Teo Kitten finally appeared in time. He could not forgive the people who were going to harm Sejun the next second. The sharp claws in Teo's hand quickly swung, just in the blink of an eye. The big ghost tree was cut into debris, seeing the handsome kitten to save her back. Sejun both agitated thousands, and Teo. It is asking what the monsters in front of the eyes or what happened. Hearing that, Sejun explained in the cave there was an apple tree. The ultimate goal of the fallen monsters is to erode it, not waiting for the kitten to continue to understand. A small monster immediately came to Sejun, but there was Teo beside him. How could Sejun were injured? Seeing the monster surrounded, Sejun immediately told the kitten. Waiting for a monster and then said, but now the kitten remembered something. Then turned his head to start rummaging through the bag. Very quickly Teo took out an item. Saying this is an object due to his lucky claws discovered. Hearing that, Sejun temporarily smiled like flowers. Next he hurriedly called Irene. Irene was immediately responding to him. The next second of kitten's props immediately disappeared. The manager of the mines similarly understood. Sejun wanted to let himself examine, for a few seconds. The assessment ended. Sejun also offered tomatoes to complete the mission, waiting for the props to reappear. Again became a sparkling woman, gripping Sejun weapons feeling full of force. Through the news of the news, its name is UKA's throwing woman, with a single weapon with the name. Sejun understood that it was very effective. The tiny apple tree was just a fire. Immediately bring a large fresh and delicious fish into grilled fish, but before that, after experiencing Irene inspection, Sejun harvested an axe. It was also a equipment with a name, clenched. He immediately felt that he was in a glance a lot, through the reminder window. This axe also does not let him be disappointed. Skilled not only can supplement objects better, even after throwing it can automatically return. Sejun just thought how to use it. As a result, he raised his head and discovered that the black rabbit soldier was not careful to be tied. The emergency situation, he was no longer hesitant, quickly aimed at the ghost tree, immediately threw it out. This jackpot is very powerful, not only a small black rabbit successfully escaping giant ghost tree. The more the body is the schizophrenic state, the next second is unable to resist turning into two half. Seeing this, small black rabbit did not dare to believe. The mother bear was also scared by Sejun. They absolutely did not think about it. Sejun again killed the monster. The baby bear seems extremely happy, because the current Sejun does not need to flee. Happy, she arrogantly beat the monster, even more motivated. For this, Sejun herself did not think about it. It is still the increase in the state window, which makes him confirm that he is solving. The government is also not ashamed to have a name. In his hand can also an enemy. After that, Sejun hugged the kitten, then directly kissed him on his head, thanking him. It takes itself to be able to harvest such good weapons, but Sejun's kiss has not ended. Immediately there was another ghost tree that ambushed. Seeing that, Sejun did not panic to raise his hand and use it. At this time, the woman was not far away suddenly, and then quickly flew back to the old way. Successfully cut off the monster ambush, slowly gripping the fleeting side. Sejun is also rare to see the Marshal of a Fen. This great weapon makes him and the kitten smile like flowers. The next protection also once again deployed. Sejun and Teo all confidently rushed towards the monsters. Not long after, fighting also lowered. The buffalo heads were in charge of cleaning the dead monsters. Nyo Tientam was also in it. He was carefully cleaning the debris. Waiting until the cleaning was finished, Nyo Tientam immediately called Sejun. I want to go to the land, and about Sejun myself. After fighting the enemy, he returned to the sky to wash his face. Receiving the news of Nyo Tientam, he also responded a bit. Let him slowly come. Today the fight is finished. Sejun all sore, but in general, there is a bit of harvest, that is. His rank does not know when it has reached 25. The attribute has also received a bad increase. Seeing each skill goods on the dashboard, Sejun suddenly very attached. I am so wonderful. He did not want a kiss. At this moment, the Irene manager sent a message that had not been finished. Being discovered by Sejun, he hurriedly recovered and heard what was curious to hear. Irene immediately said the status window occurred. Such a rigid excuse, Sejun of course did not believe it. So asking the status window will actually have an error, but Irene doesn't answer him. Another side. The first rabbit was still watering with children. The kitten was just from park. Sejun there heard the story of Hoa Hoa, so this time he went to greet. Hoa Hoa also happily responded to Teo, but saw Hoa Hoa in a state of damage. The curious nature of the kitten immediately could not help it, so he immediately used his claws to play back and forth. Although the image could not reach, but being joking with fire was so fast and unbearable. Then towards the kitten emitting a fire, but did not really want to hit Teo. But for the first time seeing the apple tree can use fire, kittens are a bit unintended. At the same time, I also apologize to Fireflowers, so I should not joke, receive forgiveness of Hoa Hoa. Teo took out a fish from the pocket, he wanted to let him fire a little bit. Seeing that, Fireflower said this was very easy, so swinging small hands, apple tree once again emitted fire. Very quickly under grilled fire, kittens immediately smelled the scent of grilled fish. Soon after eating grilled fish, Teo repeatedly praised the Fireflower so dangerous, but Sejun finished cleaning on him. Immediately come to keep the kittens when it is easy to Fireflowers, Teo is saying that he doesn't have. Just inviting him to help grill fish, here's such a dangerous fire, natural Sejun is also very happy. At the moment, the time to promote the growth of the straw hat came, then he immediately told Tu Hoa Hoa, "Can it be promoted to grow on his human effect, asking for fire? I can also use such valuable skills," Sejun said of course, "because you are still very young, must quickly grow up, hearing that fire is very appreciated." Then Sejun immediately consumed magic power, towards the young tree using skill, but the window repeated him. Because the potential of the apple tree is very large, it is necessary to use the force to grow 10 parts, the next second. Sejun immediately felt his great gravity and magic. Being constantly converging into the apple tree, this kind of feeling makes Sejun a bit unintentional magic like being sucked away, but receives the promotion of the growth of the fire. In the blink of an eye filled with force, his young tree did not have much high, using the ending skills. Sejun could not control himself on the ground, he felt his whole body weakened. Seeing that, Fireflower was very worried about the body of Sejun. Sejun was for him to be assured. Roughly because just now fighting so tired of the cause, I rested a bit. Hearing Sejun's words, Hoa Hoa said he could help reduce a little fatigue. Sejun was a bit curious about how to do it, then he discovered. On the fire, a little more white fire, along with his instructions. Those fires slowly flew up, finally little by little surrounded. Waiting for the white fire to burn the whole body, Sejun discovered that he really did not feel tired. The body also became extremely relieved, through the news he now knew. It turned out that this was the evolutionary skill of Hoa Hoa. This time Sejun became even more confident. Little Fireflower is a miraculous apple tree. So he asked Fireflower still different, for this. Hoa Hoa also answered that he had another type of ability, named Hoa Hoa then Hoa, effectively. In order for others to temporarily have the ability to control fire, or to strengthen their fire. Thinking about later and the monsters against, perhaps this skill will be great. Which was overlooked a kitten a little impatient, then hurriedly let Sejun hurt himself. He told Sejun, there was a man named Han Taejun. Knowing that you were not on the 40th floor, hearing that Sejun was a bit suspicious, then immediately became startled, and let the kitten clearly see. The rabbit pushed the car to eat for the first time, bringing a water bottle of 0.5 high price. Song for the kittens of the young master to sign a self-selling contract. Before that, when Teo said it, the story of Sejun was not on the 40th floor, Sejun hurriedly asked for detailed situation. Afen understood down, he now knew, the person named Han Taejun. The most powerful hunter of his country, the key is that the kittens and the opponent become friends. Teo said, that's why the situation of Sejun was exposed. But he left Sejun without worrying about this, signing the contract that he would not reveal it. Considering thinking, Sejun said that with Taejun master do not badly. It can also be convenient for family members to be safe, then tell Teo. Later, you can continue to provide crops for them, this time. Causing Sejun for the kittens to wipe the eyes more and more. Initially pumpkin sweet potato was clearly the mistake of sale. Do not think that he could borrow that harvest a great friend, the news was finished. Teo also had something to ask for Sejun, he said. Remember clearly the reason I was a wandering trader. I heard that Sejun also remembered. Isn't it that Oren and the village robbed his girlfriend? Then the kitten was very excited. He said he once again saw Oren, moreover the opponent also became a wandering trader. More importantly, like me, are tricked by Starum. Knowing the Oren was pawn away from the tower, looking for Nilmavon, Sejun was also terrified. As for Teo's request, he wanted to invite Sejun to help. In order for the Oren to see Skalam as a scam, Sejun thinks a bit. From the kitten's news, in other words, there are some wandering traders running to the 99th floor. Very quickly he was also interested, so he immediately responded to Teo. After a while later, Oren they went from Pine to the 99th floor, but a deserted road. Making Oren does not understand what the 99th floor is, he is now a bit hungry. Incidentally, looking for the younger brother to take food, the opponent told him, the money to the door. Basically used in Scalem's registration and shopping, the only remaining. Also at the time of departure to enjoy, do not buy any necessary tourism materials. At this time another cat could not stand it, it felt that he would absolutely starve. Oren, on the contrary, was filled with confidence, waiting for Nilma Vong to ask for a little drink and food. Anyway, I brought precious objects too, saying that I would treat me well. However, hearing the disciple said, from the goblin map, they needed about 2 days. It is only possible to arrive at the place of Nilma King, as soon as the 3 cats are both thirsty and hungry. The back transmitted to another sound, turning his head to look back. The rabbit pushes the car and the disciples who are bringing things close to the Oren, they first met for the first time. The rabbit pushed the car immediately to sell cool water, which Oren and the 2 disciples immediately rushed over. They could not wait so that the traders would take water in front of them. But hearing the rabbit pushed the car to say a 0.5 tower, Oren directly dumbfounded, because this price is really expensive. For this, the rabbit pushed the car to look around and knew the answer, this place is not easy to harvest the water. Hearing that, the Oren also accepted, he was really thirsty now. But I did not have money at the moment. Then the rabbit pushed the car curious. You are a wandering trader to look for Nilma King, this word just said, Oren is very arrogant, he said. I brought a lot of valuable items to the transaction. Then the rabbit pushed the car to the Oren. Already a guest of Nilma King, so he can choose to debit. Oren thought that it was on his mouth. Do not think of the baby rabbits directly put on a few sheets of paper, this is about ensuring that the contract can proceed to debit. The content is that if 3 days do not pay, immediately pay 10 times the tower, the dark terms like that. Causing the Oren immediately cried out, the rabbit pushed the car, saying that the 99 floor resource was too scarce. Do not do so is very difficult to maintain the livelihood, and indicate that without money can also use the body to return. Hearing that, Oren felt that it was impossible not to pay, just need to meet Nilma King after finishing his money. Therefore, the contract was signed to sign. After signing the 3 cats, they started to take the water, the transaction was completed. Oren let the rabbit push the car 3 days later to get money, he believed he could through the transaction earning a large amount of money. The rabbit pushed the car to wish the talent, waiting until the 2nd day. The Oren water they bought immediately did not take much difference, finished taking a sip of the last in the jar. Oren said drinking belly water immediately hungry, but the temperature of this place is very high. Just walked a part of the way he could not stand to drink water, then directed the younger brother to take drinking water. The opponent wanted to refuse him, unfortunately facing the young master, he only had to shed tears. At this moment, another miner saw the scene ahead, so he hurriedly told Oren. Not far away seemed to have a restaurant, hearing that Oren did not believe, but smelled well. They immediately smelled a fragrance of grilled fish, approached later, the rabbits introduced. This is the only rabbit restaurant on the 99th floor, which 3 cats. It was quick for the rabbit to grill the fish, but heard a baby rabbit saying a 1-piece tower. Oren was once again threatened, but the explanation of Lin Dao rabbit was reasonable. Because the vicinity has no lake in the sea, the fish is difficult to find. Seeing the Lin Dao rabbit took out the same contract as before, the Oren directly took it back. Next, without hesitation, the contract was established, they immediately wanted to eat grilled fish. For this, the natural rabbit is naturally satisfied, then started to bake, very quickly. Each of the golden grilled fish immediately displayed in front of the 3 cats, their saliva. The French controlled out, the next second immediately frantically enjoying the real beauty. While still wanting to grill charcoal and all kinds of food, Lin Dao rabbits are the most satisfying them. Until the stomach was completely unable to stuff, 3 flabby cats were on the sedge mat. The bunch of rabbits was cleaning the scene. At this time, Oren muttered to quickly bring objects to sell to Nilma Vong, then return to pay. But really eating too full, then all lay down to sleep, Lin Dao and Grey Art. They were silently looking, and when they went, they did not forget to talk to the 3 good cats. After a while later, Oren heard next to the static movement. Waking up to know that the younger brother was trembling, but seeing the buffalo head appeared on the top of his head, Oren immediately lost sleep, and asked if they wanted to come to find the Mao. But the Oren they were scared right now, even more frantically explaining that they were wandering traders. Causing Oren not to think about, the buffalo heads not only did not hurt them, also indicated that they wanted to take them to meet Nilma King, hearing that Oren in the heart of a crazy battle. Finally, under the help of buffalo monsters, 3 small cats came to the crystal transmission. But the scene was shaking ahead, making them a sentence did not dare to say. At this time, Nilma King finally opened their mouths. You want to come to find me? At this time the Oren forced fear. Answer: I bring a lot of valuable items, want to join Nilma Vong to conduct transactions, and emphasized that items outside the tower, heard from outside the tower. Nilma Vong expressed that he wanted to confirm with the expert a bit, sold to the extreme as a valuable item. Together with him, he swung his big hand, behind Hachnin out of one person, and he came. Of course, Sejun, next, Sejun will personally expose the things to leave outside this tower. The dark manager Teo officially went to the stage, and Funi Dai used to rob his girlfriend, now becoming insurance of the kittens. Before that, Oren introduced himself to have valuable items outside the tower. After that, Nilma King invited Sejun to help him to be a little bit of a goodbye. But hearing the Ma King call a great black dragon 3 kittens in the moment of unknown situation, Oren reacted quickly, a bit unintended, not thinking that this place would meet the black dragon. At this time, Sejun also introduced, I was the great black dragon. He has a rare magic propaganda assessment power, so a lie is not effective. Then immediately let Oren bring items back here. Now Oren has a new idea. The black dragon is the strongest creature to control the tower. If he can like it, then these monsters of the Ma King. I might not need to pay attention, as long as this time I could win the black dragon. Perhaps he could become a famous figure in the tower. Thinking about it, Oren hurriedly brought the objects to pour out. Seeing that he said all in this place, Sejun squatted down carefully to consider, but all were waste products from the globe. In his hand, he was still a hairy roller. This time Sejun was also curious. Skalam, ultimately how to get these items, discovered the black dragon chose a hairy roller. Oren immediately introduced its advantages, saying this props have magical magic. Can gently remove dirt and hair, so Sejun immediately asked a bit of the price. Any doubt the lion's Oren opened her mouth big, on the spot immediately quoted 50 money tower. Even if the 2 students behind him were dumbfounded, because Skalam sold them to them. It was only 5 tower money. Oren said that he was not high, and told Sejun, this precious type of magic props in the tower is almost uncomfortable. Hearing that, Sejun was just a sigh of a breath. The next second was coldly expressed. In front of us lying is useless, and holding a hairy roller, giving the Oren introduction. This is just a type of consumption, on the planet is extremely common items. In short, Oren brings is the waste trash, basically not the so-called magic props. Other items are the same. Sejun's words make Oren impatient. He justified everyone to say that the Dharma props, saying that the black dragon wanted to buy cheap. Just deliberately lying was trash, but very quickly Oren immediately understood that he was wrong. But in response he was at aggressive right of Nilma King. Nilma King questioned the Oren. It is how to dare to say the great black dragon lies, even though there is no injury to the end. But Oren was still scared. In fact, Sejun was not very different. That Oren and 2 cats are constantly receiving wrong, indicating not to deceive the great black dragon. Asked that he could forgive his disrespectful, he now understood. The black dragon has a special ability, so Delegate Teo said it was right. Skalam was indeed a scam. Another side Sejun told Oren, even though he could forgive him. But a debt should pay. Hearing that Oren more traumatic. How did the black dragon know? Then Sejun also expressed. I was in the business tower, a little idea. You had previously eaten and drinking from my store to debit. The sound fell down. The rabbit knew immediately with the children. He gave the Oren a debt. Bring all the country and food to multiply 10 times, estimated to be 500 debt tower. In addition, Lim Dao rabbits they also have to charge accommodation, and the waste is indiscriminately littering. If changed to bricks, 3 cats need to make 10,000 bricks to return. The words of the baby rabbit made Oren suspicious. He did not understand what bricks. Nilma King was also at the right time. If you cannot pay money, immediately use your body to replace. Seeing that, Oren remembered the previous rabbits, and said it. After that, Sejun took them to see how to make bricks, looking at a bunch of buffaloes trying to work. The 3 cats finally understood, the so-called brick in the body to return what was meant. According to the results of Lim Dao rabbit, the Huan told them, and had to make 10,000 blocks of bricks in this place. But such a large block of bricks, Oren and his younger brother looked stupid. They could not make 10,000 blocks. Sejun indicated that you really did not finish. Even if one day can be reluctant to make 10 blocks, it takes 10,000 days of time. The most key is, during this time, we'll continue to produce accommodation and food. By then the brick will also increase. This means that the 3 cats will permanently stay here. This word just said, Oren and the 2 disciples hurriedly pleaded, hoping that the black dragon could tolerate a bit. They vowed to do anything except bricks. Hearing that, Sejun immediately told Oren he could give a chance, then said in his business. The consumption department is in charge of a little player. Until then you just need to bring the goods into the bag. After that, it is okay to sell. In the meantime, the 3 cats will be in the farm consumption for 10,000 days. To repay the debt, of course, the won will because they provide a part of grilled fish every day. Coming to the farm will not produce debt, to mention here, Oren asserts. He and the 2 disciples are very thankful for the tolerance of the black dragon. The next is to once again make a new contract. For Oren, working for 10,000 days compared to making bricks much stronger. The key is that not only can solve food problems, but can also work at the hands of the great black dragon. So Oren did not think of the reason for refusal. The contract signed effect. Sejun congratulated them to become a trainee. When Oren asked what to do later, Sejun immediately said the person in charge of the consumption department would tell you, the next second. The kitten finally appeared. Seeing Teo, Oren was basically unbelievable. Also said the person in charge could be this beggar Teo, but responded to him as an accident of kittens. Teo told Oren, you should respect your superiors, teach the Oren. The kittens are very powerful to introduce himself. He is the first subordinate of the black dragon, also the owner of the consumption department, and telling them from now on, 3 of you will be managed by me, seeing that 2 other cats are very awake. Immediately calling Teo the old man, Oren was like in a nightmare. But in the end, he only had to listen to Teo's orders. Sometime later, everyone returned to the heavenly farm. Currently the kitten is introducing the situation to work for their Oren, and in terms of content. Now Teo wants to let them try first, seeing this screen very happy. Not only can Teo angry, also harvest a lot, subordinates sell crops. Add 3 backpacks, will definitely bring more income. All of this also thanks to Nyoma Vong willing to coordinate and hear Sejun's thanks. Nyoma Vong told him that he did not need to notice. This is also listening to the instructions of the black dragon. Most importantly, the body is a neighbor, which should help each other. If you can receive more sincere thanks, he will also be extremely happy. This word just said, combined with the saliva of Nyoma Vong. How could Sejun not understand his mean? So he immediately told Nyoma King. Can bring scallions and tomatoes next to bring back. See the excitement of Nyoma King. Sejun was also very reluctant. At this time the farm came to the movement, turning his head to look back. It turned out that Teo was reprimanding his defense. He said that this green tomato was not ripe. Cannot pick more, the top of tomatoes. If left, the trade value will lose a lot. The 3 cats did not do it right, plus them, and for tomatoes without half a regular point. This made the owner Teo a little angry, then let them obediently sit down. Next I will personally make a way to pick plants. See such a funny screen. Sejun could not help but exclaim, Teo, this fireman forgot his previous appearance. However, kittens are the owner in charge of consumption, so it depends on him. Currently, seeing his 3 cats being crushed by his knowledge, Teo is also more and more kind of style. When Sejun's beekeeping skills were once again promoted, they were harvested to bless the 3 small honeybees, because Sejun has the ability to manufacture honey jelly. Before that, after Teo turned into a consumption manager, facing Funi Dai Oren became his subordinates. Kittens are also more and more methodical, and in Oren, it is both working and thinking. Because he really doesn't understand, Teo can become the subordinates of the black dragon. The best point is still his current situation. Oren feels like a servant of Teo. But without waiting for him to think much, the next second of the kittens for Oren's head is a right. This in the blink of an eye made him angry, then questioned what he wanted to do. Hearing that, the kitten also answered the current time of working. He was dumbfounded. For this, Oren grabbed Teo's collar, a figure that wanted to play. No doubt he immediately felt the terrifying atmosphere on the top of his head, discovered that the Elka wolf falcon. Oren hurriedly let go of his hand, grabbed the collar, and the attitude in the blink of an eye changed, and expressed. He is seen on the clothes of the owner Teo with insects, so he wants to help clean up a bit. As for the kittens, it is told to Oren, not learning well the way to treat people will be scolded. Continuing to pick for a while, Teo immediately checked the situation of the other 2 cats. Knowing that they were the fastest to cover, Teo in place immediately rewarded. After that, the time limit for their contract was shortened 1 day, seeing that the Oren hurriedly asked if he had results. Because he worked late, and the kitten lasted a day of the contract. At this time, Sejun also came. How curious he was, if he wanted to go down to sell things. The kitten told Sejun it was there wrapped for too long, so the space could be used very small. For this, Sejun indicates that it is okay, later slowly promoted. That Teo was discovering the armed body of Sejun, so asked where he wanted to go. Hearing that, Sejun said very excitedly, I wanted to go to the West Forest to see. His words also made the kitten a bit suspicious. Over time, they gathered together. At the time of goodbye, Teo finally knew that Sejun wanted to find those monsters. After that, he was very worried about his security, for this, Sejun so that the kitten to sell objects. There is a mother bear and her arrogant is okay, moreover he keeps worried so much. Will make the bear unhappy, let alone Sejun indicating that he also has a secret weapon. Teo felt this and fighting at the farm was not the same, going directly to the headquarters of the monster. As for the wolf falcon, this is very interesting, plus the mother bear and the baby bear follows. The kitten also did not continue to say anything else, Sejun also told him to hurry down. This time, it must be allowed to make a new trainee. Teo also understands that it is time to go for consumption. Then reminded Sejun a little carefully, then everyone waved goodbye. This is also the first time Teo and the three cats consumed, but Sejun they have also finished preparing. Going to the west of the west, a very long road, Sejun and their children. Also going to the area of the depraved monster, the murky place beyond the imagination of Sejun. The aroma of the dry tree inside emitted, making the bear a bit unbearable, not long. The mother bear suddenly reminded Sejun, because he discovered the enemy ahead, now in front of them. A lot of monster trees blocked the road. Sejun also thought that it was just like other trees. However, the mother bear persevered so that he should not continue, indeed the next second of the roots on the ground moved. Next, the other monster trees resurrected, their smell. Compared to the invasion of the fields even more powerful, Sejun did not think there was another type, in which a monster tree leads to launch the ambush. Luckily the mother bear promptly protected Sejun. But facing a lot of monster trees worked together, the mother bear was also tightly wrapped by vines. Sejun understood that it was time for himself to take action, only to see him swing the straw hat on the top of his head. At the same time, drawing two weapons on the side, then on the top of the head of Sejun Hachnin gave birth to a fire group. This is a secret weapon of Hoa Hoa preparing for him, but Sejun has not been Mars-hated for 1 second. The claws of the bear immediately covered his head, and because Sejun blows the fire, he thought that Sejun's hair was burning, luckily being prevented by Sejun. Following his two weapons of friction, he gave birth to a similar fire group. Currently, Sejun has the ability to control fire. Low fire in the blink of an eye becomes burning. Under the control of Sejun, Fire DM quickly flew up to the group of monsters. These dried monsters encountered fire, indeed encountered the crystal, waiting for the vines to be burned. The mother bear also succeeded in escaping, seeing the effect of Sejun very excited. But the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Sejun hurriedly called their bear to withdraw. No more, he was worried that he would be caught up in this fire. Also compared to the prediction of Sejun much bigger, then leaving the mother bear a little faster. However, very quickly ahead appeared a new situation. It turned out to have a bunch of monster tree blocking them. This time it was almost dilemma, so the mother bear hurriedly asked. The recent capacity must be used, receiving Sejun's confirmation. He told her arrogant how to do it, quickly towards the monster trees approaching at the same time. Sejun is also launching the power of Hoa Hoa, waiting until he brought the fire out. The bear was again in the blink of an eye, crossing the top of Sejun. The plane came in front of the fire group. The next second made Sejun not think about it. She was strong and strongly gripped the fire. Next, throwing down, this one was powerful beyond the use of Sejun. The whole forest broke out to explode loudly, broke out on the road. Sejun they hurriedly fleeing this forest, which happened in this place. Attract the buffalo monsters in the wilderness, in the moment. Nyoma Vong curious about what happened to the west forest. Not long after the rabbit hole also saw, the first rabbit still realized. This must be the power of Hoa Hoa, just now heard Sejun want to borrow the forces of Hoa Hoa to use. At this moment, Sejun also succeeded in returning, but when he pierced fire. Not only the mother bears are black, Sejun and the bear cannot be avoided. Seeing their struggling appearance, the children in the blink of an eye were very worried, very quickly returned to the sky to rest. Sejun also recovered his spirit. He was very thankful for the power of Hoa Hoa. Without Hoa Hoa, this time could not return, the fairy rabbit told Sejun. He still has a bit of rude, for this, Sejun has no way. Recently, every day there will be monsters invading the farm, he is really unbearable. Experiencing this fire this time, trusting can be peaceful for a long time, wanting to sleep. Sejun discovered his beekeeping skills reached level 4. Discovering the small honeybee queens happily looking for her. What happened? After that, the first small honeybee queen told him, please pick a little flowers to make honey jelly. This is the capacity to harvest after the promotion, the small honeybee queen because Sejun feels happy. Because honey jelly is a delicious object, can enhance talent. Hearing that he could enhance his talent, Sejun was immediately interested. When the great black dragon encountered the danger of life, the farmers flabby their food. to help Irene overcome risks. Before that, after Sejun's beekeeping skills reached level 4, the small honeybee queen told him, can make a kind of honey jelly that can enhance talent. Hearing that, Sejun in the blink of an eye, as soon as the small honeybees began to build. On the other hand, in the manager space, Irene is currently soaking in bathing. At the same time bathing, he is also very comfortable drinking drinks. Sejun's honey tomato juice made Irene extremely satisfied. Almost every day he had to drink several times. Recently Irene also felt that he was mature. Wings compared to the previous one was much bigger. Although it was a quick progress, Irene thought that this was not enough. She expected the dragon's heart to recover, then left the manager space. Finally, when Lam Noyet Marshall flew in the sky, thinking of it at that time could meet the sight. Irene did not wait for more and more, now raised his head. He looked at the crystal ball and remembered the previous story. Sejun told me that I wanted to try the power of Hoa Hoa. Irene then wanted to see the situation, but just took a few steps out. Irene temporarily empty mind, then heavy fell to the ground. He felt that the dragon's heart had a fierce pain. Irene really wanted to seek the help of Sejun. But he did not even go to the crystal ball, finally muttering as Sejun. Irene thoroughly lost consciousness. Luckily the Black Tower discovered the risk of the manager. So immediately launch an emergency system, which will guide the last Irene to call for help. As for that person, Sejun, and Sejun did not even know. He was looking at the small honeybees began to work hard, because honey jelly needs pollen. So they are currently collecting, and about manufacturing jelly. It is handed over the small honeybees, under their flexible small hands swinging. Each delegation of delicious honey jelly immediately formed. Even the first rabbit was fascinated by the other aroma, but the current honey jelly. Only honey and pollen can be used by the same type of flower that can be manufactured. After watching the relevant news, Sejun was also very curious. Honey jelly is how to enhance talent, because in the Black Tower, the talent of every fake enlightenment is very difficult to promote. This often needs to go through Tian Chuyin training. If it is based on eating items, it can be done, it will be a Black Tower. The same bear and the Sejun are also waiting for the beauty to finish, not long after. A small bag of honey bee queen immediately came to Sejun, turned out to be finished. Just smelling the sweet gas, her saliva was arrogant and could not flow. Seeing that, Sejun hurriedly raised his hat, and let the bear called everyone to come and eat. Hearing that, she immediately started. The small honeybee queen was preparing to go to work for a bit. But Sejun opened the window to consider a bit, immediately saw it could enhance the talent related to the magic power. It seems that it is because the use of tomato chalk is granted. Unfortunately, he has no magic talent. This makes Sejun seem a bit disappointed. At the same time the bear has called the children to come, because at this time the quantity is limited. Sejun told everyone before each person tasted, although he could not enhance his talent. But Sejun was very curious of the flavor of jelly, but the bear also wanted to save food. This makes the black rabbit soldier happy. Anyway, honey jelly is very small. How to save? So she arrogantly and Sejun wanted a piece, but Sejun told him, the rest must be for Irene, because Irene is extremely like tomatoes. Thinking about using tomatoes to make jelly, he definitely liked to eat. Sejun then started to name Irene. Very quickly the state of the Black Tower showed out. He thought that Irene's news, no doubt on the dragon's heart of Irene violently. Currently, he is about to die. This notice has no doubt that makes Sejun panic. Then the Black Tower immediately emitted a new mission, wanting to invite Sejun to help stabilize the dragon's heart of Irene. For this, Sejun hurriedly asked the Black Tower. The dragon's heart was because of what was out of control. They heard Irene happened, and it was very impatient, and at the same time, the Black Tower told Sejun, it turned out that Irene absorbed too many magic power. But because the dragon's heart stopped unpleasant, it led to a violence. Knowing this reason, Sejun suddenly thought of something. Is he skeptical because of the previous food for Irene? Those things are basically an object that can increase magic power, think of here. Sejun was threatened to stand firm, so he hurriedly asked the Black Tower, how do I want to help Irene? Fortunately the Black Tower goes through a ready to choose. Finally, there is a bit of the result, which is that Sejun has objects that can help Irene. The mind of Sejun also moved very quickly. Irene is not strong enough talent. Newly led to unable to admit the magic of absorption, just as the honey jelly can enhance the talent related to the magic. At this time, the bear took the initiative to put on the jelly before eating. He wanted to let Sejun give his part to Irene. The other children were the same. Everyone held honey jelly in their hands, wanting to take away Irene therapy. The dragon's heart quickly collected into the straw hat. Sejun hurriedly reminded the Black Tower window to bring to Irene. Along with the reminder of the completed task, the jelly also followed the window into the mouth of Irene. Eat a lot of honey jelly. The next second, Irene's whole body emerged every needle battle, very quickly the window of the reminder. Experiencing the fossilization of honey jelly, Irene's dragon heart stopped violently. Sejun asked his system, but seeing the black tower for the answer temporarily safe. Sejun seemed a bit suspicious, but the window also made an explanation. Now it is only temporary stability. But if Irene's dragon heart did not continue to grow up, there would still be a risk of losing control again. But fortunately now it's okay. This time Sejun finally breathed a sigh of relief, he believed. Later, confirming measures to resolve the heart of the dragon to stop, and at the same time, in the space outside the Black Tower, the crystal connected to the Black Tower emitted a fierce light. The father of Irene, Anton, and Gia, Caesar. Also flabby attention. Very quickly the state of the crystal window appears. At this time, the Black Tower shows the emergency system. To start the emergency system, generate activities, see this news. Caesar immediately guessed that the dragon heart of Irene played. Anton thought that the contact person of the emergency system was a father, but Caesar said he did not receive it. If Irene called him, he could cross the Black Tower management area, so that Irene stopped playing. If not, under the protection of the Black Tower safety system. Immediately unable to open the path into the inside, just as Caesar and Anton were very worried. The last Black Tower brought the activities to emit, watching the news above. Anton's feelings were very happy, because Irene was not only alive. The dragon's heart is even more stable than before, but Anton now discovered the situation of his father's incorrect. Caesar will be so upset, because the Irene finally called back was not himself. It was a strange name called Sejun, the figure of Caesar's father. Also made Anton feel that the great deal was not good. He wanted to explain. The opponent asserts that he is a person who is helping Irene, no matter what. Quickly opening the new gate is the key, but the next second Caesar Brittany immediately transformed. The old granddaughter was all calling her. The result was changed to another person this time. Caesar understood. Definitely someone stole the heart of his niece. This makes Caesar body very jealous. Anton is continuing to advise his father. Anyway, in this place, he is too embarrassing to lose the dragon face. But at this time the other people discovered their situation. Everyone is a bit familiar to this, but in the dark, there was a dragon who was silently watching the Black Tower, this time appearing. Making him feel a good opportunity, coming and coming, 2 weeks away. The last cultivation restored to innovate, which before that, the dragon's heart of Irene produced violence. Fortunately, Sejun used honey jelly to help him, the other side of the violent Irene. Even Caesar and Anton outside the tower know, as soon as they know. The last person who called was not him. Caesar was so jealous of Sejun. The situation of Karen also caused some dragons to give birth to other thoughts. For a long time, Irene finally showed signs of waking up, as if it was an unimaginable nightmare. The next second she was suddenly threatened to jump. At this time Irene discovered, without thinking, that he did not die. Carefully sensing a bit of transformation in his body, he was very unintended. The dragon heart compared to before, more stable, a little suspicious, or Irene brought the eyes to the crystal ball. Slowly placed on the top, very quickly the Black Tower immediately brought the situation just now to him. On Irene also knew, it turned out that he finally called Sejun. Irene really wants to know what Sejun uses, paying attention to the effectiveness of honey jelly. He immediately understood roughly. Props can increase talent. Indeed, what I needed the most. The only regret is when I fainted. So Irene did not know what taste was, but in short, harvesting the help of others. As a great black dragon, immediately sincerely repay the opponent. So he decided to give Sejun a little remuneration. Very quickly Irene went in his treasure. He was in a rare item that was not counted and searched for a long time. The result was not found a suitable gift, so the great black dragon began to think. Farmers finally need something, just like that short time. Irene was immediately fascinated by the giant statue ahead. He thought that if it was given this, Sejun will definitely like it, and the farm is a peaceful piece. Sejun, they were busy in a battle, currently resting well in the room. Continuing to sleep for a while, Irene's news immediately shot again, seeing for the first time. Sejun in the blink of an eye was awake, then repeatedly asked him. Seeing Irene say that he was very good, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Irene almost was harmed by his tomatoes, hearing that the manager told Sejun without blaming him. Then explain his illness every 10 years of work once, and must have a multiple quintals of tomatoes. Only can be delayed until today, seeing that Sejun now really reassuring. He thought that he was harming Irene. At this time, Sejun also remembered them and they. The small honeybees made a lot of jelly, heard Sejun want to marry Irene. immediately saying that he could return a little grace to save his life first, then immediately emitted a new mission towards the sky, shouting loudly, immediately can obtain very large objects, and also reminded Sejun. They went to the empty place, so the children went to the space not far from the house. Slowly take a deep breath, Sejun immediately turned in the air, loudly called Irene. The children who thought that they would arise, the result was a bit of movement. At the same time Sejun suspected, the status window quickly transmitted to remind the task. The reward is Irene's 100th anniversary fountain, the next second. On the top of the void Sejun's head appeared a statue, discovering a giant object above falling. Everyone in the moment was blankly threatened. Fortunately at the moment the statue touched the ground, Sejun succeeded to avoid escaping such a giant item, making Sejun completely unable to understand. In front of this big statue, they were almost no different from ants. At this time, the mouth of the statue was still moving, then from it sprayed a lot of water. Through the introduction of windows, Sejun also knows. This is the family fountain of Irene for him, its rank is S. There is a skill of water contact with level 50, but the remaining 2 skills are question marks. This gift as Irene expressed huge, he even told Sejun, which could save water time. Hearing that Sejun also remembered, after the farm gradually expanded, the fairy rabbits they watered immediately and could not keep up, there was this. Later, you may not need to go to the water, understanding its effectiveness, Sejun thanked Irene very much. But when he wanted to know other skills, Irene said he did not know, according to Irene's instructions. Sejun tried to control the statue, along with him summoned. A similar item appeared immediately, through the news he knew. This is the controller of the fountain, but according to Sejun, this is not a gaming controller. Holding the mentality test, he started manipulating the controller, which surprised people. The fountain was really moving, this one screen made the children flinly open their eyes. Sejun is even more wonderful, like controlling the character in the game, very interesting. But under his manipulation, she was arrogant and small black rabbits, and the same statue made the same movement. As soon as everyone played happily, because Sejun was not proficient, leading to the dragon's head suddenly rushed down, luckily the bearer right to open the statue. But this also caused the dragon horn of the fountain to be broken. Seeing this scene Sejun. Both people were threatened to jump, the cry of everyone was also heard by Irene. Waiting until he asked what happened, Sejun hurriedly explained nothing. They were just watching carefully. When they sprayed their bare water, they were also on one side of the painting. It turned out that when Irene arrived, architectural gray rabbits were quickly processed. Seeing nothing, Irene also started to rest. Sejun was lucky that he did not detect the transformation of the gift, but on the other side of the 67th floor, Elka is collecting grasshoppers with the people. Today he still brought his son. For this, Elka's wife seemed very worried. Elka told him to be assured, there was a very safe onions and onions, coalitions on the other side. Also studied the attack model and the time of grasshoppers, now attracts people to collect the blade of the blade. It is because at the time of grasshoppers, then planted to the plant place of the next batch. Moreover, regardless of what arises, he will risk death at this time. Elka's son picked up a grasshopper, and was giving good news to his parents. Behind the small silver wolf generated variations, seeing countless grasshoppers died suddenly raided. Elka and his wife in the blink of an eye were scared, right at the time of life and death. The lizard soldier promptly acted, he quickly killed many lead grasshoppers. At the same time, successfully saving small silver wolves, the attacking model of the grasshopper died. Causing the lizard soldier informed all the children to flee, but the next second, the grasshopper frantically rushed towards the coalition soldiers, a red maze at first glance. It can make the farmer touch to kneel down, just because it could make the hair even more dense. Before that, Sejun helped Irene, so he gave a giant fountain. As for one side, the black tower of the 67th floor, due to the change of the grasshopper. A new battle round started again, waiting until the next night. Lam Noyet of the 9th pit finally descended, this time Irene once again appeared in the sky. Looking at the tower above, Sejun could not help but exclaim Irene beautiful. At the same time, he also turned his head to ask the situation of the mother bear. For this, the large crimson bear said he was very good. Under the influence of the Irene forces, their spirit received stable, will not enter a state of violence. This for Sejun said that there was no doubt that was a good news. Then the fairy rabbits they ran to. It was the Lam Noyet crop of the farm. Hearing that Sejun quickly wore a hat. Coming to the farm, they took the lead from the tomato of Lam Noyet to start picking. This time, producing more lamb plants than the past, the rabbit pushed the whole car filled with a car. At present, the rabbit also told Sejun, in the cornfield, there was also a lamb plant. so Sejun hurriedly walked into the cornfield, as expected. In the front there were two corn plants absorbing lamb noyet, just as the news of Irene came. He used the stable maintenance force of the 99th floor, now very tired. Saren then brought two lamb noyet corn trees to Irene, because of his dragon's heart stable, so immediately did not give Irene tomatoes. Fox's Irene, Sejun who tried to harvest other crops, turning back to discovered corn rising up the light, so he went up to prepare for a bit. Slowly break the corn, the status window news immediately shot out. Turns out this is a completely new product, the name No physically exploded. Eating not only can break down fat and increase physical strength, more importantly can make hair dense. Moreover, after heating, it will be 10 times more enlarged. But Sejun, success in the fostering tower of 3 new crop strains. His news will also be known to the Food Association, about the body exploded. The thing that makes Sejun the most terrified, is that it can make this dense hair. Confirmation is not that I look wrong, Sejun is like obtaining Chibao. His movement also led to the suspicion of the bear. Seeing her arrogant, Sejun also asked his hair. Normally at first glance, for this, the answer of the bear is very simple, that is not beautiful. Hearing that, Sejun immediately ordered, so that everyone will explode tomorrow. Taking out a part of the seed, Sejun immediately remembered the introduction that would be bulging after heating. He was curious about this to the extreme that he would produce, so he went directly to the heavenly pit to search for Hoa Hoa. Causing Sejun did not think about, the Hoa Hoa arises again. Seeing two Hoa Hoa said loudly to her, "Is Sejun curious to be the cause of absorbing lamb noyet air, fire flowers for this indicated?" After taking a shower, he was covered with lamb noyet, his whole body was full of force. Hoa Hoa also told Sejun. Currently he has the third ability, named Hoa Hoa Thursday. Next, I had to try on Sejun, along with Fire Flower to use her ability. The next second Sejun was surrounded by blue fire. This type of fire gives him a feeling like a fire, moreover will not be hot. Fire Flower is to tell Sejun, his fire will replace him with good owner. Happily receiving the forces of Hoa Hoa, Sejun also took out the booming corn. He wanted to Fire Flowers because he was a little heated, not long-term research. Fire Hoa immediately thought of a good method of eating. He left Sejun first to bring the peak of No Fong. After that, leave Sejun directly held the heat, had the fire of the defense, and it would not be damaged by the fire. Under the fire a little heat, very quickly in the hands of Sejun suddenly expanded. Thiat completed, Hoa Hoa told him to open to see, bringing corn slowly to take off. The corn seeds inside become popcorn. Under the excitement of Sejun, hurriedly called the children, sprinkled with a little smooth salt as a spice. Sejun they immediately started regularly, holding a handful in their mouths, bears and Sejun. All were amazed by the taste of popcorn, the Black Rabbit Soldier was no exception. After eating, Sejun said, her feather feeling became better. The baby bear said the hair of the tortoise was even more dense, just as Sejun was curious. She was arrogant to learn who said that, above the sky, suddenly transmitted to the tremor. This makes the children in the moment they do not know what to do, the monsters are not comforted by Irene. Next, the mother hurriedly came to the notice, so that Sejun quickly went out to sea, went to the outside of the sky pit. The situation ahead made him a little dare to believe, because the fallen monster once again launched the attack. Moreover, there were 2 new types of monsters, the news displayed. Yellow is a monster, purple is a cotton tree. More important than this scale is far beyond the past. Sejun also does not think of the attack of the monster will suddenly. He originally thought that he would take a long break last time. As a result, these fire also chose in the period of lamb noyet attacked, but Sejun did not feel scared. He let the small children prepare well, using fire to burn these monsters. The next second of the monster tree sticks to the flower immediately launched the attack, but their goal was the torch in everyone's hands. Under the bullets of the monster, the torches of people flabby quickly dropped. The more you stay in the hands of a sticky liquid, at this moment, the bottom arises a bit. Looking at the fog spreading, the Black Rabbit Soldier hurriedly pushed Sejun out. It turned out that in those fog he felt poisonous. This is a monster of poisonous trees that launched his attack, facing so many poisons. Sejun they just had to continue backward. Now she arrogantly left Sejun to look forward. Because in the battlefield of the monsters, there was a terrifying and tremendous monster. Its roots are larger than the trees on the ground, the news very quickly also reminded. This is a fallen monster to absorb lamb noyet gas, its body is like being able to go to heaven. Sejun did not think about, the tree demands could also absorb lamb noyet in transformed forces. Currently the mother bear announced that the situation becomes very difficult to solve. For this, Sejun is very approved. This kind of monster is exaggerated, he does not know how to be able to win the opponent. But behind the family members to create together, Sejun really wanted to try to welcome the enemy. But as if wanting to come here was the end, the rabbits were very scared. Just when everyone wanted to lose the will to fight, Sejun heard behind someone calling him. Slowly turned back to look back, the children did not dare to believe. Because the giant statue came to himself, moreover could speak out human voice. At this time the statue once again emitted a sound. He told his name Anton Brittany. As the father of Irene, he was to help Sejun. This word just said, the children were dumbfounded. Sejun was like being threatened to jump. He didn't think of Irene's tortoise will appear in this place. This is a giant branch of about 88 meters long, but small honey bears want to use as weapons. Nongfu thought that he could not pick it up, the result of the tree in the hands of the bear. It could be arbitrary and large and small, which before that, Sejun and the children encountered the ambush of the monster tree. Faced with monsters enhancing the absorption of lam noyet, Sejun them in the moment they became very desperate. The key moment, the giant statue opened his mouth to talk, making Sejun not thinking about it. The opponent's identity was the father of Irene. At this time Anton told Sejun. The statue is because of Irene's disease response, which is manufactured. But I don't know why I could not open the gate of the Black Tower, so they could not enter the tower. It is also impossible to exercise the rights. Fortunately, this statue is on the 99th floor. In addition to the tower can receive weak news, thereby controlling mobile. Then Anton also turned to Sejun to thank him. He was very thankful for Sejun to successfully save Irene. Seeing that, Sejun hurriedly waved his hand, and he indicated that he should do. Next Anton said, currently the Black Tower does not receive the deserved attention. Later he hoped to be able to receive the help of Sejun. Hearing Anton's words, Sejun seemed very suspicious. How should I help? The next second Anton said it surprised people. He told Sejun to let him replace Irene to manage the Black Tower. Hearing that Sejun was very helpless. After that, I was just a farmer, even the 99th floor could not come out. After that, he pointed to the monster, not far away, even the other monsters could not solve. The more I don't say Irene manages the Black Tower, seems to be touch. The other monsters became even more bold. One screen also makes people from fear of Father Irene regain spirit. Anyway, those monsters were facing the farm starting to approach. After listening to Sejun's words, Anton said that he could do well, and said it was impossible. They will come to help you. We in Anton's mouth made Sejun once again suspicious. Moreover, the statue has generated new transformation. The next second from it transmits the sound of others. The opponent introduced himself as the family of Irene. Caesar Brittany successfully met Sejun. Caesar also had a bit of resentment. He said it was all in Sejun, who would hurt him this time. Although it was not clear what happened, Sejun introduced himself a little later, still expressing apology. Bringing misery for him, meeting for the first time, Caesar was still very happy. Because Sejun was extremely polite, and in detail, Caesar showed later. The purpose he controlled the statue is also very simple, that is to destroy those harassment monsters. Next, the giant black dragon statue suddenly jumped up. The next second Hachnin went to the air, but Caesar took off. It also made Sejun they were directly blown down, standing on the top of the monsters. Caesar immediately looked at these fishermen. He was also lazy to waste time. Then, a long lava from the mouth of the statue slowly appeared. When long nem blue slowly condensed into a group, Caesar immediately directly for countless demons trees, only in the blink of an eye. The fire was again in the blink of an eye to the top of the monster's head. The monster trees could not even react. Caesar's long beam brought them thoroughly covered. This moment the body of the black dragon in the air. It was like a punishment, along with long inflammation. The entire 99th floor can feel the intense shock, even the manager space is no exception. But even though the room was shocked, it fell a little dust. But did not affect Irene's good sleep. In his mouth even muttered the name Sejun. Waiting until Long Nam exploded, saving the scene with only a big deep hole. All the monsters of the trees were flabby and burned by Long Nam. They were protected by their mother bears. In addition to a bit of a distance, so there is no injury. Sejun is now thoroughly convinced by the dragon's forces, the other monsters carrying a large mountain. Just like that was directly destroyed, finished solving the trouble of them. The statue of Caesar flew back. He left Sejun walking in a deep pit to see. That place with props can uphold the force. Hearing that also makes Sejun a little interested. So he and his children immediately went to the deep pit position, coming to look. It turned out to save some of the monsters cruel. Sejun brought the black rabbit soldier slowly down. The other rabbits were saved above, of course, her arrogant bears also followed. Just walking forward was not long, the bear immediately saw the front with glowing objects, slowly approaching. The glowing point turned out to be a seed emitted. Sejun understood this must be the props of Caesar said, bringing the seeds picked up. The status window also transmitted to the reminder, it is a monster tree that absorbs lam noyet. Save seeds, eat not only can the entire attribute increase to 10 points. Keeping on the ground, will regrow, the monster tree after strengthening. Caesar directly proposed Sejun to eat, using it to make his body more powerful. The reason for such petition is also because after the seed germinates, it will grow a great tree monster. But even though the seed brings a lot, but directly ate it. Sejun was a bit hard to swallow, then he brought his thoughts to Caesar. Sejun indicated whether or not to cook then ate it again, hearing that Caesar was surprised. He did not think of Sejun who could cook, so he asked Sejun. There is a food that is cooked through, for this, Sejun said he did not bring. But want to eat, he also had some tomatoes on him, then took it out. However, making Sejun suspicious, how to give it to Caesar on the other side. Caesar received immediately thrown into the mouth of the statue, he said in the mouth of the statue. Equipped with magic can move simple items, just it is swallowed by it. Immediately can be transmitted in his place, indeed not wrong. On the other hand, Caesar immediately received the tomato of Sejun, reviewing the news of tomatoes. Caesar also understood, thinking of this as to help Island's Dragonheart, props to dance. Unlike Caesar's father, Anton is now watching. A little experienced by Sejun and the children in the Black Tower, including. The object in the hands of the bear immediately attracted his attention. Anton did not think that grasshoppers can take out to eat, moreover from the word can be transported to the 99th floor to see. Grasshopper confirmed that there was a period of time, which Sejun could bring it as a cooking food. It also surprised him, but no matter what, this was no doubt that could make the beasts in the tower. No longer worrying about food problems, plus crops with many types of effectiveness, moreover can make Irene's dragon heart. Restoring dance, at this time Anton for Sejun, more and more curious of the black farming career. Even he did not understand clearly, perhaps this could become Irene's recovery hope. At the same time Anton prepared later, wanting to understand more carefully. Caesar panicked again, seeing the appearance of his father, Anton could not help but a reluctant battle. Anyway, this was too lost, Caesar did not notice, he was very happy to take out a tomato, let his son look. Anton thought that this plant was a special problem, Caesar results told him again. The taste of tomatoes is very delicious, this word just said, also made Anton dumbfounded. At the same time in the sky, Sejun is calling for Irene's family. But since Caesar received tomatoes, thoroughly had no sound and reluctance. He had to give up and wait, called the baby bear and the black rabbit soldier preparing to leave, seeing that Sejun was calling them. Small black rabbits also want to go, but the bear now seemed to be very attached, seeing Sejun coming up. Ms. Ngea was very excited to ask her whether or not to take away giant branches before her, because he also wanted to be like a black rabbit singer, although the news was displayed. It is a branch that strengthens through lam noyet, but seeing the object is both high and big. Sejun reluctantly told the bear, this has no way to hold it inside. Hearing that, she was arrogant a bit lost, I was all named for big branches. But when the bear touched in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly bright eyes. As for Sejun, he also told him to go home, later he found the appropriate weapon. Any doubt next to each other is unusual, slowly turning. Sejun was immediately threatened, because the branches were huge, again a little miniature. In the end, she was more and more arrogant in her hand, facing the suspicion of Sejun. The bear immediately told him, it turned out that the branch was also a props, through the reminder of the news. Sejun now understood, it was immediately active after being activated. This also made him and the black rabbit small at the moment stunned, but Sejun was also because the bear was happy. Anyway, he succeeded to get a weapon. Kittens used to be refused by the goddess, now becoming a famous wandering trader, Vin Kui Hung. Before that, the baby bear successfully harvested a weapon package, in the reminder of the news. Her new weapon Arrogant, also has the ability to freely change large and small, wait until the second day. The baby bear has been very fluent, this time, she was arrogant and the black rabbit soldier deployed the talent. Looking at them in the middle of the fun jokes, Sejun was also very happy, in the sky pit. The talent of the bear and the black rabbit soldier is always a bad repertoire. Not long ago, behind Sejun transmitted to another sound, turned to look back, turned out to be a silver wolf, bringing the grasshoppers on the 67th floor, seeing that Sejun hurriedly said hard. But he was bizarre, Elka they seemed to have followed. Hearing that, the silver wolf next to the answer, the leader because of the missing pharmaceutical, immediately hurriedly left. For this, Sejun doubted, maybe what happened to the 67th floor. After that, the silver wolf also told him, not long ago, due to the attack of the grasshopper died. So the 67th floor arises a new battle. Hearing here, Sejun is very worried about everyone's safety. Silver wolf is for him to be assured, thanks to the help of coalition soldiers, everyone has no injury. Although the attack of grasshoppers was very fierce, but waiting for the blade after onion again. In addition to a lot of people with lizards, grasshoppers can only turn into a physical body into a mountain. However, because of the most precaution, it is still to go to the leader of the Io coalition. Despite knowing that the silver battlefield was okay, Sejun for Teo went down. They were Fidelity again, and at the same time, in the village of wandering merchants. This place is a tower of the Magician Association. The old silver wolf Elka experienced a question. Also know the news Io has been out, specifically when can return. The people of the Magician Association did not identify. Recently the president was very busy. Continuing to ask if Io revealed anywhere, the opponent thought for a while and told Alka. At that time, the president said they wanted to go to Granel village, and they heard that Alka also remembered. Because this is Teo's hometown, one side of the kitten wanted to step on the path of transmission. At this time, other subconscious ministries were still behind. Teo loudly let the cats keep up, Oren backwards a lot in a hurry for him to wait for him. But due to running very in a hurry, Oren carelessly touched a hamster mouse on the ground. The next second two sides immediately fell. The painful Oren of course was very uncomfortable. He then questioned the small hamster mouse why his feet, and the hamster mouse before his eyes was Io. Hearing the speechless kittens, Io became even more angry. So the counter-attack is clearly hitting him. Hearing that, Oren is to continue questioning this small mouse want to die, this word just said. Io immediately prepared to defend. The key moment Teo immediately came. He suspected Oren why so slow. Then the kitten immediately discovered Io on the ground. Io also did not think that this place would meet, seeing that Oren hurriedly asked Teo, "Is it possible to know the fire in the immediate future?" For this, the kitten also answered the relationship between them is very intimate. After that, he was curious about what happened. Hearing that Io told the kitten, just now hand hit him. No doubt he did not wait for him to talk. Oren worried about the infinite contract, and knelt down and apologized in the blink of an eye. He was very panicked to indicate that he was in a hurry to encounter Io. Next pleading Io to forgive him. Seeing this appearance of Oren, Teo immediately replaced him. But in response to the kitten, Io also forgave the Oren. Next not chatting for how long. Kittens also know, Io this trip is going to Granel village to meet one person, so he even said to the opponent, "My hometown is Granel," hearing that Io is a bit unintended. Then wanted to invite the kitten with him. For this, Teo seemed very hesitant, but the next second, Oren rushed again. He wanted to pray for Teo to take a trip to Granel, because he had an urgent thing to tell his father. Unfortunately the kitten was still refusing. Anyway, it was still possible to quickly go to the 38th floor to sell items, but the Oren did not give up. If he could take a trip, he would like to offer 1,000 towers. Seeing that the kitten was still very hesitant, Oren said, "Perhaps you do not want a Fong Kwang Kwang returning to the homeland, trusting you to succeed as now. Even though Marie will feel regret, here. Teo finally responded to a Granel trip, received a kitten's answer. Oren next to everyone must be happy, and about Io. It was curious that Marie was the ultimate. Unfortunately the kitten told him that he did not need to pay attention. Thinking can let everyone in the homeland, seeing themselves successfully, in the heart of Io more and more waiting. Together with him, there is an Oren. However, what Oren expected was after returning to Granel village, once again brought the aggressive kittens to step at the feet, which Io beside. It is more curious for Marie, just like that. A crowd of people stepped up to the path to Granel, while the kitten also told Io, Granel village is a beautiful and peaceful place. However, waiting until they came, was scared by the scene before their eyes. Because many kittens are skinny, in the village at this time, there is absolutely no life. The place to sell food also does not have half of the objects. Teo, for this, feels unable to understand. He did not understand what happened in the village, then turned to ask the kitten Jeff. But Jeff did not know. When they left, the village was still good, but right now, static movement to the back attracts the eyes of everyone, making people unintended. The kittens are Jeff's mother and Soot, seeing her son for days. The old mother was very worried about him. Jeff was asking her mother why she became so thin. Also, the other sister's younger brother. Then Jeff's mother immediately told everything. It turned out that Lake Chinka was based on the survival of the village, appearing many monsters like frogs, preventing fishing, so the food self-sufficient in the village was immediately cut off. Young people in the village went to draft a penalty together, but it was just reluctant to protect their lives. In addition to the price of food outside soaring, the kittens could not buy all hungry. Hearing the words of the kitten, Teo did not understand. The frog monster was not very few stars. Moreover, it is very easy to catch, no doubt Jeff's mother shows, Ho China. Currently, there have been thousands of frog monsters. Not long before the Mercenary Association, there are people who come to the hospital. But I don't know why the opposite makes the monster in the lake more. Hearing that, Io asked where the existing mercenaries were, then Jeff's mother expressed. They are all in the house of the father of Oren, lol. After understanding the situation, Teo from the backpack took out a lot of fish, so that everyone first ate these fish lined. At the same time, when the kitten ant for each villager in the village was a bit divided, and Jeff them. He wanted to let him temporarily save before his family's projection. These fish he let the two cats considered welfare to practice. But if the fleeing, until then the contract term immediately gave them multiple. For this, Jeff and his disciples are very grateful to Teo. The next kitten is about to go to the house of Oren. However, turning his head to look back, Oren did not see the toothpick, seeing that Teo was dumbfounded in place. Next also reacted, the Oren of the fire flea. Io was a manifestation slowly chasing away. Together they thought. At this time Oren was frantically ran home. He never thought he wanted to work under Teo, a contract. Oren believes that he just needs to return home. He can immediately solve it, but he has not been happy for how long. A silver wolf suddenly jumped out. Seeing Elka in the blink of an eye, the Oren on the spot was blankly threatened. Faced with Elka's great, he was threatened to lose his ability to take action. The old silver wolf asked wickedly, why not by the owner of Teo? Is it what a flea? For this, the Oren panicked explained, I was just going home to do some work. But Elka was not so cheating like that, he told Oren, now telling himself Teo's position. If not answered, immediately will take him to die. The next second has another sound answered. Elka could not do it. Then the old silver wolf encountered sneaking, quickly stabilizing the body. The enemy ahead made Elka very unintended. He did not think of the black lang appeared in this place. As for Oren, it was protected by the opponent at the bottom. The magician destroyed a famous black pond. Now, the weak black cat is considered a hostage, but before that, when Elka questioned Oren, encountered a black raid, although there was no injury. But the opponent appeared, making the old silver wolf very unintended. The Oren was more and more protected at the bottom. As soon as the two sides struggled, Urk and Elko finally chased. But discovering a black lang in front, they were very suspicious or the opponent why appeared in this place. This is also the black lang who wants to know, what kind of silver wolf to the small village do? Oren below is finding a stalk of grass to save his life, hurriedly prayed to Hack Lang to save him. Hearing that, the black lang let the Oren go ahead. He was the entrustment to the response. Although I don't know what the cause is, there are people who help me prevent the silver wolves. Oren also hurriedly turned to leave, seeing that Elka wanted to let Hack Lang avoid. No doubt the opponent said Oren was the son of the late master, it was to protect his safety. Hearing that, the old silver wolf threatened, if not avoided immediately, it would immediately attack. For this, the black lang is a bit and not worried, and let Elka have the bravery immediately to try. Because regardless of whether it is a force or a trick, the black lang family is stronger than the silver wolf. Then the black lang introduced himself to call HAF, which is the powerful arm of the black leader of the black lang. The more he indicates the three silver wolves he is very gentle and can be solved, but the next second, the mutant emerged. Half just finished speaking, immediately fiercely covered by magic in the blink of an eye, waiting for the fire to dissolve. He thoroughly lost his consciousness, looking at the black lang fainting on the ground. Elka they also fluttered dumbfounded, and on the hand, it was Io chasing. The kitten behind thank you very much, thanks to the Io promptly chased, then asked Elka again. They didn't have to return to the 99th floor. The old silver wolf showed that they came to meet the great Io. But not even waiting for Elka to make the situation clearly, it is more important to say the situation is now. Kittens continued to ask if they saw Oren. So Elka immediately brought the situation just now a little bit, knowing Becky succeeded to flee. Everyone decided to go to Lol's house together, and one side in the house. The giant black lang is sitting inside, and Lol is waiting. But this black lang is the leader of the Atria. Currently Lol indicates a little slow. He received the news that his son appeared in the village, and immediately invited the defense of Hackcatch. For this, the leader of the black lang lanes to wait again. HAF is his left arm's right arm. The opponent handled the unprecedented situation. The black Atrial just finished speaking. Oren hurriedly pushed the door of the room, seeing his son for the first time. Lol hurriedly asked what happened, why did it disappear so many days? Also, the Oren food is not like buying. Eventually seeing the father Oren immediately cried. At the same time, when he was in a trader street, he was deceived by Teo and a goblin. Hearing that, Lal was a bit suspicious, knowing Teo was a childhood friend of Oren, but unimpressive. It was obviously a small golden cat, good and good, hearing the words of his father. Oren on the spot angrily scolded Teo, basically not honest, on the contrary extremely evil. Not only was he tricking his money, but also forced himself to sign a contract to work, Oren also said. Behind Teo, there was a self-proclaimed fire of black dragon, but there was no dragon horn and wings. They combined, deceived the rabbit and we worked together, the words of Oren fell. The black atrial results next to the blink of anger. He wanted to know the Oren just said it was true. Dare to confess the black dragon fire, as if using life to compensation is not enough. Seeing that, Oren also remembered something, then once again confirmed. The opponent is pretending the great black dragon, though. He did not know why the atria was in his house, but most of the black lang. It is to take the worship of the great black and famous, the more the leader of the black atrium is like that. So Oren was about to take advantage of it, then he asked Hak or to teach Teo well. In order for them to receive a worthy punishment, for this, the black atrial rode to the Oren. He wanted to see it with his own eyes and decided. Now the servant in the house came to report. Outside, there were a few guests who came, knowing that Teo them later. Oren seemed very happy. Next also asked the father, the other object in the warehouse, heard that Lal was a bit suspicious. As for Oren, there was a book in his heart, and Teo was calling Oren. Unfortunately, he did not receive a response forever. Elka asked to directly rush in. However, the kitten is also very absurd. Luckily soon, the Oren opened the door. Changing new clothes he met Teo satirical, this low-level fire. Coming to his villa, what did Teo exhibit correctly? This is the room of your father. Again sooner or later will be mine. Oren immediately told the kitten, to this place. He couldn't once again become Teo's slave. For this, the kitten was okay. Anyway, there is a contract, Io said, violating the Black Tower contract. Will receive serious punishment. Teo also opened the contract window, then told Oren. If not down again, the contract time immediately increased by a month. But Oren suddenly wanted to see the contract content, heard that. Teo told him that he opened his window and wasn't it. No doubt that Oren forced him to explain he wanted to compare a bit. And the indication is just looking, very quickly immediately, seeing that the kitten also did not refuse. No doubt that at the near future, Oren took out a water bottle in the blink of an eye. Elka above was sensitive and realized that he hurriedly reminded him to be careful. However, this distance is basically unable to avoid. The next second, Oren brought the green pharmacy in the whole direction right at the key. At the moment a blue magic suddenly appeared, being wrapped in kittens by the magic. There was also no infection of green medicine. Suddenly appeared a screen that made the Oren a little dumbfounded. Along with the scary danger of ambush, the main hand is Elka indignation. Oren was reluctant to avoid danger escape, which was still directly shocked and fell on one side. Oren did not think of his plan again. At this time Io held the original medicine of Oren. He realized that this was a disable of the contract. This is a kind of just the direction of the opponent's status window. Immediately can cause the contract to be valid. Io does not think that the Oren will have such precious things. Hearing the explanation of Io, the old silver wolf and the kittens were temporarily angry. Elka indicates that the current wants to teach Oren a match, but the Oren has no fear. Next Fen grabbed the Io on the ground, and threatened Teo not to move. And said that if he did not immediately tear the contract, he immediately wanted to calculate the lives of this hamster mouse. Kittens could not leave the flask very impatient. Old Silver Wolf was told to Oren. Dare to hurt Io, is that they will definitely be killed by them. Unexpectedly, Oren does not hide. Immediately telling everyone, daring to do so was because he also had a support. After that, he shouted to the Black Atrium to collect Teo. They heard the Oren still had a good way. The three silver wolves were strictly battle, but the Oren thought it was not the same. Because the Black Atrial also did not appear, this made him a little suspicious or not. Why is the leader of Black Lang not coming out? Io is indicating that the Black Atrial ring uses you. Hearing that, the Oren immediately got angry, then wanted to give Io a little color to see. But the next second he finally felt wrong. Because Oren discovered his body could not move, not quickly or slowly falling to the ground. Io also told Europe, just now I performed the magic numbness, so the Oren was unable to act. At this time, Io asked curiously, maybe he was very small, so he thought it was very weak. After saying that, Io introduced a bit, I was the head of the Black French Magician Association. He scornfully plus betrayed Teo. Io decided to Oren so pay expensive, and Oren, thoroughly stunned, he did not dare to believe that hamster mouse before his eyes was the magician in the legend. The more I don't understand how Teo has this type of human, and about kittens, Io has nothing. Also praised the inner vase, also very comfortable. A stick was played by a bear. Again, the rare props of Black Dragon has never seen it before. Hearing the Io is a magician in legend, Orin both cats are threatened with the kittens. Seeing Io has nothing, and praising the inner jar is also very comfortable. But Orin regained his spirit that he had not given up his intention. He continued to shout the black man. The slow opponent did not appear, making Orin not understand why. But in fact, all the darkness outside the atrial is seen. Currently the black atrial began to blame the Orin. After saying that, it was just a teacher of the fire disguised as the black dragon. The result, he did not think of Io would be here. After that, I also understood, confirming that the black meow deceived me. Another side Io. It was to bring the staff to the window, then he indicated that he had heard. So immediately let Hakmot quickly come out, heard that the leader of the Black Lang also had to follow. Seeing the giant Black Lang suddenly appeared ahead, Elka also realized that this was the leader of the Black Lang clan. Black atrial cat is very suspicious. Old Silver Wolf is a little explanation. The Black Ear is a high-class mercenary, in the Black Tower is very famous, but the Black Lang then is the top mercenary. Again, towards the Io bowed, saying a long-time sentence. Io asked Haxway, "What is the kitten beside me? You want to help him to kill your late master?" This word just said. The Hakmok immediately clarified the relationship. He indicated that he was deceived by the opponent. Io's words also make people a bit unintended. Maybe Io is also the owners. At this time, Lal ran up and constantly apologized. He also loudly reprimanded what was doing just now. The next second result immediately took action. Because he hated Lal's father a bit noisy, the Io immediately began to handle his story. He asked Black Atrial, the task he entrusted like a failure. For this, the Black Lang had no argument. It was directly admitted that Tao punished failure. Teo next to it was curious. The subject of Tao was probably a chink monster. Then Io immediately told them all. It turned out that he could feel the mutations of the Black Tower, not knowing what the cause. The secondary force gathered in Lake Chinka, which led to the reality of some monsters that generated great transformation. If the frog monster continues to expand, aquatic organisms of the entire 55th floor will be able to kill. However, he was because the 67th floor grass was inseparable. Therefore, the punishment is assigned to Hax Atria, but the immediate result is more serious. For this, the Black Atrial felt very sorry when they arrived. There have been thousands of monsters blooming, plus the Black Lang tribe fighting in the country is also extremely limited. Therefore, the new mission failed, but the words of the Black Atrial did not receive the agreement of Io. He initially indicated the monster was in the underwater cave, obviously just destroying the other eggs to end. It is because the Black Atrial they cannot do, which leads to the carpet of the whole village today. Black Link also justified, me, is based on the time of hatching pharmacological calculations. Unmarried this reason, not standing firmly, pharmacy said, they must be before that time chasing. The body is a top-notch mercenary without this kind of consciousness, but the situation has come to this country. Io is also not prepared with the dark ore. The damage of the village and the mission of failure makes him very angry. Currently Io decides, not only wants to leave the Atria and these two cats together, receiving punishment. The more he intends to cancel the villa ahead, looking more and more scary in the air. Lol below they were trembling. Elka felt the other force. Immediately judging, if the Io lowered the magic, even they could not avoid being injured. Hearing that, Teo was very impatient, lucky to constantly beat residents to protect the swap successfully open. The above Io is prepared to launch the attack, which the kitten broke the protection. It was borrowed with old Silver Wolf body, then quickly rushed towards the Io in the air. The appearance of kittens also made Io restore a bit of reason, but did not wait for him to ask. Due to the insufficient distance, Teo fell down, luckily at the key moment. He hurriedly grabbed the staff, was made by the kittens like that. Io in the moment did not understand. Reaction, he immediately told the kitten, staying at the last place will be very safe. Any doubt Teo at the spot was basically unsafe, and said if Io did not collect his hand, so everyone here will be dangerous, as if you could not want to hurt me. Upon hearing that, Io immediately indicated that there was no. With the advice of a kitten, inevitably the fire also disappeared. Slowly hit a fluttering hand, the fire in the air also slowly dissipated. All arising in front of his eyes made the Black Atrial hard to believe. He did not think. The magician destroyed anger when no one could prevent, actively eliminating his magic. Moreover, it was because a kitten at first glance was very normal, which made the Black Atrium thought, perhaps he is really the lower one of the Black Dragon. The ending, Teo also thanked Elka. Without him, I could not approach Io, breathing a sigh of kittens. He almost did not get 1000 Oran's tower, heard that Io was a bit dumbfounded. Perhaps the kitten is because the new money advises me, for this he wants to say this is not the true cause. As in the Villa of Lol, there are many valuable objects such as the drug invalid. Cancelling is too unfortunate, then told Io, using those things to punish. Compared to killing them a lot better, Io finally responded. After the kitten brought the magic of the father Lol to eliminate, under their guidance. Everyone immediately entered the warehouse of the villa, the container inside. Do not let everyone feel surprised, after coming in, he wants to be very uncomfortable for the silver wolves to pawn. As for Io, it is fascinating the front item, because in front of his eyes are all extremely valuable magic in the tower. Lol told Io, I relatively liked the ancient collection. Also told him that if he was interested, he could not stand it, or the Io quickly rushed. A lot of magic, even the initial compilation of the Black Tower. On the other hand, kittens are getting a chain of jewelry, but not even waiting to watch carefully. The Black Atria found him again, asking Teo there was time. The Blacker made a very horrible request. It turned out that he wanted to let the kittens collect the Black Lang clan. Upon hearing that, he wanted to jump in the blink of an eye, not understanding what he wanted to do. At the same time, the 99th floor of the manager space, slowly stretching a lazy waist. Irene was finally 222 left the bed. This one sleep he slept for a long time, the first story after leaving the bed. Irene prepared, looking at the situation of Sejun, but it had just poured magic into the glass. The Black Tower immediately transmitted a lot of news. Seeing that there are more than 1000 news to be handled, no measures. Irene had to start to delete each one, waiting for all the news. He could not wait for the use of glass. Thanks to the dragon's heart recovered a bit. Currently Irene uses glass, can cause the image to expand and release. The expanded image is not bad, but the search seems to make the black dragon a bit miserable. Attention to the bear dancing tree branches, Irene was immediately cute. But very quickly Irene discovered the wrong place, the other side of her arrogant was the more pungent. However, the next second, he immediately saw the news of Irene sent, seeing Irene curious about his weapons. The bear explained, this is a demon, the fallen tree absorbs lam noyet gas. Hearing that, Irene was temporarily panicked, he didn't think there would be this type of monster. So asking people to deal with it is very difficult. Next, the bear told Irene the story last night, he expressed everyone through the statue. Recognizing the father and family of Irene, finally the family of the statue defeated the fallen monster. After listening to the bear's words, Irene was a bit suspicious at first, but very quickly reacted. He understood that the Gia Caesar was acting. The lazy black dragon deleted 1000 news. Success was astonished by Nongfu Sejun and Anton, which before. Through the information understood from the bear, Irene immediately reacted. Certainly, Gia Caesar helped Sejun them, and on the other side, kittens. It was the words of the black atrial word who wanted to become his lowering, threatening to jump. The leader of Hak Lang then explained the reason. It turned out for a long time ago. They are the race of worshipping the black dragon, so the black atria thought if they became Teo's lowering, immediately, it could be closer to the great black, so no matter what. He all wanted to invite Teo to collect the Black Lang clan to become a suite, but only for a few seconds. Kittens immediately refused the black atrium, and the cause was also very simple. From the situation of failing the task of Hak Sun to see, Teo expressed that he did not like the defense did not know how to work. For this, the curious hack or was like not working, why could continue to make Teos down. After that, the kitten said the Oran had a lot of money, this could help me. After saying that, Teo turned to ask Elka, knowing the object was nearly enough. He immediately let him hold the cat in the village, but saw that the black atrial side had not given up his intention. Teo immediately told him he would stay in the village for a few days. During this time, if the black or found the object he liked, immediately volunteered to collect them to pretend they're lower. Hearing that, the black leader in the blink of an eye became happy, then. Very sincere thanks to kittens can give this opportunity. The more I told Teo, he would definitely not let him be disappointed, but in the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun is meticulously observing the monster seed harvested, but no matter how. He all felt that this item was eaten, confirming that he would have abdominal pain. So Sejun chose to bring Fire Hoa a bit, after a feeling of feeling. The only Hoa Hoa can confirm that, inside there is a very dark force. Then, Sejun asked whether or not to use Hoa 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 Hoa, first bringing the seeds of purification and then cultivating. This idea received the agreement of Hoa Hoa, he also felt worth the test once. So Sejun immediately came to the pot to place seeds, when all prepared to complete. Fireflower immediately began towards the seed using the evolutionary force. Through the reminder of the window, Sejun also knew. Currently the evolution rate of the monster seed reaches 1%. Seeing this news, he immediately understands. The idea of evolution is possible, but confirmed that it will take a lot of time. Fortunately, Hoa Hoa indicates that there is no problem. There is such a reliable little girl. It also made Sejun extremely happy. At this time the news of the system came, opened it. Turns out it is the time to open the seed store. This time can buy black beans and pumpkin, along with onion and radish seeds, but the price of these seeds compared to the previous time again increased to nearly 10 times the price. Previously 100 radish seeds were 0.1 tower, currently becoming a tower. Hearing Sejun's words, architectural gray rabbit indicates that the cause of the 67th floor. The past at the time when the kingdom of red silk they destroyed, it was the largest food warehouse at that time. Food supply appears the problem, also led to the big famine of the Black Tower. Experiencing this event, knowing the 67th floor war, immediately will proceed with large-scale food storage. Gray Rabbit's architectural speculation. How Fu Hao approved the hunger, affirmed that he would not miss this opportunity. They are definitely manipulating, causing food prices to rise rapidly. Sejun thinks that it may be the same, food and seeds are small. The natural price also increased, plus the news of the silver wolves. It seems that the 67th floor war will last for a long time. Sejun understands. Based on the onions of the blade of blade can only be postponed, nor can it be solved. Thinking a little bit did not take good measures, he immediately regained his spirit, started choosing the seed. Finally, Sejun chose to buy onions. The reason for choosing onions is also caused because onions can eliminate the flavor, and many of his dishes can be coordinated. Sejun had just taken the seed, not thinking of Irene immediately sent the news. Irene asked Sejun, did he met his family and his father? Then Sejun immediately expressed, he passed the statue of giving. Successfully recognizing Anton and Caesar, Irene wants to know where the statue is. Sejun immediately spoke outside, but after defeating the monster tree, the statue lost the signal. But right now, the outside transmitted to Caesar's sound. It turned out that Caesar controlled the statue to find Sejun. Hearing the sound of Irene, hurry to let Sejun hurry up and see Irene's impatient appearance, causing Farming to have a bit of frantic hands and feet. So hurriedly grabbed the rope crawling up, going to the cave door. Caesar immediately greeted Sejun to say, almost heard the sound of the family. Irene continued to confess his nostalgia for many years, but due to the news window he played too much. Sejun sighed again. Under the panic of Sejun's legs, he slipped. Finally, the farmer could not grab the rope, so slowly fell to the ground. Luckily at the key moment, Caesar promptly controlled the statue, successfully capturing the foot of Sejun. Going to the outside, Caesar immediately asked, the other window had Irene sent. For this thing, Sejun also gave a response. His colleague was very suspicious. Why does Irene not bring news directly to Caesar? And later knowing the news was Irene's niece. On the other hand, Caesar tears constantly flowing out. Then a fen brought Sejun to catch in front of his eyes. Through the window of Irene's situation these years, but because it was a stone statue, Sejun's face was all painful. Hearing Sejun's tragic cry, the rabbit assistant below was very suspicious, luckily waiting after Anton took over the statue. Sejun also received liberation. This time Anton immediately told Sejun, because they were through the statue without body, there was no way to receive Irene's news. However, there was a window from Sejun. They could also borrow this to see Irene's words. Next, Anton explained that the reason they had no way to enter the Black Tower, in short, the door does not open, is the system inside the tower that appears the problem. Although there is great magic power, the manager is able to open the tower door, but the current situation of Irene. Anton understood that this confirmed that there was no way to achieve it, and that Sejun was curious. There were other measures. For this, Anton's proposal is to confirm the state of the tower. Then asked Irene the Black Tower was abnormal, but Irene seemed to know. Seeing that, Anton let him look on the glass, received a reminder of the system with color. Hearing the father's words, Irene said it was blue and red. However, he had not seen him thrown into the trash. This word just said, Anton temporarily dumbfounded. Sejun did not think about it. Irene would not go to see the red reminder. Under the reluctance of Anton had to say, such handling was not right. But it is only possible to call Irene slowly learning, coming and coming. Sejun finally successfully left the 99th floor, and he also had a bear and a black land soldier. Meanwhile, the bear is harvesting a pineapple, which previously heard Irene did not see the Black Tower reminded. Anton and Sejun were flabby, both dumbfounded. Under Anton, slowly teach Irene to study. During the teaching process, Anton told Irene, many managers' manipulation methods, and told him the Black Tower will appear to remind green. It is extremely important, if any must go to sea, during teaching. The first rabbit also brought drinks, giving them American a sip. Sejun immediately asked, reminding what was green, then Anton expressed. When the Black Tower has a great strain, it will appear to remind green. Sejun did not think of the manager and managed this kind of situation. For this, Anton said this was related to the average. Their work is for countless livelihoods, can be in the harmonious living tower. Hearing that, Sejun wanted to know, like the humanity they gave birth to an external life. Is it also within the scope of management? Anyway, humanity and grasshoppers die are called foreigners. However, Anton answered, it was not the same, humanity and grasshoppers were disagreements. Grasshoppers die are not under the formal order, the invaders enter. But humanity received the permission of the tower, regardless of the same beast. Or bring the talent to bring out, are all permitted tower, but Anton still represents. If mankind brought the tower to rebel, the situation will immediately transform, but follow the eyes to see. The forces of humanity have no way to influence the Black Tower, as soon as they are gossiping. Irene suddenly sent the news that happened. It turned out that he had just received a green reminder. On it, writing the green carp chinka on the verge of extinction, seeing that Sejun was very surprised. Not thinking of just finished talking, so Anton immediately left Irene. Following the process he taught is okay. Another side. Irene was quickly entering the manager model. Anton recently mentioned the danger reminder. If it is impossible to act on itself, it is possible to take the subordinate manager to handle it. Of the countless lists, Irene quickly found the name of Sejun. Together with him, he was completed. Sejun also successfully held an intermediary manager of the Black Tower. This time, he will have to go to the 75th floor to investigate the situation of Blue Carp. Then, Sejun's arm also appeared a light battle, seeing a black dragon seal appeared. Sejun could not help but be very suspicious. Fortunately, Anton told him, the knight symbolized the criteria of intermediary management. At this time, the Black Tower once again transmitted the news. A minute later will bring Sejun to the 75th floor. Seeing this place, Sejun was a bit dizzy, because this was too sudden. Moreover, he except the 99th floor has not been able to go anywhere else. If it is with an unknown beast, it is likely to be in danger, for this Anton to be assured. This trip is able to carry the lower set, leaving Irene in the manager model to confirm a bit. Because of the safety of Sejun, Irene naturally searched immediately, not many seconds. He immediately found the place where he was appointed, and he wanted to bring it to the lower set. Irene was not hesitant at all. The result was waiting for him to confirm. The system displayed due to the manager's magic power was not enough. There was no way to succeed in order. Receiving the news that Sejun was also dumbfounded. Did I want a person to go? Now Irene is a bit impatient. So immediately chose Nilma Vaughn and the mother bear. The result was afraid of the two monsters too powerful. His current magic power had no way to support. Seeing the reminder left only for 5 seconds and wanted to spread. Sejun was also panicked towards Irene for help, but no matter how Irene tried it is still not enough magic display. As soon as Sejun wants to desperate, Irene was finally found. 2 children could succeed, along with him succeeded. The bear and the black rabbit soldier. Flabby becomes the next second. They were immediately transmitted to the 75th floor lake, saving the original Anton. It had to be quiet because Sejun prayed peacefully, and Ho Chink on the 75th floor. The Sejun they had not yet reacted, then fell to the ground. But her body was quickly arrogant and small black rabbits, still in time to return it. Seeing that with them, Sejun was also very reassuring. After that, he told the bear and the black land soldier, this time he came to replace Irene. Investigate the story of Blue Carp about to kill. Paying attention to the small black rabbit, they also carry the onions to detoxify. So Sejun reminded, definitely need to preserve well, rest without a few minutes. They stepped on the investigation journey. The first step, Sejun decided to observe the four-sided circumstances. However, it was not far away from the road. They were shaken by the scene before their eyes were shaken. Because the front is the purpose of this trip. Ho China, such a beautiful place. Regardless of whether Sejun or her arrogant and small black rabbits, they have never seen it. Seeing the same children's reaction, Sejun gave birth to a good idea. After that, they went to the lake to play together, quickly jumped into the water. Everyone is also happy to play the game of mutual water. The more mischievous baby bear turned into a giant form, which made his water shot up. Threatening to Sejun and small black rabbits, waiting until they were tired, they were quietly lying in the lake to rest. At the shore, Sejun mastered the fire to dry clothes, bringing clothes to dry. The baby bear beside him said he was hungry, hearing that Sejun was also like that, so in a hurry. So whatever you eat, under his proposal, everyone immediately went to look for food. On the road, Sejun also thought he wanted to register for the 75th floor transmission. As a result, when I wanted to leave Lake Chinka, suddenly encountered a jar. This caused Sejun to hurt and was very stupid, because the front was clearly there. At this time the news of the tower came. It turned out that the scope of this activity could not cross the China Lake. Seeing that Sejun was extremely uncomfortable, struggling to leave the 99th floor, the result was locked in this place. Under anger, he stoned towards the object next to him. No doubt the next second immediately felt the legs transmitted to the pain. The eyes of his father were injured. The bear immediately wanted to go to the teaching of the other object, wait until the Sejun moved. The body saw her arrogant object, so rushed to let him not act. It turned out to be in the hands of the bear held, again a new pineapple. Just now, he was the pineapple stone carelessly injured his leg, hearing Sejun's words. What is the curious baby bear? Let him explain that the fruit is really delicious. Sejun also started to divide the sweet and sour taste of pineapple. Regardless of whether the bear or the black rabbit soldier enjoyed it, at this time the small black rabbit indicated that the vicinity confirmed. After that, he proposed to find a little more, and Sejun was retaining the roots of the pineapple. Because just bring the excess meat of the root removed, preserved well. Waiting back to the 99th floor can plant more pineapple, undergoing the explanation of Sejun. The black rabbit soldier also could not help but praise the urge, not ashamed to be the first farmer of the tower. But the bear finished eating in his hand. He happily said he wanted to eat, but now. The movement behind again made Sejun startled, turned his head to look back, in the front lake. Going up a giant frog, the immediate situation made the bear hurried out. Such big frog Sejun is still the first time to see, the key moment. The news of the tower once again transmitted. It turned out that it was one of the causes of blue carp about to kill. Next, the manager's mission also appeared, and it was necessary to destroy 2,291 frogs in the Chinka Lake, seeing more than 2,000 children. Sejun on the spot was blankly threatened, because this amount was really too much. Meeting. Teo finally met the goddess who liked it, Marie but rude and contradictory of the opponent. Successfully angered kittens in Io, which before, Sejun encountered a lot of giant frogs. Waiting for the task of managing the Black Tower came, he was threatened at the spot. Because it is necessary to completely destroy 2,000. Many new ones, this number is really too much, Sejun does not think about, the frogs in front of their eyes. It is the cause of blue carp want to kill, but not waiting for Sejun to prepare. The frog in front has frantically rushed, luckily the baby bear and the black rabbit soldier responded in time. In the blink of an eye, the frog was prepared to attack Sejun, facing the monster continued to rush forward. They also had no fear, the bear held the weapon to harvest. An instant can directly destroy many children. At this time, Sejun also restored calm. After that, he took the initiative to kill the frogs. The robust frog also wanted to use his tongue to attack. The result was immediately bent by Sejun to avoid escaping. Then, he threw Yuka's throwing hammer out. Its sharpness, even a tree, can destroy and kill frog monsters, indeed without any effort. A round of fighting, Sejun was also full of confidence, although he looked very weak at first. But good and bad on the 99th floor groping, now swimming in front of dozens of frogs. But Sejun and others were so hot, the next second of the frogs rushed. Sejun and the bears and others also immediately welcomed the battle, different from the fierce battle in Lake Chinka. At this time the kitten was sleeping passionately, after a while stretching her shoulders. Teo also wakes up, although the large soft bed is very good. But he thought that he was not equal to the knee of Sejun. Right now, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Wait until the door was opened. It turned out to be an Oren, asking the manager Teo to wake up. Hearing the kittens praised his bed very well, Oren was not only angry, but also very happy. The more he said that he had prepared a meal, whether he needed to bring it, Teo doubted or agreed. Very quickly under the arrangement of the Oren, a delicious fresh fish brought in. Smelling the aroma radiating, the kitten immediately awake. He also realized this is a premium salmon, while Teo is enjoying delicious food. Oren with a flattering face saying that if not enough, please tell him. Teo was very curious. Oren may not eat with stars. Unexpectedly the opponent said it was okay, no need to pay attention to him. At this time the kitten did not know, actually after the IO event. Oren is currently completely submissive, very quickly finished eating the salmon. Teo immediately walked around the mansion to spend, he was very satisfied today. On the road, there was a song, but not long ago. The kitten immediately heard the anger of Io. Turned out to be the Black Atrial report. Actually, They still do not know the specific number of frogs until now. The black atrial also said waiting for a specific position, will quickly return to the report. 1 day passed. There is no favorable thing, also makes Io both angry and helpless. For this, the kitten comes in. At the same time telling Io not to be angry anymore, saying, it is best not to hug the expectations. Hearing that, the black atrial just guaranteed, he would definitely prove himself. At this time he pays attention to the situation of the Io seems not good. So it is recommended that he should sleep a little rest. For this, Io says currently there is no time. I have to think about the next book, unexpectedly just finished. The kitten again lifted him up, then immediately put the Io into his hat. At the same time, tell him to rest in the hat, whatever he will immediately call him up. However, the small hamster rats rejected, he said he could not sleep recently. But the next second touched the soft fur of the kitten, Io was blankly. This soft and warm feeling, causing his drowsiness immediately. After that, Io said in a small voice that bothered you, hearing that the kitten told him no need to worry. Just rest for healthy, hack or healthy atrial proactively speak. Let him take the Lord Io to rest, but the kitten told him to go to another job. Before leaving, Teo suddenly called the black leader, then signaled to his eyes. The kitten told Hack Mang, if you want to prove it, please show it well, he always watches. Hearing that, Hack Catch hurriedly said, they would immediately go to Lake Chinka. Waiting for the kitten out, Elka came back. Seeing the old wolf for the first time, Teo immediately asked the situation of the village, so Elka said, they have finished food, but at this time there are many villagers waiting outside. Seeing Teo just said, also made the kitten a bit suspicious. Then Teo immediately followed Elka out. Currently in front of the villa has been full of cats, seeing Teo for the first time. Everyone asked the kitten together, it turned out that they also wanted to be Teo's downfall. Want to follow him to study, how to become a wandering trader. Any doubt everyone's words made Teo very disgusted, then turned around and left. He does not understand why people are like Hack Lang, want to become his down. There was a black ear of their ears that made me very disturbing. At this time the old wolf called the kitten. He said in the eyes of the villagers, now Teo is the hero, seeing the kitten a bit obscure. Elka immediately told him the news was transmitted. Teo, now a trade rookie, climbed to the 99th floor, winning the trust of the Black Dragon, and this time the kittens have a title. Called Kim Mu Teo, this makes the kitten feel unbelievable. But the old wolf once again said on the newspaper stall now, immediately had the above content. Teo was in the famine of the village, also preventing the anger of the great magician. This is no doubt that his excellent achievement. Then Elka tells Teo, farms and crops need to expand, but leave the 99th floor need Teo to lead people. So the silver wolf hopes kittens can collect these suits. As if because of preparing to expand for Sejun, Elka's words made Teo think. Very quickly, the kitten immediately directed him to thank, and the significant would think again. But now the back transmitted a sound, it seemed that a cat rushed in. The opponent was saying that he and Teo were very familiar, but just a glance, the kitten immediately realized. Actually, I used to like Marie, seeing Teo Marie hurry to push the housekeeper next to him, the next second was agitated to rush into the kitten's lap. The more I said I missed Teo, for this, the kitten was a bit uncomfortable to push him away. Marie said Teo came in the village, not to see himself, this made him very heartbroken. Also think that Teo has made such success, not because of his heart. Currently, I also volunteered to receive this part of the mind, anyway. The middle of them is not a very intimate relationship. As soon as Marie jokes Teo, a small claw stopped him, turned out to be the Io behind a wake. Currently he also understands, the small female cat in front of his eyes is Teo, not wanting to say much Marie. However, the sudden appearance of Io successfully threatened Marie to jump, bringing Io as mice. He immediately fluttered the Io, as soon as he cried and said to hate the mouse. Elka and Teo hurriedly reviewed the situation of Io. The situation just now was too sudden. Leading them all did not respond, quickly helped up. The kitten's shirt was very worried about his situation. Fortunately the small wound Io said immediately could recover. Marie's behavior was angered Teo. After that, he asked him why he did so. The result was not only no repentance. Not even if Teo was angry with him, he would have cared for a mouse. Seeing Marie this appearance, Teo angrily asked the opponent to immediately apologize. Then quickly left this place. Unfortunately Marie basically did not listen. It was just a very heartbreaking figure, but the kitten once again asked him to apologize. Making Marie's great attitude, Marie really did not understand. I was clearly compassionate to accept Teo. The result of Teo was even more interested in a mouse. Angry Marie rushed up, he let the kittens immediately throw Io to find himself. the more he scolded Teo, a stupid, great golden cat of Marie. Making Teo and Elka both dumbfounded, they didn't understand why the opponent was so brave. The next second of a staff immediately pointed to Marie, Io told him. The firstborn Teo did not like this method, eventually expressing, Teo and I were intimate friends, so there was no Marie's position. After saying that the next second, the staff in the hands of Io immediately launched the attack. Along with the purple electric sphere hit Marie, the next second. A magic power dragged the great power immediately destroyed the mansion, one click. Also bring Marie directly to fly without knowing where. Magic power has just descended and Marie flew away, on the spot for kittens to be threatened. Like him, Elka is at his side, after finishing the Io is based on the kittens. Next, immediately fell into Teo's ruffled abdomen. It turned out that he was a bit tired right now. So want to invite Teo to borrow himself to rest a little, the kittens are robust, naturally will not refuse. Slowly hugging the hamster mouse fatigue, he said softly. The lovely kitten is just in the heart of the touch, not thinking about it really needs the small pit. Earlier chasing Marie, Io wanted to invite a kitten to rest for a bit. Teo naturally will not refuse, slowly hugging the tired hamster. He spoke softly, sleeping well, at the same time, in the 75th floor town. A goblin, who is counting every money he earns recently. But finding only a few coins for the tower, Skalam is also very reluctant. Recently, the Department of Supervision was too serious, leading to how much he could not deceive. Skalam then knocked on the door behind, he let the opponent excited a bit. Continuing to find a few more attractive objects, after saying Skalam thought or not currently starting. No doubt he had just made a good decision, the next second of his room was suddenly broken. This blink of an eye successfully threatened Skalam, he was not clear what happened. Wait until the blind dust flew gradually, Skalam now saw the small white cat ahead. It turned out that after being beaten by Io, Marie unintentionally went to Skalam's room. He is now extremely angry, thinking of himself a beautiful woman who is treated like that. Marie immediately swears will not ignore Teo them, hearing the familiar name in the white cat's mouth. Skalam hurriedly moved forward, so that Marie made it clear to her. And towards him, he indicated that he had thought of a very good plan, at this time Marie. Finally, it was discovered that Goblin was ahead, then was very suspicious or who the opponent was. Very quickly over a time later, the black ear of their atria was finally going to Lake Chinka, conducting a search. Experiencing the investigation not long, causing the black lang to be unintended, the number of frogs reducing. Receiving this news is also very difficult to believe, at this time. Another black lang hurriedly passed on the new news, because it was very difficult to describe. So the opponent let the black Turkish leader personally go to see, wait until the destination. The black ear of their atria was temporarily dumbfounded, because the front was filled with the body of the frog. The death of the monster made the black ear on the face full of suspicion. Black lang next to pay attention to the situation on the other side of the lake, according to the instructions of the clan. The black ear saw a pile of fire rising in the distance, seeing that he decided to go to confirm a bit. The other side is naturally Sejun them, now Tuan is with their bears to eat pineapple. Up to now, people total destroy 1,150 frogs. But a day without eating properly, it also made them 3 very moody. In addition, now the frogs are escaping from people, so it is difficult to chase, so Sejun they had to rest for physical fitness. Sejun was planning to tell her to be arrogant if they were hungry and eat a little pineapple, but now the bear is bored. He indicated that he wanted to eat meat, seeing that Sejun hurriedly comforted the bear. And now he immediately went to catch some fish, but Sejun's words had just finished. The black tower reminded the fish in the current lake, not stable, catching to eat may accelerate to kill. As soon as Sejun thinks, how to look for new protein. The baby bear said he had a good measure, then pointed to the frogs. Her suggestion also let Sejun respond, so he immediately started to handle. Very quickly, Sejun brought the onion to bring, swept the frog meat cut out. Finally, put on the fire to proceed to grill. After a while a part of frog meat rolled onions immediately completed. Its aroma made the bear excited, but this is the first frog meat on the tower. Therefore, Sejun's reason for success is up to level 4, the more it is for the meat to get a special effect. If eaten, instant can freely exercise domestic 30 minutes, see the special effect of food. Sejun thought, this confirmed that it could make the frog become softer, but looking at the appearance he was thinking. Bears are reminders when eating rice must be dedicated, after which everyone immediately started to use. Just eat one piece, the taste of the flesh is horrible. The baby bear and the black rabbit soldier do not think of that will be so delicious, the frog meat is very fresh. Sejun did not doubt that this kind of feeling, after good confirmation there was nothing. He continued to cook more frog meat, but at the right time Sejun wanted to continue eating. There was another sound that hurriedly stopped him. The next second of the black ears suddenly appeared. After that, he also flew on the frog meat on his hand. The appearance of Hak Lang made him not yet reacted. As for the black ear, it is a reminder of this type of frog. Unable to eat but not waiting for him to talk much, the bear angrily rushed towards him. Being arrogant, even if she was a top mercenary, could not help but fly back for the fire to prevent them from eating this rice. Bears decided to want to be a little bit of Hack AI, and about the Hak Lang leader, how could it not think about it? This place has a crimson giant bear. Fortunately at the key moment, Sejun stopped her arrogant. At the same time, explaining that, the black lang was reminded them to be poisonous, but Hak Ketch suddenly paid attention to signs on the hands of Sejun. That's no doubt that the great black dragon symbol was handed down in the tower. So he hurriedly moved forward, and apologized to Sejun. Please forgive his disrespectfulness. Next, the black atrium covered the ground, then actively introduced him to be the patriarch of the Black Lang Dark. Happiness can meet the great black dragon here, seeing that Sejun is a bit suspicious. The black dragon in the opponent's mouth is probably just me, but on the other side of the Lar mansion, the kitten's ears could not help but move. This reaction Teo was extremely familiar. It was just that Io woke up and asked what was going on, so the kitten said something seemed to be something that was attracting him, but not in the room, but in a very far place. Hearing that, Io definitely jumped down. Although very hard to believe, but because he was his words. So he suggested now go to see, sometime later. On the edge of the 75th floor lake, Sejun and the bear were quietly waiting. Fortunately, it does not take too much time. The water surface appears a few effervescent places. Shortly after that, a few frogs were caught. The next second of the lake suddenly fired on large water columns. It turned out that the small black rabbit and the black lang they returned. Afterwards, Sejun asked how the feeling of being underwater, hearing that Black Rabbit Warrior said after eating onions. Underwater is extremely free and comfortable, so he caught the frogs hiding in the lake. But currently there are still about 400 not found. People have been looking around the lake. However, there were no other monsters. For this, the black atrial way of speaking out his thoughts, he said. Those frogs hide in deep caves, because when they went out to conduct the exploration, trying to destroy frog eggs in the cave, unfortunately in a very deep place. Sejun thought that eating onions was probably able to enter, but the black atrial was not sure. Because he is not sure whether there are oxygen in those caves. If not, the impersonation is likely to have an unfortunate problem. As soon as they are discussing the book, behind the Io's voice called the kitten slowly, and Teo was saying, he felt from the front there was something extremely attractive to him, waiting until he saw the small cat behind the grass. Sejun and their baby bears were very surprised. Elka for this was very surprised. He did not expect to meet Sejun here, and Teo couldn't wait anymore and walked up. Before confirming that Sejun in the blink of an eye, the kitten immediately rejoiced. Then he rushed into Sejun's lap, the black atrial next to the last story. Teo asked Sejun why appeared here. For this, Sejun immediately explained for him. The current Io also understood. It turned out that the attraction of the kittens was only Sejun. The other events often told Io. Teo is indeed a special cat. One side has just divided for a few days. The unexpected meeting in Lake Chinka made them extremely excited and happy. Io rely on a pair of lucky cat claws, immediately leading Sejun to find the culprit to kill the carp. Earlier, through the guidance of the kittens, Io immediately in the Chinka lake met Sejun of the people. Unusual phenomena also made him understand, Teo was absolutely not a normal cat. Another side. Everyone who happened to meet at this time was extremely happy. After brief explanation, everyone gathered together to discuss together. Currently more than 400 frogs have not been destroyed. But regardless of how to search, there is no whereabouts. Sejun guesses that underwater has a deeper cave. Io asserted his thoughts, because a few hundred years ago this place was not a lake. But Ho China was too large, using magic without exactly exploring. Then Io suddenly suggested, if burning lake water will become more shallow. Hearing that, Sejun hurriedly protested. So not only the blue carp will be destroyed, the kitten also directly asks Io whether it only knows how to sabotage. As soon as they quarreled, Sejun suddenly received a new news. Discovering the number of frogs is increasing, he hurriedly informed you. Understanding the frog is still proliferating, everyone also becomes very worried. At this moment, Teo said because it was so happy just now, so it was not clear. Then pointed to one place in the lake. The kitten told Sejun. From that place he could feel something that was attracting himself. Teo initially thought that Sejun's head pillow. But to this place, the greater the attraction from the lake. The kittens confirmed that his intuition said, the frog's hiding lair was right there. Receiving the affirmation of Teo, Sejun, they did not hesitate anymore. When I started to tell everyone to be assured, he could use the magic to store oxygen. This can provide you with underwater activities, at least 15 minutes. Except for the Hak Lang clan arranged outside the realm, others have to go down. But at this time the kittens were a little afraid to go into the water, even though they knew they needed to lead the way. But Teo feared he would drown. Fortunately, Io told the kitten calm down. At the same time, he told him that he would definitely not drown. The more guaranteed Teo will not be stuck by a drop of water, but Io is also very confident. Kittens can definitely lead them to find the frog's lair, so Teo is much more assured. Everything is ready. The platoon that destroys frogs is also officially starting. Along with Io reciting the water system, very quickly you have a water sphere covered. The next second of the water sphere slowly flew up, under the control of Io. Shortly after everyone went to the air, this view looked at Ho China. Sejun felt very bad. But as soon as he was about to go into the water, the kitten immediately offered fear. But now he wanted to get off the car was clearly too late. Then, Io immediately controlled the water ball into the lake. For this, the Black Lang on the shore can only bless them all favorable. Over time, you immediately succeeded to the deep water, seeing the kittens very scared of burying their heads. Everyone comforted him together. Io was next to tell him to rest assured, because now has gone to the water, slowly up to all four sides. Sejun, at the moment, was surprised to open his mouth. Unexpectedly deep in the lake, there was such a landscape. Coordinate with sunlight shining down, the scenery in the lake attracts you. If Io's magic, they don't need to worry about safety. The miraculous environment of the Black Tower made Sejun very popular, and the kitten was no longer afraid. On the contrary, she also craved for small fish to swim, followed by Teo. So Sejun hugged the kitten by one hand, through his claws gradually feeling the attraction. Then, Teo led everyone to start searching underwater. Finally, after a crack, the scene below made everyone blankly, because at the bottom of the crowd, obviously there are some old ruins. This place is most likely a small town several hundred years ago. The Black Rabbit warrior seemed to discover something from him. A frog is slowly swimming deep, in its mouth also sucking a blue carp. Seeing that, Io is also controlling the water sphere slowly followed, entering the entrance like the door. Inside there is a cave leading down, waiting for swimming until the end. In the front, it once again appeared a new cave. Moreover, it was a place without water. Feeling this place still has oxygen, Io also eliminates his magic. But from the front door ahead, kittens can feel the attraction is enhanced. So Sejun took everyone to continue walking forward, going not long. As expected, he heard the cry of the monster, waiting to go to the end of the cave. Seen from everyone, there are many frogs, standing in the center of the monsters. It is clearly a giant frog, looking at the blue carp on the ground. The corners of the mouth of the Lord's frog could not help but drool. Finally, the body of the monster is clearly beyond the imagination of Sejun. At this time, the frog of the Lord immediately grabbed all the carp, then immediately swallowed it all. However, this amount obviously made him very dissatisfied, so the queen immediately turned to the lower shouting side. Currently Io also roughly predicts the situation, seems to be the queen due to the variation locked in this place. Can only rely on the subordinates to earn food, too much by the Sejun they came. Leading to the number of frogs decreases, there is no way to offer as many food, from the frog. Teo said it could feel like Sejun, but didn't even wait for Sejun to doubt. The kitten's claws were not careful to slip, as soon as he was about to fall. Sejun also immediately discovered the key moment. Sejun caught Teo's cloak. No doubt his foot was too much to walk out, and Teo fell down. Fortunately, there is a trusted Io to follow, through his magic. Sejun and kittens may not be injured to the ground, but just landed. Teo immediately discovered. Because not only the queen noticed, those frog monsters also discovered the invaders ahead. After being discovered, Sejun and Teo temporarily did not know what to do. The monsters on the other side of the blink of an eye rushed up, discovering that Sejun they were in danger. The bear and the Black Rabbit were above, along with Elka immediately jumped down. The incident happened too suddenly. The rest also only had all their strength to fight. Fortunately she arrogant them, frog monster obviously not the opponent. At this time, the mission of Sejun also transmitted updated. It turned out that the new queen was the oligarchy of everything. Just destroying it can complete the task this time. Seeing that Sejun also quickly regained his spirit. Because of the final stage of the mission, he was also ready to welcome. Io said I would be on one side of support, although there were many frogs around the queen. But with the help of their baby bears, Sejun quickly went close to the opponent. As soon as a part of the frog monster attacked, the magic of Io was also in a blink of an eye. This one of him wiped out obstacles in front of Sejun. Seeing that, Sejun took the weapon to rush towards the Lord. He prepared to handle the giant monster before his eyes. But facing a whole power of Sejun, the queen just raised her hand and easily prevented. Seeing this scene, Sejun was a bit blankly. He did not expect the hammer to not hurt the monster. The next second of the giant hand of the god frog suddenly fell, then only saw Sejun's hat flying out. The task of protecting the carp of Ho China finally ended. Teo also successfully harvested the new down. Earlier, facing a full-powered Sejun, the frog not only could it be helped, and one attorney patted Sejun on the ground, then Sejun's hat flew out. The Black Rabbit warrior also noticed the incident behind, then worried together for Sejun. Fortunately, at the moment of the key just now, the bear promptly appeared, supporting the huge hand of the queen. Although the difference in bodybuilding is huge, her energy is greater than the queen. Sejun and the kittens were protected, not so injured. Anyone who wanted to harm Sejun, bears will not be missed for the opponent. Under his wrath, he immediately brought the queen directly to fly. Her great power beyond everyone's imagination. Io, understanding the present is a good opportunity. Upon receiving his reminders, Sejun took the short sword again to kill again. Seeing that Io was a mobilization of magic, the sudden enhancement made Sejun temporarily startled. Fortunately, the kitten immediately told him not to distract, then rely on the guidance of the claws. Teo hurriedly told Sejun, attack the frog's belly, different from the previous hammer. This size of Sejun successfully broke the defense of the queen. However, his attack seemed to touch something, the next second from the female belly, creating an intense energy explosion. As soon as Sejun is about to be submerged, Io promptly reacted, then he launched the magic to protect you. This great energy makes everyone unable to open their eyes, but the frogs do not have a protective magic. It was more unlucky. In the blink of an eye touching the energy, the remaining monsters immediately disappeared. Wait until all the energy oscillation ends. In the cave, only Sejun them and frog eggs are left. After the shield was removed, Sejun was very suspicious or what happened, just if it was not an Io. Everyone basically will encounter unfortunate things. Now you look forward together. Because of the previous lady's position, a broken rock appeared. Teo told Sejun, which was that attracted himself. Hearing that, Sejun immediately understood. The rock in front of his eyes must be a props, not to Io to prevent him from examining. Because above there was a powerful force flowing out, then he was about to use magic to inspect the rock. Along with the truth of the Io's label, he risen little by little to explore the true appearance of the rock. Waiting for the assessment to end, the newsboard finally appears, but above, except for reminding the rock as a fragment of something, the rest wrote a question mark. For this, Io is very sorry for his ability, not enough no way to assess all. However, Io can feel the divine force from above, it seems. The queen was because of eating a new rock-producing mutant. Recently Sejun broke the stomach of the Lord, causing the holy forces to accumulate for a long time frantically flowing out, so it led to that situation. At this time, the news of the Black Tower finally again passed, destroying the queen. One of the causes of extinction, Sejun successfully promoted to level 30. Next is the new career task, planting a crop that has never been planted. Completing the task can receive a reward. Seeing the frog of God is only one of the reasons. Sejun immediately understood this task that was not over, which made him a little disappointed. Also thought that he could return to the 99th floor, just when Io offered to return to find another cause. The light comes from the side to attract people. For this, everyone is very curious. Then go to the light together. It turned out to be in the frog egg below. There was a fruit that emitted light. Seeing that, Io explained to everyone a bit. After the death of the queen will appear new replacement. The glowing egg is the next queen. Hearing that, Elka suggested to immediately handle these fire. If frogs reproduce again, the whole lake will still meet the disaster, but it is covered by Io, because the abnormal reproduction of frog monster. Because of that rock, if they take it away, they will return to the initial reproductive speed. But Elka worried that the current number of carps was very small, unable to bear the frog to eat, thinking that frogs reproduce still need a lot of time. Sejun immediately asked if this frog monster had to eat meat. For this, Io answered not. Frogs are not mutated in addition to meat, and they will eat growth inside and outside the Chinka lake. The jungle outside the lake is their main food source. Hearing that Sejun also has a good measure, then he decided to grow pineapple roots in this place, and decided to finish Sejun and started to defend. Under your help, very quickly a part of the pineapple root brought immediately planted. Just frog after birth, the first time eating pineapple, going out. Also there was a rich source of food. At that time, it could give carp the buffer time. As for Sejun, it is also convenient to complete this task and plan, making Teo not from praising him as a genius. Now everything is ready. Io also used a shield to cover the rock, to avoid the divine power. The baby bear volunteered to lift the rock himself. Next, they immediately wanted to go out to search for another cause, waiting for everyone to go. Pineapple Planted suddenly flashed. Soon, for Sejun they went to the outside. But there were many cats ahead. They asked to make Teos down together. Sejun was very suspicious or where many cats came, and about Teo. Unexpectedly they would chase this place. Seeing the black atria, Sejun immediately asked what happened. It turned out that the cats in the village knew Teo in this place, so they followed. Regardless of whatever you have to wait for Teo, all the cats are very sincere thanks to them. Want to follow Teo to study to become a wandering trader. The kitten was welcome so that Sejun did not expect. However, the next second, the news of the Black Tower once again transmitted, above the reminder. Another cause of extinct carp appears, turns out extinct carp. It is also responsible for cats in Graniel village, because they heard that the war happened. The number of times they caught immediately increased, adding to frogs, which led to extinct green carp. The new task is for cats in the village to stop catching carp for a year. Receiving this news, Elka immediately reminded Teo, seeing that the kitten very quickly understood. He then started suggesting to Sejun, if he did not catch the carp for a year, Graniel's cats will starve to starve, so he hopes Sejun can allow these fire to become their subordinates, just become a wandering trader to sell crops. Not only can increase the sales of the farm, it can also reduce the worries of food. Hearing that, Sejun immediately agreed. Anyway, the more the space he was. Then ask if the kitten is confident to do well. The commander, for this, Teo was naturally full of confidence. Sejun felt so approved, because Teo was always so reliable. So Sejun immediately started to sign the contract. Many kittens have just finished watching the content immediately signed. Sejun was in charge of writing the name on the window. The situation in front of his eyes made the black or a little admiration. At this moment, Teo found him. Before helping Sejun destroy the frog, Teo thanked Hakcock. Then said leading the cat in the village to go on the 99th floor needed people. If there is thought, if you want to help, then it is more frank. Come to make my downside, black atrial you all can. This news made the black lang happy. The next second hurriedly thanked the kittens to give themselves the opportunity. He will definitely devote all his efforts, looking at Teo much more mature. In the eyes of Sejun full of joy, along with the black tower transmitted to remind the fake management task. Sejun's trip to Chinka also ended, loved it. The black rabbit warrior is for the white rabbit with the most affair, and the small rabbit makes him remember forever. It was also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Before that, Sejun saw Teo's maturity. He also could not help but enjoy, along with the black tower to remind the complete management task. Sejun's Chink Lake trip also ended. This task ended. The Black Tower also rewarded a large amount of experience and money. More than 30 seconds later Sejun could return to the 99th floor. Seeing that, he was much happier, notifying the news to you. Sejun immediately let the bear brought up the rock to prepare home, others handed them to the kitten. For this, he wanted to be assured. He finished selling his clothes safely to bring everyone to the 99th floor. Then immediately shouted all the cats to follow me, and about Elka and Io them. It will go together to the 67th floor. The old wolf wants to bring the grasshopper to transport back. The intercourse of the chest, leaving Tru Yintong is only 10 seconds left. At this moment, Sejun called a sound of the black and black rabbit soldier, telling him to wait a bit. Wait for the last pineapple to pack, but right now. In the back of the grass, there was a white rabbit, saying I came to find the old master Io. But white rabbits raised their heads, and immediately with the black rabbit soldier looked at each other. It was just for less than 2 seconds. The heart rate of the black rabbit soldier could not help but accelerate. Io at the side also discovered, so it was very happy to welcome white rabbits. But at this time the transmission time was also formatted in 0 seconds. The next second of the Sejun they also immediately left. Seeing the black rabbit soldier disappeared, white rabbits on one side were very unintended. Because this seems to be mobile magic, Io also let Teo introduce them. It turned out that white rabbit was his student. Io was very unfortunate. Capital wanted to leave Sejun and the black rabbit soldier they got acquainted a bit, finished. White rabbit immediately greeted Teo. He also heard through Teo's great name. I am the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. On the other hand, they were back to the 99th floor, slowly falling to the ground. Sejun immediately stimulated on all 4 sides, until the green trees appeared. He now finally rest assured. Then Sejun became very excited. The 99th floor is indeed the most favorite place. but not waiting for him to be happy for how long. The ham of the black rabbit soldier, on the spot, brought Sejun to beat up. At this time the small black rabbit was more excited than him. He hurriedly asked who was the white rabbit just now, hearing that Sejun told him to calm down a bit. The opponent came to find Io, waiting for Io to come to the 99th floor to ask. As for the small black rabbit, there was a little soul flying. He's still reminiscent of the last meeting. The opponent talked extremely politely. Seeing this place, Sejun finally understood. So asking if a small black rabbit likes people, but has not received the answer. Other farmers surrounded, everyone prepared for a lot of food. Together, he welcomed him peacefully, although he only separated for 3 days, but they all missed Sejun. Suddenly made Sejun curious. Did you know I wanted to return? But the rabbit was said. Irene told everyone. Irene's news also promptly sent it. Although he could not see the other floor, it could also be through the prediction mission schedule. Irene then welcomed Sejun. He also discovered that Sejun, though not injured, but obviously thinning a bit, so asked if it was very tired. For this, Sejun said, well, fortunately there is pineapple, otherwise I cannot be able to persevere for 3 days. Seeing what Irene was curious about pineapple, Sejun immediately explained. Also want to immediately take out for people to eat, when taking pineapple. Sejun exclaimed that such a good dialogue, on the 75th floor, did not see the news frame of Irene. It also made him very boring and unfamiliar. Then curious Irene remembered me, if not. Sejun said he would be very disappointed, seeing that the first Irene was a little silent. After that, she was a bit embarrassed. She muttered how she could not remember. So Irene immediately passed the message to Sejun. I also missed him so much. However, just saying a few words, was cut by the voice of Caesar. It turned out that after knowing that Sejun returned, Caesar immediately controlled the statue. Seeing this screen, Irene dumbfounded, shocked below him. Even if not carefully crushed the crystal ball, seeing the image in a vague blink of an eye, Irene finally reacted. This time, I was absolutely no way to tell Sejun his nostalgia. The appearance of Caesar also startled Sejun, but he also personally pressed the tomato juice for Sejun. As a gift, wait for Caesar to bring tomato juice through. Sejun expressed his expression immediately, then asked Caesar, finally stealing how many plants. Any doubt Caesar did not admit, and Jacobi was helping to harvest a little. Unfortunately, the rabbit next to exposed his lies, the more Sejun denounced. These days, Caesar brought the tomato fields, even the tomato trees did not let go. Caesar was exposed temporarily angry, then told Sejun. What about the great Caesar brought me to eat, but now I have been heard by Irene. He had just come to the new crystal ball, unexpectedly heard the family of Sejun's awkward plants. It was an object that even I could not eat much, Irene asked the family. Know how hard the crops in the farm are, seeing the niece angry. Caesar hurriedly explained that this was a misunderstanding. Unexpectedly the next second Irene said hate. And the indication of never talking to the family likes to lie again, this word has just said. Caesar on the other side of the sky collapsed, which continued through the news of Sejun dialogue. The Irene result no longer sent news, really no way. Caesar wanted to let Sejun help him. Hearing that Sejun said it could, but later he had to help him a job, then Caesar also agreed. However, before that, Sejun indicated that he was still eating first, very quickly gathered and officially started. Sejun, they are all enjoying the real beauty in front of their eyes, slowly slining pineapple. The aroma radiates also made the bunch of rabbits very expected, the first part of June for Irene. Caesar on the other side of him was not stingy, eating pineapple all of them loved. Even the previous bear was bored, now happily ate large pieces of pineapple. After eating, Sejun took a walk in the farm. At 3 days to leave, in the farm a lot of transformations. Gray rabbits not only used the function of the statue, renovating a sprinkler. Also opened a ditch through the farm, soon, with the help of Sejun. Caesar also joined Irene to draw, moreover bring the frequency of the statue and the management space to adjust. Now Caesar was able to talk to Irene on his own. Next is to complete and help Sejun mentioned, heard as a props for an expert. Caesar could not help but be very doubtful, leading him to go to the steel. Sejun immediately explained its background, and in Caesar, except for unintended steals from monsters. Still very curious who this shield is. Hearing that, Sejun also said that the president of the Io Mage Association, he reminded through the steel that emitted a divine force. Sin Lin in the tower can perform this complicated magic. Caesar exclaimed that it was really hard to get. After that, he started conducting the assessment, under his huge magic. The divine force hidden in the steel also bloomed. The next second of the inspection was completed. The script on the stone steel, at this time emitted each fluorescent point. The news of the Black Tower also transmitted. It turned out that this was the first debris of the divine steel, collecting more and more force. It can emit a divine force that is beneficial to the surrounding. Rank is S, and the assessment is completed. Introduction still makes Sejun suspicious, this and the prop's former disagreement, although the rank is high to S. But it doesn't seem to have any auxiliary power, for this Caesar said. Do not compare it with normal props in the tower, because of this steel. As a great god of the Great Spirit, the lord of the Dragon Clan stood on countless monsters. Again is only one of the creatures created by others, which before that through Caesar's inspection. Sejun finally saw the steel's body and steel, but according to Caesar, the steel was in front of her eyes. It was also an item left by the god of the Shen. The words of Caesar made Sejun very suspicious. At this time the black dragon showed. So far, he is still looking for traces of the genesis on the outside of the whole thing, then asked again, why stone steel appears in the tower. For this, Sejun does not understand. Perhaps the stone steel has any background, then want to invite Caesar to explain a bit. The black dragon was finally complete, he understood. Sejun could not know the legend of the genesis. Next Caesar saw Irene also seriously heard a bit. Very quickly he started to say. It turned out that at the beginning of the original, the dragon was because of the spirit that was born. Their tribe at the will of the god, to maintain the world peace and balance the original. Under the guidance of the god of Genesis, the whole world is extremely harmonious and rules. Everyone thanked the help of the god, bringing this era called the Bright Age. The dragon and gods were settled in the Yuan Space Center. Time passed for a long time. There was a good day when I suddenly asked if I disappeared. You can use my forces to maintain the entire world. The Dragon Clan at that time heard that it was a bit difficult to believe. However, very quickly, there was a dragon that the great god was thinking, the things that could not arise. At this moment, a black-haired black dragon in the middle said, the whole world belongs, about the great god of Genesis. Items without the owner is not able to glow, he does not dare to imagine. The world without such a light will be like, but he is Caesar Brittany. His stubborn words made the god of Genuine feel interesting, then said there was no us. You will also do very well, the current world is the best proof. The conversation that day. At first everyone thought that he was joking, anyway, the god would really often make some jokes. In the eyes of Caesar, the god of light is both close and strict, still a person who changes. Helping others is extremely generous, but peaceful peace arises beyond unintended. One day, the Yuan universe appeared a lot of strange evil breathing. They sabotage the stability of the entire integer, as soon as the world gradually collapses. The dragon found the god of Genesis has disappeared, then Caesar hurriedly reminded the people, must go to get stone steel surrounded by evil, that is the Shin of Genesis. Affirming that the world can be repaired, unfortunately they prepare to act. All the steel in the blink of an eye exploded, just like that, the whole place where they stayed slowly went to kill. The Dragon Clan said that the expectations of the god of Genesis, until all arose, they did not know. What is the destructive creature of steel and what is raw? The other fire ink accelerates the destruction. The faster the world is destroyed, the Dragon Clan can do only with the opponent to fight. At the same time, going to protect the destiny of small worlds, fighting for not long, Caesar they immediately discovered. Another type of force that the god of Genesis left. Finally, the dragon escaped through this type of forces designed the Black Tower. Since then, to let the pervasive life go into the tower, this is the story of the Black Tower and steel. As for Caesar, since the situation arises 3,000 years now, he is still looking for melting. The traces of the god of the Genuine fell. Nostalgic that Tuesday no yet was over, Sejun suddenly spoke out to cut Caesar. It turned out to be suspicious, so that the life was about to destroy the Black Tower. What was meant? For this thing Caesar said, the Black Tower was established, only the world faced the risk of destruction can appear. Before the accident came, the tower will soon select the survivor to enter. After that, Sejun continued to ask, if not chosen. Because the globe where he was in the Black Tower appeared, he heard that Caesar was sorry for Sejun. There is no victory in the accident, so the world where you live will disappear. The person who could not enter the natural tower had to die. This news made Sejun stunned. Irene was also surprised, Sejun never thought. It turned out that the Black Tower descended to an omen of accidents coming, at the same time on the 75th floor. Teo they are in the center of the Trader Street, now all the cats have registered. Next, Teo let Jeff previously led all cats, they will join Elko. Elko they went to collect grasshoppers. The sudden command made Jeff very confident. He felt that he probably didn't do well, but Teo trusted Jeff very well. Anyway in the village, Jeff stayed after they left not only without fleeing, but also taking good care of all cats. At this time, it is possible to let people peacefully become wandering traders, receiving Teo's recognition. Jeff was touched in the blink of an eye, then swore, would definitely follow the great man Teo all his life. This scene also made Hu Shin Tam's heart exploded, waiting after farewell to the army. Teo immediately let Oren hold the luggage well. Next they also had to go to the 38th floor. Kittens arranged more and more proficiently, making Io praise him a little. Hearing that, Teo asked himself that he was very, okay, received the hamster rat. The kitten seemed very angry, and the white rabbit was curious to ask Oren, what is the relationship between them, for this to answer. Owner Teo and the great Io are intimate friends. At the beginning, kittens do not rest assured. Io followed me to the 38th floor, because the 67th floor grass has a new method of attack. This time Io thinks it is a good manifestation. Seeing the kittens and old wolves do not understand, so Io explained because of death. Grasshoppers are based on the number of less to evolution, a total of 5 levels of red and purple blue yellow. If their total number decreases, the color will decrease, the volume force will decrease. At present, the 67th floor is not available for grasshoppers to eat, they cannot evolve. But the characteristics of grasshoppers, no instant food will gnaw on the field, the method of attack changes. Medicine and pharmacy is the cause of degeneration. At this time on the 67th floor, the lizard soldier is still constantly changing the blade onions, besides a yellow lizard. A fierce freight, grasshoppers continuously ambushed him to feel extremely troublesome. His identity was the general of Tomorrow Lizard. At this time, he seemed to be urgent to report. It turned out that they discovered that there were grasshoppers on their heads turned into blue. Seeing that Tomorrow was very excited, because this delegate strive for them to finally have the results, waiting for the grass to decrease to 3 billion. It is likely to degenerate to green. As soon as people are excited, very quickly can recover the 67th floor. The back immediately transmitted to a wild boar to congratulate him. He was the Prime Minister of Dai Fu Hao, the captain of the giant, Lycock wandering team. Lycock's appearance made the Makla Tower very surprised. The opponent first praised the sentences of the lizard's dedication. Lycock immediately carried his owner a part of the offering. Makla Tower realized that this was the needle of the Black Tower. Lycock told him, holding this boat can be exchanged one at the commercial bank at any time. Van Tien Tower, such a large amount of money made Makla Tower a bit insecure, but Lycock told him to accept it. The body is the Black Tower, the owner of their owners. That's why let me come to give gifts, moreover waiting for this time to solve. They will also spend money to rebuild the 67th floor, moreover if the Makla Tower receives. The explosive network will also give more help. Hearing that Makla Tower is a bit embarrassed, he wants to know. Lycock and talent of the way Germany liked what gifts, I wanted to give a little back. Seeing that, Lycock told him that he did not hurry to respond and rebuild it, he could go to the tent to talk carefully. At the same time, for other lizard soldiers to come together, they have prepared a lot of paints. Waiting inside, hearing good food. The lizards were tired for a long time in the blink of an eye, but they had just left. The foxes that Lycock brought could not help but laugh sinister, very fast. The fox brought backpacks to bring the hole open, containing countless foods inside. 2 foxes on the grasshopper raided, in the blink of an eye poured countless melon vegetables. Their purpose is to feed the grasshoppers. The details of the Red Ribbon Kingdom are revealed. It turned out that the princess was saved by Io, which before, facing the example or good place that Lycock brought. The lizard soldiers fluttered in, finally made the foxes bring a lot of food for grasshoppers to destroy the Black Tower, and the 67th floor risk is about to disagree. At this time, the commercial man is still a piece of wall, Goblin Skull. It continues to sell poor quality fake products, but after listening to his introduction, the 2 customers were clearly not interested in the immediate future, but as soon as they were about to leave, a small white rabbit suddenly kept them. At this time Marie expressed that if it could not be sold, Scalem's father will immediately hit me, for this thing customers. Affirming how to not believe Goblin, how can a cat's father? Skull panicked explained as adoptive, and Marie also displayed a pitiful figure to make a loving person. Seeing this screen of the customer's heart is also soft. After that, I bought it a little. Marie sold things happily and waved goodbye. Waiting for the opponent to leave, Skull blamed Marie to let others misunderstand himself. In contrast, Marie is not noticeable. In short, it is okay to sell out. And from the pocket of the money to take out 2 coins for Skull. Seeing that the Dark Heart Goblin was dumbfounded. A item is the year of the tower started, only for himself, this point. But Marie thinks Skull should appreciate it right, because it is based on him to sell out. Goblin was helplessly, and at this time Marie asked based on the sale of this object, when he can help him revenge. Hear that Skull tells him not to hurry. Affirmed that there would be a chance, but Goblin finished talking and just turned, on the spot immediately pressed Marie's head. After that, he hurriedly flee. One side of Teo turned his head to look back was very suspicious, because he clearly heard the familiar sound, the eyes of this kitten. Again to bring Skalam and Marie scared, determined not to be discovered. They stood up and started observing. At this time Goblin realized Io's status. For this, Marie doesn't understand, maybe the hamster mouse is very famous. So Skalam immediately explained, after listening to Marie, I didn't know how to take revenge. However, very quickly he discovered, Orin in the village followed behind. According to Marie's sight, Skalam in a blink of an eye was terrified. He then hurriedly searched for objects, took out a single sheet. After repeating comparison, Goblin immediately said the opportunity to come. It turned out that the upper was the warrior command, the Lord of the Red Silk Kingdom. It was the first level of the farm exploded. The person who found the Glade Master will be up to 10,000 towers, but when the kittens in Io are talking, still traumatizing his disciples is the princess of the Red Silk Kingdom. Io has heard. Vong that of the Red Silk Strip was eaten by monsters, not thinking about the survivor. But Io wanted to correct the speech of the kitten. He showed the royal family not to be eaten, because all the royal family was killed. This word just said, Teo was really hard to believe. The next Io is slowly talking about the old story. It turns out that when the grasshopper dies, they are the same as now, because to help the rabbit tribe save the Red Silk Kingdom. At that time, the commander of the Lixius Mercenaries Association wanted to prioritize their place, so decided to take the place as the center to deploy defense. Some people felt wrong. Once changing the location, the defensive bond that will immediately be very weak, thinking a necessary fen. Given that there is a royal family, there is no problem. Anyway, the kingdom has a holy boundary. Grasshopper death cannot break through from the outside, the Robust Association also said. Next, the member of the Merchant Association mentioned Io from the 55th floor in the process of handling, so immediately asked him to take a break for a bit. Well, but with barrier, Io also felt that he could sleep well. Finally, Lixius announced the conference to end, so that everyone would prepare to fight tomorrow. Hearing that, many soldiers were much happier, but some of them had bad intentions. Very quickly one night passed. Io was extremely tired at this time. But at this time, the outside suddenly came to the painful cry. This immediately made Io from his sleep. After that, he hurriedly went out to consider, seeing the rabbit very panicked, so Io asked a bit. Hearing the collapse of the barrier, he was very worried about the situation of Wang Fei and the king. Then, a crowd of horse people hurriedly walked towards Wang Fei's room. But the story that arises ahead of Io has not been forgotten. At that time he suspected or Glade traders. Why in the room? Moreover, on the ground there is also the body of the grasshopper died. Glade is telling people. When I arrived, Wang Fei and the king were killed by grasshoppers. Next, from the heart of taking out a shaft seal, it showed that this was the king assigned him. Seeing the geography symbolizing the red silk strip, everyone was startled. Because of this, the king brought the red silk strip to others. Glade said pitifully. The last language of the king is for him to protect the princess well. With the kingdom and the other associations disagreeing, discovering what, Io hurriedly left the scene. At that time, the red silk soldier did not believe Vong and Wang Fei were impossible. Bringing a red silk to a merchant wild boar, the result was mercenarized by the mercenaries of Glade. Very quickly after seeing the lumps clearly, there was no one who rejected Glade. The next Glade is to find a princess, but Io is one step in advance. He successfully saved Princess Bubu of red silk, because Io discovered many mercenaries and traders are all of Glade. Moreover, the barrier crumbled and the appearance of grasshoppers was indeed too coincidental, so Io judged that Glade was done by Glade. Although the opponent has geography, it is necessary for the Vong that force to solve. Glade then claimed to be a guardian, waiting for the princess to inherit would leave the red silk. But it was fake, because the kingdom had no barrier, very quickly being destroyed by grasshoppers. Waiting for the manager to destroy grasshoppers, Glade took the reason not to open the gas. Forced to occupy the red silk strip, becoming a great master, until now. Teo also understands Glade turns out to be an evil guy, but he doubted. Because if it is not possible to open the geography, the associations can allow Glade to occupy. For this, Elka gave the answer, he said. As Glade spent money to bribe traders and mercenaries, in addition Io for new news. It turned out that Glade was recently hung on Bubu, but he felt this was also a good opportunity. Currently Bubu has reached the age of inheritance, leaving Bubu in front of Sejun. Also because of the protection of protection, the next Io stated, their goal was to re-see the kingdom of red silk. After a while, this place was the second floor of the Black Tower. At this time, two fake enlightenments Tan Sin are on the occasion of the Black Tower at night. They heard that there was a place for money to buy experience immediately. going forward shortly. There was really someone who welcomed them. The opponent introduced himself as a Harrison rank coordinator. After receiving the notice of Master Mao, he started to wait, hearing that the enlightenment of Gray Shirt was very proud, because Harrison's mother is his mother, very quickly under the guidance of the coordinator. They went to the outside of a farm. This place was dubbed the Dangerous Farm. Cultivation is a number of botanical monsters, Harrison explained. Just killing the crop below can harvest the experience, then let the two see a bit. Killing one immediately for 33 experience points, this plant in the farm is not counted. Seeing the fake enlightenment, this place is naturally very moved. Without any danger immediately can be promoted. After paying, they started to burn the botanical monsters indiscriminately. Moreover, the two people burned the two more excited, remembering the first time they met with the Black Rabbit Soldier. The body of Princess Bubu also blushed in the blink of an eye. There are two adventurers moving forward in front of a dangerous farm, finally through costs. Success based on the killing of plant monsters to complete the promotion. Moreover, the two people even more excited. After a while, this place was the residence of the 38th floor of the Black Tower. Currently, Teo has come, looking at a lot of adventurers below. Oren seems a bit scared, and about kittens, still jumping down. Then everyone happily greeted, seeing kittens traders. Fake adventurers call their friends, but when Elka appeared, really bringing people to scare, adding to the first time meeting, Elka could not help but threaten teeth. But the next second was rebuked by Teo. The kitten told him to have a little guest. Hearing that, the silver wolf hurriedly apologized, to avoid people scared. Teo immediately explained that Elka was his lower set. He was a very good big dog. Then immediately let Elka follow me on the road. Work, after a faint struggle for thought. The last silver wolf was still flipping on the ground, seeing such a big dog lying. See how they had a bunch of adventurers who like small animals, immediately fascinated. After asking Teo, knowing in Dong Thap touch once, everyone immediately decided to pay the dog, while the old wolf could only collect money. Then quietly persevere in the dignity of his race. The kittens also introduced the Oren to everyone. The opponent is also the downside he brings, although he is scared, but Oren is still greeting. Now Teo also reminds him, just do what he is taught to work, seems to be the wealth of the race. Oren for 1 second immediately successfully playing, seeing such a new kitten. A lot of fake adventurers also come, conducting a photo of stroking. Teo is using a book to record the number of touches. But the current Oren is also very enjoying the caresses of everyone, introducing the job to be completed. Kittens immediately entered the main topic. This time their backpack was promoted. So bring a lot of crops, in which small tomatoes are level C and sweet potato level C has 5,000 pieces. The higher the detoxification onion is up to 10,000 trees. Hearing new products and higher small tomatoes, a lot of fake adventurers hurriedly surrounded. After checking the news, the auction was even more crazy, and the appearance of Teo worked below. In the eyes of Io indeed, the whole body emitted a light. For this, Princess Bubu laughed, because he was still the first time he saw the master who had this expression. Hearing that Io was a bit ashamed, so hurried to let Bubu stop teasing the master, but the laughter ended Bubu a little lost. Then he asked Io, I also had it. I could feel this kind of confession that day. Since being saved by his master, he has been constantly cultivating and studying. Just because one day can rebuild the kingdom of red silk, and save the people who are suffering, Bubu is still very embarrassed. Earlier he was born other feelings. The words of the disciples made Io very heartbroken. Then immediately grabbed Bubu's hand, and let him not need to bring everything on him. Sincerely faced the emotions without shame, then immediately asked Bubu. Still paying attention to the small black rabbit, anyway on the way to Bubu was very curious. Hearing that, the princess hurriedly explained that they only met a few seconds. There was no such thing, however. He suddenly asked again, what was the black rabbit who was like? For this thing Io teases the current disciples frankly, so do not tell you. As soon as they teased, Io unintentionally discovered that guests did not invite. Seeing Marie earlier greeted with me, although it was very suspicious. But Io was still rushing down in the blink of an eye. He did not understand why Marie appeared in this place. After that, whether it was to harm Teo, any doubt. Marie said that the golden cat was no longer interested, because his goal was Io. Marie's words made Io, but the next second, Marie suddenly took out a props. Next immediately used for Io, without waiting for Io to react. The props in Marie immediately turned into white, hit him, although there was no injury. But Io was locked in a group of diseases, moreover when he wanted to use magic. Based on the basic discovery of no way to operate the magic power in the body, Marie was strong and satisfied. He told the Io inside that he could not use magic. Without the magic you are a normal hamster mouse. Seeing the condition of the old monk, Bubu immediately wanted to go down to the rescue. Seeing this screen, Io hurriedly told him to be careful. But Skalam appeared a step ahead. In his hand, there was also a rare props of the magic seal. Without waiting for Bubu to use magic, he was poisoned by Goblin. Waiting for Bubu to lose protest on the ground, Skalam and Marie immediately surrounded. In the immediate future, the value of 10,000 money White Rabbit Tower makes them unable to help but excitement. One screen was also seen by Gilas. He realized that he was arrested was the magician. Io at the same time doubted what happened, then turned around. Gilas immediately saw Teo they had just sold. At this time, Kittens and Elka Oren are exchanging favorite. Seeing that Gilas immediately goes up. Seeing was the small fox before Teo was a bit unintended, but the urgent situation. Gilas did not talk too much, so immediately brought everything he saw to everyone. Hearing Bubu and Io were arrested, at the same time Teo they were all surprised. One side on the 99th floor, after knowing the family said. Irene was very worried about the homeland of Sejun, and blamed the family for not speaking soon. For this, Caesar is also very helpless, because this is what everyone in the tower knows, unexpectedly over time. By the time he recalled no longer, Irene was still wrapped in asking if there was a rescue measure. However, Caesar was also helpless. The bear and the black rabbit soldier were the first time to know. It turned out that Sejun was outside with his homeland. At this time, Sejun asked, "What was the accident about going down after all?" Hearing that, Caesar answered like a grasshopper died. Then released the new news again. It turned out that grasshoppers died inherently wanting to descend to the bridge. It has not yet appeared, because of the problem of raw cracks, temporarily interrupted into the Black Tower. Hearing Caesar's words, Sejun immediately understood the seriousness of the problem. The current mankind is only about the 38th floor, but the grasshoppers died. Even the 67th floor monsters ended the book, once the enemy once again descended to the bridge. He understood for a few days in a row that could destroy everything. Irene was asking Caesar. For thousands of years, there is any world that can overcome the accident. For this, Caesar confirmed not. Even the dragon they have never found a remedy. Now it is very difficult. Just once again discovered the trace of the god of Genesis. Caesar's words did not make Sejun frustrated. He then indicated that it was not without measures. Anyway, the destructive worlds. And the place I live is not the same, because this place has him. The black lady Sejun is in. It is like the blade of the blade to destroy grasshoppers on the 67th floor, which is planted by me. So Sejun believes that there will certainly be different variables, saving, coming and coming. Kittens successfully saved Io about to be eaten, even a fox kicking the hateful mercenaries. Before that, hearing Caesar could not solve the troubles of the earth. Sejun was not frustrated at all, because he believed he was here. Certainly will generate different variables. One side. The kittens they knew Bubu and Io were arrested, and immediately started to rescue. On the street Teo asked Gilas, "Do you know where Skalam they go?" Hearing that Gilas said, the opponent was definitely in the crumpled shop. It was the place where Glid's defense, Rick business, he saw two people yesterday. After listening, the kitten was a bit unintended. He was curious about Gilas. Why was it so obvious? The next second Gilas was stunned, because I was too impatient, I was not careful to speak too detailed. Originally tried to find excuses, no doubt the kittens judged him for flattering Glid. That's why I understand it clearly, so I advised Gilas not to do so. Because Glid was a bad guy, he saw that he wanted to say that. Gilas immediately said thank you for reminders, otherwise I didn't even know. Having run for a minute or two, a crowd of people went to the 38th floor door. Next, they wanted to go down to find help. At this time at the door of the pagoda waiting was the Black Atria. Hearing someone calling himself, the Black Atrial was also awake. He did not think about it so quickly. The Black Lang then suddenly discovered Gilas. The two of them often met at the association conference. As soon as he prepared to say Gilas's identity, the Black Or found the opponent shook his head. So he hurriedly changed his style, then the two sides pretended to greet. After approaching, Gilas told him that he was obeying the secret mission, unable to reveal his identity. At this time, Teo also did not think about it. The Black Atrial will be known to Gilas, from the hasty figure of everyone. Hackcock understands what is definitely happening, at the same time, asking the Lord Io and Bubu how to not have together. After that, the kittens immediately told him, Io and Bubu were arrested by the person, while the Black Aura basically did not believe it. However, Gilas saw firsthand, he also understood the seriousness of the incident. Knowing the purpose of the opponent is the crumpled, Black Atrial, and then let go their safe people very difficult. Hearing that, he wanted to ask them to find a bit of mercenaries to help, but Elka was next to him. The Frequent Mercy Association is actually dividing the sect, which is basically following the money. Now Glid is the richest man in the Black Tower, so many mercenaries are related to the explosive network. The Magician Association is the same, Glid and the three associations, all arranged a lot of its forces. As soon as he wanted to be extremely miserable, Gilas fought for a while. After that, he told his kittens to take measures. The prerequisite for Teo could trust himself once. It was not long ago, this place was the Thong Dao village of the Black Tower, the bottom was the poor area of Thong Dao village. At this time, Skalam and Marie went to Lu Quan. For the closed door, typing a few, inside immediately detected another goblin eye. Seeing that, Skalam said he had caught the goal, hoping to meet Rick. Next the opponent set a signal, Skalam fluently confronted. The other small window immediately closed, then the big door opened him, went inside. Inside there are many mercenaries, goblin soldiers to let them go on their own. Rick was upstairs, slowly climbed up the second floor, in a room. They finally met Lai Kok. Lai Kok returned to turn to say Skalam, "You must not disappoint me." Hearing that, Skalam and Marie opened the bag. Seeing that they were all the ones they wanted, Lai Kok stood up and stood up. At this time, Skalam said that the weight of the object he gave, I successfully caught. They responded a little. Skalam, Lai Kok immediately greeted Bubu. As for a smiling face looking at Io, it is unexpected that he can catch the Magic Association. Seeing Lai Kok later, Io hated him, unexpectedly a slap and a blink of an eye. At this time, Lai Kok Fat was dissatisfied for many years, even more said no magic. You are too much a normal hamster mouse, but only a few seconds. This fire was tired again, now he initially indicated that Skalam was lying. Do not think of truly bringing the princess. Seeing that, Skalam invited him to introduce himself to the great master. Hearing that, Lai Kok said he would think a little, then immediately let the Grey Fox let them pay the rent. When he left, Skalam continued to let Lai Kok, for the great master to speak a few sentences, and Marie, also immersed in the upcoming talent, wait until the two of them see off. Lai Kok once again went to the back of Io, remembering the transaction was damaged many times. At this time, Lai Kok was even more angry. When he turned to look at Bubu, he immediately changed his face. Lai Kok introduced a little about himself, then let Bubu return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Mr. Gride will help her become a queen. For this, Bubu immediately objected to. I will not let the enemy be as desired. The princess's thoughts also make Rick understand. This is definitely Io telling him, the next Rick is a false manifestation. Mr. Gride was an honest person, he tried his best to protect the kingdom and the nation. Just like before, the 67th floor is currently, but Io is at the side smiling faintly. Because everyone knows, Gride is just like he wants to take the opportunity to control the 67th floor, and tell Lai Kok. The current situation and the previous time were different, grasshoppers degenerated. Your plan will not be done. For this, Lai Kok suddenly laughed, then said Io. Too naive, they will not wait to die, just now or now have new news. It turned out that the head of the head returned to the notice, the dead grasshopper was restored. Red, seeing Io basically did not believe, Lai Kok, was also lazy to hide, so immediately said the truth. Grasshoppers died, they fed again, moreover the grasshopper could only become stronger. By then the 67th floor turned into ruins, plus no food source. Very quickly will submit to the dominance of the network exploding, followed by Lai Kok no longer concealed, he warned Bubu. If you still want to save the nation, it is best to return to marry Mr. Gride, but before that, Lai Kok plans to resolve Io first, to Mr. Gride. The great magician is always a great threat, receiving instructions in the blink of an eye. The fox of the grey mercenaries immediately grabbed the Io, then he wanted to eat. Any doubt now next to the room transmitted to the explosion, the next second. A cat claw even kicked the fox. It turned out that Teo came to the rescue. Seeing kittens, Io felt extremely happy. Kittens were told for you to wait a long time. For this thing, Io said that you know you will definitely come at the same time. Beside the room once again transmitted the explosion. This also prevented Lai Kok and mercenaries wanting to take action. At present, the kittens successfully bring Io in his heart, although he does not know what he has happened. But seeing that someone disturbed his good story, Lai Kok immediately stood up. Is he suspicious or who was golden in front of his eyes, perhaps not knowing his great name? But Teo basically did not pay attention to him, just trying to see how to open the jar. Looking at Teo is also a wandering traitor. Lai Kok threatens you who ends up, angered me. You are in the traitors who will be forever unable to live peacefully. No doubt that the kitten is not only not afraid, and tells him to immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, if I want to know who I am, then I will be compassionate to tell you. The next second Teo pointed to Rick, saying that we were Kim Mew about to become a great wandering traitor. The tree loves Teo, after evolving extremely powerful, is the lovely small tree spirit. Before that, the kitten successfully saved Io was about to be eaten, moreover to face Rick's threat. Teo was not afraid, even more frankly said that he was a great wandering trader in the future. Kim Mu Teo, hearing the confidence of the kittens, the next second immediately stopped laughing. Haha. He said only based on the small yellow cat like you, unable to become a great wandering trader. Next is just a mercenary to solve Teo, seeing the fox than me countless times. Kittens were not scared, then said it was really scary, but compared to our lower suits was much worse. The voice fell, Elka and the black atrium finally arrived, the cold killing behind. The basic fox could not be discovered. When reacting, a wolf mouth immediately bit down. The next second, the fox was immediately tightly pressed to the ground. Elka was to protect Teo. The appearance of the black wolf made Rick very surprised, but even more did not think of it. Elka also stayed. Lycock questioned the silver wolf, received the grace of Gride, why still want to do so? He told Elka, daring to attack himself, the whole silver wolf tribe would be so hungry. As for this, Elka responded, who had been a dirty food, disappeared. Currently, he is the silver wolf protecting Kim Mu Teo. Elka hack or also expresses. It is also one of the guardians. The two wolves in contrast to warn Lycock dare to touch it, want a hair. Absolutely will tear it. Rick does not understand when the wolf goes to protect the cat. Capital continued to say a few threats, but after hearing Elka wanted to eat his meat. Rick Boar is also much more docile, but turning his head to look at the broken roof. He offered his faith again, then thanked the two busy people, because this place was his area. Without the roof, Rick's sound immediately transmitted it. He called on the palace to see off the nearby ambush. No doubt calling a few hours, there was no response at all. The mercenaries below did not come to the hospital, as soon as Rick was the same. Gila's sound finally came. He told Rick, this place was his field. Your defense was arrested by the supervisors of the association, indeed not wrong. The goblin guys are still hidden on the roof, currently restored. Seeing that, Rick finally understood. The fire in front of his eyes was a merchant, the sapper of the association's secret supervision. Gila's is a notice, will arrest Rick on many crimes such as kidnapping, threatening to imprison. Hearing that, Rick explained that there was no evidence, and the opposite of subbling kittens. They were just honest wandering traders themselves, but heard Rick wanted evidence. Io was saved by Orin. At this time Io took out a ring. The sound came from there, which was the desperate words that Rick said. Not only includes the stories for grasshoppers, the more and more of Gride's mind. While Rick was sweaty like rain, he even wanted to say this was fake. But Io said that magic could not lie. After hearing this, Rick was like catching a whole. Then said that in the grain of the chow could not use the magic, so the sound was fake just now. For this, Io was still kind to tell him, I really can't use magic. But Chow County is a props reciting the magic that has been engraved, so it is not affected by that grain. These evidence, Io said all will submit it. Until then Rick and Gride have to finish life. The fact that he came to this country, Lycock was also arrested. When he was escorted, he screamed. Great Gride will definitely not wait to die. At this time the kitten thanked Gila's help. And Gila's, on the contrary, thank you, thanks to Teo for extension. I can summon the sappers to raid this place. And about the status. Gila's and the kitten said sorry, he did not want to deceive him. Fortunately Teo did not notice. At the same time, we later make a good friend, and invite Gila's to the 99th floor to play. Because the President Sejun definitely liked it, watching the kittens talk to you. Gila's was curious. President Sejun was how he passed. Kittens cares about Io's wounds. Fortunately there is nothing ominous, and about that ring. It was before that he wanted to find, then borrowed by Io. Hack or now asked, what is the binding of the Io, which can ban the use of magic? Research for a while. Io explained that it was not the monster's props in the tower, he was on it feeling the dragon's breath. But it was a bit different from the Great Black Dragon, so Io decided to bring it back to the 99th floor. In addition to Gride, they feed the grasshoppers, also have to report to the Great Black Dragon. Gride's wild mind made Elka understand, the rebuilding of the Red Ribbon Kingdom was very important. This can cause the wild boar to lose its guarantee, which can also cause the Black Tower's food to not be monopolized. At this time, there was a sapper rushing to run, informing them to catch two suspicious people. What made people unexpectedly, the supervisors captured Skalam and Marie. Seeing the goblin trick them, Teo and Orin fluttered glaring at Skalam. Very quickly the kitten immediately decided to bring them to the 99th floor, after a while. At this time the children in the sky pit are still working, one side of Irene is eating again. Honey marshmallows made him love without letting go, seeing Irene send his favorite news. Sejun is also very happy, then saying very quickly you can eat delicious boiled flowers. But Irene was suspicious. Sejun did not worry about his homeland, heard that Sejun announced. Worried about not being able to solve the problem, now should focus on working in hand. Moreover, he thought of a good book. Irene made it clear, some could help. He would definitely devote all his strength, Sejun said, not in a hurry to wait for him to return. Following the Black Tower, it turned out that the farm area had passed 3,000 square meters. So Sejun received new talents. Its name is called Great Rich. He can let Sejun appoint a Koyu to become the farmer. The enemy was killed by the guard. It is also possible to get a 50% experience. Seeing this place, he immediately excited. This means that I will promote it later, so. Sejun hurriedly urged the Black Rabbit and Bear Soldier, then took them to appoint a guard. After listening to Sejun's explanation, the bear seemed very happy. He liked the feeling of protecting the farm. As for small black rabbits, felt no expression, did not think of having a new identity. At this time, other small rabbits called Sejun. It turned out to be the fireflower calling him. For this, Sejun feels very unintended, waiting until he reaches the sky. Sejun they quickly saw Hoa Hoa Hoa. Now the small Hoa Hoa announced the love tree. Seeds have evolved. Through reminders of news, Sejun also saw the seed introduction. After evolution, the seeds can increase the magic power of the food. The key then, planting to the ground will grow up into a toughened tree. Slowly grab the seeds. Currently, even the color is much more beautiful than before. Fireflower asked if Sejun wanted to eat. For this, Sejun is a bit hesitant. Increasing the magic of food is really attractive, but Hoa Hoa said. The other tree was a good child, just being polluted. Hearing that Sejun decided to plant it. He leaves the fire without worrying that he is a Black Tower farmer. Planting a seed will be more meaningful. Dig a small hole on the ground. Sejun immediately brought the seeds drop down. The Black Bear and the Black Rabbit Soldier were also curious. What would grow up inside? But Irene suddenly said. It is not clear how big the tree can be, if according to the original size. Plants in the sky pit will be crushed, but not even waiting for Sejun to dig seeds. The strange tree grew up. Seeing that the bear immediately turned the battle to wait. Small black rabbits are also observing objects that break the earth, but the next second, they are no longer urgent. Because the tree love after revolution, turned into a lovely tree spirit. Seeing this Sejun, not thinking, the baby in front of his eyes was a big love tree before. See again, Black Rabbit Warrior and Princess Bubu finally met again. But after knowing the true identity of Bubu, the rabbit family became more and more tearful. Sejun had just planted a monster seed. Unexpectedly it quickly sprouted. Fortunately, after the evolution of the fireflower, the original terrifying tree monster turned into a lovely small tree. Sejun and small black rabbits were calm. They originally thought that the spirit of the spirit would be particularly big, but unexpectedly so small. Compared to the prediction in Sejun's heart, it is even smaller than countless times. Little trees initially have a bit of dreamy, but very quickly he immediately in the blink of an eye. But the spirit of the tree went back and forth, making Sejun curious to ask where he wanted to go. Next, the spirit of the tree finally found the target. Seeing the fireflower ahead, little spirit immediately rushed over. Seeing that Sejun misunderstood, he wanted to attack. After that, he wanted to directly prevent. Fortunately, Hoa Hoa promptly announced, the spirit of the tree did not have any malice. Waiting until approaching the fireflower, he proved extremely intimate. At this time Hoa Hoa also explained. Little spirit tree is just wanting to protect him. Hearing that, Sejun hurriedly asked why this was. But the spirit of the tree is happy to say, and wants to permanently protect the world tree. The world tree not only has never heard of Sejun, the Black Rabbit Soldier and the bear are the same. Fortunately Irene gave the vague answer. The world tree was a very mysterious and powerful tree. Through the search of documents, Irene also told Sejun, if it received the recognition of the world tree, will harvest great blessing. And about the end spirit, they are a clan who protects the world tree. It is only the evil gas from the outside of the tower, which leads to depravity. However, the record is only this content. In short, from Irene's words, Sejun said. This does not mean that the fireflower is the world tree. For this, the fireflower hurriedly denied it. He is not such an excellent existence, just a very weak apple tree. On the other hand, Irene reviewed the news of the Black Tower. Currently in the tower, it is impossible to have a world tree. Perhaps reaching the keyword, so that he speculated that Hoa Hoa had the potential to become a world tree. Hearing this, Sejun was surprised, although Hoa Hoa was modest again. It is just an apple tree that is not noticeable, but Sejun considered him the most important existence. Then immediately let small black rabbits and bears call the rabbit to water, through here. At the same time, asking for Hoa Hoa has any need. such as feeling cold or hot. Sejun has lowered his mind, wanting to with end perfect to protect Hoa Hoa, until he matured to the world tree that day, received more attention and caressing more of the owner. In addition to the intimacy of Ant Little Spirit, Fireflower in the moment felt extremely warm and happy. On the other side of the 67th floor Black Tower, the current Grasshopper died. Another evolved to the highest purple form. The battle of the people immediately quickly disintegrated. They were the main they, carrying the blade of the blade of the blade, on the road of a soldier who was not careful to be bitten. Seeing that, Urk took the blade of onion to relieve the siege, even though he succeeded to kill the grasshopper. But he discovered the invincible blade of West, and was slowly melted by the opponent's toxin. The next second there were countless grasshoppers scanning. The key moment, the magicians worked together. Temporarily escaped from risk, Urk hurriedly called Urk quickly. Hearing that, Urk did not hesitate, then took the lizard and left the battlefield. At this time, the magicians once again launched their magic. With their help, the position of the dead grasshopper was finally delayed, determining that Elko was not injured. Everyone immediately considered the situation of the lizard soldier. In the meantime, Urk asked why grasshoppers turned purple. For this, other lizards were also very suspicious. Previously still degenerated, Elko thought about going back to transplant a little onions, no doubt. Urk took out the melted onions. Grasshoppers after evolved into purple. In its body filled with purple toxins, the lizard person has no way. Currently, the grasshoppers are still exclusive on a large scale. All the soldiers are afraid of insecurity and continue like that. The 67th floor is very fast and will be destroyed clean. Elko understands that it cannot continue. At this time the kitten came out. It turned out with Teo Orin to go down. In the backpack of the two cats immediately contained a few onions detoxifying. Seeing this place, Elko in front of his eyes lit up. Therefore, immediately brought the onions to detoxify the soldiers to poison to eat. Indeed, not wrong. Just after eating for a few seconds, the soldier immediately restored healthy. Seeing the detoxifying onions that could overcome the poison of grasshoppers, Urk and Elko finally revealed a smile. But this is not a long-term plan, notifying all onions to detoxify a period of time. Time after the two wolves immediately called all cats, so that everyone in them would first return to the 99th floor. Want to change this disaster? The key is still on the onion. So they have to quickly return to report to the provincial students, and at the same time, Teo, a group of people, was one step back to the 99th floor. Now, Skalam was suddenly poked by a stick, turned out to be an abnormal Orin. Tell him not to play tricks. Skalam still wanted to justify. He did not think that the black atrial was a form of discovery. Orin was a direct search. Very quickly he found a key. Skalam said this is just home, unfortunately for safety. Orin is still determined to put in his pocket. Seeing this place praise him to do well. At this moment Io also awakened, asked yet. The kitten immediately told him that he had returned to the sky, Thanksgiving. The version wants Io to rest a little more, but Io indicates that it is enough. Moreover, he was about to meet Sejun. He had to keep himself awake. Not long after, Elka reminded everyone, the great Sejun at the front, slowly looking forward. At this time, the children in the sky pit almost gathered together. It turned out that Sejun brought an ant-absorbent spirit, and at the same time, with the children, he became a little acquainted. But the next second Sejun heard someone call him, turned his head to look back, and the kitten was back. There were Elka and Io them, the black rabbit soldier. I discovered the previous white rabbit. It was like being fascinated by something. Bubu saw the small rabbit. After that, he was very polite to respond a bit. Seeing that, the small heart of the black rabbit soldier could not help but beat. Seeing this place, any sickle still did not understand. He asked the disciple who liked the opponent or not, no matter how embarrassing. The little rabbit said, just meeting a few seconds, only, the appearance of the spirit of the tree, leading to Teo and Elka. As for this, she arrogantly gave them a little background of it, and about Sejun. They were looking at Princess Bubu together. Io Sejun introduced. This is his student Bubu. Bubu was also very polite to introduce himself. After that, Sejun let him not need a guest, later called himself Sejun, then he was curious. The step must be not just to greet, for this thing Io directly requested. Bubu was the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. This trip was because he came to seek the protection of Sejun. Hearing that, Sejun was startled again. The rabbits and gray rabbits of their architecture were like that. The next second, all the flabby rabbits performed the ceremony with Bubu. The first rabbit was very sorry. He did not recognize the princess immediately, but saw the highness of his highness. Tai rabbits because he felt happy. Bubu hurriedly told everyone to stand up. The gap many years met again. The small rabbits had shed tears. Io was slowly talking about the past of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, after knowing the truth. Sejun comforted Bubu, the days alone patiently affirmed very hard. For this, Bubu indicates that his ability is not enough, there is no way to rescue the people of the red silk strip of suffering. However, the other rabbits hurriedly said, this is all of Glid's fault, everyone supports Bubu. Want to save him with the people surrounded by red silk, as well as because the queen and the venerable king, present. Io surrounded the chapter besieging them, then told this was one of the evidence of Glid's crimes. Knowing Star Rum and Marie previously kidnapped Io and Bubu, Sejun said that they had to be perfect for them. Next, he meticulously observed the chapter in his hand, as Io said. Indeed, there was a dragon's imprint. The next second Irene suddenly sent the message. He said this item should not appear in the tower, then notice. This is the object of a senior of him, Gia Kalin, and the dragon sign will appear in the tower. Also makes Irene full of suspicion.